Is it you?
Steve, stop the camera.
I also love how anytime I'm talking about it with someone, always there's like this like, wait, what if? Or I was on a show the other day and it was live and it just cut out. Right when they're like, hey, so who do you think they really are? It started getting staticky. Someone made a off-color joke about a certain community of people who they claim run the world. And it cut out. So people love to be like, oh my god, like this is, or someone's phone won't work and I'm telling them the story and they're like, oh my god, they're here. I mean, maybe.
That happened to us once too. Remember when we had Ashton Forbes on the show talking about you ever seen the video of the plane that disappeared in Malaysia?
Yeah, with the orbs?
With the orbs?
Yeah.
Zap had him on here and in the middle of the podcast we lost power.
The whole place?
The whole fucking place. Never happened before in a podcast ever. We had to get back up.
I don't know. I mean, something that this whole thing did too is it like opened up hallucinogens do or something. Where maybe because there was a point in my life where I would not have considered this possible, and then this happened, and so now I'm like, maybe this is like this whole thing that seems like a complete story to me is like check the water. You know, like maybe the hacker comes back and like, oh, you thought we were done, or you know, the feds reach back out and they want something from me, or somebody else reaches out and says that this has happened to them, and you're able to gather some more information. So maybe.
So basically they prove to you that they have access to all your shit.
Yeah, that's a long way to
go. How does that affect your mindset, and like how does that affect? I mean, obviously, there's like a couple of options here, right? Either they're really sophisticated hackers playing some long game to extort money from you somehow.
Very long game. Yeah.
Very, very complicated, patient long game that they're playing. Or B, they are who they say they are.
I think there's a couple other options. I think, and there's a lot of options under this, but like AI could be like the G is not a person, and there's a lot. I think I was saying to you before. I plugged everything I have, all the screenshots and the FOIPA reports that I have into ChatGPT, and I was like, who is G? Like, what is happening here? And they gave me a very insightful. I mean, I shied away from things like that for good reason. But now I've kind of started using it. And why did you shy away from it? I mean, I just like when this all happened, I deleted all my social media. And to your point of how it was changing my life, knowing that they're in my phone, I was, I walked by an ATM on the street, and I know there's a camera in the ATM, and I would just be like, oh. Or I'm like having a conversation with someone and it's like private or intimate conversation, and I look and their phone is sitting on the table and I'm just like and so it was like, I mean, and nowadays or even then it's like there's always something somewhere. Right. So I was like constantly on guard, and when I would go back to my house, I would like unplug everything, put my phone under the rug, and before I learned about Faraday bags. This also
keeping your phone in the microwave, you said?
In the oven. Okay. But I don't know if that does anything. It could amplify obviously, for all I know. But that was when they started talking about thought hacking, dream hacking.
They were talking about that?
Yeah, that was like the end. It was when it. So maybe we'll build to that.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if that's true or not, but in the state I was in, that was but anyway, so they, knowing that they know everything about me made me start my life. I went into my therapist's office, who's on the show, and it validates my relative sanity. I went to the bathroom and I wrote on a piece of toilet paper, follow me to the bathroom and leave your cell phone. And like, I walked into his office and I just showed him a piece of paper, and then he left his phone and we went in and I told him about this, and we had maybe 10, 15 minutes of a conversation, and we went back into his office and had a session like nothing had happened. And so that began, but dude, I'd be lying to you if I said it wasn't like kind of exciting me a little bit to be like, I'm like kind of scared, right,
Middle some real shit.
Yeah, but constantly fluctuating between like James Bond and Neo, and like I'm the drop in the ocean of what is going on here, or it's not even real, and I'm like totally just taking myself for a ride. It was insane, yeah. And psychologically, I think that was the main focus was what was implemented. But yeah, so they were like, meet with an agent, and I was like, okay, fine. They said, give us a keyword, and then that was kind of the next step. We meet in public, so I'm looking up to you to say the keyword. And I did. I gave them the word, and they're like,
You made it up?
yeah, I just made it up, just a random word. It was Evergreen, because that was like a street that was in the town that I grew up in. And it wasn't anything that was any of my passwords. Because I was at that point, I was like, they're asking me to generate a word that they could maybe, like, so I was like, oh, if they're trying to hack passwords and stuff, like, I'm not going to let this be a word that is in my passwords. So it's just a word that I've never used for anything. And then they're like, but there'll be a test. That's when the student happens like a couple weeks later. And by the way, the whole time, my family, my girlfriend, everyone that I'm like, that's helping me get sober, with the exception actually of my therapist, strangely enough, is like, Max, stop. What is going on here? Like, why? Or this interesting thing that happens to some people, especially then when I couldn't explain well. I just see this like light go out in their eyes, and they're just like, no. And I'm like, what do you mean no? And they're just like, this doesn't exist. Like kind of sentiment about the whole thing, where they just can't imagine something like this is possible. So that didn't help me because it made me feel isolated. But so because of all that influence, there was a certain point where enough time went by without someone like coming to get me in the street that I was like, you know what, guys, like this is all a bunch of bullshit. Fuck off. And they're like, okay. And they disappeared. And this was in like early summer, I think, of 2019. And a couple months go by, I get, or actually no, right around the same time is when I got this opportunity to go work for Brian Fogel, the big documentary filmmaker, awesome guy who works. Dissident Icarus, yeah, has been hacked by governments before. Yeah, his text messages and photos in his phone were on Russian news. And there was a bunch of stuff, I don't know if I can talk about, but Saudi's involved in this sketchy stuff going on. Yeah, like I had to fly the movie to Berlin.
Wait, did you work on The Dissident?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Staff, post-production staff on The Dissident.
Oh, wow.
I literally had to fly the movie to Berlin for 48 hours to show them the movie for the film festival and bring it back. Because
by yourself?
Yeah, because there was no, and I was like, should I be worried about this? He's like, yeah, it's fine. Because also he compares himself sometimes to like Alex Honnold, and that he has that thing, or he doesn't have that thing in his brain. That
the
like,
rock climber?
Yeah, like if you saw Free Solo, he's like, they did a scan on his brain where he like doesn't feel fear, or it's just like. I don't know how they measured it, but it was like this idea that this part of his brain doesn't get activated even like nearly as much as the normal humans. And Brian's like, I have that too, and he does because just knowing the things that he's done. And so I was like, is this safe? And he was like, yeah. And it was inevitably, it was all good. But great, so great guy to go work for, and very fortuitous considering the situation too.
I don't remember, it's been a while since I watched it, but did he ever get in touch with Ben Salman for that documentary? Or did he ever try to reach out to him?
I don't even think there was an effort to reach out because that guy is not the type to like make public statements. I think there was some or public statements about, hey, did you kill this guy in the embassy? I don't know. I don't think there was any reach out to him. Like, I know there was some stuff with like intelligence agencies trying to get like the actual reports about what actually happened. But I don't think there were. I came in for like post-production, so I don't know what was going on before. Right.
That's one of the fucking most bone-chilling documentaries.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you've seen it too, because there was a whole, God, I don't want to speak for him, but we had trouble distributing it because it was very political, or not even political. It's just a story about something that happened that happens to maybe piss some people off who have a lot of money and influence in the world. Which it's unfortunate that that's like the
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Everywhere,
streamers,
every aspect of our life, like sports, streaming. Depending on how deep you dive in Jeffrey Epstein, he's everywhere.
Yeah, so not good people to piss off, or great people to piss off, but see, you've still seen it, and hey, people, go watch The Listener because it's an incredible movie, and it speaks truth to power to such a degree that people don't need to see it. So I think what happened actually in the character arc of Purpose with the story is that I got this opportunity to go be an intern for him. I was living in New York, he was in LA. My girlfriend was, everyone was like telling me I shouldn't do this. So then I got this internship, and I was like, you know what, like that's a perfect, like I can. And then I think that was part of what made me be like, you know what, I don't need to talk to this person. Like and it was so hands off at that point too that I was like, you know what, like let's just shelve that one and go look for Brian.
That's an interesting point too, because when this whole the way the seed was planted, like it was planted during a time when you were out of work, right?
Yeah.
So you would have had the time. If you would have been in the midst of some big production when this happened, you probably the seed probably never would have been like actually planted. Maybe.
I wonder. Yeah, I think if I had a satisfying relationship, a satisfying job, like whatever, stable, then maybe they would have never reached out to me because that would have wouldn't have made me a candidate. But also, if someone asked me the other day if I would do things the same way if this happened again, I was like, yeah. Because I mean, here I am, not in jail, not insane to a physical degree. So I think there's just something about it that's so juicy, even though it's horrifying. I just couldn't help but learn more.
So okay, you're working for Fogel.
Well, yeah. So, but in the interim too, wasn't talking to the hacker. They created an Instagram account in my name, and they followed a bunch of women that I had dated, and then they waited for them to reach out. They didn't even directly reach out. They just followed and waited. And two people that I know of spoke to them. One of which I don't have the screenshots for because she deleted it. The other one I do have the screenshots for. And it's kind of funny when you read it because they're like, hey, like, I have undertaken studies of 5G. Like, would you like to know about that? And the girl's like, sure. Like, how are you doing? You still sober? Like, they're speaking in a very strange way. But the function of what they were doing, I think,
as if it was like people translating into English something that you would say that wasn't really like natural for you.
And I can't hate on the girls for responding to them in the way they did because I also did. I was fooled by that too. So So it's to that point of like, what is it for you? Like they were able to find something that's fooled those girls, and then find something that fools me, and everything's got a weakness. So, but it seemed like the bulk of what they wanted from those conversations was to gather information about it. So he asked the girl in the messages that I've seen, tell me a memory you have of me. This is the fake me, the hacker speaking to the girl. And she gives a long, eloquent description of who she thinks I am and the experiences that we've had. Juicy information for a hacker who's trying to... And they linked romantic relationships to, like, as, like, a big marker for, like, who you are and, like, and what the information that you gather from that, how that would help them, like, influence me, I guess. It teaches you a lot about trust, commitments, so they were doing that in the background. And when one of the girls told me that it was happening, I was messaging with her, and then I was like, okay, just delete it. I'm sorry, block them, whatever. And then I messaged the account, Lebo Max, and I said, delete your account now. This is Max Lebo. And they said, no, this is Max Lebo. And at the time, it blew my mind. I was like, I thought I was like on the
short circuiting.
Yeah, I was like seeing someone under the circumstances be like, no, bro, it's like, where are you? It just like it threw me for a loop. And I think maybe more grounded explanation for that has to do with like the trail of breadcrumbs being like, that account is me. So, you know what I mean? Like in the same way that they're making the student look like I reached out to them, it's kind of in that same category of like they're stealing my identity to a degree. Like they're they're creating a narrative around me that could, so I go, the asphalt one day, they can be
Right.
like, well, yeah, obviously, this guy.
Yeah, well, no,
Yeah.
hopefully. Now that you're on podcasts, I mean, you got plenty.
So they're doing that in the background. Posted a picture of from the rooftop of my building, and they just said from the rooftop, and it felt like a weak attempt at reaching back out. So I was like, fuck off. And some months go by, I get to LA, I'm looking for Brian. A very fortuitous connection in this world, like very parallel paths in terms of espionage and documentary filmmaking and these crazy stories and hacking. The Dissident deals heavily with Pegasus, which is,
Yes.
and so that's come up a lot throughout this process.
So do you think that's what they were using?
I mean, it's like weird in the movie in The Dissident, they were using it on Jeff Bezos.
Right.
So it's like, if you look objectively at the facts, like maybe, but the idea that, and this is before I worked for Brian, this is before any of the COVID testing company stuff. I was just me. I was just like a guy who, maybe my family is connected to people, or maybe grew up in as suspect or something, or maybe my trips to Russia and Cuba is suspect, but it's hard to believe that Pegasus, someone would use Pegasus on me.
Yeah. I've heard that a license for Pegasus is like $250,000 or something like that.
Or they claim multiple times to be the best hackers in the world. So,
maybe they have their own Pegasus. Yeah. Pegasus is that an Israeli thing?
The U.S. No, not U.S. ISO something. It's an Israeli company that sells it.
Right.
It's supposed to be for like law enforcement purposes.
Yeah, it's a 0 day hack where they don't need you to do anything. They can really they don't have to.
Yeah, you have to click.
You don't have to click any links or anything like that. Yeah. Israeli cyber arms company NSO designed to covertly install on mobile phones.
Yeah. So possible, but hard to believe. But the evidence does suggest that. And something I don't think I've highlighted enough too is the fact that, okay, so they can listen to an active conversation, they can look at my photos, they can look at my messages. They were talking about conversations that I had 5 years ago in a car with my dad in Connecticut. So that's like Edward Snowden stuff. That implies that like anything that you say on or around your phone is like logged somewhere and can be accessed at if the right person with the right skills has the desire. Because unless the hacker's my dad, unless the hacker's my therapist, like someone is able to find this information, which is cool. And I don't know if that Pegasus is part of that or if it's something else, but so I start working for Brian, and it's great. It's so fun. Like I said, I flew to Germany, film festivals, like doing all this fun stuff, Sundance. It was amazing, and I felt like I had a strong purpose, and I'm working my way up.
And this is in the middle of this.
No, this is like the hackers are gone. I told them to leave me alone. But this was
after it started. You told them to leave you alone.
Right. But they hadn't come back yet.
Right.
So COVID hits. We're in post-production. We're seeing stuff in the news. We're like, there's this thing happening. Oh, it's in China. Oh, it's in France. Oh, it's in Brazil or whatever. Like, but still at work. Still not freaking out, still not talking about vaccines or anything. And the hackers reached back out on a very specific day. It was again March of 2020, but the day is significant because of what happened 2 years later. But they reached out back to me, and it's the same stuff, riddles and welcome back, and you're in. And,
so, real quick, he's brought up the pandemic. How much earlier than the pandemic actually hit?
A year, pretty much. It was March of 2019. So I think the pandemic technically started in like
September.
September even.
I think it was September, October. Yeah, is when of 2019
in China.
Yeah.
So even still, it was March.
So it was March.
So
like 6 months, something like that before that happened. That's wild.
Yeah.
Okay, continue.
And then they come back when it's like arrived, and they're like, here it is, Max, this is the final war. Like, we told you it was coming.
And you brought proof of this?
I have all the messages saved. Yeah, I can show you. the beginning ones are easier to show because I took screenshots. The last ones are screen recordings, so I actually like skip through them. But actually, you want me to show you?
Yeah, let's.
So
let's
I'll show
That'd
you.
be a great point to show.
Okay, yeah, because I have to find. Okay, let's. I think it's. Let's make some funny pictures of you from the time. So this is just all screenshots of all our conversations, and one day, for example, it was I had to do one in Chinese, and I had to translate it.
We sent you one in Chinese.
Yeah, and I'm like sending emojis and stuff too. I was like, I don't know what I'm doing with this screenshot. I'm like, so. And then this is from when I posted it on Twitter to literally 0 response. This is me on Mr. Robot. Okay, enough of the hot dog. Enough of it. This was when they told me to read Nostradamus, and I totally did.
They told you to read it?
Yeah, they were like, because they were talking about the Antichrist. They're like, Trump is the Antichrist, which is also...
They said that?
Yeah, which is also strange because you think this is like alt-right QAnon type stuff, especially when you start talking about COVID and vaccines, but they're like, Trump is the Antichrist. And like, we got to work up to that because it's... Whoa. Okay, so... So I just want to make sure that I can. Okay, we can skip through. So they send me a message. This is from Jay Prashang. I don't know how to say that, but you know, they commented on the same picture, and it was that translated where it said like something about a bird again. They love birds. I don't know. So I was like, but also like because COVID had just hit and things were starting to get spec. There was that part of me that was like, oh, maybe the world isn't what it seems. It was like reactivated, and somehow maybe they suspected that and knew that might be the case, and so they reached back out.
And you said, so you're the bird?
Yeah, I was like, because in the previous message you said something about bird, and I was, and they were fishing, and I bit again. You know, they didn't message me first. They posted on that same picture from before a new message, and I reached back out because I was like, fucking love this shit to a degree, you know?
Yeah.
Especially in this COVID hit. So I'm like,
so we're not your friend yet, but we are surely not to be your enemy. There is a space for us to work. What do you want now? We enjoy to witness this about you. Of late, you have not been commencing to connect the many dots. You fear. Your fear is more upon you. You want to know more. Ask us another question.
Yeah, like this is also like every time we talk, it's like riddles and it can get kind of frustrating. And that's why I'm just like, what do you want? Get to the point.
Yeah.
And then want to know what is happening. You know that we are real. You're in quarantine. Okay, so this is the beginning of the final war.
Okay, and that was, what date was that?
This was
okay, March 31st.
Yeah. So a little bit deeper into March, but I distinctly remember getting these messages and being at the office. So
right.
I was thrilled. Mm-hmm. Also, we were not the type to be scared from like staying at the office.
Right.
So maybe we were there. So they're operating. They began a process. They kind of explain why they left. And in episode 3, there's the whole thing where they kind of are like, "Yep, you got us. Like, we're not real. Like,
they're basically questioning your distrust of them. They're saying, allow us to erode your old distrust. Let us find a center point from which to move forward. We began the process 1 year ago. We integrated technique and flat and faltered disposition in which we posed a secondary source of intel. We kept the links.
That's the students. Yeah, pretty much what happened was the second they reached out twice to the student. The second time they reached out to the student, I had the wherewithal to be like, I know this is you. Like, stop with this student shit. And they were like, okay, you got us. It is us. Yeah. But we're not actually like we're not dissidents of the Chinese military. We're part of like some other group that's experimenting on like the marriage of 5G and human consciousness in the age of the Internet of Things, and making it sound like they were like a research group or like there was something. So it seemed like, especially because they reached back out and everything now, it seemed like they were trying to like weaken the blow a little bit. Be like, yeah, you're right. Like, no worries. Like, don't think about this too much. Like, we're out. and then they come back and they explain that they did that on purpose. They did it to test.
Part of a psychological profile they were doing on you, a comprehensive profile. Wow, this took place over a year.
Yeah. And so okay, I'm like, again, what do you want? Take the lead.
And like, again, who the fuck would waste all this time to do this?
And
to
on
fuck
me
with
too.
you?
It's not like I'm Jeff Bezos. Like,
Right.
I mean, at this point, I'm starting to be around powerful people, which is easier to hack me than it is Brian. Brian, I mean, there is technology that counteracts Pegasus. I think it's called Orion, and there's probably new stuff now. This was at least true when we were doing this thing. There's like, you can get an app on your phone. It's like $1 million or something. But
Really?
yeah, that is like the counterbalance to.
So it's an app on your phone that you can purchase that sort of like
fact check.
blocks any sort of incoming spying from either the government or any other foreign governments or any hackers or anything.
Yeah, I think it's designed to detect.
Ryan uses this?
I don't know. Allegedly.
So can you look this up real quick, Steve? This Orion thing. I want to learn about this. Yeah, I can hear you. Orion software counter hacking. Is that what you would say? Counter hacking safety?
Or maybe if you even just Google Orion and Pegasus.
They might
link it together.
You have to take the power back, Steve. There you go.
If you guys see anything,
Cue up the next bombshell.
No, this is not it. It's not Pegasus Medical. Orion. Oh, that might be it. Orion. Nope, not surgical trays.
I don't know if I've just like revealed some state secret or something, but it's not hard to believe that there's like a defense against the offense of Pegasus.
Type in spy Orion.
I'm pretty sure. But also, I think they've even moved past the original Pegasus. I think there's something better now. So.
Yeah, I'm sure they have like a Pegasus 6.0 by now.
Make it
no way.
Right? It's oh, actually, there's a button. Show results before.
Where's that?
Just at the bottom of like the first article, right at the bottom. Oh yeah, I guess what?
Wow. Google does not want you to know about it.
No,
bro.
no, it's talking about the solar winds thing.
Oh yeah, SolarWinds has reported. All right, you can keep looking. We'll keep talking.
Yeah. Okay. So I queued this bombshell up.
Okay.
So this is I just scrolled down a tiny bit. So this is day one of them reaching back out to me again.
Okay. After the pandemic.
Started March. Yeah, March 31st.
Oh, this is still March.
This is the same day. I literally just
got
scrolled down like 2 messages and skipped some more riddles and vagary. So we operate beneath what is considered the mainstream level. See the document in which operatives were taken out of currency. So they're implying that something in this article is talking about their operatives, or just operatives, I guess you would say, taken out of currency, like arrested, I guess. Especially because, so I've learned because of Pegasus, especially, don't click on links. But I just Googled the
Never
words.
click on links.
Never. Or you're fucked because you don't even need to.
Right.
So I Googled this, Harvard University professor and 2 Chinese nationals charged in 3. And that was enough for the Department of Justice article that they sent me here to come up. And I don't know if you want to show that, but pretty much what it talks about.
Are you showing this right now, Steve? Okay, cool.
Or I mean, even to show that article.
Can you pull up that article, the Justice.gov article? Harvard University professor and 2 Chinese nationals charged. I'm sure you'll find it.
Yeah, it's the first thing that comes up. It's the Department of Justice article, and it talks about this guy, Dr. Charles Lieber, who, considering the gravity of who he is, what he's done, and what he did in this case, like, I'm so surprised that nobody knows about him. I think there was like maybe a New York Times article, but it kind of skated under the radar. Pretty much I think it was in December of 2019, this guy, who is maybe the world's foremost nanobiologist, right, is arrested at Boston Logan Airport, fleeing the country by the Department of Justice for lying to the Department of Justice about taking money from the Chinese government.
Whoa.
And specifically the Thousand Towns program, which is essentially a program they have that is made to attract all of the best talent in all realms from around the world, and use it to advance their goals. And
Lieber, what does the WUT stand for? The Wuhan, okay, the Wuhan University of Technology.
Wuhan, by the way, is where he works in China. This guy.
But he was going from Boston to Wuhan.
I don't know if he was going to Wuhan, but he was fleeing because he knew that he was about to get arrested.
And he worked at that lab in Wuhan.
Yeah. So he worked at MIT and Harvard, and he had Department of Defense contracts, and was secretly working with the Chinese.
Jesus.
And the fucked up. So also in this article, it talks about two of his students who were also arrested, I think, in San Francisco, fleeing, who turned out to be Chinese agents. So this guy is developing injectable, and you can find this on the MIT website. It's like one of the first things that comes when you search this guy on their archives. Injectable nanotechnology that embeds itself in your nervous system and can monitor and manipulate it. And so the front-facing application is, if you have Alzheimer's, maybe there's a way to like Iron Man, like that. I don't know what movie that was, where it's like nanotechnology and it can maybe make your life better, make you, remember things and make people who can't walk again.
Like Neuralink, right?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
The lowest hanging fruit for Neuralink is to paralyze people, get them to walk again.
Right. Like how altruistic, how wonderful. But why is the Department of Defense interested in this? Why
it's like
the
iceberg of the little bit that's above the water and then the giant fucking underbelly.
Yeah. This guy's arrested, and his students were arrested fleeing with the technology, something that they had worked on together. And I won't.
Can you pull up this guy's profile real quick?
Yeah, go to the MIT website.
Yeah, go to Charles. What's his last name?
Lieber. Lieber or L-E-I.
Yeah. Google just Charles Lieber and see what his bio says. No, this story is everywhere, which is interesting. All right, just click on Wikipedia.
But you never heard I haven't talked to anyone who's known about him before.
American chemist, inventor, and nanotechnologist and writer. In 2011, he was named the leading chemist in the world for the decade of 2010 by Thomson Reuters. Based on the impact of his scientific publications, he is known for his contributions to the synthesis, assembly, and characterization of nanoscale materials and nano devices, the application of nanoelectronic devices in biology, and a mentor to numerous leaders in nanoscience. Professor at Harvard University has published over 400 papers in peer-reviewed journals and has edited and contributed to many books in nanoscience. Holy fuck! Yeah. What does this say? In 2012, Lieber was awarded the Wolf Prize in Chemistry in a special ceremony held in Israel, in the Israeli Knesset.
Oh God,
Oh yeah, the chat's going wild right now.
Well, Lieber is a Jewish last name, but also Lebo.
Is Lebo Jewish?
Yeah, and they'll probably
Are you Jewish?
For that too. Well, I grew up Jewish. My dad's Jewish. My mom converted. So yeah, I'm one of them. Yeah,
you control the world
if you want to go there. Yeah, convicted of 6 felonies, lying to the Department of Justice.
Wow. Dude, that is crazy.
Yeah. And this
so
all
where now?
I think he's in jail. I don't know. I mean, I didn't really follow up on that, but this all happened in December. So
of 2020 or
2019. I think. I mean, actually, I don't know what the in December 2021.
December 2021.
Well, no, that's when he was convicted.
Okay, that's when he was convicted of the felonies.
Yeah.
Okay, but when did that DOJ article get published? 2020 January.
January 2020.
So right after the pandemic.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. And then convicted 2 years later.
Yeah. So
that makes sense.
Yeah, so the world is wondering what's going on. It's December, it's January, and suddenly this guy is fleeing the country. He's working for China and all this stuff.
He's getting paid. How much money did he get paid by China?
I thought it was like hundreds of thousands, but then my buddy on the show was like, no, he saw something that was like millions.
It paid Lieber. The Wuhan University of Technology paid him $50,000 per month, plus living expenses of up to $1 million. So approximately, this is approximately $160,000, and awarded him more than $1.5 million to establish a research lab in Wuhan. Okay.
In Wuhan, come on, in Wuhan,
Bro. This is crazy. So what was this nanotechnology? What did this have to do with Wuhan?
So that's where there's like a ton of dots.
Me and Max are not suicidal.
It's funny how many podcasts I've been on so far where people have had to say that, but yeah, definitely not. So how is this relevant to 5G?
Yes, how is this relevant? How is this relevant to Wuhan and the gain of function research that was going on, and the coronavirus?
Well, the gain of function. I mean, if you're kind of believing everything that G is saying, the gain of function might have even been smoke and mirrors. Might have even been look over here, while we're doing this, while Lieber's cooking up this injectable nanotechnology that literally like builds itself. It's like. Yeah, I mean, people might want to compare it to like graphene or something, but I don't know if that's exactly what it is. The whole like graphene oxide thing, people are saying like that's what's in the vaccine and it can it has like a life of its own. But I don't know if that's true. I don't know if this is true. But well, actually, I do know that it's the stuff that he developed. It's essentially like what's the word, like self. There's a word, but it builds itself. It like assimilates molecules from around it and builds itself. So you like put a small bit in and it like expands. Fact check.
Right.
So I say, how is this relevant to 5G? Because I was like, these guys are 5G guys. Like, let's get into it.
Yeah, that's where this whole conversation started with 5G.
Yeah, from the very beginning. And so the first thing they say, and there's more to it, but they're talking about China suppresses the virus because of 5G networks and their surveillance capabilities, contact tracing, testing, surveillance, all this stuff. And they want me to work with them.
Yeah, China. Okay, so they're saying they use 5G basically in cahoots with their Internet of Everything, monitoring everything, tracking everything, social credit scores by keeping people locked away.
Yeah, it gets convoluted here, so I think you can keep looking if you want.
Yes.
Pretty much. They go on to ask me to go get a COVID test, and to ask about 5G. I'm like, you tell me to call her, so like my local doctor, and ask some question about 5G and get a COVID test. Like that seemed so strange to me. I was like, nobody knows anything about 5G. There's nothing. A nurse, especially, or a doctor, is not gonna. That's it just seemed very strange to me. But they were saying work with us, and so on. And they will go on to say too that another kind of application and connection of COVID and 5G being okay. So to keep it grounded, if we know someone can hack everything in your phone,
Yes,
and it's not even like a conspiracy leap to be like someone can hack a Neuralink potentially. I mean, I don't know what the security is on that. I don't know how that works.
Right.
But I think any reasonable person could at least say, like, yes, that's possible. But G, in terms of this Dr. Charles Lieber stuff and the vaccine and COVID and everything, is essentially saying that because this is nanotechnology, like this is it's not organic, it's like a machine. That there then could be some connection to the ability to, if there is,
put it in the vaccine.
Well, yeah. If there's nanotechnology inside of you that's embedded yourself in your nervous system and can monitor and manipulate it, could that information also be accessed? So that's kind of the leap that they're asking me to make, which I'm not saying is true or isn't true.
So they're saying that could 5G interact with these nanobots,
right?
Nanotechnology,
and not even just 5G, just that 5G. Because let's say, for example, like we were saying before, like in China, how they do the social credit system. Like there's so much information coming through all the cameras and microphones and social media and everything.
Right.
They need AI and they need 5G to enable the ability to
process it all in real time.
Yeah. And so I imagine that there are just as many or more inputs when it comes to like your nervous system and your bodily functions. And so they're not saying like 5G is like creating a super monster with this. They're essentially saying like if you have, whether it be Neuralink or be something like this, if you have electronic functions in your body, that 5G is powerful enough with AI to be able to understand and process all of the things that are going on inside of you, potentially. This is what they're saying to me. It's convoluted.
To what end, they say?
Well, this is the final war.
Okay.
You know, final war. This is they say this is the war for the mind of humanity. They're like, no more wars with guns and bombs. You know, like
They said from the beginning. They said it was a war on consciousness.
yeah. So that's where we get in the matrix of it all, and that's where we have to kind of have a little bit more of a discerning eye. But that's what they're saying. You know, they're taking a leap into like the Matrix is not a documentary type of thing where they're like, and again, I'm not saying any of that's true, but I'm just asking to imagine themselves in this conversation on March 1st of 2020, knowing that they know everything about me and the state of the world at that time. Like it was, I couldn't tell. I didn't know up from down. Like I was just like processing as much as I could in any given moment because I'm horrified and I don't know what's going on. So this goes on. This is a 2-minute video. Maybe like 20 minutes. I mean, we talk at this point in LA. Some days we would talk all day. Some days I would message them and they wouldn't message me back for a week. I'd be in the office in a meeting having a conversation with the hacker. And okay, so next plot point. So 2 days later, 2 days after March 8th, I think it was April 2nd, I get a call from Brian, and he said, I mean, our work had was looking like it was drying up at this point. We were still in the office, but it wasn't looking good. And just
what do you mean?
Well, just with everyone in COVID,
Gotcha.
You know,
Gotcha.
Entertainment was shut down.
Right.
And he has a friend, and I've been told not to, and I'm choosing not to say his name out of respect. But he's a very influential Hollywood figure.
Can you tell me off camera?
But you can also probably figure it out if you want. He's a very influential Hollywood character who's also a big humanitarian.
Can I guess?
I will give you the best poker face I have and say it right. But it's not. I don't know. Whatever. He's a humanitarian and he's a big Hollywood type, and he ran a big COVID testing company in Los Angeles. And because of Brian, we ended up helping the guy with. Oh, he's a guy. Sorry.
Identify as male.
Yeah, true. I don't know. I've never asked him. But so he needs help doing comms for a big COVID testing company. It used to do something else that had a different name. They did a rebranding, and they wanted to help to get the word out to people that like this is where you come to get tests for COVID. And also, mind you, at this time I consider myself like a free thinker. I don't care necessarily for the term conspiracy theorist, but at this point, I wasn't even caught up to like there's something messed up going on here. I was like, my mindset was like this is like a big and important thing, and it was. But I was kind of on the other side. I ended up being like in PPE testing people at a certain point. But you know, now here I am talking about this. So big character. Yeah, we have meetings with this guy, and they're talking about this company and testing and everything. And this is 2 days after G reached out after 6 months. And when I mentioned vaguely that, they said, "Why do you think we reached back out to you? We work like painlessly to move the to move the events in your favor or something like that. And we have the ability to exist in many time spheres." Is something they said to me in reference to why they reached out to me 2 days. Because on this day, the end of the conversation is stay close to Brian and watch how the river will bend. Yeah, they can scroll down a little bit here. They're just
Shut
like,
up, bitch.
I don't know if they said exactly river will bend. Okay, so they're asking me. You
need me to go to San Francisco?
Oh, and so okay, yeah, there's a lot going on.
Yeah,
So they said there's 2 asks. One is that I can get a test.
COVID test.
Yeah, and ask the questions, which seems superfluous to me, or meet with an agent that they have in San Francisco. Okay. They're essentially, we don't have anyone in LA, but we do have someone in San Francisco, which at that point, I don't think I would have been allowed into San Francisco. It was like fully locked down. But they were dangling this new carrot of the San Francisco operative. And
simple task in Los Angeles. Leave my family out of this. Oh, they wanted you to go to your brother's house or something? They wanted to surveil your brother's house?
Well,
you were like that?
Yeah, I was staying with them because of like or I think I like smelled blood in the water with COVID, and I was gonna go stay with my family until this like blows over. And they were like, okay, but since we've severed ties, we need to do a little bit more. In your brother's home to like kind of rebuild whatever. Mm-hmm. And I was like, that was always my line. Boom, boom, boom. They want me to be this agent, and I'm just gonna get back to get to the end of this day. But I'm really
Okay, you're asking for money?
Oh, yeah. So there was a point where, so in this
your father's securitizations?
Yeah, so there's
LLC
I love
was
hearing
testing.
giggling. I essentially am like, okay, they're kind of reintroducing themselves, and I'm like, I still don't trust you guys. I still don't know that this isn't, that you are who you say you are.
Right.
And they're kind of referencing before, I'm like, you could just be trying to steal money from me, and they kind of roast me. They're like, bro, we know you don't have any money. We know you're broke. But my dad isn't broke. I mean, whatever.
Your dad's a big shot?
He's, I don't want to be mean and say he isn't a big shot. I want to make it seem like he's got a lot to take.
Right.
But he's like, he's worked his life.
Right.
Sure. Whatever. Shout out, Pops. And
they're on to us.
Yeah, no, I think that was a mistake. So pretty much they're explaining like, we know you don't have money.
Yeah.
How deeply do you believe? What proof do you need? I'm thinking. And so I say, send me money.
Mm-hmm. You saw Mr. Trump addressing this as the Chinese virus. He has wanted war, and now he sees the complexity. The shutdown will last until they find a vaccine. The paranoia and the restrictions will not subside.
So this is like a light one, but they're also starting to like call shots a little bit. Because none of us had any. We were not talking about vaccines. As far as I remember, in March 31st, it was like, is it here or not? Not like vaccines. And they're like, they start to be like, this is how it's going to go. And I don't know, maybe some subject that's an educated guess, but I'm not sure. So I say send me money. It ended up happening, and I'm very glad.
Because, that would have been a bad call.
That's a big no-no. But
you'd have been next to that dude from Harvard.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, God. Sharing yourself buried under a mountain somewhere in Colorado. Who knows what he's doing? But but this is just proof that I am an amateur in this world of espionage, because I didn't know that was like the biggest no-no. But I was essentially like, I need you guys to be vulnerable to me. You know everything about me, and I still don't know anything about you. I still don't know if this is real. Mm-hmm. And I was like, yeah, send me money. And they're like, sure, yeah, we'll send you. Eventually, thankfully, I was like, they're like, do you want to send you money? Do you want to go meet this guy? And I was like, I want to meet the guy. Mm-hmm. And so that's the path that we took instead. And then I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I always think, why are you so scared? I always think that stuff is so interesting. Like, it gets into the psychology of it. Where they're really, we spend days talking, where they're just asking me questions about myself and teaching me about. One time I asked them, like, who are they? Whenever we say they, and they said, they said, in order to understand the financial elite, you need to understand Genghis Khan and the Black Death. And they spent an entire day sending me messages about how Genghis Khan and the Black Plague led to the fall of the monarchies in World War I in Europe, and how that, like, and they felt like these extensive, like, hours-long, days-long, like, lessons, like, just educating, and about 5G, and about, like, the nanometer measurement of the coronavirus particle, and, like,
there was something going on.
Just so much effort and time, and to what end?
You do something to me that I can't explain.
I think if we
hold me closer and I feel no pain, and every beat of my
Chinese
heart,
nationals living in New York
we
City
got
since
something
2018.
going on.
We operate under levels of government, research, academia,
Tender
and
love
financial
is
institutions to
fun.
make
It requires a dedication.
installation
All
of
is
5G.
flowing here. Needs no conversation to be bonded together.
And that we cannot allow for
Making
disruptions to
love
law
with
enforcement
each
apparatus.
other.
So
We're making love. Islands in the stream. That is what we are. No one in between. How can we be wrong? Sail away with me.
Wait, shit, did we even go over that? The central ask from, they want me to be a mole. Did we even, I don't think we talked about that. That's like, that's like the main thing. Is
They
like,
straight up told you on this chat that they want you to be a mole.
yeah,
Oh,
sorry,
Megan.
that was a big one, and it was like day 2 of,
Do you have that?
yeah. Let's look at that.
Hilarious. If we all try my
Well,
joke,
maybe I am. Maybe I am.
Yeah.
So this is the very
We
first
can
message
rotate
they
the
ever sent,
Pentagon.
which was attention to you, Max Lee Bo's
This-
myself this week.
oh,
I mean, just get lost in their poetry.
and
But,
I feel every beat of my heart.
These the day one of messaging.
Right.
So let me just.
Yeah, where's the one where they straight up say we want you to be a mole?
Yeah.
Tender love is
Sorry, it might take me a second.
And how long did it take before they actually said that?
I think it was the second day we spoke. So the second day. This is, this is the second day of us talking, which I think is maybe a week. Yeah, they say we reach out our cognitive today, so this is the second day of them talking.
There are cameras and microphones everywhere. This is what we preserve and create a baseline. We've always wondered, Max. We know you as well as anyone.
Yeah,
Please do not be silent.
yeah, they're like, we've seen you naked. They say that a few times too. Which is like, not my response.
Right. Okay, so essentially, why did they want you to get in? Like they wanted you to get in. Like,
Here, boom, here we go. This is the page.
you are an actor. Our agent has contacts in your government in which it will be of use for you to meet with as a mole. This is much too difficult to explain in typing with a translation. Our agent can give you more complete diametrics and also find comfort in working with one another. There is a war on who it is controls the course of consciousness. Before we can find our position to counteract this, we must understand its implication. So they have somebody who's in the government, who's like a spy working in the U.S. government, and they want you to make a connection with this person.
Allegedly, yes. So they said
That's like, I mean, that's jumping right to the point. Day 2.
Yeah.
I mean,
questions because are they just diving and being straight up with me about what they want so that I have some idea? That's a distinct possibility. And they mentioned here like you're an actor, but they go on at different days when they talk about the mole film. They also call it a commissions expert,
right?
Where they give reasons for it. They're like, you're an actor, but like you're not a rec. Like, nobody knows who you are. So like acting skills, but not like wouldn't stand out in the crowd. They're like, we're Chinese people, and I assume they're connect, and the government is Chinese too. And so they said they're somewhat distrusted, but you as like a white American,
right,
Jew maybe even, would be more trusted in these high-ranking environments if I had some kind of like falsified certification. I don't know.
Yeah.
I used to sell like pounds of weed in college, and so I had some run-ins with the police and like talking my way out of it, which they mentioned, and they knew about that, and they're like, you've been in high-pressure situations and you've kind of handled yourself, so essentially what they said was that they came to America, they were doing all this recon about the power structures in America, and they found that there's, and this is all stuff they said, I can dig it up if you want, but there's 3 pillars of power. It's like politics, maybe tech and media, I think. And within media, if you recall that conversation I had in a car with my dad in, I think, 2015, we were driving by Harvey Weinstein's house. He lived the town over in Southport, Connecticut. And we were driving by his house. And
you knew exactly where he lived?
Well, yeah, because it was like, came to the diner that we... I mean, this was before everything came out publicly. And we also don't know him, so we didn't know the whole Harvey Weinstein thing at the time. But he would come into like our diner, and he was like a disgusting slob. He'd be like covered in like shit, and like he had an iPad that looked like it belonged to like a 4-year-old. It had like crusty grease all over it. He was like a disgusting human being. Yeah, probably.
Water of life, Steve.
That's what he told all his victims. Sure. So yeah, we were driving by his house one day, and it's like this beautiful, like there's like sculptures and like this huge, like almost like Versailles, like this huge lead up to his house with these sculptures, and it's on the cliff in Southport, overlooking the Long Island Sound. And we were driving by, and my dad was like, "Oh, that's Harvey Weinstein's house. Like, what a nice house. Like, maybe I should get into film or something casual and offhand." And not only is it crazy that G like cited that specifically.
Sorry to interrupt, but what's that famous Joe Rogan joke? Have you seen his stand up where he's about Harvey Weinstein? He's talking about like basically child abuse and shit in Hollywood. He's like, if it's your daughter, it's a terrible fucking thing. But if it's your kid, dropping him off at Harvey Weinstein's house and saying, "Son, you're gonna be Batman."
I mean, I know a lot. I know actors who've said straight up, they're like, would have. Like people that didn't, they're like, people are very willing to do what it takes.
They know what's going on,
and to the point too of everyone has like, this is mine. I want to be fucking. For some people, they're like, I'm a movie star, so I'll
do whatever it takes.
Yeah. But so that one conversation, G apparently heard. So essentially, they were doing this recon. 3 pillars of power. One is media. Harvey Weinstein was at the top of that at one point in that time, and because we live in the area, or because my dad like Vegia or something, he popped up as like a potential. I think they said like a potential someone who could help them, like vaguely in this recon. And then because of that conversation by his house, where we mentioned his name, they thought that like thought they were now connected to Harvey Weinstein. And so looking at my dad, and then they found his name on his signature as a guarantor on my apartment where I lived on South Street. And so they started looking at me, and then they saw, like you said, this guy's been to Russia, this guy's been to Russia.
Everything doesn't hurt.
Yeah, like communist sympathies maybe. So that's kind of how they explain how they found me, and that kind of feeds this idea of like why they think I could be a good role. And that, at that point in my life I was maybe connected to powerful people, and certainly when I got to LA I was connected to powerful people. And it's easier to hack me than someone with Pegasus, or someone with Orion, someone who is whatever, someone who's ready to get hacked as opposed to me. So yeah, this is the whole mold. I can't
All right, so fast forward to that's very interesting backstory, by the way. I'm glad we came after that. But before this, we were at the beginning of the pandemic working for Brian in LA, right? And they sent me on this mission to do a COVID test and ask the nurse a bunch of questions about 5G.
Yeah, and it seemed superfluous to me at the time, and I think I might have been right about that. I think because at the end of the, I don't want to go back to that, but at the end of that first day of conversation, they were like, yeah, sure, like you can go meet this agent, or you can go, get a COVID test and ask these questions. And I was like, so what do I do now? And they're like, just stay close to Brian. And I forget exactly how they put it. It was beautiful and horrifying. There was something like, and see how you can rise through the ranks or something. Right. And then 2 days later, I get a call to go work on the COVID test. And she's like, yeah, we knew that was going to happen. That's why we talked a couple days after that. Yeah. We knew, they're like, we work in favor at all times. So I don't know if they were saying they were Brian or these other people or whatever, or if it was a good guess on their part. Certainly, after 6 months of not talking, it was really good. Because then when that job started, they wanted me to get close to all these famous, powerful people and have specific conversations with them, with my phone out. Get close to the administrators at the COVID testing sites, have specific with the people getting tested. They wanted me to figure out where the tests went after, at the end of the day, a big bucket, and they took it somewhere. They wanted me to figure out where the tests went. They at one point asked me to get the names of the officers who took the tests from the site to the lab. So they wanted me to, at that point I thought, oh yeah, I guess it is probably valuable information to the Chinese or to these dissidents or whatever, like how COVID is affecting us and how we're reacting to it and how the COVID testing sites are doing all that. And this marks the period of like, something is obviously wrong here. Something is bad that's happening here. But I feel over my head.
Did you do it?
So this is, there were things that I did and things that I didn't do. And because things that I did were not technically illegal, but we're definitely in like maybe a moral gray area because
So this, for people, by the way, is like you're in the middle of it still. This is not over.
This is like the crux, really.
Right.
Yeah. Because now I'm in the world doing something for them. Like it was fun to all this stuff and be like, wow, there's this kind of war going on and who's a believer and all this stuff. But like this is and it's interesting. This is where I'm like going out into the world and like doing what they tell me to do. To an extent. There was a line where I was like, names of officers sketchy, and I'm not doing that.
And when you go there and they say turn your microphone on, what does that mean?
Or just have my phone out.
Just leave your phone out and they'll do the rest.
That's enough for them. They're go to the administrator, ask them, certain questions about how the tests are disseminated. Make it seem like, they said you're the charming American prince. They're buffing my ego, giving me this confidence to be like, yeah, you can go have a conversation with someone in a completely unsuspected way, but get something out of them. And so, yeah, they wanted me to talk to these people, give them like character evaluations of them, and ask them certain questions with my phone out so that they could listen. But at this point, I started kind of clocking like what seems like maybe something they could find on the internet or something that was harmless versus something that was sensitive and harmful. For example, at a certain point I started working on the testing data in PPE. So I would like have one conversation with somebody that worked at the testing site that seemed like I'd be like, oh, you ever heard of this guy, Dr. Charles Lear? Or something like that, or whatever. Or like, oh, what is that? What is that panel over there? And they'd be like, oh, yeah. I was like, oh, what? I heard it's like 5G, like something like that. And then when it started to get a little bit more serious.
Did they ever give you like a specific list of things to say, or you just you're coming up with stuff?
No, there's like if we go back to the, let's see if I can dig it up. But yeah, they were essentially like. Well, one of the things they wanted me to do is do character evaluations. So they're like, go talk to the administrator and come back and just like tell us what kind of guy he is. Like, and so that to me, I feel thinking about that stuff now, I certainly feel guilty, and I don't want to be like, oh, I was a victim, but like I certainly feel like it was kind of a moral gray area. But I'll explain the guy, not like his name, not where he's from, not anything like that. But I'll be like, he's a jolly man. He seems educated in his own right. Probably not a free thinker. He probably has a few degrees. He's got a red face, and so maybe his altruism is self-sacrificing. Maybe he spends all day doing service to other people, but then goes home and drinks because, it's his altruism. Like stuff like that. Like, just trying to. And so that kind of thing, they would ask for character evaluations, and then they would be like, find out about the biology of the tests. I guess for some reason it was valuable to them, or they were saying it was for them to know like what the nurses knew or what the administrators knew about the biology of the test, because they said there had to be certain nanobiology present in the tests in order for a vaccine to be promulgated. Is I think even a direct quote.
We're going back to a text message or a message that they sent to you about a particular molecule present in the tests that reacts with the active COVID strain. So what are they trying to say here?
So then they go on to say there's a certain biotech that is compatible with 5G. And this message and future messages, two things. One, this explaining the type of things they want me to ask the nurses and people who administer a test to see if they know this. And just said it to me initially. I was like, there's no have any idea about any. But what they're saying is that, there's a point which they described to me the creation of COVID and the creation of vaccine, and that there's like a symbiotic relationship within the two. And so they're saying that there's a certain biotech that is compatible with 5G in COVID. And so when people get tested, it tests like for that or something. And this is the kind of thing where I don't want to get too much into conjecture.
They're saying molecule present in the tests that reacts with present COVID strains. Or are they saying it actually? Where are they saying it's in COVID itself, in the actual virus?
Honestly, that's a really good question, because I don't think okay, so they've explained it kind of two ways. The main way that I kind of went on thinking about it was that COVID is real, but it was in a certain way to spread easily, but not have like a crazy mortality rate or whatever. And that the only function of that was to create enough fear. They're like, people are not going to put computer technologies in their bodies unless they're afraid. And so that COVID was created to like create enough fear.
The idea was that it was created in the lab in Wuhan. The gain of function research was essentially to like figure out more powerful bioweapons, right?
Yeah. And they corroborate that too. And I'm like, well, how is it there? And I was like, how did it come to be? And they're essentially just like, someone was injected with COVID and sent out into the wet market. So it's like this weird mixing of truth, of mainstream and conspiracy. It did come from the wet market, but became not where it was. Right? It was because they put someone up and then sent them out into the wild. So that narrative is more like, okay, COVID itself, compatible with anything. It's just a function of creating fear that people won't think twice to inject themselves with a new technology that is, allegedly computer technology. But this thing here, I'm hesitant to make conjecture about what exactly they're saying here. There's tests that reacts with the active COVID strain. Okay, yeah, that's not conspiracy. That's just saying there's that's how they do the PCR tests, right?
I guess.
I don't know the science behind it.
Yeah, a molecule in the test. I thought the test. So I don't know exactly how the tests work. I assume they're talking about the PCR tests.
Yeah.
So Steve, can you go back to the Google page where it's explaining what the PCR test is for the top of this? No, go back to the top of that. Right here. So Carrie Mullis was a chemist, recognized for his role in the invention of Mears chain reaction, also known as PCR technique, that he shared the 1993 Nobel Prize in Chemistry with a guy named Michael Smith. So him and Michael Smith won the Nobel Prize in '93 for this PCR technique, and was also awarded the Japanese prize the same year for. And PCR became the central technique in biochemistry and molecular biology. So go down. So can you click on? Is there a link to like what the PCR test is actually used for? Or can you scroll down and find more about the PCR test? Yeah, click that. So the polymerase chain reaction PCR is a method widely used to make millions and billions of copies of a specific DNA sample rapidly, allowing scientists to amplify a very small sample of DNA or part of it sufficiently to enable detailed study.
So, but I think the argument against it was that if you amplify like enough of a testing, like a small testing pool to enough of a degree, it'll show like most everything. The idea that like we always have viruses that are trying to get into us and we're most of the time fighting them off. If I recall, that was the argument against the accuracy of PCR tests. That it was like if you blow up any testing sample to enough plague in somebody,
right?
So,
right.
But as it relates to this, I'm not so sure because they also I just scrolled to another passage where they explain the connection of 5G again from their perspective,
right?
And COVID and kind of
click on COVID-19 testing. Involves analyzing samples to assess the current presence of SARS-CoV-2, the virus that cases COVID-19 and is responsible for the COVID-19 pandemic. The two main types of tests detected either presence of the virus or antibodies produced in response to the infection. Okay, right. There was a basically they take the swab of your saliva, detect whether your body was creating the antibodies to protect yourself against it. What was the other one? So, the two main types of tests to detect the presence. So there was just two tests to detect antibodies. Molecular tests for the viral presence through its molecular component are used to diagnose individual cases and allow the public health authorities to trace and contain an outbreak. Tests, serology, immunoassay, instead show whether someone had the disease. They are less useful in diagnosis of current infections because antibodies may not develop for weeks after infection, right? And it's used to assess disease prevalence, which aids in the estimation of the infection and fatality rates. Got it. So, in this test, I'm guessing they're talking about there was a molecule. I don't understand. Like,
yeah, I don't. So I don't know if we want to look at that first. Because I don't know.
5G capable of transmitting data at an incalculable pace. If there is a chemical agent within human cells, then all bodily functions can be measured seamlessly. Thoughts can be entered. It's the next phase. There had to be a reason for humans to give up their bodies to these forces. If they fear the virus, they will allow the computer technology to be placed in their bodies.
And then the next part, they were answering a different question that I asked about.
Right.
They.
Governments. Okay. You're asking who is they? You say, and they say not so organized.
So yeah, just fun diatribe here. I think this point I asked them who they are because everyone's always saying they, and they describe it really well. They say they are like the mafia in that there's many different families, and sometimes they work together, sometimes they work separately, sometimes they work against each other. But they're all always working to their own, with their own benefit in mind. And sometimes it aligns with each other, and sometimes it doesn't. And even if you were to kill all the heads of every family in the mafia still exists. And so they're on, in like a perspective, they're essentially saying it's not so simple that there's one room in the Illuminati where everybody's cooking up plans for the world. They're like, there's just all of these people whose power has like metastasized to a certain, to such a degree that they're fighting for their own control and their own power, and sometimes they aren't. But it's also like this spiritual thing. It's like this evil that exists of man has been around forever, and you can never kill it. It's humanity. It's like a part of who we are. And I was talking to someone about it the other day, where I was like, you don't know who you would be if you had $1 trillion. You know, like you don't know what it's like to have that much power.
Right.
So it's something in us, you know. It's like they are you. You know, you have to check yourself for like your desire for control. But these people just actually have it. But it's not one group. It's not the Illuminati. You know, it's corporations and bankers and, you know, whatever.
Right. People who we probably don't know the names of.
Yeah, and then people beyond that. I mean, you know, the Club of Rome one is a fun one to dive down.
Which one?
There's like some people are like the people who are like Rome was never destroyed. It just like changed forces, yeah. And they cite like the eagle, the two that symbol is like spanned from, you know, ancient Mesopotamia to Rome to you know, the UK to the US and Nazi Germany, and that like that symbol alludes to the fact that there's been this like undercurrent of like power transfer. It's a fun rabbit hole. I don't know.
Interesting.
But this is the final one. Whoever controls 5G controls data and human activity. Human mind is within reach. And I say, so our goal is to take control of 5G and use it for good or destroy it, to prevent it from being used for the ultimate evil.
Mm-hmm. So at this point, they're trying to tell you, they're still trying to convince you that they're dissidents of the PLA. And they're saying that essentially the idea is China wants 5G, they don't. Mm-hmm. And they're trying to save America from 5G.
I think they're trying to save the world. It's like so dramatic, but I mean, they go on to say some crazy stuff, like, because then they tell me to read Revelation, and they tell me to read, it's actually funny, it's Siddhartha, and they tell me to read Nostradamus' quad. You know who Nostradamus was?
Yeah.
I didn't before this, but I read his book, and he was like this mystic who allegedly made all these predictions about.
When did he live again?
It was this 1500s, like 16th century. Okay. And but because of like at the time, and because some of his predictions were about Napoleon, he had to like scramble them, and so people point to this thing that he predicted there would be like 3 antichrists, and the first one was named like essentially Napoleon scrambled up. It was like Pao Lao Neon. And then the second one was Hitler. I don't know. And then the third one is named Maebus, but also his references to Maebus are like not specifically saying that, whatever. So I mean, this is how deep we're getting here. Like we're getting full tinfoil hat.
No, we actually just did a podcast on this. Neil, not to inform it. He was basically showing us. Remember, there was that badge or that There was like this emblem of a shield with Nero and Napoleon, I think it was, and there was like a severed demon head on top of it, and it had the Pope. It had the Catholic Church father, or it was a Pope or something that was on his hands and knees underneath it, holding up the shield. And this was supposed to be like signify the beasts of the 2 beasts of Revelation, which were Nero and Napoleon, I think. So it has the Pope underneath holding it up, and it has can you zoom in more?
And crossbones.
Anyways, sorry to interrupt you, but you were saying that they told you to read Revelation.
Yeah, so this is where we start to spiral out of control, man, because that's horrifying.
Yeah.
Standing on the back of the Pope.
I forgot what this was supposed to signify, but he explained it pretty well when he was in here. If you go back to there's conflicting ideas of what this meant.
It's like that one family, like Vatican, it's like this idea, you know, in the same way that you look to the president to be like, oh, they're the most powerful person in the world, like, give me a break.
Right.
The same thing as like, oh, the Pope, he's the most powerful person in the world. Like, no, the people paying his bills are the most powerful people in the world, which are probably these guys hanging on his back, you know?
Right.
So, I'm just trying to find the next the conversation with the girls who
Girls talk to the hacker?
Yeah, the one who when they create a fake account in my name and conversations with it.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find I think this might be so they're having me read they were talking about Buffy Mago. They're like comparing me to Siddhartha. This is you're on a spiritual journey. Brian is the merchant in Siddhartha. He's the one who you come out of this ascetic life and you meet this merchant. He's going to teach you about the world. He's going to teach you how to get money. He's going to teach you how to get the woman, which is like part of the story of Siddhartha. And then he'd be rich and powerful and everything, but then he has this kind of spiritual crisis and leaves and returns to being on the river.
They also, it's interesting that these guys did not take any time to try to hide the fact that they were Chinese. It's interesting.
Well, but
very overt.
It that begs questions too, because not to skip ahead. Well, I guess it's relevant. I think I don't know if I told you this when we were recording or not, but recently I put all of the messages I ever exchanged with the hacker and the whiteboard reports into ChatGPT. And I was like, what happened here actually?
Right.
And with sources, cited sources saying, specific psychological techniques that other governments have done to us, and done to other, and also stuff like Belcher and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
They were ChatGPT today, right? was saying that a distinct possibility. They were like, whether or not they're actually a state actor, they didn't come to a strong conclusion. But what they were saying was that, let's say, for example, the Chinese had access to, or somebody, us, whatever, had access to like this new technology. Because there's this idea that like, whenever something comes out, like it's already been around for like 10 years already, right?
Yep.
And so possibly there's a new technology, a new AI that's being tested, and I am a victim of that or a subject to see like how long can you monitor and manipulate and keep someone like suspended in space with just like an AI program. So that was something that ChatGPT suggested to me.
Really?
And they cited sources of things where that's happened in the past too. To a different degree with different tools or whatever. So that was super interesting.
And so like to break you down, essentially.
Yeah, and just break me down, but then also, keep me in an elevated state to where maybe if there's a use. So then ChatGPT went on to say,
put an AI as building and churning a candidate.
Yeah, right. Function entirely autonomous.
Social media DMs.
Yeah. And so what they were suggesting too is that maybe because there's a point where they said right in the beginning they said it's fucking scary, dude. Yeah. Yeah. And it's possible that they started with that. It's also possible that because of that conversation about Harvey Weinstein, because of my time in Russia, and they said to me right in the beginning back in New York, we don't know if these are your own beliefs or if you're working for someone else. And so maybe they thought at a point that I had some connection or I was secretly some type of agent or something already, and they were reaching out to me. And it's possible that that's true. And then when they discovered I maybe wasn't so influential, ChatGPT was saying like they don't like the world of intel and the world of espionage is like a long game, and so it's possible that they did reach out to me thinking that I was someone more influential, and then they were like, oh, he's not, but like let's try this thing on him, just to like let's test this AI on him just to see like what we could do, because he's not really a high profile target, and so we can just test out this new thing.
Right. Yeah, because like that makes sense to me, because the time and the resources and manpower it takes to do this with you for years is not a little, it's a lot.
Yeah. And also something interesting my friend pointed out when I was looking at these with him, he was like, how long is it taking them to respond? Because he was immediately they would say, I would be like, who are the financial elite? And they would send me just pages and pages and pages about Genghis Khan and about the monarchies of World War I and about the different technologies that were available and how they were used at that point in time.
And you would get long ass paragraphs in seconds.
Essays. They're not seconds. Not the same way ChatGPT like starts answering before you even. But like, I would ask the question. I would wait for the long ones. I would wait a few seconds or maybe 30 seconds, less than a minute, and they would send me a huge chunk. And so then they would go to say the reason, the typical of that, is because we're saying the tech that comes out today has already been available for years. They're like, we're altered humans. They're like, we're androids. We have, yeah. There was actually a point where I was like, they kept saying humans. They're like, you humans. And I was like, why do you keep saying you humans? Like,
Can you show me that part?
no,
And also, did you ever screen record in the process of communicating with them so you can see like the bubbles and like?
no, it was always like retroactive.
When's the last time you talked to them?
Whenever the last date on this was probably August of 21.
Oh wow, it's been that long.
Well, yeah, because then the whole federal thing happened, and there was a lot of time. I don't think they let go until I went because I told them to fuck off, and that time they fought me a little bit. And
That's interesting. Why would an AI care about it? That's unless it was controlled by it. Yeah, maybe.
I mean, dude, there's definitely a place in my brain that's sitting, waiting for one day to get another message from G. You know, right? Oh, actually, we might need to blank this because Chamath.
Oh, that's the dude you're talking about earlier?
I don't know if we need to cut it because I'm not saying this is true.
Right.
But I'm not slandering him at all.
Right.
I'm just saying that I was involved with a hacker who told me that Chamath Palihapitiya, founding member of Facebook and billionaire, is like one of them. He's like a compatriot of G. I'm not saying that true.
Right. He's the guy you were talking about earlier?
Yeah. You've probably seen him on the news because he's like very much this outsider who his perspective is he's like people say like, oh, all billionaires, people who run the world have enough capital to force their worldview onto the world, and the only way to be able to force your worldview onto the world is to gain capital. So and so you see him on the news like really talking shit. He even talked about the Rothschilds on like
Did he really?
Yeah. So, and that's a big swing, I think. Okay, no, this is the end, actually.
So you're saying they were talking about humans as if they were talking about something else. Like it wasn't you.
Yeah,
like it wasn't them. Like they weren't the same.
Yeah, so I was like, what do you mean you humans? And they're like, we don't think you're ready to know. And actually, I think the first day they said that, I was like, yeah, I don't want to know. Because I was like so on the verge of insanity. And so one day I was like, okay, fine, tell me. And they're like, we're modified humans. We have essentially Neuralink, but it's far beyond what we were told is like the actual power of Neuralink. And that's how we're able to talk with you and be doing other stuff and detailed, intricate, historical, scientific like explanations for things. Because it's essentially like having Siri in your head is how they describe it.
It sounds like they're trying to break down your grip on reality.
For sure. Because I'm again sitting here now. I'm not saying that's true, but
right.
At the time, at this time, I was pretty much taking everything they said pretty literally. Because I was so isolated. I wasn't telling anyone. It was COVID, so everyone was fucked up. Add this on top.
Yeah. My God, I can imagine.
Yeah, and I was just like, but then something strange happened where I was like, they were like, we're your compatriots. We've got your back. Like, yeah, we're watching you, but we're also watching you so we can protect you from other people who might be interested. So, for example, there was a friend I was writing the screenplay with.
Should have had to send you some Bitcoin. Otherwise, it would have been untraceable. Sorry, your friend what?
There was a point where they're like, okay, you can have one friend that you tell, one person in your life, because I was like, I need to tell someone for my sanity. This is insane. They're like, okay, you can tell one person, but you're opening them up. Or they said that after. So I stopped messaging them, and I called my friend Glenn, or we do like a recreation of this. And I tell him about this, then we hang up the phone, and then he immediately starts getting like insane messages and about COVID, but for him it was weird too. They were talking about angels and they were talking about like different stuff than they were talking to me about. And I immediately was like, "This is you. This is G. You're testing him. Like you're fucking with him. Like stop." And I was getting really pissed off. And they're like, "No, there's counter forces." They're like, "Somebody heard that you were talking to this guy." And again, this is where we're really in like you said. Like I don't have any idea what's real and what isn't, because I see that and I'm like, this is obviously them fucking with him. But then they're like, "No, bro. Like there's a lot of players going on here. Like, and you opened up your friend, and they're coming for him." To test him, and it's his job now to navigate that, and it's your job to navigate the fact that you opened him up and now he's being tested. So yeah, it's like I see when you look. I mean, I'm confused. It's
Yeah.
So I don't think I actually. So, oh yeah, this is where the okay. I could probably find it actually if you just. Yeah. Yeah, they're talking about Chamath. This is the San Francisco agent. This is the guy they're saying is coming to get me. See that?
It will be interesting to see as you ask him of his reptilian breed, what he says to you, what his eyes, how he moves his face. My function with him is becoming clear as I sit here answering my own questions in my head. The river, the what comes?
The river comes.
The river comes.
I mean, this is where I'm starting to talk like them. I'm starting to like really be.
You know, are you asking me now or offering me questions for our meeting
about this? But yes, there was an interesting point too.
He's talking about Chamath being a reptilian.
No. He's talking about I watched this documentary called Above Majestic. Have you ever seen that?
I don't think so.
It's. I don't think there's a lot of value to it. But it's far out. It's like people talking about like, oh, I was kidnapped as a kid and taken to Mars and like whatever. But it's like people in the conspiracy world like send it around. And I watched it because that's where I was at. And I asked them like, is it true? And they're like, unfortunately, like yes. And they're like talking about reptilians and stuff. And so I said to them, I was like, okay, well, if he's a billionaire, like, you might have to read his name. I don't know. I was like, this is all. I'm not saying this is true, but I was like, if he's a billionaire, like he has to have rubbed elbows with people. You don't get that high in the world without like being close. And he's like, they're like, yeah, we know. And then here, let me actually scroll up to get the verbatim of what they said.
But they will allow the virus to spread, and its havoc is only growing in its potential. This is the, as you declared it, the eye of the storm. But the clouds are in the sky coming on.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. But are they all human? Okay, so humans are made to find greed. Oh, this might be actually before this, what it says. Okay, so yeah, they're talking about this guy.
Our billionaire friend?
Yeah, humans are made to find greed. They must find greed.
Or you're talking about the agent in San Francisco?
Yeah, both. Same guy. Okay. And so I said, all the same person. One person. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're saying not. I'm not saying. They're saying this is all for entertainment purposes.
Yes.
They're claiming that this guy Chamath, this billionaire, is their San Francisco agent, is working with them, and he's the guy that's coming to get me. And I say, are they all human? Because I had just watched this fucking documentary.
Are they all human?
And then they, maybe we could skip some of this. They talk about Trump being the Antichrist. They talk about the 27-year war, which is the final war, as predicted by Nostradamus. Knows some of them are not of human form. Yeah.
There are other forces within the deepest substructurings. Their exposure can come as the war advances. Wow, you are an advanced creature. Your sensitivity is a marker. Your migraines and emotional intensity come from what we see as a deeper connections that you are beginning to explore and accept as unique.
So buffing my ego and also dropping some crazy shit on me. So essentially I'm like, they're like, yeah. in the same metaphor as the mafia, where it's like different families working together. Like he doesn't work for us; we work with him, and he has his own interests, and sometimes we're aligned, and sometimes we're not.
Yes.
So they're like, when you meet him, we are, because I want to say like, well, he must be kind of evil if he's a billionaire, right? And they're like, we have this about him, and so when you meet him, you know, ask him certain questions, see how his eyes flicker when you're asking him about the reptilians. Try to see, you know, and this is where we're at. I mean, I live in a world where anything's possible, but I'm not sitting here today saying I believe that there's reptilians. But it's also just like these conversations on Instagram. I think that's
it's totally insane.
Agreeable. Yeah.
So where does it go from here?
So it goes. So this is the beginning. This I fucking use my mind. And then they say he's coming to get me on July 4th. I think this is 2020. And they're saying that he has to monitor me. But then during this time, so I'm like, okay, bet, finally, someone is coming to get me. But then during that time, they start dropping some crazy shit on me, such as hacking and dreaming. So one night, I have a horrifying dream. Again, vaccine. I don't think there were really conspiracies about vaccines yet. I was like July. I don't remember that exactly, but I don't remember people really fighting about vaccines. It's coming, but I hadn't heard anything yet. And I had this dream that I was shot, injected by this man in a suit, and I remember like getting as close to dying as you can in a dream, and waking up like almost in that like sleep paralysis state where the line between asleep and awake is like non-existent. And I was like sweating and my heart was racing, and I felt the same way that I did in the dream, like as I was dying. And I was like, fucked up. So I came from one day and I started fucking with them because I was just like in a heightened state of fear. And they're like, you're compromised, you're disjointed. And it's like when they said like, no, this is not that. Hearing you're disjointed, very much so feel this in this like very vulnerable fucking state. I started freaking out, and they're like, someone's in this. They're like, someone has one of the counter forces or whatever. And then they come back to me a few days later and they're like, have you ever heard of the like tag, like someone's name, AD44? And they're like, you really think the truth here? Like, do you know who AD44 is? And I was like, bro, intrusive thought that you had that I only ever talked about in therapy in like 2018, like horrifying and violent, and just it hit me. I don't know if you ever had some thought, like just sometimes sure. It's just comes in, you know?
Yeah. And
they're like, that thought was implanted. They were like, you have it like, and the same, I guess, quote unquote science, pseudo, whatever, about dream hacking is essentially that our brains are like electromagnetic receivers and have a certain frequency. And so they were saying that because of that, you can. I mean, yes, I think something you can. I was on another show the other day and they were talking about for the first time ever, people were able to communicate in their dreams or something. Yeah, like and so essentially, yeah, they're saying that like it's possible to you pick up on like a frequency of REM sleep, you can lock onto that, and then you can input something like a word, like or a different frequency, something to like change your picture and make a fearful dream. And so that's what they started. And this is where I'm just like, there's so many things that I was like ready to believe. Even like hearing Donald Trump as maybe this Antichrist, I was like, maybe. Or like the stuff about Libra, the way, even the stuff about 5, I was like, yeah, maybe. But once they started talking about hacking and thought hacking and androids and the fact that there's lizards,
what does it mean with Donald Trump and natives?
Yeah, this is where they're testing me. They're like the reason Chamath isn't coming to get you is because he believes that you enjoy your status in creepy. He's like, you still love the Matrix. I was like rewatching the Matrix, and I told my buddy like, God, like the guy who eats the steak and goes back to sleep. He's like a famous actor. I was like, this point in my life, I was like, he's nice. And then they messaged me being like, you want to be that guy who eats the steak, and you're not really ready to do this, and that's why he's not going to come get you. And it felt like they really cared. It was more bullshit. But you know, also conviction. So I give them this.
This athleticism. Really unprecedented.
Anyway,
what the fuck?
I mean, I don't want to drag too far. I mean, Reptilian Force, I totally understand. Revelation, yeah, and then I guess I shouldn't be really how we wrap this up.
Yeah. So you're doing these, going back to the first mission they put you on to go do the test, the PCR test, and report on. There are these ideas out there, and these nurses that are giving you these tests to see how they're responding to conditions on them.
Right. Thank you. Yes. So that at a certain point, I was like, this seems superfluous. I was like, if you want access to the lab, like, why don't you hack the lab? Why don't you hack someone that works at the lab and get them to do your bidding? Like, why do you need to know what the nurses do know about 5G? I'll tell you right now about 5G. And it started to seem like they were testing me more.
Yeah.
And it was just more bullshit. So I kind of started weakening on this. I stopped volunteering at the COVID site. I started getting suspect of all of that stuff. I'm playing as Red Dead Redemption, like locked up, like that, and put myself on the other, and I thinking, this will get me. Yeah. And then a lady came back into my life that I had dated in college. And again, I wasn't telling anyone at this point. That one guy, but then he got so scared that he ran away and he didn't want to talk to me anymore. He was just like Glenn. He was in like a couple episodes in the beginning, and he was like the person I was allowed to tell. And there was one night where she was over, and I was so riddled by this whole situation that I had like a moment of clarity. I was like, I have to tell someone. And so I told her, and the first thing she did actually was snatch my phone and like double tap the icon on the bottom right of Instagram to see if I had another account, if I was crocheting. Right. Very smart on her part, but I didn't because I did not create this. And if I did, that would be genius. So she sat with me. I showed her some of the messages, and she was like, "Oh my god!" Like, and I explained to her vaguely kind of where I was at, and she was like, "So nothing has happened. They've only ever asked you to put yourself at risk." And watched you stalked you relentlessly, and threatened you, and your life has not gotten any better. Like, this knowledge is not helping you. Right. And she was like, and they haven't. You still have not met anyone. Because from my perspective, I was like, if a fucking tech billionaire who founded a social media platform, whatever, comes to my house with a black book and an encrypted phone, like, I might at that point be like, something is real happening. But that it still hadn't happened at that point. And so she was like, nothing tangible is manifested. Yeah, I've done things in the world for them, but they haven't been like, and they would make the excuse like, with PLA, if we get found, they're going to behead us and torture us. So they said that a few times. And so she made a good point, and it was nice to connect with someone again, and work was maybe starting to come back a little bit. So I was like, okay, you're right. And so I can show you the last day, because the thing they said to me on the last day is brilliant and horrifying.
This is the very last communications you have with them? Active 5 months ago.
Yeah, but I took this image.
Okay, this is yesterday on this was obviously recorded.
Yeah, this was not. Yeah. so for active 5 minutes ago, yeah. So you bring to us these warnings. So they're reaching out to this community because for the first time they sent me a message and I didn't respond because I was now talking to this girl and she was telling me, she essentially was like, it's them and me. And it hit me that my life was falling apart to such a degree that I was even considering choosing a hacker on my Instagram over a wonderful lady. And so I give them the business finally, and I'm like, you essentially, I'm like, you've done nothing but tear me from the people in my life, convince me that no one's going to believe me. You said there would be a coup on the 7th floor when there wasn't. You said that I was an agent in New York and I didn't. You said Trump was going to get it and you didn't. And you conditioned me to be able to handle intense situations. Things happen that are beyond the realm of what is possibly doable. And now I'm using that skill against you, and you're giving me shit for it.
Yeah.
And unless you give me hard evidence, like that's it.
What the hell is that?
Because she and I had just had a conversation where I essentially came that I was going to say this to them. They're like, yeah, hi.
So they're saying that you came to this conclusion that you're sending them right now because of your conversation with her.
Yeah.
Nice, but we're not together now. Wow. Scare touches will no longer work on me. If you reach out to anyone in my life, just immediately. This is over, Max. We have told you with consistency and great measurement that Chamath was to be in preparation to meet with you as he. Okay, so they're making excuses, so be it. Goodbye.
More like a little salty about it.
Yeah.
I'm like, so be it. And they're like, damn, he's called our bluff. And they're like, he was just about to come. Like, Chamath was about to come. And I'm like, sure. Yeah, at this point, I'm like, fuck you, dude. Like, and that's kind of in the point. Because then, okay, so pretty much they tell me I gave into my fear. I needed to taste the bite of a woman, all this shit. And then the last thing they ever said to me is, one day we will shake hands on the battlefield and see that we are all who we say we are. Was the last message they ever sent to me.
Okay. Which was how long ago? 2 years ago?
No, more. It was July of
2020.
2020, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and so it takes me a little while to calm down. I'm writing because that's therapeutic for me. I'm dating this girl. I'm now, work is coming back. But then a friend came over once and we were sitting and we were reading the messages and then we were talking about it. And you were like, wait, this is kind of the format of like a podcast maybe. And so I started making like just the idea that we're talking about something, we're looking at something and we're discussing it. And so I brought it to someone I work with. He was like, you need someone in law enforcement to kind of corroborate, for this. And so I cold called the FBI. This was Thanksgiving of 2020. And I told someone else on the phone. I told them my whole story. And they said, and I also said, I'm making a podcast. I'd love to interview someone or get like an official statement. They're like, yeah, totally, you got you. I'm not gonna. And so they said, someone will call you back in the new year or never. And I was like, okay, great. And the next day, I get a phone call, agent, and he's like, the way we're the good cop, bad cop, he's like, hey, bro, like, what's poppin'? Like, he's trying to sound like a millennial or something, and like, be cool, and like, make me feel comfortable or whatever. And he's like, yo, we'd love to talk to you. And I'm like, okay, cool, I'll come to the office. And they're like, no, we'll come to your house. And I was like, okay. And so then the next day, this is 2 days after I made the phone call, there's two guys in suits at my gate in Venice. I had a little bungalow in Venice, in California. And they come in.
Oh, you were in Venice right through the pandemic?
Yeah. There was even a point too where
I saw some videos.
No, I was like in that shit. There were days where I couldn't get home because of all the riots, and actually there was a point where
almost like took over, right?
Yeah, no, it was insane. It was like not. It was not. People were banging on our windows because my brother lived on the first floor, and he had a 1-year-old at the time. And,
this is when you said you got a gun and they knew you had.
Yeah. They were like, if you're not afraid, it's not clear to us why you secured a weapon. And I am positive all that ever happened. Like my brother and I were like, okay, this is secret. We're not texting. We're only gonna talk about this, and like because we just wanted to protect the kid at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And they were like, why'd you get a gun then? But then they de-escalated me because they're like, bro, like you do not have training for a gun, which is weird. If they wanted me to be Harvey Oswald, they'd be like, yeah, go get a gun, like fuck shit up,
Right.
But they were like, no. And so they come into my house, the two agents, and I showed them everything because it's fun when you're young to be like, oh yeah, like I said, like I know everything about the world, communism, like capitalism, whatever. And I'm not saying anything about that. It's just when the chips are down, and it's like I'm either gonna potentially go to jail for like treason for the Chinese, or like come clean and like align myself momentarily with the FBI. It's like there isn't real option for me. Like And so I asked them at the time. I said, "So what do you think this really is?" And they're like, "We think that they're actually PLA, and it's not dissidents like they told you, and that they use the dissident story to like get through."
They read all of it.
Well, what's weird is I showed them all of these, and I gave them the computer, and I just let him scroll through everything. And at one point during the conversation, I was like, "Are you guys recording me?" And they're like, "No." And he must have looked at the computer for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, which is not enough time to read all these. One of these videos is 20 minutes. But then on the FOIPA, there's a section where it tells like the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act.
Okay.
It's like people who want to know about JFK, they file like a FOIPA.
I heard of FOIA, but I never.
Oh yeah, the P was added to be like you're allowed to know what the government knows about you, privacy.
Okay.
Within certain constraints.
Sure.
And but yeah, then on the first report that I ever got back in the section that's like person's statement, it was every single thing I said and all of them, like a very summary of all of the messages. And so I was like, okay, if they weren't recording me, either this guy's like a speed reader and has like a like a photographic memory, and they didn't take my phone. I was like, do you guys need my phone or my computer? Like, no, you're good. So I don't know how, like they were out me or they hit me and they looked at the messages on their own time. I don't know, but they had pages and pages of my statement, like verbatim.
Like in person that you were talking to them when they came to your house.
Yeah.
They had all that.
They had all that, but they weren't recording and they didn't need my phone and I don't know. So they also said, I said, I'm in jail. They said, let's just say it's a good thing you got us and not the other way around. Dodging it. So yeah, they said they thought it was actually PLA. Like, give us 2 weeks and we'll call you back. And it was a tough 2 weeks. Wondering if I was like going to jail or something.
Yeah.
And he called me 2 weeks later, and he says, the good news is you don't ever have to worry about these fuckers ever messing with you again. But the bad news is we can't tell you anything about it. And I asked him some questions, and he was like, we cannot confirm it. We cannot confirm it. We cannot confirm it. But then I asked him one question. I said, if this was a state actor, would you tell me what actually happened in exchange for using my podcast as propaganda? Like, I will let you say whatever you want through my podcast if you just attack it. Like, I need to know what happened. And that was the one question he answered. And he said, yeah, I brought that up to my superior, but he said that we can't make any public statements, including a private person that's considered a public statement. So I was like, did he inadvertently confirm he was a state actor by saying that?
Right.
So
and you told them you planned on publishing all this on a podcast?
Yeah, from the beginning. And they're like, that's great. As right as they were leaving, I said, so you guys are watching me now, right? There was a beat. And there was a bad cop there. This guy's the good cop. The bad cop was like 6'4", 250, just staring. If I've ever met a lizard, this guy was a fucking lizard. I dude chilled up my spine when he was like, I was also
doing the gang signs.
And all he did the whole time was just stare at me. And the other guy was taking. And I said, you guys are watching me now, right? And there was a silence. And I looked at the bad cop, and he was looking like this. And he gave me like the most imperceptible, creepy nod. And then the good cop was like, no, you're an American citizen. You have rights. We can't watch you. And I was like, okay, sure. So can't tell me anything about it. And then I filed, and we're still actually in that process now. So there is still something left unanswered that would be in the show. Because I ended up hiring someone who works in the media to file different kinds of, and actually a congressman just got in touch with to like get an actual unredacted report, because all of the Freedom of Information and Privacy Acts have come back redacted, and different each time too. Like they have like the first one didn't say anything about this, and the second one was like, there's no proof that your phone was compromised.
Looked it up on Throne.
And I was like, bro,
when
you
you type
the past 3 hours looking at all of the evidence, unless my dad is the hacker, like, how would they have known about a conversation and they've
one of the
people that helped us with the FOIPA CD, like they're like dicking us around. I don't know what they're up to. It's just redacted.
I think that's bullshit.
But then through my work, I was able to talk to the guy.
Encyclopedia of Modern Olympic Movement. That's what you're looking at right now, folks.
Former head of IT security at the White House.
Throwing
And,
up gang signs.
And it's funny because
Bitches
like,
do
tech
coke
experts
lines.
are like, no, this is impossible. I can't really give an explanation, but they're like, this doesn't happen. But then the high level people are like, yeah, this happens. Like this is like there's disinformation campaigns. So to the point of why they would be okay with me telling this story, it's possible that their goal is to spread a bunch of bullshit lies, and then suddenly I'm telling Brian to make a movie about Libra or something, and now like I'm getting information out into the world. It's like a direct line from potentially China or from some other agent, direct line through like mass media in America. So that was one of the things that these agents that the NSA guy and whatever said about what it could be. That one, it's like a misinformation thing, but also it's a way to get to more powerful people as they come through me. It's easier to hack me than get me US burners here. But then then there's also all these other theories about AI and MK Ultra type shit, and I'm hopeful that this next report that we get back will have information because we've got a lot of help getting it. From like media people and now a congressman. We just got connected to a congressman the other day who's interested in helping with it. So we'll see. But
what has Brian said about all this?
He's just like such a G about it. Like the day that I told him about it, like when my ex told me to come clean or whatever, I brought him like a bunch of printed out images of these screenshots to his house. I left my phone, my computer, everything in the car. And I showed him, and he was just like, first he wanted to know, he's like, am I involved in this? And I was like, they talked about you, but, it didn't seem like you're in danger or anything like that. And he just didn't seem like phased at all. He's like, okay, cool. Actually, this person I know at Wired, this person I know at Citizen Lab, someone that was in one of these movies who like this non-for-profit organization that helps with digital security and stuff like that, but also helped with the discipline too. So, and he tried to help, and and that was it. He was kind of, I think I might have his digital security under control, so he was maybe not so worried about it. But and he was also very kind to let me use his name and any kind of resources to help put this story out there, because wow, it's been hard. I run into a lot of problems because I had 2 deals signed actually with podcast companies, signed everything, and for different reasons they fell apart because of oversight, because of the subject matter, and so that's why I put it out myself, because it's hard to tell a story like this. Like he had with the dissident, people are like, you can't say that.
Right. So you're currently putting this podcast out on Spotify, right?
Everywhere. Every listening podcast.
And you got 5 or 6 episodes out so far?
5 and 6 comes out on next Tuesday. This next season. Yeah.
And you're gonna do how many, do you think?
I think there's gonna be 9, depending on some of the stuff that we get back from the reports, and maybe some intelligence agents that we'll be able to get on the show because they're skittish with stuff like this. Yeah. If they're in reserves, what they said to me, one of the guys I talked to, he was like, "Yeah, I've seen stuff like this." He was like, "I can't come on the show because even if I say something as like conjecture and it turns out that it's true, I'm gonna get in trouble." Like, yeah. So
these active people or these retired folks?
Well, they now work in the private sector, but they're technically still reserves, so they're not actually retired. So yeah,
in what agency?
One of the guys was at the NSA, and one was like I can't say it. But he was the head of IT security at the White House at a certain point. I guess that narrows it down too much.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't say which president.
This was one mindful podcast, bro. Holy shit, man.
I'm glad.
Yeah, I don't even know what to think, dude. This shit's scary.
Yeah. I try to like wrap it up with some kind of moral or something. I mean, but I really don't know what it is. I think maybe you have to understand the playing field, and then, because I don't know, burying your head in the sand doesn't seem like the best solution, but you can also, if you go too deep, fucking lose your mind.
Yeah.
found.
I wonder what would happen if you like reached back out to those people if they were still there.
I tried once to message them again about like the election because it was still like the last Trump election. Which one was that?
2020. Or yeah, 2020.
Oh no, because this was after Trump got elected. What did I reach out? I reached out to them again about something later, and they didn't respond because I think one of the things that the NSA guy said was if the feds told you that you don't have anything to worry about, these fuckers are not going to mess with you ever again. He's like, that means they found them, took action, and are guaranteeing that you're safe. Like they wouldn't have said that if it wasn't true, according to this guy. Not that the FBI is always telling the truth. God bless him. But so I think if there was a G, then they're in a deep dark hole somewhere.
Right. Wow. Well, dude, thanks for coming on and explaining all this. That's wild fucking ride, dude.
Yeah, telling the story is helpful. Helps me heal.
Tell people listening and watching where they can actually listen to your podcast and find you online.
Yes. Spotify, Apple, everywhere you listen to podcasts. It's called The Final War, and there might be something else called The Final War. It's called The Final War. My name is Max Lebo, so that's how you would find it. And we also have an Instagram, The Final War Pod, and we're gonna do TikTok soon too.
You do YouTube?
No, we haven't. It's a longer story that we don't have to get into, but I just made it all by myself on GarageBand.
Gang son.
Yeah, check it out.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Buzzsprout. That's our like hosting. You can see all that. Yeah.
Awesome, dude.
I think I need to redo that.
I like it.
The episodes are better, but I think the main art. Look at just one man in his story, and Adobe Firefly trying to create AI images.
Dude, what a crazy motherfucking story, bro.
Yeah.
My brain is scrambled.
Yeah, sorry.
Thanks again for doing this, bro. This was fun.
Thank you, Michael.
We'll link everything below for everyone who wants to check it out. And sleep tight, everyone.
BFD. Engaged, ain't married. BFD. Engaged and married. BFD. Engaged, ain't married. I said BFD. Engaged, ain't married. Hey.
All right, Alexis, we're rolling. I'm fascinated with this whole like health mitochondria rabbit hole that I've fallen down since Jack came on here. And I love your glass and I love your shirt. Make mitochondria great again. Show it off. That's beautiful. How did you get interest and like for people aware of you, can you just like lay out like who you are and your background in health and medicine?
Yeah, sure. So I got my PhD at Princeton. I graduated in December.
What is this
2021.
bullshit?
I was there for 5.5 years. Before that, I did my bachelor's in biochemistry and math at a small school in High Valley called Moravian College. Before that, I was actually in culinary school, and I ended up pivoting into science after a pretty crazy experience that I had. It was like my first psychedelic experience.
LSD experience.
Yeah, I was like 18.
Steve, timer. Sorry, he forgot to do the timer.
Oh, okay.
You're good.
I thought you were saying like edit it out.
No.
But anyways, that was like a very eye-opening experience. Just like the nature of reality it made me really question things because, like for example, during that experience, I saw like the complementary colors really strongly. So everything was like red and green and purple and yellow. So whatever LSD I took at that time was really working on my photoreceptors in my retina. I don't know why. I never had that experience after that, but it was just very intriguing. I was like, this is awesome. I want to learn more. And I also had that experience at Moravian when I was visiting my best friend there. And so it really just gave me a good vibe to the school. And so I was like, I'm going to transfer there. And I ended up kind of having a knack for chemistry, so I went down chemistry route, but then I really liked biochem because of the applications. And I should mention that before this, like 3 years prior to this, I lost 100 pounds and had like this huge weight loss journey, like health transformation.
Oh, wow.
So that was also a motivating factor in kind of pursuing biochemistry and understanding the body more. But even at that point, I didn't have an idea about career. Like, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I kind of just always followed whatever felt interesting to me or curious about. So I did that whole thing in Moravian. I actually only ended up going to Princeton because it was like a commutable distance for me, and I figured it was probably a good school. I could fulfill my student loans more, so I was like, yeah, we're going. And I got accepted.
That's like a big time school, right?
Yeah, it's huge. But like, you'll learn this about me throughout the conversation probably, but no, like a pivotal authority. I don't respect anybody just because they're or an institution because it's supposed to be good. I always kind of saw through that because I had a lot of selfish issues as a kid, and so I really saw through like the standard medical approach, let's say, from a very young age, like starting at like 2 years old, just basically from like medical abuse and just constant failure of the system. I had like chronic strep throat and was on antibiotics for months. I was like in first grade, and just kept getting worse and worse.
What did you say? What kind of strep throat?
Like chronic recurring strep. It just kept coming back, and nobody was asking like why it's happening. It just kept drugging it. And that's also when like the childhood obesity started too, right after the antibiotics. And now we know that like early childhood antibiotic exposure can create issues with obesity like later in life usually, but it happened pretty rapidly for me. I also think I had quite a bit of black mold in my childhood home. There may have been issues with the electrical wiring as well. Now I'm reflecting on that, given what I'm interested in as well, like at this point. But all this kind of conspired together to create this health crisis junior year in high school. I was like 270 pounds. And joined the gym and started counting calories. I was still eating a lot of processed foods at the time because it was easy to count calories with them. And so I lost a bunch of weight, but at the same time, I also got an eating disorder right after me, and then also developed IBS shortly thereafter when I was working actually shift work. We can talk about the damages of that. But I was working shift work at a chemical company, internship at night, and then I was going to school during the day at Moravian. I was going to the gym. I was sleeping like 4 hours a day in like the afternoon. And that's when the IBS started. I was also crushing Rothschild, like the sugar-free Rothschild energy drinks. I was like, why is this happening to me? And the doctors were like, we'll put you on an immunotherapy. And I'm like, doing that first of all. And second of all, like there must be a reason why this is happening. It's like I didn't always have IBS. And so I started doing some investigating, cut out the stimulants, and also dairy out of my diet, and found it was a huge trigger for me. And basically all my symptoms went away overnight. And so I basically didn't eat dairy for a good 5 years, like not even butter, like very strict. And during this time, I was also at Princeton. I came across Joel Green's work. He worked in Unicode. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
No.
But he's a very microbiome-centric, like citizen scientist, let's say. And so that put me down the microbiome rabbit hole. And up until April 2023, when I found Jack's work, I thought microbiome was the thing that nobody was talking about, that was the most important thing. But all of that kind of changed. So to backtrack a little bit, I graduated in 2021 in December, like I said, from Princeton. Started my business almost right away, working with clients one-on-one, also teaching courses basically to help people be empowered with health information. I was very microbiome focused at the time, like I said. And then I went back for a postdoc at University of Pennsylvania in 2023.
Postdoc?
Yes, which is like the typical route. If you go into academia, it's like PhD, then postdoc, and then you become a professor and like have your own lab. I never really planned on doing that, but I was like, I'll do a postdoc because it's like stable income, interesting projects. I had a good connection with the PI at Penn, and I was working on a tech development project, essentially looking at some multi-omics imaging of tissues, looking at mRNA and metabolites within like tumors, for example, and other types of tissues, and looking and seeing basically if we can correlate those with different disease phenotypes and health outcomes, and then we can basically use that to better treat patients ultimately in the clinic from cancer, for example. But even at that point, I'm still like, okay, from a curiosity perspective, it makes sense to do this, and it's interesting, but we're still not dealing with the root issues of like what's driving cancer to begin with. And it was during this time, so April 2020, that I found Jack through the Rick Rubin podcast.
That was one of the most mind-bending podcasts I've ever listened to.
My entire life changed overnight.
My world flipped upside down.
Yes. I mean, imagine me, I was in academia for 10 years. This somehow never was on my radar. I knew about circadian biology from like Sachin Panda's work, and I thought that's interesting, and I just didn't get the sense that it was that important though. But to list it out, it's like, holy shit, like this is the most important thing nobody's talking about. I completely changed my own behaviors overnight, saw dramatic changes in like my sleep patterns. I always identify as a night owl. Suddenly I'm waking up early, I'm going to bed early, I'm getting tired, I'm sleeping through the night without waking up. I had better mood, better energy. I like cleaned my entire house within just like a week of making these changes, and I'd had like a lot of resistance around doing that. I think it was like, well, I lost my mom also the same month that I graduated from school. And so that's also a whole other story with regards to the corruption in the medical system. But I just had like some resistance around going through that old stuff, and finally had like the momentum and like the fortitude to be able to do it. And then I started teaching my clients about this stuff, and they started getting amazing results too. And then I started teaching classes around it because I'm like, this information needs to get out ASAP. Everybody needs this because we're having a medical crisis, and nobody is talking about this as like the foundational aspect to health, and in particular mitochondrial function.
Yeah, Jack's an interesting guy. I've been trying to wrap my head around how the way he communicates can be very overbearing. That kind of like a cult of personality, where he's obviously a super intelligent guy. He's got a very well-oiled brain up there, and there's a touch of narcissism, and he's an alpha male personality. So it's like whatever he says, it sounds so believable. Like it's like, even like I don't know anything about this shit, so I don't know how right or how wrong he is about everything he says, but everything, it's the way he communicates. It's like, bro, my friend, let me tell you something. Alexis, like it's so compelling the way he communicates.
He's a great storyteller too.
Incredible storyteller.
Yes. Well, that was the thing actually. When I found his work, of course, I'm stuck on the information, and then I immediately go down the rabbit hole looking through the literature and finding out that it was all true. Much to my shock, because I'm like, how did I never know this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one thing where I was like, are there any medical data or studies or research to prove this? Where he was talking about, I read his article that he posted on his Patreon about babies in utero, where he was talking about how when the fetus is developing in the womb, somehow the woman's body creates blue light to stunt the development of the brain, so that the cranium can fit through the birth canal.
Yeah, so actually, I had Scott Zimmerman on my podcast, who's the founder of Mira Lighting. He makes light bulbs that are actually healthy. And we talked about this on my podcast, Undoctrinate Yourself, where basically it's really the pregnancy progresses, of course, in the beginning, the belly, and there's a lot of fat tissue and like abdominal muscles, preventing light from actually penetrating in. But as the pregnancy progresses, like you enter the third trimester, now you're starting to get this protrusion that's actually stretching the muscles and the skin to make it thinner. And there's more light coming in from the outside now, which would include some of the shorter wavelength light as well, like blue light, not necessarily UV light because it's very short wavelength, but blue light, skin taut enough, you can come through, and that can directly work on leptin. That can begin to essentially put on more fat because of that fat for when it's born, so that it maintains its body temperature.
So would it not be good if you're like pregnant with a child and to be in the sunlight? You don't want to be in the sunlight because you don't want to grow the baby and be bigger?
No, it's great. It's self-regulating mechanism. Yeah, exactly. Because, well, also sunlight is perfectly balanced. We never receive blue light in isolation in nature. So, like, if you look at standard LEDs and fluorescent bulbs, device screens, it's a big bolus of blue light, and it has basically no red or infrared light because it's energy, like energy saving or whatever, energy efficient. But the problem with that is that in nature, most of the light we get from nature is the sunlight. And sunlight has about 25% blue light midday, but it has over 50% red and infrared light. And that red and infrared light has very balancing effects on the blue. So blue light in isolation is known to inhibit mitochondrial function on the surfaces, on your skin, eyes, and proximal brain regions. But red light and infrared light actually have the opposite effects. When red and infrared light interact with mitochondria, it actually stimulates mitochondrial energy production, water production, overall function. And so in nature, obviously it makes perfect sense that we would, if we're going to with blue light, we're going to receive also a balance of red and infrared light to help counteract some of those inhibitory effects on mitochondria. But in the indoor, unnatural environments with artificial light, we're not getting any of that because we block near-infrared light at every turn. All of our window glass is coated to prevent that from entering. Heat, near-infrared light is heat. Infrared light in general is heat. and that heat is seen as energy inefficient because we're looking to like keep our rooms at a certain temperature, right? And so we don't want outside temperatures influencing the inside because it will drive up energy costs. Not realizing that infrared light is actually an essential nutrient for the human body. It's not just superfluous. Our mitochondria actually require it. And if you're one of our ancestors living a more outdoor lifestyle, even just before like the late 1800s, power grids started getting rolled out, most of the light we were getting was from firelight or the sun. Firelight is primarily like orange, red, and mostly infrared light. The heat gives off a lot of warmth. That's why you feel that. That's non-visible light. So if we're in that environment late 1800s and before, we're getting a ton of near-infrared light from flame and also from the sun, which of course from sun up to sundown is very rich in this long wavelength red and infrared light. That's why the sunrise looks red, sunset looks red. That is consistent throughout the day. What really changes is the short wavelength.
Atmosphere.
Yeah, exactly. So the short wavelength light can't really pass through the atmosphere at like that very like long angle. But as the sun goes towards solar noon, then the thickness of the atmosphere becomes less, and you can get more blue and UV light coming through. But the blue and UV really peaks around midday, and then it goes back to basically just being red and infrared at night. And so even if you're sitting in the shade outside, green plants reflect a ton of near-infrared light. They do not absorb near-infrared light. It's reflected off, and so even if you're sitting in the shade, you're receiving a bunch. And it penetrates, yeah, and it penetrates into your body all the way through. If you're standing outside and it's reflecting off the green plants from all directions, it is into every organ and tissue, and it's stimulating your mitochondria.
What about if it's overcast like it was this morning?
Even if it's overcast.
Really?
Yep, because long wavelength light it can penetrate through basically anything. Obviously, there's some materials that are super thick, but clouds, that's nothing to that light.
Wow.
Yeah.
It seems like you have so much time in college, got a PhD, and was essentially like a part of a huge institution. You seem like a rebel. You have a very rebellious spirit about you. Is that pretty rare in your field and in your world?
I don't know anybody like me.
Yeah, there's not many people like that, right?
There's not. I mean, most people want to be in the rat race. Like I said, I've always been this way. Like I always had a defiance for authority. I would even go as far as saying I would always like to be like the thorn and seeing the more difficult questions or like inconvenient questions.
Right.
And so that kind of always just carried on. I mean, I just consider myself a curious person. Other people would see it as defiance. Like I just want to know stuff. Yeah. I just want to know what's true and like what makes sense. And if it doesn't make sense, I'm going to say something. And the mainstream narrative doesn't make sense.
Typical people who went through school the same way you did or studied the same things as you do, what sort of careers do they end up having?
Yeah, so I mean, if you go get your PhD, you're basically either going into pharma, biotech, or you're going to become a professor and have your own lab. And whatever those routes are, they're all the pharmaceutical military industrial complex.
So you don't want to ruffle any feathers.
You never want to ruffle feathers because then you can't get funding or you can't get a position. And there's also, I would say, like nepotism in a certain sense where it's like you want to get in good with certain people, and then you have those connections that allow you to go up the ladder. You have to play the game in order to get ahead. Yeah. Just
like any big institution.
Totally.
Industrial military complex, not the military industrial complex. Fall is already happening. Is that intentional? Does he say that intentionally like that? Or is that just dyslexia?
Well, it's actually funny because I don't know if you know anything about astrology, do you?
Yes. A little bit.
So, like, he's an Aries stellium, which no surprise there. Like, a bunch of Aries placements, essentially, which Aries is, like, the cardinal fire sign. It's super passionate, fiery, intense. So Jack, right? But his Mercury is also in retrograde in his natal chart, his birth chart. And whenever Mercury's in retrograde, it tends to create, like, verbal dyslexia. Like, you can switch your words around.
Right.
It can create just, like, some muddling of thoughts. And, like, it doesn't come out necessarily exactly right. But also, I feel like we understand exactly what he means. I feel like that's not really affecting.
I was just curious. I just didn't know if he was saying it purposely like that to convey some other meaning.
No, I don't think so. It's also funny because my partner also has Mercury retrograde and is also verbally like dyslexic. I've seen it so many times. Like I do people's charts. I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's just something I can't get by sometimes. It just like stops me. It completely breaks my train of thought. What? The industrial military complex? So you decided obviously against working, like maintaining the status quo or pursuing a career in the pharmaceutical industry. Did you ever think about doing that at any point, or?
I dipped my toes in when I gap year after undergrad before going to Princeton. And during that gap year, I worked at Bristol Myers Squibb for like 10 months. And it was exactly what I expected to be, basically. And it's actually pretty wild, but the people who were working there, they really thought they were doing good. Like, they thought they were saving lives every day, which is pretty shocking because, I mean, I could just immediately see, like, you're not curing, or, like, you're just basically masking a symptom. You're prolonging an issue that could have been solved more acutely, actually, by just kind of covering up the symptomology. And especially with, like, immunotherapies, they're really popular in the cancer world now. It's like, we're modulating the immune system, you know, to make it more reactive to cancer cells, but what else is it becoming more reactive to? Like, what else are we doing there? And with the autoimmune drugs, like, we're using a lot of immunosuppressants in that department. Well, the immune system is surveilling constantly for cancer cells. So if we're suppressing the immune system, you know, what are we going to create in 5, 10, 20 years? So there's just a lot of lack of, like, looking at the long game, I would say, in the standard medical acute care, and, like, people out of pain, and, like, we just have this immense distaste for being just, like, uncomfortable in this society. Like, we just want to be feeling comfortable all the time, and it's like, actually, is what accelerates growth, and it allows you to identify where there's some things you need to work on in your life. And if we're constantly numbing symptoms, we're missing the opportunity to deal with the issues at hand, really.
What do you think the primary reasons are for America, people in this country having such low health outcomes, or like such a crazy, explosive rate of obesity and cancer and all that stuff?
Yes, I mean, if you would have asked me that March of 2023, I would have said something about gut health and the microbiome and food and exercise. Nutrition, exactly. But now I can really, really see that light and water and magnetism, like Jack talks about, are really this foundation of the health pyramid. Because let's say your light environment is really poor, like you're, you know, living indoors all the time, you're wearing sunscreen when you go outside, you're wearing sunglasses, contacts, prescription lenses when you're out in the sun. You're hiding from the sun, and then you're also irradiating yourselves with LED lights, fluorescent lights, and your device screens. Well, that has knock-on effects to every other area of health. So for example, if you're in front of these blue light screens, that hijacks your dopamine, that really burns out that system that's able to buffer you against compulsivity, let's say. And so if you're in front of screens all the time, you're going to crave more hyperpalatable foods, highly processed foods, because your dopamine system's constantly looking for another hit or something to keep going. Same with the phones, like those also like hijack that system and make you addicted. Why does the blue light specifically hijack the dopamine system? It's addicting to our system.
The blue light?
Yeah.
How so?
So when it enters the eye, there's these receptors called melanopsin. It's a blue light detector in the eye. That eye is directly connected to the master clock in the brain called the suprachiasmatic nucleus, or the SCN, via the RHT, or the retinal hypothalamic tract. So the eye is directly connected to the brain. That part of the brain is the master clock that tells every other cell in the body what time of day it is. But blue light is also directly stimulating dopamine, the dopaminergic neurons, to get excited. I mean, I imagine evolutionarily speaking, during the daytime when blue light is at its highest, you need to be cognitively alert, you're awake, there's certain functions that correspond with it when you're exposed to that blue light. However, the blue light that we're receiving now is not the same because, like I mentioned before, it's like this big bolus of blue light in isolation. We're not receiving those balancing effects of red infrared, and also, so that blue light is not only hijacking those same awareness centers that get us into more of a sympathetic state, get us going and alert and like just more like mentally stimulated, but we're not also getting that balancing effect of like UV light, for example, which stimulates the production of this prohormone called proopiomelanocortin, or POMC, in both the skin via UV light and also in the brain via the eyes. So POMC is this really complex prohormone that's cleaved into 10 distinct hormonal products. 3 of those are alpha, beta, and gamma endorphins, the endogenous opioid molecules. So people think about endorphins and running, but the primary stimulus of endorphins, ancestrally speaking, is UVB light in particular. And so these endorphins, they not only reduce anxiety and depression and improve mood, they also improve cognition, learning, and memory. And they allow us to basically cruise at altitude dopamine-wise. So we're now, if we're receiving this like drug-like effect of UV light exposure, now we're not going to be craving other things like processed foods or social media or other things that addict us to the sun. And then when you see that, it makes it perfect sense why we are addicted to the sun and why nature would want to do that, because it actually is, we're meant in it, right? Like, why would we make endorphins, these endogenous opioids, if we weren't meant to be in the sun?
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a little sliver. We can talk about every wavelength of light and like how specifically, if we look at the modern system, we're constantly demonizing infrared and UV light. Like, we're not really demonizing infrared light, we're just blocking it by saying it's energy efficient or whatever. Not realizing that energy efficiency and technology is creating an energy crisis in the human body, because infrared and UV light are the most important frequencies of light for human biology. That's how our mitochondria also make light. They make infrared and UV biophotons.
So I can see how the blue light from screens and technology and staying inside could affect the dopamine system, and how it can encourage people to stay inside and not give them basically incentive to go out, something like that. Like people work out inside, people rarely work out outside. Incentivizes you to eat more convenient, shittier foods. And I can see how that can lead to things like obesity or autoimmune disorders. But like, where specifically does cancer come into this?
Yeah, so cancer is fundamentally a mitochondrial disease. Not necessarily in the way that like Dr. Seyfried will talk about, where it's like, mitochondrial dysfunction is at the root of cancer, but he's not getting the next step, which is like what drives mitochondrial health. That's where light, water, and magnetism come in, because mitochondria are essentially electromagnetic antennas. They're also electromagnetic emitters. So the mitochondria are sensing the electromagnetic environment, and they're also creating frequencies of light. Like I just had mentioned, they make infrared light, and that's why if you look at an infrared camera, you can look at somebody on it and you can see them. They're emitting heat, which is infrared light. The mitochondria are also making UV biophotons, so our bodies are making their own UV light. And there's literature on this. Yeah, Fritz Popp is like the godfather of biophoton research. This was going back in like the 50s or even earlier. But even more so, like now, what's his name? Van Wyck, Light Sculpts Life, that book. He talks about all the ways that light interacts with biology, mitochondria, and how our bodies are light making machines, also light sensing machines, and depending on what light is coming in and going out is dictating the health of the system. So we know, like, for example, cold really stimulates mitochondria because you want to make essentially more heat to boost your body temperature in response to the cold water immersion, for example. But when you do that, you're stimulating the production of all forms of light, including the UV light as well. And that's why Jack also talks about how if you want to build in, like we have melanin brain in the locus coeruleus and the substantia nigra. The substantia nigra is the part of the brain that becomes degraded in Parkinson's disease. It loses melanin over time, and melanin and dopamine. You might know that dopamine is like defective in Parkinson's disease, but melanin and dopamine are very tightly linked, but they both share the same precursor, tyrosine, which is an amino acid. And so what the body can essentially do is, if dopamine is, let's say, running low, it can break down melanin to make L-dopa and then shunt it into dopamine production. And melanin can be broken down also if there's a very oxidative environment. So if it's like you're under a lot of inflammatory stress, you're in, let's say, a poor light environment 24/7, you're eating bad food, you're not moving your body, it creates a very reactive and oxidative environment that melanin can actually help to sequester some of those reactive species, but it's at a cost, because if you don't get out of the environment, now the melanin is actually being like terminally degraded and you're losing those sheets. And we have melanin not only in those parts of the brain, but also in the nasal mucosa, the oral mucosa, the inner ear. It's essentially at the barrier of every sense organ. Also in the back of the eye, the pigmented retinal epithelium. So the retina and in general, the body requires melanin to function optimally, especially as it relates to the sensory organs, including the sensory apparatus within the brain. Now, the mainstream dermatologist will tell you that there's no such thing as which is insane, because if you learn about the functions of melanin, outside of everything I just said, melanin is also a really potent heavy metalator. It can pull heavy metals out of the bloodstream. Melanin also is a really important bioenergetic molecule where it can split neighboring water molecules. When sunlight strikes melanin, it can split water into free electrons, molecular oxygen, and molecular hydrogen. Molecular hydrogen and oxygen can go and power mitochondria. The electrons, of course, also power via the electron transport chain, which is what it facilitates ATP production and metabolic water production. So melamine ties into the story, of course, about cancer. Cancer, we're thinking of mitochondrial dysfunction, which is creating more nitrogen and oxygen species that are in the environment. So whenever mitochondria become dysfunctional, the resting membrane potential drops. That's essentially because you're getting less flow of electrons through. So the membrane potential is a measure of like the electrical potential of the system, essentially. So when you're getting flow of electrons, that can increase the membrane potential. But if you start to accumulate, let's say, mutate within the mitochondrial DNA, those mutations directly impair mitochondrial function because the proteins that are responsible for shuttling those electrons along the ATC are encoded by those genes. So whenever you accumulate what's called heteroplasmy, and the godfather of this research is Dr. Doug Wallace out of Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. He's still there. Actually, I'm dying to interview him. He's the one who discovered that you inherit all your mitochondria from your mom.
Wow.
Yeah. Implications for that as well, because let's say your mom's not living such a healthy lifestyle. Now you're dealt a hand of mitochondria as a baby that are suboptimal, and depending on how those mitochondria kind of sequester into different tissues as you're developing, some tissues might be more burdened with poor mitochondria than others. And that's where the implications for like energy production come in, because if you have these mutations and you can acquire them just yourself as well, if you're living in proper, like an unhealthy lifestyle with regards to light and food and movement and all that, now your energy production is down, which means your resting membrane potential drops, which means now the reactive oxygen and nitrogen species that are supposed to stay within the mitochondrial environment start to leak out, because that membrane potential is what actually helps keep them present. And that actually links into the magnetism part of the story, because I don't know if you know this, but whenever there's like an electric field, a magnetic field forms at 90-degree angle to the electric field. It's like physics 101. So when you're getting healthy flow of the electron transport chain, you have your electricity, you have your magnetism forming a 90-degree angle. And that magnetism is actually what pulls oxygen towards the electron transport chain, because oxygen is paramagnetic, which means that oxygen is attracted to magnetic fields. So when you have healthy electron flow, it creates a magnetic field 90-degree angle. The oxygen is pulled, oxygen serves as the terminal electron acceptor to the ETC, that's why you need to breathe oxygen, essentially, because that oxygen is accepting this, and as a result, water is being made. Special type of metabolic water called deuterium depleted water, which we can talk about in a little bit. And that's the hallmark of a healthy mitochondria. But start accumulating mutations. You're living in a very reactive environment that's not healthy by all the metrics that we've spoken about every day. Now your membrane potential drops. Those nitrogen and oxygen species start leaking out. That directly affects the nuclear genome, because as Dr. Doug Wallace has shown, mitochondrial heteroplasmy, the rates of mutations within mitochondria that we've just discussed.
Yeah.
If that's high, that's to actually changes in the epigenetics of the nuclear genome. So it basically can turn off the expression of some genes and turn on the expression of others. And it can also lead to mutations within the nuclear genome.
What do you mean when you say epigenetics? So
epigenetics being the expression patterns of genes. So there's two primary epigenetic modifications that can be made to modulate this: acetylation and methylation. Methylation, broadly speaking, will decrease the expression of a subset of acetylation, will increase the expression of genes. And so in the field of genetics and cancer biology, let's say, there's a huge focus on the nuclear genome, and just focusing on like, okay, what mutation cancer to target, and how can we target them to like help to prevent cancer or like to slow it down. Not realizing that that's actually not as far upstream as we need to go. We actually need to look at the mitochondria, which are driving the mutations to begin with. So that's where kind of the disconnect is in modern medicine, where there's this myopic focus on the nuclear genome and kind of just a broad ignorance around mitochondria and their role in regulating the nuclear genome, the development of mutations, changes in gene expression, which have major implications for not only cancer, but all of our other chronic diseases.
Is there any sort of process or protocol that someone can use, like once they've already got cancer, to like implement this stuff and reverse it? Or once you have like a tumor, for example, is that pretty much too late? No,
I mean, so what I would say is that like cancer is the ultimate sign from your body that something is wrong, right? Because like that's one you can't ignore. there's lots of problems that you can ignore, little aches and pains, little signs that you can, drug them and ignore them.
Right.
Cancer's like, no, fuck you, you need to pay attention to this.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the ultimate sign that, like, your mitochondria are really screwed up. Like, you need to do something about it. So typically it takes extremes. That's why Jack says, like, literally move to the tropics, because you need as much UV light as possible to turn off the nuclear genome to stop gene expression there, to also support your mitochondria, because UV light and infrared light, very strong sun mix, is what helps to support mitochondria. Like we mentioned, the infrared light directly stimulates mitochondria. The UV light and the infrared light play important roles in structuring the waters of the body. So I mentioned earlier, depleted water made in mitochondria. A lot of people, when they think of water, they think, oh, the water you drink. The water your body makes is special and very different. And it's responsible for cellular hydration. So the water that you drink also can play a role in, like, blood hydration, and there's some change between the blood circulation, of course, and the cells. But the water your mitochondria, as deuterium depleted water, really helps to facilitate mitochondrial function. So as it turns out, deuterium is, I don't know if you know this, but it's like a heavy form of hydrogen. So there's different forms of hydrogen called isotopes. Light hydrogen, which is like the normal, most abundant type of hydrogen, is called protium. Protons, and the heavier form is called deuterium. There's another form called tritium. It's radioactive, but it's not really a part of this conversation. So deuterium, because it has an extra neutron, has a neutron versus protium doesn't have a neutron. It's bigger, it's heavier, it's like has a more size to it. And if you look at the electron transport chain, you can see that ATP synthase, which is at the last complex 5 essentially, which is what allows the battery to work. So if you look at a mitochondria, it's literally a battery. Separates negative charge from positive charge. So positive protons go into the intramembrane space, and then they basically go back into the inner matrix in complex 5. It's literally a rotor that spins as the protons come through.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the important part about that is that rotor can't work if deuterium is trying to come through, because it's too big. It doesn't fit. It's very specific to protium. So mitochondria love protium, they hate deuterium. So they automatically, like, try to exclude deuterium.
How much deuterium is in normal water that we drink?
So depends on your latitude. Around here, it's probably around 140 parts per million. Around the equator, it's probably closer to 155 parts per million. And if you go super north, like Iceland, let's say, that could be like around 125 to 130 parts per million.
So it's lower the higher you go?
Yep.
And that's better.
Well, if you're sick, it's better. You don't really have to worry about the deuterium content of your water if you have a very strong relationship with the sun and or with the seasons. If you live somewhere where it gets cold, and we'll talk about that, because essentially the problem is that we're constantly trying to subvert nature. So, for example, I'm in New Jersey. During the wintertime, people bundle up and then they go inside, and they're turned up to like 70, 75 degrees inside.
Right.
So it's like we're not getting the cold, actually compensates for the lack of UV light. In nature, whenever it's cold.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, so whenever it's cold, it's meant to be low UV light, which means when you get cold, it stimulates mitochondria to make their own UV light. So it's like UV and infrared light are such essential nutrients that the body will make it itself. Will make it itself if you give it the right inputs.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, what's also crazy is that most people also, even if they live in a more southern latitude, like near the equator, if they're sitting inside all day, they're not getting the UV light that's associated with sitting at a warmer temperature. Like if you're sitting indoors around 70, 75 degrees, your body's like, okay, it's pretty warm, so you're kind of expecting some UV light, but it's not coming. And you're also not getting the infrared light, which is supposed to be bathing you constantly, regardless of the seasons.
Right.
So we're just creating this very artificial environment that's, our body doesn't know how to interpret the information that's coming in, because it's completely novel compared to even just 150 years ago.
Can you explain what's going on with people that are from northern latitudes, like Norway up there, and they have like super light blue eyes, and people from like equatorial latitudes that they're always dark brown eyes?
Yeah, I mean, this is a story about melanin. Same as melanation in the skin. So when you live near the equator, your body, most people will think about, like, let's say centralized dermatologists. They'll say the skin has more melanin because it's protecting the body from UV light. That's not the whole story whatsoever. That melanin is actually productively using that UV light. Like I mentioned, when high quality, high UV index sunlight interacts with melanin in your skin, it can split water molecules and make free energy essentially for the cells. So that's a huge reservoir of potential to tap to. If you're biology, you want to leverage that energy coming from the sun. The UV light is very high energy wavelength of light. So you can leverage that to actually give your body free energy. And what we actually didn't talk about, in addition to making the alpha, beta, and gamma endorphins, which work on the brain and mood and dopamine status, we also make alpha, beta, and gamma MSH, or melanocyte stimulating hormone, in response to UVB light in particular. So the melanocyte stimulating supplies stimulate the production of melanin in the skin and also in other parts of the body as well, like the deeper parts of the brain, etc. But in addition to that, they also directly work on the hypothalamus, in particular alpha MSH, to suppress appetite and increase energy expenditure. So the hypothalamus is the thermostat of the body and the brain. And that, if you hear that phrase, like that statement, it should be like, wow, that's like a holy grail, and especially in weight loss, because if you want to lose weight and maintain healthy body composition, you want to have a lower appetite and a higher energy expenditure, right? And even I remember talking to my old boss at Penn, mentioning a bit about the story in the beginning when I was learning about it. And he's like, yeah, alpha MSH, like that's been a marker for obesity for years. Like it's been very highly associated, like low alpha MSH or is highly associated with obesity and metabolic syndromes. So our bodies are naturally supposed to make an abundance of alpha MSH as well as the beta and gamma in response to UV light. But there's been this demonization campaign that's been going on for decades about like stay out of slop the sunscreen and wear your sunglasses, and the ophthalmologists and the dermatologists are like, you know, if you go in UV light without protection, you're a dumbass, essentially. It just couldn't be farther from the truth, from just like a very basic, like we have the science for it. We also have the first principles and like the ancestral perspective to view this from, that says like, actually, you know, our ancestors were perfectly fine until, you know, we didn't start getting this chronic Neolithic disease until recently, like literally the 1900s. Even in the early 1900s, Jack talks about all the time, like certain cancer cases, lung cancers and other types of cancers were like so rare that, you know, people were like, you know, you'll never see this again. So the residents will come in and they'll see the surgery get done because like this is like a once in a lifetime situation. And now like 1 in 4 people, or even 1 in 2 people, are getting different types of cancers depending on which cancer you're talking about. And it's clearly an epiphenomenon of our modern circumstances, our modern way of life. So it seems like the onus or the burden should be on the centralized model to prove their perspective, but instead it's like, we're just going to tell people this is the case. They're not going to question it because we cultured them and now they're compliant and blue light toxic, and, you know, they're just going to listen to whatever we say. And it's ultimately lining the pockets, of course, because if you were able to like heal your own diseases or avoid them altogether through leveraging, let's say, nature and a healthy diet and moving your body outside, then, you know, you don't really need that system anymore. I mean, not to be conspiratorial, but it feels like this is the right place to talk about this stuff. Anyways.
So, okay then, why does the sun damage our skin and cause skin cancer and melanoma? So good for us. Alexis, answer me that, my friend.
I'm glad you asked. Because if you actually look at the literature, I have a pinned post on my Instagram because so many people ask me the question, and I'm like, just go look at my post, because there's like 10 articles pinned there that show that actually in the case of melanoma, low vitamin D is associated with melanoma incidence and severity.
Low vitamin D is associated with melanoma.
So vitamin D is primarily made in response to the sun in the skin. Right. UVB light interacts with 7-dehydrocholesterol in the skin, stimulates the production of pre-vitamin D3. That can go and be processed in the liver and the kidneys, ultimately to make the monohydroxy and the dihydroxy form. And that's associated, we can use that 25-hydroxy form, which is like the storage form of vitamin D. There, yes, that's it, exactly. So that's associated with your sun exposure habits. So the storage form in the bloodstream is a good proxy for your sun exposure habit. You can use apps like D-Minder, which essentially allow you to start a timer. You put in your skin type and like how many cuts there are, and then it will tell you how much vitamin D you're making per unit time. And it's pretty close, like it's pretty good prediction. Now, in addition to that, we also see that people who work outdoor occupations have lower levels of melanoma than people who work indoor occupations. We also see that people who chronic, regular, daily sun exposure have lower levels of melanoma incidence and severity than people who avoid the sun altogether. The problem, as emphasized in literature, is really intermittent sun exposure, which is when you never go outside and then you go on vacation to the Bahamas, you blast yourself for 3 days, you get burned to a crisp. That's a problem. But when you're getting daily sun exposure, like chronically building that solar callus, as Jack would say, you're not only giving yourself all these other benefits, you're also protecting yourself against melanoma. And not to mention that, like, there's no discussion of risk-benefit analysis in, like, let's say the mainstream propaganda around the sun.
Yeah.
Because if you were actually to look at that risk-benefit, say, okay, maybe if you're not going outside very much, you're going out in the sun intermittently, you could have a slightly increased chance of like basal cell or squamous cell carcinoma. I would say the data is still kind of out on the melanoma unless you're really frying yourself regularly. But also, if you're going out in the sun, you're protecting yourself against cardiovascular disease, other cancer types, breast, colon, prostate, blood cancers. You're protecting yourself against Parkinson's disease, dementia in general. And so if we look at the picture, it becomes really clear, like, okay, our number one killer is essentially like cardiovascular disease are behind.
Right.
Those two diseases literally like completely protected against in the context of chronic regular sun exposure. Like the rates are dramatically lower among people who engage practices. But
okay, you talked about something to do with sunglasses. Why are sunglasses bad for you to wear outside?
Yeah, so you can think about sunglasses as being the same as sunscreen except for your eyes and brain. So UVB light is required to stimulate POMC in the skin, and that goes into the bloodstream as like the peptides we talked about. But also, in order to get the production of these peptides in the brain, we also need full spectrum sunlight coming into the eyes. So if we're wearing sunglasses that are preferentially blocking UV light, that we're not getting that stimulus in the brain to produce POMC. And it's actually really interesting, but if you look into POMC biology, the only way to unlock all of the cleavage products is in response to UVB light on the skin and the eyes in combination. If you're only exposing one or the other, you're reducing essentially the total concentration of those peptides being produced because you're only getting production, let's say, either in the skin or in the brain. You're not getting them at the same time, and that means your potential to raise levels of these peptides, which you're not engaging the whole system together. And so when it comes to like do you have a question?
I was gonna say, is it true that you won't get a sunburn if you don't wear sunglasses?
Well, there's no centralized research on it. I hope to study that in my light lab.
Self-studies? Self-experimentation?
I've had dozens of people literally tell me that they stopped wearing sunglasses and going outside and they haven't burned. Even like light white people going to like, very sun not burning, and they were shocked. So it makes perfect sense when you think about this story of POMC being cleaved alpha, beta, gamma, MSH. The melanocyte stimulating hormones are telling the melanocytes to make melanin in response to the sun. So why would you want to block your ability to melanin? Instead, if you're blocking that, you're going to burn because now you're not making the melanin synthetic response to help the photonic energy of the sun and protect your skin and also give you the benefits of the free energy production.
And also, there's something that happens. I've experienced it when I'll be in the ocean for like 6 hours surfing, and I'll get this what's called surfer's eye, where my eyes will get bloodshot. Mm-hmm. And some people even experience this thing where they get like these crazy, what's it called?
Pterygium.
Yeah.
It's like a little skin flap that forms on the eye.
Yeah, it forms like right over like the iris. What is that all about? And how would you avoid? Is that just from overexposure, like you were saying earlier, not spending enough time in the sun and just going out and blasting yourself for 6 hours straight in salt water and the sun?
Yeah, so I think what that primarily is, you're going to get that in conditions where there's a lot of glare, same with like cataracts. If you're in conditions where there's a ton of glare, like on snow or on water, you're not only getting the direct rays from the sun, you're also getting like a double dose essentially because it's reflecting off the water as well. I would actually argue that it's more the blue light than anything because water, like if you look at the ocean, it looks kind of blue, right? That's because actually seawater and water in light doesn't like to absorb blue light. It doesn't like blue. And that's why it looks blue, because it's reflecting blue. So that means you're actually getting more blue light because you're 5% from midday sun, and then it's also reflecting off the water. So you're getting like a double hit essentially of the blue. And blue is also short wavelength light. It's known to be associated with cataracts, with some other conditions. Obviously, UV light is very short wavelength, so I'm guessing it would probably be a combination of those. So if you're not somebody who goes regularly and your eyes necessarily aren't used to that much light, and then you're going out and surfing for hours or whatever, like I would predict, my hypothesis would be that you would be more susceptible to issues than somebody who's out daily getting the regular natural light in their eyes. then it's not that much of a leap. But if you're going from like indoor to surfing for multiple hours, then it makes sense that you get more bloodshot and maybe get the pterygium and other things like that.
And what about people who like go fishing for like a whole day, for days on end, where they're like, not only are you surrounded by the ocean, but you're also on this white reflective boat.
Yeah, so I mean, these would be the very specific use cases for sun protection, like eye protection.
Sunglasses would make sense in that case.
Yeah, either sunglasses or even blue blockers could work in that case because you're going to be blocking UV light, and also because the lens is going to block at least most UVB, probably most of UVA. It's going to block blue, obviously, because they're engineered to do that. So that could be a good use case, even for blue blockers, which obviously have a use case.
Is there any downside or benefit to polarized sunglasses versus regular sunglasses, or are you aware of any of that?
No, I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't looked into them because I'm like, no, sunglasses. Most people don't need them. But obviously, if you're surfing, snowboarding, or other very specific use cases, you may want to invest in some eye protection and also just build up your tolerance over time.
Right. Have you heard of, I talked to Jack about this guy, Dom D'Agostino.
Yeah.
I
had a call with him a couple of years, like last year.
He lives right down I think, we talked about him on the phone. He has this idea, I think he was mentioning, he was going to talk to Jack about, where he has, I guess it's a hypothesis, about exploding cancer tumors using red light and hyperbaric oxygen. What do you think about that?
So we already know that certain tumors are pretty responsive to hyperbaric oxygen because, again, their mitochondria aren't working very well. And so they actually can't handle a ton of oxygen because they basically can create a more reactive environment. Red light is also very stimulating to the mitochondria. So if the mitochondria are like broken and you really like blast them with oxygen and with red light, then it makes sense that could create, basically maybe push them over the edge versus the other cells can tolerate it because they're functioning well. And so that's kind of a leverage point for a lot of cancer therapeutics, whether it's also ketones, for example, used in like glioblastomas along with hyperbaric oxygen. And you can essentially leverage the fact that other cells' mitochondria can use these substrates effectively, but the mitochondria in the tumor are going to be less effective at doing so, and then they're going to be essentially preferentially starved out, especially in the context of like ketogenic diet or fasting. Where they really want more glucose to run at a basic level, and that's what the Warburg effect is. Basically, it was discovered by Otto Warburg back in like, I don't even know what it was,
Warburg?
Yeah, maybe early 1900s. That tumors really love to take up glucose and spit out lactate. They're running glycolysis like crazy, and that's also likely related to something called the pentose phosphate pathway, which is an offshoot of glycolysis that is required to make nucleotides that are required for like DNA synthesis, for example, and is also required to make NADPH, which is a reducing agent that is helpful for reducing the inflammatory reactive burden of cells. And so basically cancer cells can run glycolysis like crazy using glucose. They can also run some PPP, the pentose phosphate pathway, and they can make energy really quick, but it's not really sustainable. More recent research, so in my lab at Princeton, the Rabinowitz lab, which is like a top metabolic research lab in the world, we showed that actually tumor cells can burn ketones, but it was like pretty cool. So we had like pancreatic tumors, which was in like rodents, and we basically mapped which cells were using ketones and which weren't, and it was like the ones that were close to the blood circulation, close to like the feeding artery, were able to burn the ketones. They had more oxygen available. The mitochondria were probably functioning a bit better, versus like the core of the tumor wasn't burning ketones at all. It was like really burning a lot of glucose. And so there's of course some relationship to hypoxia there, and when you have a tumor, it can begin to starve the tissue of oxygen, creating a more hypoxic, acidic environment that then can also drive the tumor progression and like things like hypoxia inducible factor 1, HIF1, and other technical things that you may not care about. But anyways, they're like tumors have specific phenotypes and features that kind of make them able to be exploited, and then you can use that as like a therapeutic approach because other cells will be able to tolerate the stimulus such as hyperbaric oxygen or ketones or like ketogenic diet, things like that. But again, it's still not dealing with the issue at hand. We really want to be focusing on bolstering like the whole body's metabolic function, and if we're not doing that with light, at least as a part of the solution, then we're really missing the point, in my opinion.
The ketosis stuff's super interesting because it's obvious that there is like proven evidence that ketosis can cure all kinds of things, like epilepsy is one of them.
Yeah.
I think Dom figured it out for
That's
like
one
people
of
who are getting, for people that like oxygen rebreather, toxicity seizures, like that kind of stuff. People that want to lose a lot of weight.
Yeah, so you actually reminded me that I never fully answered the question about like melanin in the eyes.
Yeah.
If you live near the equator, you have good sun all year round, essentially. You also have access to carbohydrate-rich foods all year round because they're able to grow because there's good sun and not cold temperatures.
Right.
So in nature, that's yoked to more deuterium essentially in the diet because carb-rich foods, roots and fruits essentially, are high in deuterium relative to animal foods, animal fats, and proteins, which are very low in deuterium. However, when you are getting good quality sun, your body's actually able to deplete deuterium more through sweating and some other mechanisms. For example, when you are exposed to UV light and it's interacting with melanin in the skin, I said it can split water. It can also reform water and specifically deplete deuterium while it's doing that. This is also research that hasn't been done yet that ought to do, but Gerald Pollack's work on the fourth phase of water and like this exclusion zone water, if you've heard of that. So you know, like solid, liquid, gas are forms of water, but there's this fourth phase that was discovered in like 2011 maybe by Gerald Pollack called the fourth phase of water, or gel state water. And this is like a jelly-like form of water that actually facilitates metabolism. Literally as a battery, it separates positive from negative charge in a similar way that mitochondria do, except this is actually in the water within cells. So cells can only really access this exclusion zone water if it's deuterium depleted, because the deuterium depleted water is much more effective, this is the hypothesis, at being structured into the state. And the things that stimulate fourth phase water production are primarily far infrared light, 3100 nanometers, you get that from the sun, but also UV light as well. And so this water actually facilitates metabolism. So in biochemistry, and I remember being deeply unsatisfied by the answers to this question that I asked when I was in undergrad, that like, how is ATP providing free energy? What does free energy even mean? Because we think about ATP as a cellular energy currency, and it's just like providing this nebulous concept of free energy, and it's able to support metabolism. But what actually is happening, I've come to learn over the past almost 2 years now, is that ATP can basically phosphorylate protein enzymes in metabolism, let's say. When it donates that phosphate group, the enzyme is able to change shape. The structured water is then able to go inside, and that's what actually powers the metabolism to occur. So it's the ATP is facilitating the process, but it's not actually providing the energy. The water, the structured water, is actually what's providing in the form of this like charge-separated exclusion zone water. And so if the mitochondria aren't functioning well, now deuterium starts accumulating in the cells. That can also occur if you're eating a ton of carbohydrate-rich foods in the winter because you're not getting access to that sunlight that you need to actually deplete the deuterium from your body. And that's also just makes perfect sense if you think about a more ancestral diet. If you live somewhere where the ground freezes, you're going to be eating more animal foods in the winter.
Right.
That's what you're going to have access to. Maybe some berries, but it's like pretty minimal.
Right.
Compared to like the spring through fall, you're going to have access to more plant foods, but you also have access to better quality sun that's going to allow you to handle the deuterium that's coming into the diet in a productive, non-harmful way. So all the processed foods as well, like the hyperpalatable foods, are all deuterium bombs. All the seed oils, super deuterium bombs, all of the carbs and the grains, like they're so bad. Combine that with, not moving your body, never sweating, not getting out in the sun. Now your body is literally accumulating this burden, and the mitochondria, like I mentioned earlier, they can't deal well with deuterium because that rotor that spins only can take protium. So now if you're accumulating this deuterium, it can start to break the engines. It can start to break the mitochondrial engines, and now you're dealing with some issues because now you can't make the energy and water that you need to actually support your tissue's function. But anyway, this ties back to the melanin story because if you live somewhere near the equator, you want the dark skin and the dark eyes to help handle the intense light that's coming onto your surfaces. Versus in the more northern regions where light is scarce for a decent portion of the year, the very, very light blue eyes and pale skin allows you to scavenge more light from your environment because that melanin's not there to soak it up, sequester it.
So you're basically a light vulture. Looking up there, you're just like doing anything you can to get every last drop of UV light on the sun. Exactly.
And it's actually pretty interesting because if you look at like the latitudes, so Where I'm at in New Jersey, like 40th north latitude. Down here, I think we're around like 28.
We're pretty close to El Salvador down here.
Yeah, so El Salvador's like 13, so I mean, it's like 10 degrees difference. But
it's like an hour flight.
Yeah, it's not too bad at all. I'm excited to go visit next month. But the latitudes that cultivated the very light eyes and light hair and light skin, they're like super north. That's like Scandinavia status.
Right.
So it's actually pretty interesting, and this also ties into like the lability, like let's say lability or like the flexibility of life, because if you have a very what's called uncoupled mitochondrial haplotype, what that means is that your mitochondria have uncoupled the flow of electrons from energy production and in order to make heat. So uncoupled mitochondria come from more northern regions, coupled mitochondria come from equatorial regions. The coupled mitochondria are really efficient at making energy. They are very tightly coupled the flow of electrons to the production of energy and metabolic water. And that's why you see the top marathon runners in the world coming from like Kenya at like high altitude equatorial environments. Their skin is like purple. It's like so dark, they have so much melanin. That's super, super coupled mitochondria, super efficient. That's why, again, they can run 23 miles and kick everybody else's butt because their mitochondria are so efficient. Compare that to the uncoupled mitochondria that come from more northern regions. Those mitochondria have the ability to deal with the environment. So they can make heat in response to cold. But as Jack talks about, if you put that person from Sweden and you put them in Miami, Florida for, 10 years, and you look at their mitochondria, they can actually become more coupled. So they can kind of shape it.
Really?
And that's why...
So their eyes will get darker?
Their eyes won't get darker.
Oh.
Their mitochondria become better at harnessing solar photonic energy.
But if they have that light skin and those light eyes, then wouldn't they just be like soaking up way too much sunlight, and wouldn't it like override their system?
So the eyes, they can't really change, but obviously their skin. If you look at Jack, he's a Fitzpatrick 1, but he's tan as hell.
He's a what?
So there's different skin types. Fitzpatrick 1 is the most pale, like Irish and Scandinavian.
Oh, okay.
Fitzpatrick 5 is like dark purple skin, essentially.
Oh, okay.
It's a range.
Right.
So Fitzpatrick 1, like if you have really pale skin, you have an incredible potential to still develop melanin. It just requires the stimulant. But the person with the really dark skin, they can't deplete their melanin to make it paler. So that's why you also see amazing, like very vast health disparities in, let's say, Black populations in America, because their skin and their biology has not evolved to be here. And we see, like, obviously there's socioeconomic aspects of that as well.
They're inside all the time.
But they're inside, and they're also not receiving the intense sunlight their bodies were designed or evolved to receive.
Right.
And so that has major implications for like cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and we see these diseases in particular immensely affecting Black and brown populations in the U.S. And it's literally a biological mismatch versus the people who have very pale skin and light eyes, let's say. They have some flexibility to adapt to their environment, which should make sense because we came out of like the breadbasket of humanities, like in Africa, migrated out slowly over time, skin got lighter, eyes got lighter.
Right.
But the people who now have those lighter features can still have the plasticity to go back, not fully, but they can develop melanin in their skin. They can harness more of the photonic energy by getting a tan. But the people who already are ancestrally, look more ancestral, they don't have as much flexibility, so they need to get more UV light and more natural light and more time outside than people who have lighter skin, just to allow them to power effectively, essentially. And so obviously there's implications there, but I also think we can develop healthy tech to help people like that. Like, let's say you can't afford to move, but maybe you can invest in some UV light panels for your house and use them outside or with a red light panel and help to give you some of that photonic energy your body's looking for.
First of all, are you drinking that deuterium depleted water right now?
No, actually, so I couldn't bring it on the plane, but I pre-game with deuterium depleted water.
Why can't you bring it on the plane?
Because they won't let me have like beverages. Like I can't buy it at the airport and then like, because it's again common. It's pretty expensive.
Do you drink it every day, or is that like a normal thing for you? Or?
So I use it specifically for certain contexts, like for pre-gaming for a flight. Like I don't like flying. Usually my body doesn't respond that well to it. Like I said, I had a lot of health issues as a kid.
A lot of radiation on the airplane.
A ton of radiation, plus the Wi-Fi. It's literally like a microwave.
Yeah.
And so I pre-game for like a week before the flight. I'll do deuterium depleted water, about 105 parts per million. I'll dilute it. I buy like the Qlara Evia, I think it's called. There's a couple different brands, like light water as well. I'll dilute it to about 105 parts per million with my normal drinking water. and then I'll drink that every day leading up to the flight. I'll also chug a few ounces of the straight, like 25 ppm deuterium depleted water before the flight. I also took some ketones. I also fasted that morning, and I just ate like meats and fats that day. So in a way that like could prepare my body to deal with that stress, because it's basically supercharging the mitochondria to get the deuterium depleted water, the ketones. The ketones are the most efficient fuel source for mitochondria. They make more energy on a per carbon basis than any other substrate like glucose, even compared to fat.
I've told this story a couple times on this podcast, but I've done probably 2 or 3 times in my life where I've done a 7-day fast, no food. And every time I do it, it's like I'm fucking dying and being born again. It is like the craziest thing. I like the energy that I have on day 5 is ungodly. I remember the first time I did it on day 5 of no food, and I drank I got it from some website. I forgot. I think I learned it from Kelly Slater was talking about it on a podcast with Joe Rogan, where he drank, and I got the recipe for it, which is just, it's water, tons of lemon juice, and maple syrup. Where I would just drink that, and and cayenne pepper. And I guess Beyonce has the same. There's like a
I had that when I was like 15. Yeah. I would do that cleanse.
Yeah. So I did that basically for 7 days, and on day 5, I was like, I wasn't even thinking about food anymore. And I remember I went to the gym, and I can typically do like to failure maybe like 15 or 20 pull-ups. I was able to do like 50 pull-ups, like easily.
Whoa.
It was insane, man. And also I played basketball, full court basketball. Typically like after 15, 20, 30 minutes of playing full court basketball, I'm starting to feel fatigued. I'll get like the cramping in my ribs or whatever, and I'll like have to take a lot of breaks, right? Chug a lot of water. I was able to play full court basketball for an hour with no breaks, like without any of that stuff. Like it was like my body, I felt superhuman.
Did you check your ketones during that time?
I didn't. That was before I had any of that stuff.
Okay. I'm just curious because you were having maple syrup, so I wonder how much that would like suppress it. But
right.
How was your sleep?
For the first like 3 nights, it was pretty rough, but after that, it was great.
Okay. Because I know most people, if they're just doing a fast with just water and like not adding any sugar or ketones or anything, like typically you only sleep a few hours, like maybe 4 or 5 hours.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because the body's essentially like, you need to go hunt. You need to go find food. This is like survival mode.
Right.
So it's more sympathetically driving. That's also why you feel more energized on like a fasting or even a keto diet to a certain extent, because basically your body thinks it needs to go forage or whatever or hunt. But I mean, I know my partner did like a 5-day fast recently, and like he was not sleeping, and he was like super energetic. And it was like, wow. But usually people's lifting goes down, but maybe because of the maple syrup, you were able to maintain some of your glycogen.
Well, when I did like workouts, or I only did body weight stuff because I knew that I wouldn't be able to do like any kind of heavy stuff with food or fuel.
Well, that was one thing I noticed.
I'm curious about the maple syrup, though. I wonder what that would do. That's a good question.
Usually it would probably keep ketones a bit lower than you would have reached otherwise. Didn't get to like 3 millimole, a little bit higher for ketones at that length of time.
I have the thing now, the one you go into, it tells you. I forget the name of it. The thing was something expensive.
Yeah, that's like the acetone meter.
It's a ketone. It tells you your millimoles of your ketones, whatever. It has like a. I forget the name of it.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. The reason I did that fast was I learned that there's like some sort of mucoid plaque that builds up inside your digestive system that like basically lines your colon and your intestines, and then it basically stops stops nutrients from being absorbed into your body. And it's from like years and years of eating shit and not fasting. Are you familiar with this, or is this bullshit?
So I mean, there's biofilm in your gut. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Actually, that mucus.
I thought it was called mucoid plaque or something, like a plaque that builds up inside on the walls of your intestines.
Possibly. I don't know in particular if that approach would be specific for that. I mean, what you're doing when you're fasting is you're also starving your microbiome. So it's like becoming way more depleted. It's pseudoscientific, son of a bitch. A pseudoscientific term for a combination of mucus and food residue. And some alternative medicine advocates claim coats the gastro. Yeah, so, okay, I feel very confirmed by my intuition around that. Okay, yeah, so there is maybe something there. So, like, you have mucus throughout your gut. It's actually really important. There's a bacteria that live in the mucus called Akkermansia muciniphila. As the name implies, they love mucus. They actually eat the mucus, but when they eat it, they stimulate the production of more mucus, and that actually helps to maintain healthy gut permeability. So we know that basically depleting Akkermansia is associated with obesity and metabolic syndrome, because essentially you're like absorbing more calories and nutrients from food, and you're also absorbing other stuff too, like endotoxins from other bacteria and things like this. So the mucus is actually really important, but you could develop dysbiosis. I'm not going to say from like nicotine pouches or anything, but like we don't want to talk about that. But I'm saying,
you talk about it.
Okay.
So what are you saying about nicotine pouches?
So whenever you have an inflammatory impetus to the gut, it changes where blood is flowing essentially. So the gut is supposed to be hypoxic and low oxygen. That's what allows the right bugs to grow there, in the colon in particular. But nicotine, it's not supposed to be consumed orally. So when you swallow it, it's very irritating to the mucosa. It can create gastritis. It can even lead to ulcers. It can lead to ulcerations in the mouth as well, but typically less so. But if you swallow it, it can create inflammatory conditions in the gut that can create dysbiosis, digestive issues, gas, bloating, things like this.
So do not, if you're using the nicotine pouches, kids.
Yeah, kids.
Don't swallow the damn spit. Spit it out. Or if you're doing any of the hardcore shit like the Skoal or Copenhagen or any of that.
I don't know what that is. But...
That's like the actual tobacco that they shove in your mouth. Yeah.
You got to be like the wrestlers in high school.
Tucker Carlson is the biggest advocate for Zins. He says that it improves his erection quality.
Well,
he says it's the best thing that God has ever invented. It's like God's hand massaging his brain. He's a smart guy when it comes to some things. I think he's a really intelligent human being, but I think he is very overzealous on the Zins.
Well,
I think he does like a can a day of Zins.
That's too much. I was using Zins for a very short period of time, and I literally got suicidally depressed.
Really?
It was so bad, and like I was able to like detach and be like, this is not me. Like I've just never taken this again. So that was me. But like I have issues. I think I always have like slight histamine issues, and post-COVID, I had COVID really bad in like 2021 or 2022. And I had like issues with parasite infection after that and like histamine stuff. But the Zins, because they work on acetylcholine, cholinergics are also related to histamine. And so histamine does a whole bunch of stuff. But
let me tell you something real quick.
Yeah.
The first time I ever learned about these things, I had a guy from Andrew Gallimore. He is a neuroscientist based in Tokyo.
Okay.
He's basically, it's a neurobiologist.
Right.
And he said he had this little can of these nicotine pouches with this Japanese writing on it because he was in Tokyo. And I'm like, what is this? He's like, it's nicotine pouches. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, he was from the UK, but he lived in Tokyo. And he was like, it's neuroprotective. It's good for your brain. Really?
Well, Jack would add a caveat and say you need to get UVA light with your nicotine in order for it to be beneficial, which is true. And actually, Jack makes a really good point on this, especially recently he's been talking about this, that nicotine and other if you look at the structure of nicotine, it has like rings with like some double bonds. Whenever you see that, it's called like an aromatic ring. Whenever you see that in a structure, think UV light, because that structure can absorb UV light like crazy. All of the aromatic amino acids, tyrosine, phenylalanine, tryptophan, they all absorb UV light. So Jack talks about how actually it makes complete sense. If you think about the type of people who gravitate towards these things, they tend to be UV light deficient. Yeah. Also dopamine deficient.
Dopamine slaves.
Right, exactly. So that can actually serve as a delivery mechanism for UV light to get to your brain. But in order for that to happen, you actually have to be in UV light as well.
So if you're doing the nicotine, don't swallow it, and make sure you're getting sunlight.
Exactly. Or cold, I guess, in the winter.
Yeah, I have so many friends who don't spend any time outside, and they're just addicted to everything.
Exactly.
Video games, sports betting, nicotine.
Well, when you're not addicted to the sun, like nature intended, you're going to be addicted to other things because you're going to need the hit somewhere.
Right.
But when you're getting it from the sun, it's like cruising like this. When you're getting it from other things, it's like this. Mm-hmm. It's like up and down and up and down. It's a roller coaster.
All right. We were on like a very, very solid path, a scientific path that you were leading me down, and I think I lost track. What were we talking about? What were we talking about before we started talking about nicotine?
Well, we were talking about melanin.
Like, you were saying nicotine is bad for the gut. Like, don't swallow it. If you want nicotine, smoke it, or just don't spit it.
Yep. Smoke. And I mean, obviously smoking, limit that if you're going to do it too much, like then I would probably use something absorbent, like blue or whatever. I actually like Troscriptions. They're methylene blue and nicotine troches. They're great.
Methylene blue and nicotine what?
Troches. They're buccal. They're like these little
What are they called?
Troscriptions.
Proscription.
Yeah, they're great. They also make just plain
I'm making
methylene
up a
blue
menu.
ones. I know, right? And you basically tuck it between your cheek and your gum line, and it absorbs there. It will stain your mouth blue, just warning, because the methylene blue is like a dye. There you go.
Oh shit!
These are great, especially for long COVID, because both the nicotine, so nicotine works on the ACE receptors as well.
So what is the effect you get from this? You get any sort
So
of,
this is
can I catch a buzz from this?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. This also has CBD in it. So you feel good. It's also good for you. I obviously wouldn't abuse it because methylene blue, Jack talks about it decently.
Yeah, he says he gives people IVs of methylene blue when he does brain surgery on them.
Right. So there's certain situations, if you have mitochondrial dysfunction, let's say from long COVID or the jabs, you may want to use something like nicotine with methylene blue.
Is this, you get a prescription for this?
No, you can buy it. It's great. Highly recommend. I love it. They have the Just Blue troches as well.
So this is potentially a good alternative. It's gum? Or you just like sit it between your...
You just sit it between your gum line and your cheek.
Okay.
Methylene blue was actually very closely related to hydroxychloroquine. So like they're...
Yeah, that's what Jack was saying.
Close. Yeah.
What is like a practical use of methylene blue?
So
for every day, not just for brain surgery.
Yeah, I mean, he would defer because he doesn't like to get into trouble with this because it's kind of a gray area online with like censorship around methylene blue.
Is there censorship really? Well, it's fish tank cleaner too, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's also used in like research. My friend at Princeton uses it in his like zebrafish research to like stain embryos or whatever. But essentially, what it can do is it does quite a few things. Jack would say that it works at the quantum biological level to help facilitate the movement of electrons, like quantum tunneling, essentially. But it can help to make the electron transport chain a bit more coupled, so it helps with energy and water production in the mitochondria. So if you're in a condition where your mitochondrial function is very good, and maybe, like I said, long COVID, post-jab, or other situations where maybe your mitochondrial function is hindered, like, I don't know, some chronic disease states, then you may benefit from using it. Obviously, it's not medical advice, but it's very low toxicity. Obviously, again, you wouldn't want to abuse it though because it can have some drawbacks. It also works as an SSRI and SNRI. So if you're on certain psychiatric drugs, you can't use it. Like what are they called?
Like depression drugs. SSRIs.
Yeah. So it can really help.
Prozac, is that like one of them?
Yeah, Prozac. There's another group of MAO inhibitors. Those drugs you can't combine those with methylene blue. They're contraindicated. But for people who aren't on those, they can use it for mental health and physical health.
How many of those prescriptions would be safe to use in one day?
So each little square, it breaks into 4 pieces.
Okay.
I would typically use like 1 or 2 little squares at a time, like daily, maybe 3 days a week, or something like this, every other day, something like that. Or you could do 3 days on, 4 days off. I wouldn't use it every day, depending on what you've got going on. Is it just for like abuse?
I think Huberman said that one of the guys in his lab a couple of years ago or whatever was constantly chewing nicotine gum, and he was looking like he won a Nobel Prize.
Yeah, in the short term, maybe you'll have colon cancer in 20 years.
Right? Yeah. You're swallowing it. Right?
Yeah, most people do. Most people don't know.
Right.
Many people have destroyed their gums with those pouches. Like they literally
With the pouches?
Yeah, with the Zyn pouches in particular. Like my one friend in particular literally has to get reconstructive gum surgery because she destroyed her gums.
Oh, it's a girl that's doing it. Not many chicks use Zyn pouches.
A lot of the high performing ones too.
They do, really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's nuts. So, but that you wouldn't be able to mitigate that by spitting though. It's just because it's sitting there.
Yeah, well, she was really crushing them.
Oh, she was crushing them. How many?
Like all the time. There's always one in her mouth.
Always.
Yeah. So like you want to make sure you're rotating where you're putting it, and then not all day because it is very irritating to the mucosal, which is also in the mouth.
Right.
So be wary. Also, especially because we're now seeing a really strong link between the oral microbiome and overall health. So like if you have leaky gums, like if your gum line is inflamed and you're getting this exchange with like the bacteria in your mouth and your bloodstream, If you have like bleeding gums, inflamed gums, like that's a sign that it's basically a risk factor for like cardiovascular disease and like cognitive decline as well. And they even literally found the oral microbiome in the plaques.
They found what?
The oral microbiome, like those bacteria in the plaques from like the arteries. They're finding them there. So it's being somehow transmitted from mouth into the bloodstream and then getting caught there, fomenting inflammation perhaps. Yeah, we want to take care of our mouths. It's important.
Yeah, my gums bleed when I brush my teeth.
Mm-hmm. Has that always happened?
As long as I can remember. Sometimes it's worse than others. Sometimes I don't notice it. But I've heard what you just said before, and I always get worried. I'm like, oh shit, am I gonna die?
I mean, we're all gonna die.
I do everything I'm supposed to do.
What do you do?
I get sunlight. I eat good.
Okay.
Eat a lot of olive oil. Eat a ton of fish.
Do oil pull?
Love fish. Huh?
You do oil pullings?
What's that?
Like you can use coconut oil or another type of oil, and you basically swish it, and it helps.
In your mouth?
Yeah, it helps to break down the biofilms, like the hard plaque and the soft plaque that can form along the gum line.
Really?
Yeah, because
Can you do it with olive oil?
Yeah, you can do it with olive oil.
So just swish it around in your mouth.
Yeah, for like 5-10 minutes. You can do it in the morning, like you do other stuff.
You know what?
And then
I
you can
put
brush
olive
after.
oil on everything I eat. I drown everything.
What kind of olive oil?
Extra virgin olive oil?
Like what brand?
I don't know, some shit I get from Publix.
It's probably not real. It could be cut with seed oils.
Really?
They do that. You need to make sure you're getting a good one. I like Costarina. It's on. You've seen it on Amazon or like Whole Foods, but
Can you pull this up, Steve? I need to get a visual.
Yeah. Greek olive oil in particular is known to be the highest phenolic, so it has the most antioxidant molecules. Greek. Yeah. Greek's where
The
it's
one
at.
I'm using, I think right now, it's like a squarish looking bottle with a green logo. I want to say it's like California something.
Is it a glass bottle?
Glass bottle.
Okay. Yeah, California's alright, but
It's one of the more expensive ones. I have to. Steve, what, you find this thing?
Costarina is for the
Costarina olive oil with a K. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. That one's great. It's higher phenolic. There's also other like medicinal olive oils you can get online. They're like super high phenolic. Very anti-inflammatory, antioxidant. I get the white bottle.
Oh, I've had that one too. Oh, Costa Rica, I do have that. I do have that. Those are expensive. I had the red pepper one, the spicy one.
Yeah, I never had that.
They have all kinds of flavors.
Yeah, I just like the white one, the white bottle. It's really good. It's very peppery and really the color is beautiful as well.
Yeah.
Yep, the early harvest, so it's high phenolic, cold pressed Greek olives. It's great.
So,
Very medicinal.
so olive oil might be laced with like other oils.
Yeah, and they could put dyes and stuff in it too to make it look like better than it is. It's crazy. And also, if it's in plastic, that's already a problem.
Right.
Because it can basically dissolve the petrochemicals.
Yeah, I had what's her name? I had Dr. Shauna Swan in here. You familiar with her?
Mm-hmm.
That stuff scared. That podcast scared the living shit out of me. She was saying about all the studies that they did with people like in the 50s compared to now, with like the sperm count going down, and testosterone levels going down.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's
People
mainly
that were
controlled by light too.
People that were in rural areas they were worse off than people in like hot, dense populated cities, which is crazy because of all the chemicals they're spraying on like agriculture and stuff in those areas.
Yeah. I mean, we briefly touched on like melanin's properties as a detox system, let's say. It's really, really important from heavy metal perspective, but also a reactive oxygen species in general perspective. If you live in a very reactive environment, if you can have a tan, you can really help to mitigate some of those effects because that melanin can sequester some of those reactive species. Your body can also pull melanin from your skin inside. So we need way more research in this area, but we know that melanocytes are derived origin as like the brain, neuroectoderm. And neuroectoderm tissues with that origin are able to maintain diapedesis or like movement in the body. So we consider movement in the body like maybe with immune cells, also like, of course, metastasis in cancer. We consider it a bad thing. But some cells are meant to move around. And so actually a lot of people have had many people in my DMs, and even Jack talked about this with Rick Rubin as well. Like they go on a long flight and they get off the plane and their tan is like much less. Well, essentially what the body can do is it can pull melanin from the outside inside to help quench the reactivity that's going on from being in such a toxic electromagnetic intense environment. Yeah,
that's fascinating how that happens.
Yeah. So melanin is crucial. There's so many different aspects of our body that use it. But from like a detoxifying perspective, or like a protection against the environmental insults perspective, we really need to focus on like the basics first. And Jack will frequently say like redox before detox, because redox essentially describes the net negative charge of the body, describes how well your mitochondria are working. All of the detoxification mechanisms our bodies have rely on mitochondria. So if our mitochondria are dysfunctional and suboptimal because, let's say, our light environment and deuterium load and our magnetic environment, also the electromagnetic environment in general, is poor, then we can't even begin to detox because our redox is broken. We don't even have the tools, the raw materials. So we need to focus on the redox status first, and then if you want to support your detox pathways and this and that, you can do that, but we're playing a losing game for starting the detox, and we're not paying attention to the mitochondria.
How much of this EMF, 5G, Wi-Fi stuff is real? Like RFK talks about it, like penetrating the blood-brain barrier and all this stuff. Is that seriously? Is that real?
So, first of all, there's not been very good quality research on this.
Okay.
Primarily because Robert O. Becker got canceled back in the late 60s. He was the foremost researcher in this space. He showed that radio frequencies back then, like AM, FM, whatever, were causing tumors in rodents and all these other effects on cells. And they were doing a lot of studies in his lab on like limb regeneration and things like that using specific frequencies. And I know you talked about that with Jack. But that research basically got buried after he went on 60 Minutes, and his whole entire career was ruined basically overnight.
There's a whole chapter about him in that book, Pentagon's Brain.
Yeah, well, for that reason, we don't actually have high fidelity research to point to, and it's conveniently because they can just say, there's no evidence that it's unsafe. Well, there's no evidence that it's safe. In fact, the evidence that is there would suggest that it's not safe. And then if you combine that with like the fact that, first of all of these 5G, 4G, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, etc., they're all forms of light. They're all part of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Okay.
So like I mentioned earlier, our mitochondria are electromagnetic antennas. They're sensing the electromagnetic environment to try to understand what is going on in the environment. Is it winter? Is it summer? Like, what does it look like? How do I survive and thrive in this setting? Well, these frequencies were not present in our ancestral environment whatsoever.
Right.
Very small amounts of radio frequencies can get through the atmosphere, like very, very, very small. Compared to what we're experiencing today, like our bodies have no idea what this milieu is because it's completely foreign. And so you can, at the very least, think of it as these frequencies are interfering with our ability to create coherence and to sense the environment effectively. But at its worst, you could see it would directly interfering with mitochondrial function, for example, which I wouldn't be surprised by at all, because if we look at, blue light, toxic artificial blue light being like probably the most non-AVMF we're facing, and then all the rest of them that we use for our technology together, at the same time as not moving our bodies, not getting sun, toxic food, toxic water, forever chemicals, all at the same time, all the vaccine schedule, everything like that. So it's like, it's really hard to disentangle because it's multifactorial, the problems that we're facing. And it's not like if we just fix one thing, everything else is fine.
Right.
We really have to consider the synergistic, like the negative synergy between these inputs. And nobody's doing that research because it's not reductionist. It doesn't fit within the model.
There hasn't been any real research since Becker.
No. There's been some sponsored by the FCC, but even in their research, they showed that
Do you think it's reasonable thing to say that these 5G breaks the blood-brain barrier?
Breaks it? I don't know about
penetrates it. I don't know. What did RFK say?
I don't remember what he said. I don't remember that. But
started saying it towards the end.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what he said.
Can you find it, Steve? Find a quote RFK talking about 5G and the blood-brain barrier. We could actually figure out exactly what he said.
But what I can say is when leaky gut and leaky brain are very closely linked, because the cells that comprise the blood-brain barrier are very, very similar to the cells that comprise the tight junctions of the gut. And so whenever we have insults to the body that are affecting the gut, that also has an effect on the brain and like the permeability of that. So if you increase gut permeability too much, you start to get lipotoxins and things like this coming from the microbiome and other things coming from the diet, heavy metals, etc., that should have gone out with the stool, but now they're kind of coming into the bloodstream because of the hyperpermeability. That's also directly affecting permeability in the brain. that can create issues with neuroinflammation. When the blood-brain barrier is inflamed, that can deplete the ability of the brain to take up glucose from the circulation, which essentially starves the brain in the absence of ketones. That's why ketones are so powerful in neuroinflammation and neurodegeneration, post-TBI, etc., because in those settings, the brain is inflamed, so it can't take up the glucose that it needs to survive, and so it will either wither or it can compensate by using ketones if they're available. But most people don't get into ketosis, they don't fast enough, they eat too many carbs, or they just don't know this, so they don't know to leverage like exogenous ketones, for example, or something like this to help mitigate the effects of head injuries, whiplash injuries, or even things like Alzheimer's disease and dementia and things like this that cause issues with that blood-brain barrier.
Yeah. There is whatever you said about like what you were talking about. Let's listen to what he said.
Does all kinds of bad things, including causing cancer.
Wi-Fi radiation causes
Yeah, from your cell phone. I mean, there's cell phone tumors. You know, that, I'm representing hundreds of people who have cell phone tumors.
Yeah, I'm hearing.
It's always on the ear that you favor with your cell phone.
That's true.
Oh, and you know, we have the science. Oh, if anybody listens in front of a jury, it will be over. No,
So what is the number? Because a lot of people.
there's a lot of people with it. They're glioblastomas. That's not cancers again. But cancer's not the worst thing. They also, you know, it opens up. Wi-Fi radiation opens up your blood-brain barrier, and so all these toxins that are in your body can now go into your brain.
How does Wi-Fi radiation open up your blood-brain barrier?
Yeah, now you're going beyond my expertise.
Now we're in your field.
There are I'm going to use a number here, and you're going to think it's hyperbole, but it's not. There are tens of thousands of studies that show the horrendous danger of Wi-Fi radiation.
So it breaks the blood-brain barrier.
Yeah, so he said it opens it up.
Opens up
Yeah.
the blood-brain barrier.
So that kind of makes sense to me because the cells that are controlling those tight junctions that protect against permeability, they require mitochondrial function to maintain their energy levels and bioenergetics to actually allow those junctions to be maintained. So if we're disrupting the mitochondria in general, it would make sense that you could begin to break down those barriers and increase permeability in both the gut and the brain. I don't know if there's any specific studies looking at that in humans. There's probably not. What he did say, though, about the cell phones and the brain tumors, I can actually personally attest to this. I had a client who was a model in like the early 2000s, and she was on her phone for like hours a day for different gigs or whatever. And she developed a tumor right behind her right ear where she always had the phone. And back then, the phones were even worse radiation-wise because they just weren't regulated as much, I guess.
What year was that?
It was like 2001.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
So it's like Nokia brick phones.
Yeah, exactly. There have been some steps in the right direction as far as I am aware from a radiation perspective, but she got this tumor in her brain behind her ear, got it removed. Her personality like changed after that, like irrevocably, and she had like suicidal depression for years. And when they
After it was removed?
yeah. And when she and her husband came to me for help, you know, it was kind of like the 12th hour, and so I did what I can to help support her light environment and get her outside more, but it was like she literally killed herself while she was working. Yeah, but I even told them, I was like, this is really serious, like I can only do so much at this
She was
point.
super depressed, I think.
Yeah, super depressed. She was just like no zest for life ever since getting that tumor removed. So it's fucking insane. People's lives can be ruined, and they'll get gaslight by the doctors. Her doctor even said, "Oh, it's probably not caused by that."
What do you know about like childhood leukemia or like kids, like really young babies that get like T-cell leukemia? And is there any what is the consensus on like treatment for that? And is there any sort of like unconventional things like what we're talking about today that you believe can be beneficial to fixing that? That's something I really don't know much about, but I have a friend with a kid that just got T-cell leukemia, and they have to do a bone marrow transplant with the kid soon, and they've been through tons of radiation.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned earlier, chronic regular sun exposure is associated with lower levels of blood cancers and immune cancers. So that would be something like a non-negotiable. You just gotta, I mean, kids need to be outside playing barefoot anyways. We didn't talk about grounding, but when your bare feet are in contact with the earth and your palms, you get free electrons from the earth. Negative charge. Negative charge is what powers your mitochondria to make energy. So
when your body is touching the earth,
specifically your hands and your feet.
when your hands and your feet are touching the earth, it's going to give your mitochondria more energy.
Literally, it's free electrons from the earth. And
Electrons.
Yep, and you can look at the studies, and we talked about electrons earlier. That's what powers energy production in the mitochondria. But if you look at the studies on grounding, you can see even 20 minutes of grounding, they do thermographs, so they can show basically if there's inflammation in the area, they'll do like full body, so they'll show like there's inflammation in their face. And actually, fun fact, after a cell phone for like a few minutes, you can see the thermograph showing this inflammatory impetus within the face. The tissues of the face are hot. Ground for 20 minutes, everything cools down. So it allows you to maintain healthy redox status, redox being that net negative charge. So if you think about our ancestors, we were always grounded because any material that is natural will facilitate that flow of electrons. So if you're wearing leather on your feet, for example, or hides or whatever, cotton even, that all allows the electron to flow. But now with all of our rubber-soled shoes, our synthetic fabrics, and everything like that, we're blocking that electrical connection to the earth. And we're cutting off basically 1/3 of the electron supply we're supposed to get. When I think about bioenergetics, most people think about food. Food is only 1/3 of the story. We also have direct exposure and stimulation of melanin in the skin by the sun, like I said earlier, that emits free electrons and free energy. And we also have the third pillar being grounding and direct electron exchange from the earth. We're really only getting one of the 3 pillars in the modern day from the food, and most of the food is BS anyways. So our bodies are starving to death. And that's actually how I see diabetes. I'm going to go back to your leukemia story in a second, but diabetes I really see as like the body is starving because the tissues, the muscle in general, the tissues can't take up glucose very well because insulin resistant. They also can't burn fat or ketones really well either because the mitochondria are dysfunctional. That's like the root of the issue in insulin resistance and in diabetes. And so if your tissues can't burn anything, they're literally just shrinking away. And that's why we see sarcopenia and like muscle loss and frailty being associated with metabolic dysfunction and insulin resistance. And the tissues just need food. They need support. But food doesn't have to be food that you eat. Food can also be sun on your skin and your bare feet on the earth. People don't realize that. And that's also something I want to say in my light lab is that like nobody's looking at these kind of interventions, like just putting people outside in nature under natural light. Because it's not lucrative, I guess. It's literally $3.99. You don't have to have anybody else's prescription to go do it either.
Yeah, that's interesting, that connection with the electrons and like the grounding and the food. This food is just electrons, essentially.
Exactly. Right? Yeah, when you're eating food, you're eating for protons and electrons.
Right.
Of course, you're also eating for micronutrients that help to facilitate certain parts of metabolism. For example, there's like a cofactor in the enzyme reaction that connects glycolysis to the mitochondria. It's called pyruvate dehydrogenase. There's an enzyme called TPP. It's like, I don't remember what it stands for. Anyways, that enzyme is part of like a micronutrient that you get from diet. You know, how you get your B vitamins, vitamin C, vitamin A, etc., E, whatever. Those vitamins also play roles in metabolism and stuff. So you are also eating for micronutrients, but first and foremost, you're eating for protons and electrons to power your mitochondria. And if we think about it in that way, then we can be like, okay, where else do we get electrons from? Well, we can get at these 2 other areas that nobody else is essentially thinking about or talking about. And then when you think about it in that way, it makes total sense why we're kind of experiencing this energetic crisis as modern humans. But going back to your friend's kid, so, you know, getting into the sun, they, at least the epidemiology would say that that's going to be supportive in that context. We also know that, of course, I kind of mentioned this earlier, where depending on the hand of mitochondria you're dealt from your mom, that has implications for childhood diseases. And that's kind of the rub, too. Like, and this is also the rub of decentralized science in general. It's like, you have to be willing to take responsibility for what you create, essentially. So if you want to live like an asshole and like, you know, not take care of your body, that's totally fine as long as you have informed consent about it. It's all really about informed consent. Like, you have to know what you're doing to your system. So in the case of like, let's say a woman who, I don't know, abused drugs and sat inside all day, alcohol, whatever, didn't move her body, and then she has a kid, those mitochondria that she's handing to the child may not be optimal. They may be damaged. Some of them may not be very good at all. They could have a heteroplasmy, like that mutation burden we talked about earlier. They could have a mutation burden, let's say, in the mitochondria that form their liver that could look like a 50-year-old's liver when they're born. So it really just depends like how they get partitioned when those are happening. But we also need to talk about.
And those mitochondria are fucked for life.
No, so that's what I was just going to bring up. That's the beauty of mitochondrial medicine is it's very actionable, and you can completely turn the ship around to a certain extent depending on when you start the intervention. So there are two processes we need to outline. We have mitochondrial biogenesis and we have mitophagy. So mitophagy is similar to autophagy, which you may have heard of, which is like when you fast, your body can break down.
Repair itself.
Exactly.
And
yes, it can break down. It's basically like the garbage men come out and they take all trash, and they can also read trash and do useful things with it. Mitophagy is similar in that in mitophagy and also like fasting. That you're essentially going to be tagging the mitochondria that are the most damaged to be broken down. So it's like the ones that have the most mutations, they can put up a little flag and be like, hey, you can take me out, not take out the good ones. They're self-sacrificing essentially.
Yeah.
They can be broken down, those raw materials used. But in essence, what you're doing then is you're purifying the mitochondrial colony because now you're selectively depleting the bad ones and you're keeping the good ones. Now that's when the story of mitobiogenesis comes in, or mitochondrial biogenesis, which means that's the pathway that allows you to make new mitochondria from existing ones. So if you're optimizing mitophagy and depleting the bad ones, and you're also replicating the good ones, now in effect what you're doing is you're basically purifying and expanding those purified mitochondria. So now you're restoring health at the tissue level, and you're reducing heteroplasmy, you're reducing mutation burden.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And so when it comes to mitophagy, this is why Jack always says, like, your smallest meal of the day should be dinner, so that when you're sleeping overnight, you're getting into a good fasted state.
Yep.
And then when you wake up in the morning for sunrise, you're both fasted, in ketosis, and you're getting the red and infrared light from the sun. That's like supercharging mitophagy. That's really turning on that process.
Doesn't he also say that you should eat before the light kicks in or something like that?
You need to eat breakfast before UVA rise.
Why is this?
So we talked about this in episode 24 of my podcast, which basically was about the effect of UV light on mitochondria. So essentially, UVA light, when it interacts with mitochondria, it slows down mitochondrial electron transport. It slows down energy production.
What is the difference between UVA and UV again?
UVA is slightly than UVB.
And that's in the morning, right?
Yes, so it's sunrise, and then depending on the time of year, let's say up north where I'm in Jersey, sunrise is like, I don't know, 7 o'clock. And then rise is like maybe 8:15 right now.
Okay.
And then UVB rise maybe around 9, for example. Okay. It's not exact, but it's something like that. In the summer, you get a shorter window. And if you're near the equator, it's really short. Like UVA rise is like 15 minutes after sunrise. So during the summer, it's like you have shorter windows to play with. But essentially what's happening is your body is going to be really good at assimilating the nutrients and the electrons from food before that UVA rise, because the UVA is what's going to kind of put the brakes on mitochondrial metabolism, because it doesn't actually need that energy. Because if you're using UV light to power, let's say, energy production, you're powering the structuring of water as well, which facilitates metabolism. You don't need as much food. And this also directly relates to the alpha MSH story, because alpha MSH, like I said earlier, from UVB light suppresses appetite. So your body's literally telling you when you're getting UV light, you don't need to eat, because you're not going to be hungry. You're just naturally not going to be hungry. Mm-hmm. If you're hungry, like, that could be a sign your light environment's off, or it could be that your body actually wants food. Maybe it's not getting enough energy from the sun or whatever. Maybe it's a cloudy day, or that's also why you need to eat more in the winter, because there's no UV light. You're going to be hungrier, and you also need to eat more fat and protein. Yeah, you need the electrons because there's less. You're not getting much from the sun. Right. And you're also needing more fat and protein from these animal foods to power heat production in the mitochondria. You need more mitochondrial function and activity because it makes heat to help maintain your core body temperature. It also helps with the browning of fat. So brown fat in particular is very metabolically active. Fat, babies, like 35% of their fat is brown fat when they're born. That helps them to maintain their core temperature. Brown fat makes heat. Okay. The thing is, though, brown fat, you kind of use it or lose it. So a decent portion, I don't remember the exact amount, maybe like 20% of adults are walking around without any brown fat because they never get cold. So when you get cold, you can both preserve and amplify your current brown fat, and you can also cultivate something called beige fat, which is when your subcutaneous white fat starts to become more mitochondrially rich and cultivate more mitochondria. That's there's actually a paper out there that says like mitochondria give cells a tan, and it's because they literally look like brownish red. That's why brown fat, like when I used to dissect mice all the time, I cut them open, right on their back there's a butterfly shape of brown fat. It literally is brown because it's mitochondria rich.
You have all that hair on the back.
Well, you have to cut it open, and then you peel it open and under the skin.
Right, you see the thing. So the hair absorbs the light.
So the brown fat is to maintain their body temperature because small animals have a high surface area to volume ratio. They dissipate a lot of heat. Compared to us, our body size allows us to maintain a bit more of our heat, but for them, they are active, even at just like this room temperature is going to be a little cool for them, so they have more brown fat. So that brown fat is not only really good for maintaining heat, but it's also a major sink for glucose and fatty acids from the bloodstream. It's also a major endocrine organ. It's involved in the hormone system of the body, the brown fat. So the brown fat is in this axis with the thyroid, which allows it to take up T4, the inactive thyroid hormone, and spit out T3, the active thyroid hormone. So if you're cultivating your brown fat and you're getting cold regularly, you're doing cold plunges or whatever else, to maintain that brown fat, it's going to help to maintain healthy thyroid function. Combine that if you're like also getting sunlight while you're doing cold, for example. That far infrared light in the sun is helping to structure the water of the body, which is increasing that exclusion zone water, like I said before. That exclusion zone water is required for healthy thyroid hormone signaling. So people who are hypothyroid, for example, if they're just given a pill to like make up for that, we're not dealing with the issues at hand, which are really low brown fat, because if they have low to no brown fat, they're not getting that proper conversion into T3, the active thyroid hormone. And at rest, they're like really cold averse. Like they want to bundle up all the time, and their doctor will tell them, no, just stay warm, like stay bundled up, whatever. Not realizing that's making the problem worse, because now they're cold averse because they're not converting enough of that T3 to help support metabolism. Thyroid hormone is really important for stimulating metabolism at like a very fundamental level. But they're also, also subverting the issue by, let's say, taking exogenous hormones. In addition to that, if they're not getting enough sunlight, that far infrared light, they're also not structuring that water within their cells that facilitates thyroid hormone signaling. So cold and sun at the same time is like magic. So if you're in the ocean, even better, because the ocean is like supercharged grounding. You're getting the salt water that's very conductive. It's allowing more electrons into your system. Or if you're using something like a Morosco Forge, which I have at home, which is a cold plunge, it's a fully grounded system in a metal tub. I have like 10 pounds of Epsom salts in it. So when I get in there,
salts in it?
Yeah, magnesium sulfate.
Really?
So when I get in there, it's like basically a mock ocean. Obviously, it's not as good as the real thing, but it's pretty dang close. And so it feels very grounding, relaxing, energizing. So you're getting all these benefits at once. And I put it in a spot where I get pretty good sun all day on it. So it's like, that's really, really good biohacking or bioharmonizing.
They're sending me one. I should have it in like 2 weeks.
I'm so excited for you. I love I'm in there like every day.
Did they, what temperature do you have it at?
So Jack recommends between 50 and 55 degrees for the metabolic mitochondrial benefits.
Yeah.
I keep mine at 55, and I'll do like 1 40-minute session a week. And then I'll do like 2 or 3 between 10 and 30 minutes.
Okay. I have like a chest cooler at my house that I retrofitted into a cold plunge. I keep it at 40.
Okay. Yeah. How does that feel? How long do you say?
It sucks. It's terrible. It's too cold.
Do you put salt in it?
I do it for like 4 minutes.
Okay.
No, there's no salt in it. I didn't know anything salt.
Oh, yeah. So if you learn from Tom Seeger, he was the first guest on my podcast back in October, and he talked in the second part of our podcast about different salts you can add. You can kind of like hack the system to make it even more beneficial. He'll do magnesium salts. He'll also do like copper salts and zinc salts. So it's like, depending on what you got going on, you can hack that a little bit. But the Epsom salts are like a really tried and true one that are just great for your muscles and magnesium status, relaxing, but also like kind of energizing at the same time.
Yeah, I've never felt the best I've probably ever felt in my life is like after surfing for an hour in 50-degree water and then like getting out of the water. It's still cold, especially in California.
Oh,
you get out of the water, it's freezing. After getting out of the freezing cold water,
Yep.
It is probably like the most alive I've ever felt. Not doing something like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's no surprise. You're getting all these free electrons, you're getting the stimulation of the cold, you're getting the sun. It's like the perfect synergy to support your mitochondrial health, and we can sense that as like energy and vitality.
Right.
I think our brains are constantly surveilling our bodies' bioenergetic status, essentially. So when we feel low energy, it's literally like low energy availability. Like our mitochondria are not like they're not working to the extent that we need them.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a really good readout. Like if people have brain fog or just like low energy, they're dragging their feet, they're sluggish. Like that's a sign that we need to make some changes. Also, speaking of light, I want to make sure I mention this, is that there was a study earlier this year. I believe Glenn Jeffries published this, and it's about red light. And he showed that if you shine 670 nanometer deep red light on somebody's shoulder for 15 minutes, and then you give them an oral glucose tolerance test, which is basically a way to detect how well they clear blood sugar and their like insulin response. So it's like a standardized drink of glucose you essentially take, and then they look at how your blood sugar looks after you drink it. He showed that using that 15 minutes of deep red light on the shoulder and then doing the OGTT 40 minutes later reduced the blood sugar response by 30%. So now imagine taking your meals outside, where you're not only getting 670 nanometer deep red light, you're getting all the light spectrum between 600 out through 3100 infrared light, like the infrared A light. While you're eating, now you're able to clear your not only your glucose but also other nutrients, your bloodstream as well. So it's just yeah. So if I already tested this off, and I've had many clients that do that as well. And a CGM and then taking your meals out. CGM, yeah, that's it.
Light stimulation might reduces blood glucose levels. Wow.
Reduced by 27%. And that was just from shining it on your upper back for 15 minutes. Now imagine like just sitting outside with your shirt off and like taking your meal out there. Like that makes a huge difference over time when you're looking at blood glucose dynamics, metabolic health. It's really just like a canary in the coal mine. It's a sign that like things are good. Like you're able to process those nutrients well.
Okay, now one more time, can you explain to me, like I'm a fifth grader, why eating breakfast before the UVB light kicks in is important?
Yeah, so it's actually UVA, but they're pretty close.
So basically, like after 30 minutes of waking up, right?
Yeah.
Within 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm. So, number one, you're most insulin sensitive first thing in the morning. So that means you can clear the nutrients more effectively than taking in.
Okay.
That's particularly true if you're eating in a circadian manner where your dinner is also pretty small, because what that means is then you're basically clearing, there's something called glycogen in the liver, stored glucose in the liver. You need to actually break that down before you get into ketosis.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, Nick Norworth explained this to me pretty well.
Exactly. So if you're eating a big, heavy, carb-loaded dinner meal, you're not going to get into ketosis during sleep. You're supposed to be getting into ketosis during REM sleep, the later sleep cycles, and then that really synergizes with the sunset, or the sunrise rather, in the morning to get mitophagy going. But if you're having a small, lower carb dinner meal, then when you're waking up, first of all, you should be hungry, because if you've got a small dinner, you're going to be hungry because you're in ketosis as well.
Yep.
And then you're eating that first window, and then when UVA light comes into the picture, that starts to put the brakes on metabolism. So you're not, first of all, you're not going to want to eat as much because your appetite's going to be suppressed. So that should be a sign that things are working well. But just at like the physiological, the cellular level, when the brakes are on mitochondria, we don't need to make as much energy from the mitochondria. We're going to leverage other things like the water, for example, the exclusion zone water that is this battery that is directly essentially powering metabolism, independent of ATP. So it's more of like, I would say the details aren't as important. The main part of the story is that if you're eating in a more circadian fashion and you're in alignment with the sun, then your appetite should naturally mirror what's good for you.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And that means that when there's no UV light wintertime, you're going to be hungrier more. And you actually need that to help maintain your body temperature and your metabolism.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So even during the winter months when you are hungrier and you're not getting as much light, it's better to eat more often and more quantity?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Fascinating.
You can just trust the signals your body's sending you, essentially, if you're in this regulated state. If you're eating a lot of hyperpalatable foods and you're sitting inside all day getting your dopamine system hijacked, then you can't trust the signals your body's sending you, because it's like telling you to eat crap and just keep sitting around.
Yes. The more I sit around, the more I want to snack on shit all day.
Exactly.
How the way technology and the world seems to be evolving is essentially killing us. But we can't just be cave people our whole lives. Like, it's like it's almost a way of looking at it is we exist to evolve technology. Like we literally exist to make better things. That literally drives our whole economy. Is innovating new shit, creating new shit, and consumerism, people wanting to buy that new shit.
Yeah, but I think we're innately curious creatures. I know Joe Rogan talks a lot about like us building whatever the chrysalis that's going to become the butterfly.
Yeah, he
AI
calls
or
us
whatever.
he calls us the sex organs of the machine world.
Yeah.
I think that was Marshall McLuhan who said that. But yeah, we're like creating the electronic caterpillar.
Yeah. So I don't think that we have to go without tech, and I'm not advocating for that. But what I think that we need to do is be honest about the harms we're externalizing to ourselves so that we can make better tech. For example, Daylight Computer, they're making the world's first blue light free tablet. It's awesome. I have one at home.
Do you really?
Yeah, it's great.
Is it legit?
It's great. It's great.
I got one of those on the way too.
Awesome.
I'm
Yeah.
falling down the rabbit hole hard.
And they're going to make phones too in the future.
Really?
Yeah. And they're going to make other things too, like computer monitors and things like that. So if we just get really clear about what are the specific harms of what we're currently doing, and then we get creative, like we're great at innovating. Very good. So we can just figure out a different way to do it.
Yeah, I think that's really cool that there's people like the Daylight Computers, companies that make these red light panels, but there's not enough money in it. It's people, the world revolves around things that are cheap and efficient, and that these things are not cheap or efficient.
Well, it could be cheap.
Like that's why Obama banned the full spectrum light bulbs.
Yeah.
Incandescent
That's not why he banned them. That was the cover for energy inefficiency. But
allegedly, right? I mean, did Obama really? Was he just really trying to make us all unhealthy?
I don't think he knew anything, but he probably has people in his ear just telling him what to do.
Right, to make it so the public reason for it was that they were inefficient and they were energy suckers, right? You had to make these LED lights everywhere that didn't create heat and they were only blue light, which is essentially killing us. Then we have cell towers that are literally everywhere. There's telephone lines that go down every single street that get knocked out every time there's a goddamn hurricane, which is annoying for Florida. And all this stuff is essentially killing us. The environment that we've created is designed, not by design, but it is
somewhat.
It's pretty much killing us.
Some of it's just out of ignorance, likely, and some of it is probably out of malice. I mean, when you learn about like the blue light technology and the mind control experiments, for example, like that's a pretty clear connection.
That's pretty crazy shit.
It is crazy shit, and it also makes sense just from like let's say a financial perspective. Like you want people to be addicted to the thing you're selling. So like if you engineer it to make it in a way that like people want to use it more, then you want to do that because you're going to get more money out of them. You're going to get more influence. So there's that. But I actually also talked about this with Jack a little bit, I think in our last podcast, where we were reflecting on like ancient Egypt and their likely use of crystals to harness photonic energy of the sun and convert it into other forms of energy. And so I think that's just as a kind of an example of we can get creative and figure out other ways to do the things we want to do. But first, we actually have to admit there's a problem, and that's what like nobody's talking about with the non-AVMFs and artificial blue light and things like this. Where we haven't come to terms yet that that's a problem. So that's the first step. That's why getting that message out is important, so people can at least start thinking about it. People can build awareness, and people like Dr. Martin Moore-Eid, he was actually the guy who discovered, when he was a professor at Harvard, the suprachiasmatic nucleus in the brain of humans. That's that master clock. The master clock tells all the other cells in the body what time of day it is.
Okay.
It's the circadian master clock.
Right.
So he discovered that, and he's been like really advocating and pushing for reduction of blue light and like healthy light in the indoor environments, essentially ever since then. And it's just been like hitting a wall with the like lighting industry because they're basically just optimizing for energy efficiency and brightness. They're not understanding that light plays direct roles in regulating our biology.
And now it's a double whammy because everybody wants the Wi-Fi enabled light bulbs where you can change it from your phone.
Exactly. Actually, on that note, there are light bulbs. The ones that I use at home have like a little remote control. They're infrared bulbs, so
yeah. Oh yeah, I need to add that to my menu. Tell me about that again.
Yeah, so they're really cheap. It's like $25 for 4 of them, and comes with a little remote. And you can turn it to like 20 different colors, like 10 different colors, something like that. And so during the nighttime, if you come to my house is red because I don't want to blast myself with bright light or blue light at night. So it's red. That also is light pollution. And during the day, you can turn it on like a yellow color or like.
Do you have to manually do it, or can you put on like a timer?
There is a timer. I haven't actually figured out that function quite yet, but it's also really easy. It's literally just one remote can control all of the bulbs. So you can carry it on you. You can keep them in a different room. It's super easy. That actually brings the point back to light pollution, which I wanted to make sure we talk about, because there's like really big implications to light pollution outside of our physiologic health and also like our psycho-spiritual health as well. So if you think about, let's say, late 1800s, there's barely a grid at that point. There's really no artificial lights at night. There's not these like cities that are just blasting light 24 hours a day. If you go outside most nights and you look up at the sky, you see like the vast cosmos every single night. And you just get this feeling of awe and wonder, like at your both simultaneous smallness, but also your place in the universe.
2 nights ago, I was standing outside when we had no power.
Yes.
In our whole neighborhood, whole half of Florida had no power, basically. But my whole neighborhood was black. And I walked outside at like 9 to 10 p.m. Almost like daylight. There's so much sky, it was illuminating everything, and it was like looking at the world in a new way that I've never seen it, like that I rarely get to experience it.
Exactly.
It was fascinating. The moon was like super bright, and it lit up everything. I could see everything.
Yeah, we're meant to like see the entire Milky Way galaxy essentially every single night. And when we're able to see that, it really puts things in perspective, I think, about what it means to be human and like what is life. And it brings up these like very, like, I don't know, esoteric or like big questions. And I think it's really important for us as humans to have awe and like inspiration in life. But with light pollution, we're not only poisoning our biology and our circadian clocks and everything that has implications for, but we're also disconnected from like essentially the divine and the cosmos.
Yeah.
So when we're in that state, you know, that's kind of a fractal of all the other areas of our lifestyles where we see just like the soullessness of society, where it's like everything is just about materialism, like scientism is the new religion.
Yeah.
We've been like gradually moving away from like being religious, going to church and things like that. And we've been replacing it because I think as humans, we have circuits in our brain that are like meant to plug into that, to like some sort of a belief system around a higher order phenomenon. But if we don't have that, then we're going to basically use that circuit and put it on something else that it doesn't belong to, like government,
UFOs.
like UFOs, like science, like sports teams or whatever it is.
Yeah, I've always said that. I said
Yes.
if a UFO landed on the White House lawn and said, "We're here. This is where we're from, and we live with you guys. We've been here forever," people would all the people that are obsessed with UFOs and aliens would find something else to replace that, fill that gap with.
Exactly.
Something that's unexplainable that the human mind can't understand.
Exactly.
A God type thing.
Yeah, and I actually was just listening to a podcast that kind of ties back with the blue light story with on Aubrey Marcus's podcast. He had Dr. Robert Gilbert on, who's the founder of the Vesica Institute, and I'm actually taking a course with him on crystals right now. We'll talk about this crystal a little bit. But he actually used to work in like the military-industrial complex, and now he's very much
Industrial military complex.
Yes, of course. And he's like now tapped in more into like the, I don't know, like geometry and crystals and things like this, and we can talk more about that. But he was on Aubrey's podcast, and they were talking about the purpose or the functions and the effects of different types of color and light.
Mm-hmm.
And he made a very interesting comment about blue light being used in esoteric practices to basically help to rigidify and make things be more stable. So like if you're trying to learn a new practice, for example, or like you're doing some sort of a meditation and you want to kind of keep that energy that you've cultivated present in your system, that you can use blue light to do that. And like I paused it at that point and I was like, that actually makes a ton of sense if you're thinking about like the way that we're inundated with blue light now. What if it's literally like keeping our spirits like rigidified, like it's not able to move because we're literally constantly blasting ourselves with this like very, very dense blue light from all of our screens and our light bulbs, etc. Then it kind of actually makes sense that like we're no longer really spiritual beings. Like most people have no connection to any sort of higher order self or anything beyond the material self. I don't think that's a mistake, and that's why this also comes back to the spiritual kind of war that's going on right now, where it's literally like a war over, like I don't know exactly what it's over. It's clearly over control and power and money, but if it's other darker forces at play, I wouldn't also be surprised, because when you start learning about these other aspects to the light story and to the way our biology functions and how it's being hijacked, that kind of comes to these conclusions that are pretty sinister, I would say.
So the blue light somehow, how are they using it in meditation?
So it's like it holds things in place, holds
things.
energy in place. So it's like, that's really interesting. I actually want to have my podcast and talk a little bit about that, because I mean, the fact that we're just constantly bathed in this specific frequency of light is just completely abnormal. We already know that it's problematic from the dopamine perspective and the mitochondrial health perspective, but when we're talking about it at maybe like a more psychospiritual level, there seems to be something there as well.
Yeah, I just don't see any sort of way to turn this freighter that we're on, that humanity is on, or that our like society is on, to make it to where all of a sudden the biggest government and superpower in the world is going to shift to technology that takes health as the first priority.
I mean, that's a really sad statement.
I don't see it.
But you know what could do it? Solar flare that takes out every grid all over the world, and suddenly overnight we have to start from scratch. So it's like, it's a very fragile system, actually, when you look at it. There's a lot of givens that we're relying on that, they may not actually be there the next day or the next week. It's not really a given that we can wake up and have electricity and be able to go on our phones. Like, things can happen. Nature is pretty metal.
Yeah. I just got hit by 2 hurricanes in 2 weeks.
Exactly. Yeah, so I don't know. I think we need to make considerations, and if we can do that in a way that is both supporting our desire to connect with other people and connect across the world, and also not harm ourselves, externalize this immense harm, then we should do it. And I really think it just starts with conversations about, like, this is actually possible. And if we don't have the tech to do it now, that doesn't mean we can't have the tech to do it. And I am also very encouraged by the fact that, like, Bobby and Nicole and Tulsi linked up with Trump, and they're like literally on the precipice of getting in there. It looks like the poly market polls are like really strong at this point. I saw earlier today, like points ahead or whatever, that if they get in there, like Jack is directly in Bobby's ear, and I'm working directly with Nicole. So we can make some serious systemic change.
I like the optimism.
I mean, we have to at least try, right? I'm not going to give up.
You have to try. You can't give up.
Yeah.
It's the same thing when people say, when people say, "Oh, you got to vote. We got to get out there and vote." And then, the same people who think that it's important to vote, like let's say that you're, a Trump supporter, and you want to say, we got to get out, we got to go vote, we got to try to make a change, and we know it's corrupt, we know it's the elections get stolen and rigged. But the same people who think that it's important to vote, and that human beings, us, the citizens of the country, have the power to put the president in power. The same people think that the government is controlling the weather. So if the U.S. government is controlling the economy, the food we're allowed to eat, the drugs we're allowed to take, whether or not you can stay free from going to jail, depending on if you pay exact dollar amount of taxes, and depending on how big your tinfoil hat is, if they control the weather, what makes you think they're going to let us decide who becomes the president?
Well, they are still working within the confines of the Constitution. They kind of have to, at least right now. I think that's why they're leveraging all these other points to try to control us, because they're, I think, ultimately scared that system's crumbling. And I do see that, like, the power structures are actually crumbling. We know too much.
Yeah.
Like, we're at a point in society where we're so connected, and the information age is really so here that, like, they can't hide anything. They had an immense ability to control us in the past when they can control the exact narrative being pushed.
Yeah.
We're at a really different beginning of things. Things are going to be changing pretty rapidly.
Yeah, things are definitely, it seems like it's heating up a lot right now.
Yeah.
And you're right, it is impossible to hide stuff. Like, you can't have, like, with the church commission hearings and everything that came out with, like, MK Ultra and all the stuff that was happening, like, during the Bay of Pigs and all the Operation Northwood stuff, some of the stuff Jack was elucidating to, like, you can't hide that stuff there very much anymore. And there was just something that came out, I think it was last night I saw it. Steve, see if you can pull this up. It was, I don't know how true it is, but if you Google the Defense Department codified some new right to deploy lethal force against citizens.
Yeah, I saw that as well. This quietly.
Is this right here?
Yeah, I did. That's it. Yeah.
It's not very quiet. It was all over social media last
Yeah, it's all over social media right now.
Yeah.
Well, this is on a freaking. Oh, here we go. Okay, so it's on a form, but this is the.
So yeah, this is exactly what I saw on Twitter. Can you punch it on it a little bit? It seems like nuts. So it essentially like got rid of the law of using lethal force against citizens for whatever reason. But I guess this is like something that they would want to use like in the event of like a civil unrest or civil war where the military would be able to take action against citizens. Pretty stuff.
It's also pretty crazy to think that the military as a whole would be in lockstep with these initiatives. Because I mean, there's a lot of
well, it's not the military; it's only the highest level of military, right? It's really like the generals or the people that are actually, at the very, very top levels dealing with the like executive.
Well, I guess if you're talking about like nuclear weapons or something like that, but for like foot soldiers are different. They're different.
Yeah, foot soldiers are different. Like there was I think there was like a poll or some sort of study I've heard of. I talked about with a few folks that I've had on the show. Where they talked about like. I know who it was. It was Rudyard. He was talking about how people in the military, like the foot soldiers, people that are like in the army and the navy, they typically lean on like the political spectrum, more conservative.
Yeah.
But the generals, the people that are in command, the high level people that are dealing with like bureaucrats, politicians, and like vice presidents and presidents, they tend to be way more left.
Sure. Makes sense. Totally makes sense.
So, yeah, that's spooky.
It is. Yeah. I don't know. I think we're in for some really interesting times over the next few months, to say the least. But I'm really just focused on, I mean, a lot of people aren't even recognizing any of this as like reality, right? They're just really on the day-to-day. They're just looking down all the time.
Yeah, people don't have time. People don't have time to focus on this stuff.
Well, I think they have time, but they're misappropriating their time. And that's why I really, on my platform and, everything that I stand for is really just trying to empower people to take back their health and their empowerment to do so in a variety of ways. And that actually allows you to see the reality that's right in front of your face. Otherwise, like, you can very easily just overlook very obvious things because you're just so, wrapped up in whatever's going on your phone, on Netflix or whatever else. Right. So I think, obviously that's a whole part of like the blue light agenda, really just getting you addicted to this tech, very hyper-focused on trivial things, essentially, while all this like puppetry is going around in the background, and we essentially have the wool pulled over our eyes. But I think more and more people are waking up, and the more we can support our health at a very foundational level, the more we have fortitude to actually make big decisions and stand up for ourselves and our families.
Yeah, sort of like the industry of medicine and like pediatrics is pretty crazy too, and like how the incentives work, especially like the vaccines.
Yes.
We with my kids, we decided not to give them like the full vaccine schedule with our pediatrician because they have like they're trying to push all these new vaccines on my kids and my toddlers and stuff like that. And we like last time I went in there, I'm like, no, I think we're gonna skip that one. I don't think I want to do this with my kids anymore. And my kid's pediatrician had to kick us out.
I was going to say, did they dump you?
Yeah, they dumped us.
I've heard this so many times. It's sick. It's so sick.
I guess there's some sort of incentive, like if they have a certain amount of their patients or they get vaccinated, they get some sort of like bonus or.
Yeah. But most of their money, I guess, comes from the vaccines.
The pharmaceutical companies, right?
Yeah.
They literally like are 90% of the funders for these places and these doctors.
Yeah. Obviously, incentives dictate outcomes, like Jack always says.
But it sucks because our pediatrician is great. She's like the super sweet lady. She like loves the kids, love her. She like actually like cares about them. And then we went to this other like holistic doctor. This dude was like 300 pounds overweight, and he was like, "Oh yeah, it looks good." Didn't pay close attention to the kids, wasn't able to answer any of our questions. So it's tough to find somebody who's good, who is not a part of the system.
So I mean, are you looking for something just in case they end up needing it? Because do the kids need a doctor?
No, but it's good to take them in for checkups, make sure they're developing right, and
I guess.
And make sure they're healthy, and
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's really important whoever you're interfacing with has your best interest in mind, because otherwise, I mean, you can't know everything.
Right.
You're just going to know whatever they say. Obviously, you're more inquisitive than most, but most people just trust their doctor that they're saying
Yes.
is like in their best interest, and then
Right.
they can end up being screwed over.
Mhm.
I think that's the whole point of like decentralized medicine is like nature is your doctor. And anything, obviously there are certain conditions that need specific care, and if that's the case, then you can find somebody to take care of that. But by and large, we're taking the responsibility on ourselves to maintain and cultivate health and not outsourcing that to another individual that can't actually do the work for us anyway. It's a ruse.
Right.
Like being able to just drug whatever, that's a failing model. It's not actually addressing anything that's going on in your biology. It's really just, like we talked about earlier, numbing a symptom or masking a problem. And some people want that, like a lot of people want that. It's both a supply and a demand issue. And that's like one of the caveats that Jack likes to talk about too. In a decentralized system, you have to be willing to take the responsibility for yourself. You literally, like, a doctor's not going to do that for you. You can't just trust an expert. You need to become somebody that you can trust. You need to inform yourself. You need to be empowered. You need to be cultivating health and then being able to instill that in your children, not sending the kids to school to be indoctrinated and to the pediatrician to get jabbed to the gills. And then it's like you now have they have no autonomy essentially. And you don't have any autonomy over them because, at a certain point it can become hard to turn the train around, but also kids are very plastic and able to be adaptable.
Yeah.
So I think the earlier we can start implementing changes, like my 13-year-old stepson at home, like he wears blue blockers every night when he's on his computer. He has red lights in his room. Like he's been on this for like a couple of years now with us. So like it's just normal to him now. And he talks about it with his friends. And he's like, my stepmom goes on cool podcasts and stuff. So like it's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all. I mean, it's like hard. It's everywhere. Like it's hard to escape. Like even my kid goes to school. It's like, oh yeah, we had snack time today. Our teacher gave us Oreos.
And they're on tablets and like the computers all day now too.
Yeah, they put them on laptops and tablets.
There were studies back in the 80s that showed that if you essentially put kids in a room with fluorescent lights and you basically like watch them over the course of the day, they're all fidgeting. They can barely sit still. They all look like they have ADHD. The next day they went in, they filmed for the day, they had artificial lights turned off, they had the windows open, natural light coming in, and they were able to sit still and focus.
Oh, yeah. I can tell a stark difference between when my kid's been inside, like watching TV versus when he's been outside.
Like behavior
totally
too.
Different kid behavior.
Tantrums and snacking and so much.
100%.
So, I mean, we really can clearly see that as parents and also just at a larger scale, like it's definitely going up. So what are we going to do about it?
Is it good enough to do the nighttime mode on like the iPads or the phones, where you can do it on nighttime mode where it makes it more amber than it does in its place?
I personally keep my phone on amber all day, and at nighttime it should be red because you really want to eliminate all of that.
I got this app.
Is it F-Lux?
Or no, it's not on my phone. I was able to go into the settings and do the color tinting.
That's
so I got it
do.
like a little bit more red. It's not like totally red, but it's a lot more.
Yeah, I think amber is even better. It like basically turns all blue to green. So you can do that. It's like all the way on the left, almost all the way to the left side of the color filters spectrum.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can show you after, but that's what I like to do for the daytime, and I don't even notice that it's on. It's like barely making a difference because you can still see most of the high fidelity. It's just basically reducing some of that glow.
All right, so tell me about the crystals.
Yeah.
Let's see this crystal you got here.
Yeah, so this is a Vogel crystal. It's a 13-sided Vogel. Marcel Vogel was he worked for IBM for like 30 years. He worked on engineering the LCD crystal displays, liquid crystal displays, that ultimately developed into like all the screen devices that we have today. But when he retired from IBM, he started working on crystals because, of course, he had worked on them a bit when he was there, but then he continued down the path. And he did these studies to show that if you vortex water around one of these Vogel crystals that's charged up either through putting it in the sun, or you can even charge it up by holding it in your hand, you vortex water around it, it actually creates UV light in water. So you can test the water before, no UV light. You can test it after, UV light.
Wow.
Yeah. So obviously there's implications from that in like water sanitation, of course. Like if you're trying to make potable water that people can drink, the UV light can help to keep the load down of like pathogens. But in addition to that,
just them, huh?
that's them. So there's a book called Primary Perceptions by Cleve Baxter. That's kind of an expose on his work. I'm also taking that class with Robert Gilbert. That we have a whole section on working with Vogel crystals. I'm basically doing some intro research studies with Nicole Shanahan on these crystals to repeat his studies at first, and then we want to kind of expand upon it because the body, like molecule for molecule, is vastly made of water. It's like, I don't know, 80% water or something. The water content dwindles over the course of the aging process, and that's directly related to mitochondrial heteroplasmy and mutation rate, because if your mitochondria aren't functioning as well and they have more mutations, you make less water. And now when you die, let's say you're 90 years old when you die, you could die at like 50% water, 45% water. When you were born, it was like 90% water. So gradually, as that energy and water ability, like the production capability goes down, you start to desiccate and dehydrate. And so water is really instilling life.
Yeah.
But in addition to that, so if we know there's so much water in the body, by extension, if we vortex water around the crystal with UV light, the notion is, can we use these crystals in some way to increase UV light availability to the body as well? Just by holding it or charging it in this way or interacting with it in a certain way. And that would help in cases like long COVID or other chronic diseases where it's like very UV light deficient systems. And right now, Jack is basically saying, move into the tropics if you're super sick. But what if we could leverage something like this to allow people living anywhere to get access to this?
Interesting. And what would be the like? How would you utilize it? Would you just have a room filled with crystals?
So we don't know yet.
Okay.
We got to test it, but we're thinking. I half joking was saying that maybe we could like put crystals up your nose. Like I have an intranasal red light probe. Not eating them. No, oh my God, that would hurt. Not recommending. But like we have intranasal red light probes because at the top of the nose, like the bone that separates the nasal cavity from the brain is super, super thin. So if you do intranasal red light, you can actually really directly stimulate the brain. Also, of course, you can use a helmet. Specific wavelengths of light, like 8, 10 nanometer light is pretty good at penetrating through bone. But by the same extension,
that's why what people put those red lights. I've seen people put red lights up their noses.
It helps to get to the brain.
Wow.
So if you have things like neurodegeneration, Parkinson's disease, brain fog, things like that, you can directly help to stimulate brain metabolism through the red light exposure to the brain through that very thin bone. Yeah, we got to think about it. We're gonna have to try things. This is like very new research. Nobody else has really done this.
There it is.
Local studies. Yep, there it is. Oh my God, that's so dorky.
That seems crazy. Yeah, and then like Jack was saying that a lot of these red light devices flicker like crazy, and they're really bad for you actually.
That's true. Like Jude is really high flicker, high on the EMF. It just depends how they're designed. Also, in general, red light panels are suboptimal compared to the sun because they are LEDs, and so that means they have very narrow wavelengths. So, like for example, you may get a red light panel that has like 5 or 4 different wavelengths of red and infrared light. When you're out in the sun, it's like you get hundreds because you're getting all the way from 600 nanometer all the way up to 3100 nanometer and everything in between.
Right.
Versus just like these discrete wavelengths.
Yeah.
So that's one benefit, but also there's like lensing effects from red light panels, which is something that happens when like you have LED lights, and of course they have like those little mirrors behind them to kind of amplify the light.
Yeah.
So it's like the light is being distorted in a certain type of way that's kind of unnatural. So anytime you can get like a DC current light source, such as the sun, and also our bodies run on DC current from the mitochondria, that's not an LED bulb, that would be no flicker, because flicker is essentially an artifact of AC power grid.
Yeah.
It's literally, you're seeing like the alternating current within the power grid, but DC current is directly powering it, so it's completely stable, no flicker.
How specifically does the flicker hurt us?
So whenever you're experiencing flicker, the pupil is rapidly expanding and contracting. You may not be able to see it, but it is happening. And even with some lights, you can just put your phone on slow-mo mode and film the light, and you can see it flashing. Some flicker is faster than others, so sometimes you may not be able to pick up on that with the phone.
Yeah, like when you're Steve, like when you're shooting something in super high frame rate,
Yep.
high speed, and your shutter speed's not correct, you'll see that flicker.
Yeah.
And how is that bad? So when your pupils are expanding and contracting like
So
super fast?
it's both exhausting to those skeletal muscles that have to do that, but it's also very stimulating to the sympathetic nervous system. So it's that fight or flight branch of the nervous system that gets you kind of hyped up. And we need to get parasympathetic for a decent portion of the day in order to rest, recover, restore, regenerate our tissues. If we're constantly in like low-grade fight or flight state, we're never getting into that recovery state. So there's that. There's also, as it relates...
Juve is the worst. Juve has the worst flicker of all the red light panels.
That's what I've heard. I haven't tested it myself. So I use Mito-Rad, and I also use Soleil Well from my friend Tori Bento with Monkey Mom on Instagram. Hers are great, and Mito-Rad is really good.
Yeah.
They like specifically design them with drivers that have no flicker, and where the like driver is also put, it minimizes the EMF exposure while you're using it.
But what if you're using the Juve with the flicker and you're not like looking at it? What if your like eyes are closed or you're like looking the other way?
I don't know. I'm kind of ambivalent on that point.
Right.
I think if you can, also Juve is way more expensive than most of these, so
Yeah, they are.
I would say that if you can get something cheaper that's better, then do that.
Yeah, I just got the I haven't got them yet, but I got the EMR Tech ones.
Yeah, I've heard pretty good things about those as well.
Yeah, Jack told me to get them, so.
Yeah.
Are you supposed to just bathe in this light for a few minutes, or do you just is it like a source that's always
also,
on in your room?
And also, what is the optimal time to use these red lights?
Yeah, so it would depend on your goals, I would say. For injury recovery, typically you want to position yourself around 8 inches away from the panel, and you want to do about a 20-minute session on the area of concern. If you're just looking to, get some overall benefits, it could be good anytime to use like during the day, essentially when there's red and infrared light outside.
When there's red and infrared light outside.
So from sun up to
basically anytime during the day it's good to use.
Yeah, I wouldn't use it at nighttime because at least the red lights on those panels are pretty bright. So bright light and blue light both can inhibit melatonin gland and can impair your sleep quality. Also, relative to light at night, I wanted to make sure I mentioned this. There's a study that shows that sleeping in a room with very low levels of light for a single night, the next day, more insulin resistance, higher levels of blood glucose, fat, saying lower.
Sleep with it cold, right?
Yeah, definitely.
No, zero light and cold temperature.
Cold actually helps the semiconductor networks work better. So also, in order to get into good deep sleep, you need to drop your core temperature by like a degree.
I've noticed that during the colder months, I typically during the day have just more energy. Or when I'm in a place that's cold, like I'll have more energy during the day. I don't know why that is.
Are you in the cold?
Or
are you just there inside?
And like if I'm outside and it's cold out, or if it's just like even if I'm inside, just like in general, when I'm in a colder climate, I typically just have more energy overall.
Yeah, well, cold is very stimulating mitochondria, which stimulates the production of photons inside of you, the infrared and UV light.
Right.
That's also why cold plunges can be very energizing, and they actually create more dopamine and norepinephrine in the brain, like by far, than Adderall and like the stimulant drugs.
Right.
Very, very stimulating to those.
That's another crazy thing is how many people are prescribed Adderall.
Yeah, it's wild, and it's so addictive, and it has you build a tolerance so quickly, and we're putting kids on it.
Yeah.
Because they can't sit still for 8 hours, which they never should have to begin with.
I can tell, and I have had a few people on this podcast that have been on Adderall. Their people are just like fully like, why? A lot of people take it. It's crazy. Yeah, it destroys your dopamine system.
Absolutely. It will fry you. And it's crazy that if you look at the prescription, like if you get it prescribed by a doctor, it will say to take it every day. It's like, that's the last thing you should do. You're going to build such a quick tolerance. you're completely frying your dopamine system, and people will feel bad. Like they usually don't feel good taking it like that until they gradually build up the tolerance, and now suddenly they don't feel as bad. But it's like, what are you doing? Like, what's the cost of doing that? You're really just, and actually that's how I see like all stimulant drugs. People tend to use stimulant drugs to complete tasks that they don't want to do. So if you take a stimulant, you can then do anything and it's interesting. Instead of actually following your gut and like what you feel passionate about.
Yeah.
If you're working a job you hate and you take a stimulant, it kind of takes the edge off.
It makes it,
makes it tolerable.
Exactly, it makes it tolerable.
Yeah, so it makes total sense that people are abusing these substances because most people aren't living in alignment with their dreams.
Could that be the same thing though with like with cold plunges? Like you do them every day, and can you build up a tolerance to where you don't get the same effect of it anymore? Like you don't get that dopamine boost. You don't get that like euphoric feeling when you get out of a cold plunge.
So there is an adaptation process that occurs in response to cold. It's actually a good thing. So you're, like we mentioned earlier, you're going to build that brown fat and that beige fat that helps to make metabolic heat in response to cold. So
which is basically the fat being infused with more mitochondria.
Exactly. And so if you're doing that, you're going to be more cold adapted. So maybe plunging at like 55 degrees feels like nothing anymore. Maybe you want to go down to 45, and that's going to feel more challenging. It really depends on what your goals are, because ultimately the semiconductors that make up your entire body, and what is his name? Albert St. Georgi. He's the one who basically he won a Nobel Prize, and he gave a talk that Becker was a medical student at the time, and Albert St. Georgi was giving this talk, and he was saying, it's funny, but it seems like life and biology is encoding for semiconductors. So like all of the proteins and enzymes that we see encoded are semiconductors in nature, meaning that they're essentially allowing for the flow of electrons, and like in the same way that semiconductors work in like phones and other devices. And so when Becker heard that, like that really kind of sent him down this entire path of studying like electromagnetism and biology. But if you think about it in that way, we know that like if you're working in like these intense physics labs, they like to do, especially like quantum studies, they'll do these studies at very, very, very low temperatures, because that's actually when the quantum phenomenon can be detected.
Yes.
So by the same token, if you cool the body down, it becomes more efficient as well. So you're getting that benefit kind of regardless of like, let's say the dopamine and norepinephrine response, just by cooling your body down.
Right.
And so there's going to be benefits to that. Obviously the brown fat as well. Your body is naturally going to sit around like 98 degrees. So even being in 55 degrees water consistently every day, like even if you don't feel as challenged by it, it's still good for you by those mechanisms. If you're looking for the psychological benefits, Tom Seeger talks a lot about this. Like if you're looking for those benefits, you kind of want to push yourself and do it so that it feels challenging to you. And that's going to give you the resilience psychologically. And that's why he recommends doing like if you're especially males, to do like lower 40 or sub 40 temperatures to really get that like that boost psychologically and that resilience.
The sub 40 is crazy.
Yeah, that's where adding the salt helps as well, because if you add salt, that's why you like in the wintertime, if the ground freezes, people sprinkle salt because it lowers the freezing point.
Oh, so the ice won't form so much?
Yes. Okay. So you can get it down to like below the freezing point of water. You can go down to like 30 degrees, even though the freezing point is 32, if you add enough salt.
Does the salt screw up the plunge at all? Like when you like for the cleaning of it, or does it affect any of the flow or the cleanliness of it?
It doesn't. You can absorb or dissolve a ton of salt into water. It's like very, very soluble, especially like the Epsom salts as well. For the Morosco, it's really great because you don't have to clean it at all. It's self-cleaning. Yeah.
I heard that. I thought you still had to clean it.
No, there's a filter that's in the back portion, like in the neck space, and then there's a little, like a sieve that's inside the bottom of the tub that will collect any sort of like bigger debris. So that's the one thing you just want to kind of wipe off. But other than that, the disinfecting process is limited to ozone. Okay. So you don't have to add any chemicals. Right. It stays beautiful and pristine, and you have like a skimmer, so you can like skim out like any sort of like overt debris. But other than that, like a lot of the other cold plungers, most of them that I've seen, you have to add like chemicals to keep it clean. So this ozonation is just like a real game changer. It makes the maintenance like a breeze. You don't have to do pretty much anything. Yeah. I love it.
My little freezer that I use, I have to clean like every week.
Yeah, it's a pain.
Yeah. You're never gonna I'm excited for the Morosco. I got the tall one. The one
good.
you have to you like sit in there.
That's a new one, right?
It's like a box.
Yeah. Oh, right.
It's not like the late one.
Got it. Yeah, I have the long one. We have like the XL.
Yeah.
Boy. Yeah.
Those things are sweet.
They're great. We can fit 2 people, so I'll plunge with my
people?
friends. Yeah, I plunge with my friend or my partner. It's like fun. That also, as Tom would say, like facilitates bonding.
Oh.
Because when you go into the cold, it stimulates the production of vasopressin and oxytocin, which are 2 of the 3 chemicals that are involved in like bonding between mammals. You do that with like a loved one or a friend or whatever, like it helps build bonding chemicals between you.
Yeah, there's no way in hell my wife would ever touch that. She hates cold water.
Really?
Oh, yeah. What about like supplements? Are there any like supplements that you would recommend, or that I know like Jack's like really against supplements and any kind of drugs, but like are there any supplements that are good that there's like no ceiling for as far as like overusing them, that kind of like incorporate all this stuff?
So I would say anything could be overused. I mean, you can even get too much sun in a given point in time. Like everything, you can die from drinking too much water. So like everything has its dose response. Regarding supplements, some things that are pretty well tolerated and have good data behind them would be things like creatine.
Yeah.
I'd say that's. I mean, you're also getting that from the diet, and so it's pretty much akin to that if you're just getting it.
There's like supplements that have these precursors to NAD that supposedly like build like support your endogenous production of NAD. It's silly.
We did the studies to debunk that actually in my PhD
Really?
lab. Yeah. We showed that NR and NMN.
Yeah, NMN, resveratrol,
Yeah.
and TMG.
Yeah, not TMG. TMG is involved in like the methylation pathways, but for the NMN, the NR, nicotinamide riboside, and nicotinamide mononucleotide, we showed that essentially there were no benefits to longevity. There were no benefits to NAD levels outside of tissues besides the liver. There was a very small increase in the levels of NAD in that tissue. So when it comes to NAD biology is mitochondrial biology. So if we're trying to take a supplement to subvert our need to optimize our light environment and water magnetism, for example, it's not going to work. Because NAD, essentially what it's doing is there's something called the citric acid cycle or the TCA cycle. That's what allows you to basically take electrons from food and get it into the mitochondrial electron transport chain via NAD. So NAD plus will take on something called a hydride, which is a hydrogen with an extra electron on it. Takes that on, it comes NADH. NADH can go into the electron transport chain and deliver those electrons into that pathway to facilitate the production of ATP and water. So the NAD is really a readout of how well your mitochondria is recycling that NAD, because after the NADH drops off that hydride, then it can go back essentially and take more electrons. So if your mitochondrial function is sluggish, you get a buildup of NADH and a drop in NAD. Taking a supplement to deal with that problem is not actually dealing with the problem. We actually need to get to the root of why are the mitochondria sluggish. Are you having too much deuterium in your diet? You're not getting enough sun? Are you in a lot of blue light? Do you have high heteroplasmy from, whatever, inheritance from a parent or poor lifestyle choices? So those are like the real, if you really want to support NAD metabolism, that's what you need to focus on, not supplementing, because that's just really, again, putting a patch on a problem that's much deeper.
So like same thing with people who do intravenous direct NAD.
Yeah, actually, I remember when I brought that up to my boss, Josh Rabinowitz, during my PhD, I was like, hey, people are getting NAD IVs. What do you think about this?
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like a little out there. And he was like, yeah, it doesn't make any sense, actually, because there's no transporter for NAD into cells. It's never been identified. So what we think is happening is that NAD is getting cleaved into maybe nicotinamide or another derivative of that in the bloodstream, and then that's getting transported into cells. So there may be a benefit to getting nicotinamide in for a variety of reasons, but the NAD itself is likely not facilitating that, and it also relates to like when people take niacin, they get that flushing response.
Yeah.
Pretty similar actually to the response that people get when they get the infusion of NAD. So there may be some interconversion or reactions happening that's converting that maybe even into niacin, that's giving you that like paresthesia, it's called, with the pins and needles and like that discomfort that people experience when they get those IV infusions. So it doesn't seem like there's a direct benefit to getting the NAD IV. At least there's no evidence at this point that there's a transporter for that molecule into cells.
Have you seen this guy, Brian Johnson?
Oh,
What do you think about this guy?
he's the worst ever. He's the worst ever. He literally looks like a vampire.
He looks strange.
He takes his son's blood and puts it into him.
Where is he getting all these ideas?
There were studies in mice showing that if you put young blood into old mice, it makes the old mice younger. Like, phenotypically, it makes them act more young and healthier.
That's what he's basing this off on, and that's why he's taking his son's blood.
But like, there's no way. Like, if you take 100 supplements a day, like you're completely missing the point. Because when you're getting nutrients from food, it's always in the perfect ratios with other nutrients, with the right macronutrients. Like basically telling you information about the season as well, because depending on the season, certain foods are growing, certain ones aren't. So all of that information is being encoded and it's being interpreted by your mitochondria to tell your body what to do with it, essentially.
Just like a vampire, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It's not even like, no, it's just not good. And he's the one who's been spouting stuff about like healthy, no healthy things, blah, blah, blah. So
About what?
Like the sun is killing you or whatever. You have to
Really?
block it at every turn, yeah.
I feel like with some people they just go like way overboard, and there's clearly some sort of like mental disorder
Yes.
going on under this, where you just get so obsessed with something and you'll just do whatever it takes to.
Absolutely. And yet he's still gonna die one day.
Yeah,
And
and that's
see that.
another interesting thing is like the average lifespan of humans has never really changed.
That's right. Most people will actually refute that and they'll say our ancestors only lived to 30 years old, but not true whatsoever. Actually,
No.
if you look at that, that's when they factor in infant mortality. So I get this pushback a lot, and I'm like, I have to tell this little spiel,
Right.
which is if you take infant mortality out, which we have made improvements on like significantly,
Right.
then you can see the average lifespan is around 70 years plus, maybe up to 77 or something like this. So we really haven't made headway by way of lifespan, and that just goes to show that our system really isn't working very well at all. We can save people in a pinch in acute care settings. It's great to have modern medicine. Outside of that, we try to basically apply the same conditions or the same approaches to the chronic disease context, and it's not working. Because you can't just, we're dealing with systems that are far more complex than we understand, essentially. You can't just go in and fix one little pathway and not expect a myriad of other effects to happen as a result of that. We're just really looking at it, that's also a byproduct of like the very reductionist, like the scientific reductionist view of looking at the world, where we're just looking at single pathways and single reactions, and then we think we can just modulate that one without any repercussions, but it's just not how biology works.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like even back before we had all this technology and all this radiation and all these EMFs and blue light everywhere, they were still living the same lifespan. Although now there's obviously way more cancer.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
right. There's
chronic diseases in general, all the cardiovascular disease, cancers, neurodegeneration. Most cancers were unheard of in the early 1900s. So I think we mentioned that earlier. So it's like, something's not right. We need to address the elephant in the room.
If there was a way to make human beings live longer, what would it be?
Well, it would be leveraging mitochondrial medicine, because Doug Wallace literally showed in his lab that as you age, you accumulate mitochondrial heteroplasmy, those mutations in mitochondria.
The water and the mitochondria.
The water and the ATP are not being made as efficiently because of those mutations. And if you look at people with chronic disease, even if they're younger, they also have higher mutation burden. Their tissues look older. So in essence, if you can leverage mitophagy and mitobiogenesis to reduce heteroplasmy and to purify your mitocolonies, you're essentially reverse aging. So if you can do that in a really efficient way, then you can actually extend lifespan, because lifespan is essentially you reach a critical point at some point where you're not making enough energy and water to sustain tissue function from those mitochondria. So if there's a way to reduce heteroplasmy in such a way that it's like not hacking the system, but working with the biology that's present, then we could potentially do that.
Have you ever heard of the guy, the physician, the classical physician named Galen? He was Marcus Aurelius's physician, Marcus Aurelius the emperor. And he developed this medicine, which was like a panacea. People thought of it as like a panacea for everything. It was called the Theriac. And it had like 100 different ingredients in it, from like viper flesh, North African viper venom, honey, cinnamon, all different kinds of things. And he also was using, basically a lot of people, I guess, in antiquity died from snake bites, from like venom from snakes, like especially like North Africa and that part of the world in Europe. And what he would do was he would take children, younger people, and he would cut them in a part of their body, like their arm or something like that, and wrap a bandage, soak it in viper venom or the snake venom or whatever, and he would like wrap the cut in the venom where it was only a little bit, enough not to kill them. So I guess like they would somehow build antibodies,
Mm-hmm.
and they would use that person's bodily fluids as an antidote to these snake bites. So they were like using antibodies, I guess. Like some of the stuff that he was doing was like bizarre. And it's just like, it's, I wonder why or if or how much people like pay attention to that sort of like ancient medicine that these people were doing back in the day. Like this weird sort of like fringe kind of sick stuff that they were doing.
Yeah, well, I mean, most of what you just said there just sounds like leveraging hormesis in general. Hormesis being like that notion that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Cold is hormesis, like hormetic stressor, exercises, dietary restriction, fasting is. Certain specific molecules can also be. So metformin's not a great example of this, but essentially the way metformin was found was that there were these goats in France that were eating like rue lilies or something, some specific type of French lily in France, and they were living longer than the other goats. And then they basically, went in and tried to figure out what was creating that effect, and they synthesized metformin from those lilies. And actually, like, I think 80-something% of like the pharmacopoeia that modern medicine uses derived from some sort of plants. But anyway, that's just to say that like there are a time and place for these things. Metformin is kind of a can of worms though, because metformin use actually prevents you from gaining positive adaptations to exercise, and it actually impairs mitochondrial function. So metformin shuts down complex 1 of the electron transport chain, not completely, but it poisons it slightly. So that's used, in essence, they use it in diabetes to basically help make the cells think that they've eaten more than they have, essentially, because now you're building up NADH, which is associated with like a fed state. But you're also like low-grade poisoning those mitochondria. So that in combination with the lack of adaptation to exercise on people using metformin, that's like a major red flag that this is not a good thing to use. But there's also a caveat here, which is that there's no light controls in any of the research that we do clinically or in rodents. So actually, I have a story that I like to tell. When I was doing my PhD at Princeton, I was doing some circadian studies, and I was there at like midnight, and I went to the mouse room, and I could only put on red lights because we knew that if you put on the bright lights, it could throw off their circadian rhythm, it could affect their metabolism. So I went in, did what I had to do, went back to the lab, being blasted by fluorescent lights to do do my experiment or whatever. And at the time, I was just like living in the like hypocrisy, let's say. I didn't recognize it as it was. But after the fact, I'm looking back, and it's like, how can we recognize that like bright white lights at night are negatively impacting, metabolism and changing things in the rodents, but then we're made to work under these conditions where it's like completely inhumane in some ways. So I think there's just a lot of cognitive dissonance in the standard like centralized science and model. Like the people aren't connecting the dots that, we are animals too. We have certain inputs that are required for health, and those inputs aren't being acknowledged, and to the point where we literally don't even have controls for our experiments, because on one hand, if we're studying everybody under artificial light all the time, that actually is a good representation of the population, because most people are, but we're not actually understanding fundamental biology, because if we looked at them in a natural environment under natural light, we may see completely different phenomena. We just don't have that data, and that's, again, why I want to start my decentralized light lab, to be able to ask these questions and revisit a lot of the cornerstone studies in the proper light environments, and we can see what happens under those conditions, because it could be entirely different.
It's also crazy that they do surgeries under those giant LED lights. They shine them right inside your body.
Right.
Or like in Jack's case, on their brain.
Yes, it is. It's incredible that he never got sued once, and it makes complete sense when you learn about like how he was doing things differently.
Yeah, with shining the red lights in the room.
And the peroxide and the UV light.
Peroxide, the methylene
blue. Yeah, it's incredible.
There was something else on that podcast with Huberman and Rick Rubin where they were talking about one of Huberman's colleagues, I think at Stanford, who's a brain surgeon or a neuro something, brain guy. And he said that 50% of the medical literature is like complete bullshit. I can't remember why he said it was bullshit. If it was like corrupted or if it was just incorrect or out of date, maybe.
Yeah, either way. I mean, there was even a study out a couple of years ago showing that 80% of the recent medical literature is not reproducible. meaning other labs can't get the same results as
Really?
the initial labs did. Yeah. So, I mean, that's also not surprising if we don't have light controls, because maybe they had different lights in different labs. That could also have a direct impact on the results they're getting. We're just kind of aloof. That's like part of the unknown unknowns for most researchers.
Right.
Um,
What do some of your colleagues, like from your school, talk? Do they like? How do they respond to some of the stuff you're talking about? Or are they open-minded about it? Are they?
I haven't gone back and talked to my old bosses about it, but when I first found all of this stuff, I was in my postdoc and I was bouncing it off of my boss at the time. And he, like I said, he was like, oh yeah, the alpha MSH connection makes complete sense. Like I didn't know any of this. So he was like really curious about it. But I never like followed up on that. And I think he's actually going to Stanford now. I got like a big offer to move over there, so he's not going to be at Penn much longer. But yeah, I don't know. I've been taking Jack's advice, which was Becker's advice to him, to not just go blabbing around to everybody about it, because, I mean, best case, I guess, would be getting scooped, because I actually don't mind. If they want to go do the research, they can do it. I don't need to be the one to do it. I just have to be the one to do it now because nobody else is doing it. But worst case, they could try to sabotage my career or something else. So, like, I've just been kind of operating more in the background, just trying to figure things out and doing some of these initial studies with Nicole, and then just trying to fund something that's going to make me completely independent from an institution. Like, I don't want to have to be associated with that, because if you look at most PIs, which are like the heads of labs at these big academic institutions, they spend like 80% of their time writing grants from the to get money from the three-letter agencies. They're not spending any of their time mentoring students, making sure things are being done right, learning new things themselves. They're really just focused on getting more funding. They're on this hamster wheel of like, I just need more money, more money, more money.
Yeah.
And then you're only able to get money for certain types of projects because those are the ones being prioritized by the CDC, FDA, whatever, NIH, etc. So if there's only certain projects being funded, then you're going to tailor your research to be able to fit within those paradigms. And now maybe you're not focused on the thing you're interested in, you're just focused on the thing you can get money for, and that's just the rub in the centralized model, because they don't even think out of the box like other ways to get funding. For example, I was at this like conference for bioelectricity like 3 weeks ago. It was online, and Michael Levin was presenting there. He's kind of Becker's protege in a certain sense.
Michael Levin.
Yeah, he's at Tufts University, and he's really one of the only people successfully studying bioelectricity right now, like Becker was, but he's doing it a little bit more low-key. And I was a bit of an antagonist on like the Zoom chat. I was like, hey, like, what are the effects of non-native EMFs on these systems you're studying? And he kind of gave a very non-committal answer. I was just basically like, I don't know if it matters, but like obviously it should matter, because this is an electromagnetic input into an electric system. Like, why wouldn't it matter? So I don't think he's focusing on questions like that, because again, he's not going to get funded, or it's inconvenient, or it could get him targeted or canceled like Becker. And then at the end of that conference, there were like 10 of the PIs were griping about there not being enough funding for their projects. Like, they could never get money. It's just they can't do the research they want to do. And it's just, that's the rub in that system. You can't really get around it, because that's the model that's been built. You kind of have to go outside if you want to get stuff done. And most of them are too scared and blue light toxic to do anything about it, because they can't even see out of the box. Because when you're in a sympathetic state from all this blue light and from, being in the rat race, you literally can't even see the bigger picture, because sympathetic drive shuts off your peripheral vision literally. So like, you can't see as much of your peripheral vision, but it also shuts off your ability to see the bigger picture and see peripherally in your mind as well. It's really, you're just focused on survival moment to moment. So I think that's another aspect to this that's really important, is that this technology and these environments are literally shaping the way we think and feel, and the way that we perceive life and reality at a very fundamental level. It's hijacking wiring that's supposed to be, in response to the sun, where we get this balanced spectrum. But instead, it's very isolated blue that's hijacking these pathways, that's preventing us from actually seeing reality as it is at a certain level.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. Just like with capitalism and how it's like, it's the worst part of capitalism is the way it's utilized with pharmaceutical companies and with these schools. And it's like, you're trying to like focusing on money versus like the health outcomes of the people is going to get you the opposite effect. And then once you get so far down the road, like, you kind of like lose sight of what the goal was in the first place, which was to make people healthy, and now you're just trying to survive and earn more money and increase salaries and climb the ladder of whatever company or whatever federal FDA or EPA agency you work for. And this, like you said, it's just a rat race.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know how it could get back. I don't know. I know other countries like in Europe that have socialized medicine are generally healthier. I know that some of like the grocery stores have much healthier foods in there because they're incentivized to keep people healthier. Because the costs, they don't operate the same way we do.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's way less like, let's say, toxins permitted on their foods in Europe. Like, they're much more stringent compared to our FDA here. And there's kind of like a big ruckus about that here. I think there was some petition to Kellogg's to take all this BS out of the food, like the dyes and the preservatives and stuff that's not present in other countries. So there's that.
Canada too, right? Is Canada like that?
I think Canada's even better than us for sure. It's pretty insane how they can get away with that here. I mean, I think that just points also to the financial incentives in place for these people to be able to do whatever they want, essentially, to our food supply and our environments.
How do you fix it?
I mean, awareness is the first thing, because if people don't know there's a problem, then they're not going to look for a solution, and they're not going to be able to make better choices for their families and themselves. And I think people are building awareness around this. There's a lot of rhetoric around this online, around health in general and nutrition, but I really think we need to focus an equal amount, at least, on the light part, because that's really the missing piece that people aren't recognizing, that's driving their cravings, it's driving their inability to say no to things, that is also driving drug abuse and alcohol abuse and other things like that, because you're just constantly looking for that next dopamine hit, like we talked about earlier. So once you get off that dopamine wheel, you can actually kind of like pop up above the water. You can kind of see what's going on. You can make a clear-headed decision versus just constantly compulsively going from one thing to the next, like just surviving, essentially, like we said before.
Yeah. Well, that was amazing. Thank you. That was 3 hours.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh my God. It was 3 hours.
Tell people that are listening and watching where they can follow you and listen to your podcast and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, so I'm on Instagram at GirlAlexisJasmine, JAZYN, and the podcast is called Undoctrinate Yourself. It's on Spotify and YouTube right now, but it's going to be on all platforms pretty soon. That's where I'm most active. I have a live course that's starting tomorrow, actually. It's like a protocols-based course for a whole bunch of different things, from fat loss and muscle health to metabolic health and mitochondrial function, long COVID, and things like that. And I try to teach as much as I can. I used to take a lot of one-on-ones. I'm mostly teaching in group settings now. I'm putting a lot of free content out on my podcast and on my Instagram, and I'm becoming more active on X as well, which is the same handle as Instagram. So that's where people can find me.
Sweet.
And yeah, there's like literally a treasure trove for anybody who's new to this space. Like, if you just go on my Instagram, you can learn for hours, and on the podcast as well. I've had 3 episodes with Jack. And a bunch of other incredible guests as well, like lots to learn about. Oh my God, the Kamala Harris book.
Did you read that?
Cover to cover.
How was it?
It's blank.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
I know. It was a #1 bestseller on Amazon.
This book is unburdened by what has been. Wow, that's amazing. That's awesome. Well, thank you again. I really appreciate it. I'll link all your stuff below so we can go check it out.
Great. Sounds good.
All right. Good night, folks. Kip, thanks for coming on the show, dude. I'm excited to talk to you today.
It's my pleasure. Me too.
We were just talking off camera about the Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and Da Vinci Code.
Yeah.
Well, okay. What were you explaining? That basically they're based off of something that was forged.
So as I understand, and I'm the medieval manuscripts and stuff. That's not my expertise, but as I understand it, so the Da Vinci Code is a novel by Dan Brown based on a popular book that was published called Holy Blood and Holy Grail, and that particular book is based on a collection of manuscripts called the Protocols of Zion, which is a medieval forgery, basically. And it's like an anti-Semitic forgery.
An anti-Semitic.
Yeah,
forgery.
I don't know a lot about this, but what I do know is that it's bullcrap. Like it's bullshit. It's there's, there is nothing that we can see from legitimate history, from the actual documents that we know as authentic, which reflect a reality about the church in the medieval period that aligns with what's in these other forged manuscripts. So
does he know about this now? Did he the author of that book, Dan Brown, or whoever his name is?
Well, I don't think Dan Brown cares because he's writing a novel, right? But the other guys, I assume so, and they might not care either, because for some of these guys, it's just about selling books. So who knows? And all sorts of stuff, all sorts of crap gets published and gets discredited, and authors will oftentimes just not care.
Right. So
for
people listening, what is your background? And what is your expertise?
Right. So I am I'm a Dead Sea Scrolls scholar. I did my terminal work, my PhD work on the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are early Jewish manuscripts. There's a lot of the texts of the Dead Sea Scrolls are our earliest biblical manuscripts. So these are our earliest copies of things that became part of the Bible. So I do all of my work in early Jewish manuscripts, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and I call myself also a Hebrew Bible scholar, because I'm basically I do a lot of my work in the text of the Bible. So I hope that was clear.
So when can you give people basically a history of the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yeah.
They were discovered in like the early 1900s. Is that
No.
right?
So the scrolls were discovered in 1946.
Oh, 1946.
The first ones were discovered in 1946. So sometime in February, and this is a famous story, sometime in February 1946, a couple of shepherd boys were looking along the western shore of the Dead Sea in the caves there. Anyone who's been to Israel or to the Dead Sea will know that along the cliffs, they're literally honeycombed with thousands of caves. And so these boys are looking for a lost sheep among these caves. One of them throws a rock into one of the caves and hears the breaking of pottery. They muster the courage to go in, and they find these linen wraps that have scrolls in them. Scrolls are made of leather. They take them back with them to camp. Some of the stories at this point, here we have a number of pictures of some of the manuscripts in situ. But some of the stories at this point get kind of interesting, because what you're dealing with is the recollections of these Bedouin sheep herders, and when they discovered things and what happened to them. Some of the things that we have heard is that when the first of these manuscripts were discovered, they set them on a tent peg, and they just sat there in the wind and the rain for several months before anyone ever decided to do anything with them. Over the course of a number of months, eventually they took these things that they found into the markets in Bethlehem and tried to find someone who would be interested in buying them. Not very successfully. People weren't interested in them until they encountered a Syrian Orthodox Palestinian by the name of Khalil Iskander Shahin. His nickname is Kando. I don't know why he's called that, but that's how he's widely known. He was a cobbler, fixed shoes, but he also was starting to deal in antiquities, and he recognized that on these leather rolls they have writing on. So he thought, well, maybe this is something interesting. Maybe this is something valuable. So he took took two of them and contacted his metropolitan, so the leader of his church, thinking they were Syriac manuscripts. Syriac is a form of Aramaic. This is the language of the Eastern Orthodox Church, the old Orthodox Church. So, thinking it was Syriac, he took them to the metropolitan, like the priest, to look at them, and he recognized right away, no, it's not Syriac, it's Hebrew, and it looks like it's really old. So, over the course of about a year, they determined that these are probably really old. They got in contact with experts at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem to take a look at the manuscripts that they had. And the one gentleman that they got in contact with, his name is Eliezer Sukenik. He was a professor of archaeology at the Hebrew University, and he came out to the church where these things were being held, and he looked at the manuscripts, and he got really excited because these, based on his just visual examination, these looked like potentially the oldest Hebrew manuscripts ever discovered. And importantly, the one manuscript was a large copy of the book of Isaiah, which is a book in the Bible. And this would be one of the earliest biblical manuscripts discovered.
Prior to discovering these, what was the earliest Hebrew manuscript ever discovered?
The Leningrad Codex, which dates to about the 10th century AD. So the Dead Sea Scrolls date between
1,000 years.
It's like you're pushing the clock back 1,000 years, which is why scholars got really, really excited about this discovery. So it's kind of it sounds like sort of a provincial moment too. This is certainly the way that Sukenik paints it, because at the time, the scrolls were discovered in 1946. He didn't actually see them until November 1947. Sorry, no, it was November 1946. Yeah, that's right. But at the time, the British mandate in Palestine was just coming to an end. This is, at the end of the Second World War. Tensions in Jerusalem and in the region were very high. And in order for him he had to get from Jerusalem to go see the stuff in Bethlehem. And in order for him to get from Jerusalem to Bethlehem, he had to get passes to travel through military checkpoints.
Wow.
And ended up seeing the manuscripts. There were 3 of them that he saw. One was a copy of the book of Isaiah. Excuse me. We'll cut that stuff out. Sorry.
No, you're good, man.
So one was a copy of the book of Isaiah. There was another manuscript that is now called the Chodayot, which is a Hebrew word that just means Thanksgiving songs. And it's like a collection of prayers and songs. And then the third manuscript that he had is called the War Scroll, which is it's like this wild telling of the last days when the angels of God are going to meet with the demons and the forces of evil in this final climactic battle. So these last 2 are texts that are not in the Bible. These are texts nobody had seen before this time. So they found, he saw these 3 manuscripts, got really excited about them, convinced his university, the Hebrew University, that they needed to buy them. So he got the funding to go back and purchase them, made the journey once again, this harrowing journey through military checkpoints, taking his life into his own hands to go and purchase these 3 manuscripts, and got them back home securely on the evening of the 29th of November, which was the same day that the United Nations had voted on the proposal of the independent state of Israel. So he's reading the text of the oldest copy of Isaiah known to man at this point, and he's listening on the radio to the United Nations make the announcement of the founding of the state of Israel. And in his own private diary, Sukenik wrote about this. He said, this moment of tremendous significance I celebrated in my own home. One was political and the other was cultural. So it felt like destiny, right? And since that moment, the history of the Dead Sea Scrolls, their discovery and their significance has been wrapped up in the history of the state of Israel. So, in the original discoveries, the scrolls were featured in museum displays and discussed by the earliest prime ministers and presidents as almost guarantors of their legitimacy as a nation.
Right.
So, and this, it's something that I mean, there's a lot more to say here in terms of just the ways in which the scrolls were collected by scholars and how they were published, and then how scholars and politicians really kind of use this material as a means to forward their own ideas. Yeah.
So, and you actually, before we get into that, there's, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's like over a dozen caves, right? And there's and there's like hundreds of thousands of manuscripts that were found right there in that area.
Not quite. So there is 12 caves.
12 caves.
There's 11 caves that were part of the original discoveries between 1947 and 1953, and they are numbered in terms of when they were discovered, cave 1 through cave 11.
Right.
Only 10 of those caves they found manuscripts in. The other 2, they had some pieces of fragments of pottery and linen. The 12th cave is one that was discovered fairly recently. Scholars think there was possibly manuscripts in this cave, but were unable to find any. We think there's possibly manuscripts just based on the fact that some of the linen that was found there matches the linen in which a number of the manuscripts in the other caves were wrapped in, as well as some of the pottery. A number of the manuscripts were actually stored in jars. Which really helped with their preservation.
2,000 years.
Yeah. So
wait, how long would it have been in the 1900s? Yeah, it was like 2,000 years.
At least 2,000 years. If you think these manuscripts date from as early as maybe even the late 3rd century BC. So up to 200 BC, or when some of the oldest ones are, all the way up to about 70. And then there have been other. That's just the Qumran caves. There've been a couple of other important discoveries in the Judean desert at a place called Nachal Hever.
I'm sure you've heard me talk about
at a place called Murabat. They discovered manuscripts at Masada, which is the famous place where the Jewish rebels at the end of the first revolt in the year 70 AD, where they had their final stand against the Romans. They found manuscripts.
It's called Masada.
Masada
is that where they got the name Mossad from their spy agency?
I don't think so, but but that's a good thought. I've never really thought about that. It's a site. Masada is right on the southern end of the Dead Sea. It's a huge. It's on a big outcropping of the cliffs. It's where Herod the Great built his winter palace. It's kind of he went to go spend his winters
Oh wow.
at this fabulous site. It's pretty cool.
How many total manuscripts are there?
So, in the 11 caves, there is now it gets a bit difficult in terms of actually counting the individual manuscripts, because what we have are fragments, and fragments of a wide range of varying sizes. So, but estimates are that there are somewhere between 800 and 900 complete manuscripts, and these are reconstructed from tens of thousands of individual fragments.
Right.
And they're not evenly distributed in the 11 caves too. There were 70 manuscripts that came out of Cave 1. There were just a handful of manuscripts that came out of Cave 2 and Cave 3. But we can talk about Cave 3 in a bit, because it's really important. Cave 3 is where they discovered the Copper Scroll, which is just as it sounds. I'll talk about that in a few minutes. Perhaps the most important cave that was discovered was Cave 4. It had over 500 manuscripts in it. And it looks like it might have been something like a library.
500 fragments or
manuscripts.
manuscripts. Wow.
Manuscripts. So this, and Cave 4 is very close to the actual, it's literally a stone's throw away from the actual site where the people who lived, where the people who collected and wrote this material probably lived. So the current theory is that this was actually like a library for the Cave 4. There's evidence that they had shelves built into the walls. It was not it's a man-made cave. So it's something that they actually dug out of.
It was excavated.
Yeah, it was excavated.
Wow.
So and they stored, it seems like they stored their precious manuscripts in this cave. So yeah, but and that's where I tend to think, like when I'm working on the scrolls myself, understanding the relationship between the individual manuscripts and their find site, the actual caves, is pretty important, because Cave 4 I tend to think of as an active place where they were storing manuscripts that they used on a regular basis. I tend to look there first when I'm working on the material. Cave 1 looks like it might have been a depository for manuscripts that had worn out and were no longer being used. So, you have to think about the function of these things as you're appraising, what they're about, why they're significant, why they're important. So out of those 800 or 900 manuscripts that were discovered, the thing that got scholars really, really excited at the outset was that 200 to 300 of these were copies of texts from the Bible. So, and again, we're pushing the clock back here.
Copies
1,000 years
of texts from the Bible.
Yes.
From what Bible?
I guess it would be the Hebrew Bible if you're Jewish, the Christian Old Testament.
When was the Hebrew Bible written?
So that's a complicated question.
I thought it was written way later.
No. So I mean, now I guess there requires some clarification here. It's a bit of an anachronistic term to talk about the Hebrew Bible at this period, because the Hebrew Bible is a collection of these ancient texts. So at the time that it got put together, at the time that somebody said, let's put these things together and turn them into a book, that's later. But the individual, probably before that.
4,000.
Yeah, and actually we have some evidence in the Dead Sea Scrolls that they were already starting to put a number of these texts together. I like to think of one of the things that were discovered in Cave 4 is something called the reworked Pentateuch, which is a version of the Torah. With one of the other exciting things discovered was that there's different versions of the same books. So it looks like they had some sense of variety for saying, the same things. Some of the manuscripts preserve this text called the reworked Pentateuch, which looks like maybe the earliest attempt to put together Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. all in the same scroll. And this dates to about the mid-2nd century.
So how are the Dead Sea Scrolls copies of something if that was the Dead Sea Scrolls were the earliest Hebrew text we have?
Well, they were copied from something, right? And because we have multiple copies of many of the same texts, like for example, I mentioned, some of the first manuscripts that were discovered were copies of Isaiah, a book from the Bible. We have multiple copies, so we actually have 22 copies of Isaiah, different manuscripts that they had of the same book. So they're clearly copying it from earlier sources
That we don't have.
we don't have
We don't that we think that they exist.
yes
We just don't have any evidence.
and scholars usually date manuscripts or date texts on a variety of features of those texts. Language changes over time, so based on some of the smattering of epigraphic evidence that we have of writing, Hebrew writing from the Iron Age, which is from like 900 BC up to 600 BC, which is when most scholars tend to think a lot of these texts were written. You look at the language that's used there as a way to say, well, the language forms seems to come from this earlier period, and then just the social economic situation that's presented. Many of the texts from the Hebrew Bible talk about this terrible war that took place between or this terrible invasion by the Assyrians into Samaria, which happened in 722 BCE. The way a lot of the texts talk about this event sounds like a current event. So it seems likely that was probably when some of these things were written. Of course,
we're talking like 6,000 years ago.
No, not quite that many. So what is that? 722 BC. So that's So it's like less than 3,000 years ago.
Okay.
So. But this also gets really complicated, though. Too,
it's so complicated. This is one of the most complicated topics I've ever really gotten into.
It really is. And one of the reasons for that is because so much of our material for this comes later. And we recognize from the material, too, that people are already editing and rewriting stuff that's older. They're adding to it.
Right.
They're supplementing it. We have signs within the Dead Sea Scrolls of text that are actively being reworked and rewritten
today.
No, at the time that they were being composed. So it's a complicated picture. So,
and you discovered fake Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yes.
Now I assume that without knowing anything about it, that there was an antiquities market and people were just trying to profit off of this.
Yes.
Or was it likely somebody had some sort of narrative to push with some?
I think probably more the former.
Okay.
Although some of the agendas do play a role here, and we can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah.
So I'll just talk a little bit about my story.
Okay.
In 2011, I got a position, a fellowship to work on Dead Sea Scrolls fragments in a private collection in Norway. These manuscripts belonged to a a collector by the name of Martin Skøyen, who collected all sorts of things. Like he collected artifacts from ancient Babylon. He has a fine collection of Buddhist manuscripts. He's got folios that he bought that come out of the Vatican. He's even got some modern stuff. Like he had an early draft copy of The Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling. Like he is a consummate collector. He collects everything. One of the things that he collects are these Dead Sea Scrolls fragments. He has over 30 of them. I was hired to help with the publication of his small collection of fragments. In the time that I was working there, I and other members of my team started seeing suspicious things on these small fragments themselves that looked quite different from what we know of the actual authentic collection of Dead Sea Scrolls manuscripts. So in the course of a couple of years, we developed a system of criteria for testing whether manuscripts on a cursory examination were likely authentic or forged. Some of the things that I think are fairly easy to spot. If you can imagine, a small fragment of material that comes from a larger manuscript, and the idea is that it's broken away and the rest of it's worn off. It's got lines of text on it. On some of the fragments, you would notice that the lines would follow the edges of the fragment and not just go straight across, which is weird. A lot of the letters looked misshapen, as if they were the fragment was already damaged at the time that it was being written. And it's
Could you carbon date them to see what
they're too small, because you require quite a bit of material. Especially with private collectors who have these tiny little things, convincing them to carbon date some of their already tiny little fragments, because it requires a certain amount of material to destroy, right? You have to destroy the material to carbon date it. So, they're extremely reluctant to do that. Most of the dating actually occurs through something called paleography, where we look at handwriting styles. Before typeset printing, everything was written by hand, and handwriting styles developed and evolved over time. So it's in particular in these earlier periods when everything was handwritten, writing itself was a much more controlled discipline in terms of learning it. There were very specific ways you learned to write, so it becomes more, I guess, consistent, especially when working on formal manuscripts, as opposed to like little documents or letters that you're just writing to your friends. So we date most of this stuff through handwriting styles. It's called paleography.
Interesting.
It's accurate to within about 50 to 100 years, depending on who you're talking to. Some have said that we can paleographically date stuff to within 20 years. I'm skeptical about that. And a number of the manuscripts from the Dead Sea Scrolls have been carbon dated.
How many would you say?
So the Dead Sea Scrolls have actually been carbon dated 3 times.
How many
In
of them?
fact, at this point now, over 100.
Over 100.
Yes. So, and what the carbon dating has done for us is it's actually helped to show that the paleography, the paleographic systems that scholars are using to date the text are actually pretty good. So, when your paleographical dates match the carbon dates, it shows that you're doing something right. So the scrolls were they were first carbon dated back in the late 1940s, early 1950s. Excuse me, I think it was 8 or 10 of these. Interestingly, the Dead Sea Scrolls were some of the first items ever to have been carbon dated. So it was a new science.
Yeah, back in the
40s. So it was a big deal when you could finally use this new science. And some of the scrolls were a guinea pig. Many of them were recarbon dated in the 1980s, and now there's another project Sorry, I got a cough here.
No, you're good. It's okay. We just went through a category 4 Hurricane Helena.
Yeah, right.
You got an excuse.
So there's a new project that's been underway for the last 5 or 6 years where they've been recarbon dating. I believe it's up to 100 manuscripts. So, and we're still waiting for some of the results of that. But yeah, so when it came to the material that this private collector had, he didn't want to let it go to be carbon dated. Like I said, you have to destroy things in order to date.
But he did let you guys analyze the writing.
Yeah. So,
and what did he say to you guys when you were like, this seems like it's bullshit?
Well, it was tough, right? Because he's paid a lot of money for these fragments.
How much do they go for, you know?
Well, I mean, he wouldn't tell me. But in the time that I've been doing this, some of the figures that I've seen, range, these are in the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
For like a tiny little fragment?
Tiny little
Like how big we talking? The size of a quarter?
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you very much. So, something ranging from the size of a quarter up to maybe a credit card. Wow. So I'll tell you a story here. The source of most of the fragments for sale. Excuse me for a second. Mm-hmm. I mentioned Kando, the antiquities dealer, that saw and handled the first of the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Right.
He actually managed to. He worked closely with the first scholars and with the Bedouin who were finding most of this material. He was kind of like the go-between, and so we're told that probably 90% or more of the material actually passed through him. His son, William Kando, is the one who every now and then, after the 1990s, would have Dead Sea Scrolls fragments to sell. When some of these started hitting the markets in the 1990s, he introduced or people knew of this rather large fragment. It's probably it's the size of a page, right? It's called the butterfly fragment because it looks
butterfly
fragment
and
looks
it's
like
this big.
Yeah, and it looks like a butterfly.
Okay.
Sorry,
I think I've seen
butterfly
that.
wings.
I think I've seen that.
Maybe.
How much is that thing? I think it's like $1 million.
So he had listed it for sale originally in, I think it was 2006 or 2007 for $2 million. Now, between then and when I was working on the fragments, which would have been after 2011, the last I heard, the price had gone up to over $40 million. But as far as I know, he didn't. If he's sold it in the time since 2016 or 2017, inflation, many millions of dollars. Yeah. So,
and that one specifically had been carbon dated.
No, in fact, we don't know a lot about that particular fragment, just because we know it's a copy of. Well, yeah, that's sort of the nest egg, right? He's kind of sitting on it.
What if he did secretly carbon date it? He found out that it was way more.
Yeah,
he doesn't want to ruin the narrative.
I don't know. I'm not. I won't. I guess it's possible, but what do I know? What was I? Right, we were talking about
what were we talking about? You were talking about the value of some of the big,
the
big butterfly one,
right? And before that,
Kando owned 90% of them.
Yeah. So Skoyan though, and his 30 fragments. When we started to have suspicions about these being forgeries, and we finally approached him, what he wanted from us was more more certainty about whether these were fake or whether they were authentic.
Mm-hmm.
So we worked with a physicist in Berlin, and she developed some tests and
Physicist.
yes, non-destructive tests. So checking chemical composition of the ink, checking you can test the fragments for the types of chemicals that were used in the preparation process for them, and a variety of different ways. I don't understand all the science of it, so which is why I wasn't doing that kind of work.
Right.
But we sent he agreed to send a handful of his fragments to Berlin for testing to check and see whether they were likely authentic or forgeries. It's very difficult to prove one way or the other after the fact, right? We can have very strong, well-founded reasons for thinking that something is a forgery or thinking that something is authentic. But unless you've actually dug it out of the ground in a controlled archaeological excavation, who knows, right? So, and that's the problem with a lot
And
of
you have a
these
lot of
things.
people who want them to be real too.
Yeah, you do. I mean, how badly does the owner of these fragments want them?
Not only that, but the
authentic?
religious types who want them to support their religious
Them,
ideas.
them too. So,
It essentially it's a scaffolding for Judaism, and the history of Abraham and Noah.
yeah, a lot of this stuff. In fact,
Because without the Dead Sea Scrolls, you could say that Judaism is way newer than we.
That's true, right? Yeah. It's interesting you bring that up because after Skoyan, a bunch of different, and they tend to be Christian institutions, started buying these tiny little fragments on the antiquities market between the 1990s and 2010. One of them is Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary. I think it's just outside of Dallas.
Yeah.
So they bought a bunch of fragments, and they had an exhibition where they put them on display. People could come and look at them. The press, wrote articles about them. In one of the articles written at the beginning of the exhibition, the director of the exhibit was quoted as saying they have one of the fragments that they have is of text from a book in the Bible, and this fragment is from a page in the book of Leviticus that if you're sexual, you need to be executed. So had a fragment which had this text on it. The director said that the seminary actually paid a lot more money for this particular fragment because he said in the article, he says this attests to an eternal truth from God's word. So yeah, there's absolutely religious implications to this. But that, and again, I think that particular fragment is probably a forgery. But I haven't looked. I haven't had a close look at it.
And that one has not been carbon dated that we know of?
No. So the results of the tests that were conducted in Berlin were that most likely the fragments that Skoyan had were forgeries. Some of them, just to give you an idea.
Sorry, what did you say? How many?
So he sent 9 fragments to Berlin for testing. Neil really wants me to tell this story.
We have Neil behind the curtain over there. Shout out to Neil.
I was asked to courier the fragments from Oslo to Berlin. So I was nervous about it because, in my mind, these are priceless artifacts. So I went to pick them up, Mr. Skoyan's house, and he had them all packaged for me. And I asked him, I'm like, is there some kind of special documentation or anything that I need when I go through customs? I mean, it looks kind of weird, right? I don't know.
Yeah,
what is that in your bag there? I don't know. I've never done this before. That's right. So he said it would be fine, and I was like, okay. And then it was a small enough package. I just had it in my carry-on. Flew into Berlin, got through customs okay. Checked at the place to buy bus tickets, and the bus was coming in like 4 minutes. So I went out to the stand to catch my bus. I got on the bus, and I sat down. Have you ever had that feeling when you sit down and you know that something's amiss, something's not right, but you can't quite put your finger on it? So it takes me 3 or 4 minutes to realize that I don't have my bag, which has all these priceless fragments in it. So I'm freaking out, and the bus is, driving away from the airport. I run to the front of the bus, and I say to the bus driver, and I don't speak German. My German's really, really bad. So I say to the bus driver in English, I said, please stop. I says, I have to get off the bus. And the guy just ignored me. He just wouldn't even look at me. So I yell at him. I'm like, you stop the bus. I have to get off the bus. And he still wouldn't. And people, other people on the bus could see I was getting agitated. So someone actually came up and started yelling at him in German for me. And he stops the bus, and I had to hoof it back to the airport. It's like a mile, So I'm running back to the airport, thinking about ways of, concealing my identity and maybe having to go into hiding just in case I lost Mr. Slane's priceless manuscripts. But I was freaking out about this. So, and I walked into the airport, and I saw my suitcase was literally, it was just sitting right there in right at the place where you buy bus tickets. Just people wandering around.
Unreal.
It was nuts. So
you eventually got him there.
I got him there, thank God. Or whatever.
What percentage of them were fake?
So of the 9 that were tested, we had a high confidence that all of them were. All of them were. And some of the features of them that tipped us off on this, I'll give you some examples. This was a major one. So most of them are animal skin, which is vellum. It's like a really, really thin, finely prepared leather.
Cow hide? Is it cow skin?
The Dead Sea Scrolls are cow and goat hide. There's a handful that are actually papyrus, which is papyrus is made from drying and sticking together these special papyrus leaves, and they'll put them together, one on top of the other, and use a special resin to keep them stuck together. Over time, these materials start to delaminate, so the top layers start to peel away a little bit.
It's papyrus.
Yes.
Okay.
Also on vellum.
Oh, okay.
You will get places where the top layers of the vellum will peel away or flake off.
Vellum is the animal hide?
That's the animal skin, yes. I actually think vellum is technically deer, but I don't know. Okay. I call it vellum. It's tomato. That's right. So one of the things that we did notice that we had confirmed by the physicist was that on some of Skoyan's fragments where there's writing, the writing would slip into places where the top layer has already flaked away. Right? So it's already damaged.
Old shit.
Yeah.
Written on damaged material
by the time that the writing is added to it. So, but it did, we're looking at photographs, and then we're looking under a microscope,
But so
it's still, it's still not perfectly clear. So the physicists that we worked with had this incredibly high-powered special microscope that basically makes like a 3D topography of the fragment, and you're able to see then all the layers, and you can see very clearly, there's ink that literally falls off this layer and drops into this giant valley here, right? So that's one of the things that we were able to see. But maybe one of the craziest clues about the forgeries was on this one manuscript. There were salt particles.
what kind of particles?
Salt. So, and I think, which wouldn't be unusual, because the Dead Sea Scrolls come from the Dead Sea region, which has, lots of them will have, salt deposits on.
The Dead Sea is like a soup salty sea.
Exactly. Yeah. It's a very salty region.
Yeah.
So, on the fragments that I've looked at that are authentic, where you can see some of these salt crystals, they look different, right? Like they have sort of it's not a uniform composition to them. They look kind of like these weird crystals, right, under the microscope. The salt granules that were on this particular fragment were cubical, like little salt crystals. And in the testing, it was discovered that these were actually table salt. Table salt wasn't invented until the I think the 15th or 16th century. So
that's
I'm
amazing
not sure.
that they can discern I mean, I guess it's not amazing, just to like a layman like me, the fact that they can figure out the difference between table salt and sea salt.
I know, right?
Sea salt.
You do, you do. It's table salt has it's got a particular chemical composition. It's processed, right? So you know the things that go into processing table salt, and that's one of the ways in which you can identify it and distinguish it from like a natural salt. And I don't know whether I mean, it's still a mystery. It looks like somebody literally took a salt shaker and just sprinkled salt on it. Was that an attempt to try and convince someone that, oh, look, there's salt on it, it came from the Dead Sea? Or was it just an accident? Somebody was having lunch and...
Have you ever heard of any other ancient scrolls on antiquity markets that have been forged?
Oh, sure.
Really?
Yeah. So like, there's a famous one that's fairly recent, actually. There was big news that was made, I think, around 2000. It's probably sometime between 2010 and 2013, of a fragment written in Coptic. Coptic is like I don't know the best way to describe it. It's like it's a language that was used in Egypt, but the letters are Greek. But there's a Coptic church, an ancient Coptic church. So there's a lot of ancient Coptic Christian literature. So there was a fragment that was discovered and published by a very prominent New Testament scholar at Harvard. And she called it the Gospel of Jesus' Wife, because in it seems to tell this story about how Jesus was potentially married, and had a woman that he. There it is.
Wow, that's it, huh?
And it's about the size of a credit.
Can you punch in on that? Oh, there. Thanks, Steve.
Yeah.
So what is this? Is Coptic?
That's Coptic. I don't read Coptic, by the way.
That looks like English.
But
I see an N. I see an N, a T, an M.
Well, you probably actually see an I and
well, not English, but like English letters.
Yeah. So
our alphabet.
But that's actually an Ada and a Tav and an N, a T, and a yeah.
Okay, so this was Jesus's evidence that Jesus had a wife.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it talks about, I don't remember what exactly the text says, and like I said, I don't read Coptic. So, but it makes reference to a woman that Jesus seems to be married to. It was very exciting.
Well,
when this was published. Now, over the course of a few years of investigation, this is a fragment that was I believe carbon dated, and it came up really late. So like
How late?
I think it was maybe 9th 10th century AD, and paleographers, the people who analyze the script, were suggesting that it was much older than that, like second, third, fourth century. So, but this one made big headlines, and the scholar who published it at Harvard ended up kind of having her these are the sorts of career-ending things that happen. But
this was a scholar at Harvard.
Yeah.
What kind of scholar, do you know?
She's a New Testament scholar.
A New Testament scholar.
So
that's so funny to me. I talked about this on so many podcasts.
Yeah, right.
But like, to be a New Testament scholar seems so
weird, odd. Yeah.
Odd that you just want to study this one thing. Like to have this narrow focus. I mean, I guess it's not that weird if you think about it. I mean, just like the nature of the topic. It's weird.
Yeah.
Like it's understandable to have a narrow field of research.
Specializations are getting narrower and narrower too, right? Just as knowledge expands. And maybe to give a sense of how this works, I know one of my professors in grad school, talked about when he was a student, the entire bibliography of everything that had been published in every language, like in terms of scholarship, on a topic like the Gospel of John, which is one of the Gospels in the New Testament. He said that is something that somebody could actually read in their lifetime. Like it was only 40, 50, 60 pages of sources. By the time I was a student, you're talking about the bibliography exploding to thousands and thousands of pages. Like there's so much.
Yeah.
And because the knowledge base grows, it becomes more difficult to do things very broadly, which is why people start to specializations become much more narrow as a result of that, right? Which isn't great, but it's kind of that's the situation we're in now.
Well, how many of these New Testament scholars are actually Christians?
Sure, like this is an important question. Or even biblical scholars generally, right? Because not all biblical scholars are
No, I've had a few on here that I've had actually one biblical scholar on here, I think, that is not a Christian or a practicing Christian.
I think two now.
Oh, two. Wow. Awesome. You're number two.
So I'm number two. So the majority, I would say, are Christians or Jewish. And I mean, this stands to reason, because the people who would have the most interest in these texts, in this literature,
right, would subscribe to the belief.
And that's where I started too.
Really?
Right. Yeah, I was originally planning to be a pastor at a church. Didn't particularly like it very much, had an affinity for the languages and the history, and over time just kind of switched tracks. And then over more time, I just stopped believing the things that I believed when I was young.
What do you think made you stop believing?
That's a complicated question, and it's a variety of things. One of the things certainly is the fact, like when you go into the scholarship of the Bible, you quickly discover that it's a very different type of book than you thought it was, and that all the literature in there is quite different than you thought it was.
How so?
Well, you grow up thinking, or at least I grew up thinking, that Moses was a guy who actually led a group of people out of Egypt into Israel, and then he crossed the Red Sea, and all this stuff actually happened. You learn things like this, right? Or that Daniel was actually a guy who was living in Babylon and King Nebuchadnezzar actually put him in, a den full of lions. These are the sorts of things that you can, lots of people are taught as having actually happened. You discover that's all, not what happened. So there probably was no Moses. The Israelites probably did not come out of Egypt. In fact, what we know now is that the Israelites, the people from whom the Old Testament, the text of the Hebrew Bible came, were Canaanites. They were people who were always there. And it's, the religions as it's presented in the Bible is you get this impression that this was the way people worshiped God all the time. But then when you encounter the archaeological record and when you compare these texts to other ancient Near Eastern texts, you say, well, no. The people who wrote these biblical texts probably came out of a world that looked very much like all of their neighbors. So one of the things you think, lots of people think when they encounter the Old Testament is that everyone was a monotheist. They all believe there's just one God and all the other gods are fake monists. So yeah, it's and that's just not true. The original writers of the Bible were polytheists. They believed in many gods. But the way the texts have been written, the way they present the situation, they're deeply they're deeply biased. They propagandize a lot of this material. A lot of the texts were written, by people who were had their own political, religious agendas that they're trying forward, and you start to see all this sort of stuff, and it starts to I guess raise questions. It started to raise questions for me about how much can I trust these texts, this Bible? What do I, in terms of it being something divine? No, it's not that. It's a very human book. So I think that's kind of where it started for me. It also makes, it in my mind now, it makes the text actually quite a bit more interesting and exciting because you're dealing with real people, right, in real situations. But I don't know. It was that was a contributing factor, but there were. There's other things too.
Yeah, one of the things that seems so crazy to me, what our buddy Neil over there explained to me, was that I think it's like 900 or 1,000 years after Moses' death until we get actual writing about him.
Yeah,
which was what, the Septuagint?
Well, there's Greek writings that mention his name, and we were actually just talking about this yesterday. I personally think that you can see some reflections of this Moses figure a little earlier than that, not 1,000 years before that, but I think you can see some mention of him as early as maybe the 8th or the 7th century BC, which is still 500 years after he supposedly.
What is
lived.
that? What are you referring to?
So there's a text. It's in the Bible. There's a text in the book of Hosea. This is a prophet who wrote probably in the 8th century BCE, and I can probably actually just bring it up here.
Give Kip the wheel. There you go.
Okay, so we'll go to Amos 12. So this is a prophecy that scholars tend to date to the 8th century, and here he's I'll just get to,
and this is
stuff where
this is from what text specifically?
So this is the book of Amos, which is in the Bible,
which was written when?
Sorry, not Amos, Hosea.
Hosea. And when was this text written?
Most scholars think 8th century, and the reason we think that is because all of what Hosea is talking about is the end of the kingdom of Israel in the north in 722 BCE, but he's writing before that has happened. Like he's writing to the people who are there and telling them, you're in great danger because the Assyrians are coming to kill you. You need to make all these dramatic changes because God is angry at you. And if you don't, then the Assyrians are going to come and destroy you. And that's something that eventually happened, right? But this is all written prior, beforehand. So in this text, though, he does talk a little bit about...
Can you zoom in a little bit?
I probably can. Let me get to the right... Oh, no, that's fine. I'm in EMS too. This is my own translation.
Okay.
Text. That's good. Nice and big. All right. So here.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah. So now where it says Ephraim here, so Ephraim is said, this is speaking to the people who live in the city of Samaria.
Okay.
Sometime before 722 BCE. So this is before the Assyrians are coming to kill them all, right? So, and Hosea, the prophet, is speaking to them and telling them, you have fucked up. And because of that, the Assyrians are coming to kill you. You need to fix this. You need to change your ways. Otherwise, you're all going to be dead. And here, this is what he says. He says, so Ephraim has said, yes, I am rich. I saw power for myself. All of my property they cannot hold against me for wrongdoing, which is sin. Now, Hosea is speaking as if he's God. I, Yahweh, am your God. Ever since the land of Egypt, I will settle you once again in tents, as in the days of old, when I spoke to prophets, when I increased visions, parables by the hands of prophets. But in Gilead is iniquity, and they are utterly worthless. So you have here, you have mention of this exit from Egypt. These people came out of Egypt ever since the land of Egypt. They were settling, they were living in tents ever since the days of old when I spoke to prophets, when I increased visions. Let me just look here at, do I have another, there's another part of this.
So
Here we go.
So this is basically what academia or the consensus is, that he's talking about something that's happening in like 3000 BC.
No, 8th century BCE.
8th century. Okay.
So
800.
got it. So yeah, like sometime before 722 BC.
So much closer to the death of Moses.
Closer, but and again, importantly, scholars by and large don't think that there was a Moses. They think that this guy was certainly
Really?
Yeah. I
Even
would say,
religious scholars?
Well, a number of religious scholars, yes,
People who
but
subscribe to it.
not all of them.
Okay.
But and religious people will have complicated ways of I guess compartmentalizing and even aligning various things that they believe.
Right.
One of the really interesting things, here, this I can just scrolling down towards the end. He goes on to say, I think this part is quite interesting. By a prophet, Yahweh brought Israel up from Egypt. By a prophet, he was kept. So scholars look at that and think, well, that's probably an early reference to this Moses figure. But I think it's really interesting because he's not named. It doesn't call him Moses.
Right.
So when I look at this, I think, this Moses tradition, wherever it came from, he probably didn't have the name Moses to start. And it probably looked quite a bit different than the story that ended up surviving and being told in, the book of Exodus. So it's I would say that it's something that you can trace maybe as far, I would say the earliest you can trace it as far back is probably like the 9th century.
Okay, but biologically, how early can we trace it?
Biologically,
the actual text,
the actual manuscripts, the actual artifacts themselves.
Yeah.
No, not until the 3rd century BCE. So, and
and it's in what language?
That would be in Greek, I believe,
Greek.
and we have Hebrew manuscripts from the same period of time as well, where you will find the name Moses.
Hebrew manuscripts, and that's Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yep.
Okay.
Within the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Wow.
So, It's frustrating on the one hand because you can't get the actual artifacts themselves, right? Like you can't get the physical evidence for the stuff that's being reported. But by the same token, a lot of this stuff didn't just appear out of thin air. These were traditions that people kept and transmitted over longer periods of time, and I think changed and were reshaped.
So the idea is this was probably, you believe, found whenever it was found, it was dated back to 300 BC, probably.
Yeah.
And it was a rewriting or a retelling of a story that happened around 800.
Yeah, probably. So, and some of this too, like the way scholars, we do have, now I'll mention a couple of other things. The very oldest biblical texts that we have are these tiny little silver amulets called the Katif Hinnom amulets. They contain text on them written in Hebrew of a priestly blessing that appears in the biblical book of Numbers, chapter 23. And these date to the 6th century BCE. So
now, what are they made of?
Silver. So somebody had written out this little blessing on these little amulets, probably rolled them up, carried them, maybe on a necklace or put them in a pocket as like a charm to protect someone from
what
evil.
Language?
Hebrew.
Wow.
So, and the old Hebrew, like the actual Hebrew. When you see stuff like this, right? Like this is Hebrew that we're most familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
This particular script here is actually Aramaic. Hebrew script looks quite different from this. And what happened was the Jews or the people who came out of Israel. So sorry, I have to go back here. The city of Jerusalem was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar II in 586 or 587 BC, and he took people who lived in Jerusalem and shipped them all back to Babylon.
Right.
Aramaic was the lingua franca of Babylon at the time this happened. That's the language that they spoke in and that they wrote. It's very closely related to Hebrew. They have the same letters, they just look different. So what happened was the people who left Jerusalem and went to Babylon started collecting their Hebrew text in this new script, which is why it looks like this. But the Katif Hinnom amulets are written on this old form of what we know as actual Hebrew. And Hebrew's an interesting language, like the original language, because it survives in what looks like a couple of different dialects. You have things like the Moabite inscription, which dates to the 9th century BCE, which was written by a Moabite king named Mesha. He was not an Israelite, but he was using the same language or something very close to the same language as Hebrew. But scholars identify it as Moabite. We also have a couple of texts written in these another language like Ammonite. And the reason
these are all coming from where?
All from this tiny little area.
This is all the same as the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Well, it's the same area.
Same area.
But this is way earlier, right?
Okay.
So these languages are all very closely related.
Yeah.
To the point where it's difficult even to tell the differences between them.
Okay.
But it looks like there's these languages are starting to develop in this region of Israel, Palestine, modern day Israel, Palestine, but as far back as the 9th century BC. And then the only surviving language out of that group is Hebrew, which, the Jews were using to write their literature at the time that they were writing the Dead Sea Scrolls. And they wrote all sorts of stuff in Hebrew, because I mentioned we found anywhere from 200 to 300 copies of texts that we know from, the Bible. They had all sorts of other stuff too.
Like what other kind of stuff were they writing?
So
about?
they had they had texts that contained stories in them. Lots of these are really fragmentary, unfortunately, but they were telling stories of famous people from the Bible. Like I did
so
all
it's
my
biblical still.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, but they're really different, right?
Was there any like political stuff or
I think
medical stuff?
No medical stuff.
Or
So
legal stuff?
Lots of legal stuff.
Really?
Yes. So one of the most interesting manuscripts from the Dead Sea Scrolls is something called the Temple Scroll. And this manuscript was discovered in Cave 11. So it was the last cave. It was discovered in 1953. It is the largest of all the Dead Sea Scrolls, measuring I think it's well over 30 feet. I'm not sure. There it is. Now, if you click on that image there, it should pull the whole thing up. Or does it?
Oh, this thing's 30 feet?
Yeah, actually, you can see he can go back to the other page for a second. You can get
hit the X.
Or hit the X, yeah. You can get no, not there. Let me, actually, can I pull it up?
Sure.
I'll pull it up. It's probably easier if I do this. Okay, let me pull this up and I'll show you. So the temple, as I'm bringing this up, I'll talk a little bit about this.
Right.
It's this very, very long manuscript.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, Dead Sea Scrolls. Is it? I have. Actually, it's better if I have to. I hate using Safari, but I have like my bookmarks.
So
on Safari.
All of these Hebrew texts date to about the same time, about between 1 and 200 BC.
Yeah. So here, I can show you the Temple Scroll.
Oh, wow.
So actually, let's just go down here and do this. There you go.
Wow.
It's gigantic.
So let me ask you this. Out of all we talked earlier about a lot of fakes.
Yeah.
Out of all of the texts that we know came from those caves, are all of those real?
We're really confident that they are. And there's a variety of reasons for this. First of all, it's the carbon dating. Secondly, there have been DNA testing done on a number of the manuscripts as well, which has helped. I had mentioned that Bedouin sheep herders from the Tamita tribe had discovered a lot of the material from the caves in the desert. Scholars have actually gone and excavated the caves themselves and also found fragments that they've been able to physically match with stuff that the Bedouin was bringing in as well. So this is an example of where, with a high degree of confidence, we know this stuff from where it's supposed to have come from. It was found in the dirt at the site. So, but the Temple Scroll itself is a legal text. It is a collection of rules and instructions for the readers in terms of how they're supposed to worship God in the last days when God comes back. And
was everything based on God?
Pretty much. These people were deeply
monotheistic
religious. At this point, yeah. But they still believed in other spiritual beings, lesser beings. They believed in angels and demons.
So although there's a variety of different stuff, stories, legal stuff, it's all based on Bible.
It's all centered on that.
Okay.
So, and that's what people wrote about.
Is there anything that's not about the Bible?
In various other caves, yeah. So scholars have found stuff that most people would consider pretty boring, but are really interesting to historians and anthropologists. We find lots of documentary texts. So these are letters, these are bills of sale, these are lists, these are contracts, you know, and they would be written on, a lot of them appear on papyrus, but most of them appear on what are called ostraca, which are fragments of pottery, right? Because these writing materials, animal skins, papyrus, it's really expensive. It's really hard to make. So what was absolutely plentiful to people in the area were fragments of pottery. So they would write on those contracts, letters. That's what they would use. And we literally have thousands and thousands and thousands of these things. And it's using these that scholars tend to get a strong sense of who these people were, how they interacted with one another, their culture, their ideas, their familiarity with language and with reading and writing even. And, you know, most of these are written in Aramaic, which is the language that people were speaking in the area, but lots were also written in Hebrew, and a handful were written in Greek. So, yeah, but it was this particular part of the world, though, was a religiously saturated world, where most, I mean, as near as we can tell, based on the stuff that we have at our disposal, people believed that the gods or their god affected every part of
Miss
their
Aquarius,
lives.
there you are.
The people who wrote and collected the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Hello, how are you?
Texts where they seem to have.
I'm doing fine.
How you feeling?
Feeling good. I'm just trying to get the little bitty cough and mucus out my throat. But other than that, I'm good. I'm back to work. You know, the thing was negative. I'm back to work. But other than that, yeah, I'm just trying to get my body to get back, you know.
Absolutely. Do you have a fever anymore?
I don't think I do. I don't think I feel hot. I feel hot, but I don't feel hot. So I think I'm okay. I had to
Alrighty.
check it again. Yeah.
I can hear the mucus, but it sounds like it's coming out.
Yeah, I'm getting better though. I'm going back to work now, so
That's great.
it is what it is. I'm gonna take this medicine and go to bed after I play a game. A couple of games with you if you want to play.
Oh yeah, you've got the invite.
Hold on, let me get the move. I'm on top. So hold on. And there we go. Yay, let's go.
Here we go. LFG.
Oh, sorry. I'm playing
You're good.
on my text. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm gonna get started. There
Well,
we
that's
go.
a good one. I'll take it.
Yay.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that was looking good.
Yeah.
Get it.
Good. Okay. Let's go. You're gonna get it. You got that straight. Let's go.
Come on. Okay. I'm going to get these three. No doubt.
Get it.
No doubt.
Yay. This bad.
I'll take it. All right. All but one. You got this. You've got this. Nice spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, now this is a tough split. Get it. Not what I wanted. Get it.
Yeah, come on, Rabbi.
No doubt. Oh, come on. Come on. Give me that one. Give me this one.
Yeah, we got water. Oh, I'm about to run into the wall. I'm running into the wall. What's wrong with me?
Uh-oh.
Hold on, right back, but you didn't play. Hold on, okay? So I gotta get my.
Take your
So
time.
just give me a minute, okay?
Take your time.
Yeah, just hold on. Calm down. I'm going upstairs. I'm going. I got to go downstairs. Hold on, I'm coming. Just give me a minute.
Take your time.
You have to give me a minute. Okay. I'm gonna take this mission next. Okay. All right. Give me a minute. I don't want this stuff up out of my throat. Okay. Slow down. Put it in here. Put it right in here. Ooh. Oh, steady. Oh, there you go. You better stay ready to be here. Okay. Hold on. Take this mission. I know I ate, so there we are. I had to take that. Okay. Grab my water. Doesn't matter. Be open. Doesn't matter. Okay. See if we can get up there. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Perfect. That was looking good. I know you've got this.
This one's okay. If you win, I win. Okay? So,
That's right. Tough split here. I'm going to get it, though. I know it. Come on, baby. Got it. I even said it with confidence.
Oh, it's okay. I got it.
Ooh. Good. Ooh, nice spare.
Thank you. All right.
That was not good. Ooh. Get it.
Let's go, Rabbi. Let's go.
Get it.
Yay.
It's going to come down to this. You got a tough one. Get it. Oh, that was a good try. That was a really good try.
Come on, Rabbi, you got this.
Yes, I do.
Yay, this time.
I win, you win. I win, you win.
Yay. Yeah. Okay. Because you win, I win.
That's
Let's
right.
go.
Come on.
Let's go.
I'll take it.
Yay.
All right, Miss Aquarius.
Alrighty.
Time for you to brush your teeth and get some sleepy.
And I want to just, have somebody just take out his mucus out of my throat.
If I could, I would, but I can't.
But I think I'm 90%. I felt better than I did. I give myself like 89, 90. I give myself 90%.
All right. Well, that's better than
All the
nothing.
way 100 yet. You know, it takes time for your body to, you know.
Right.
So I give myself like 100 next week. I think I'll be breathtaking the next week, right, Rabbi?
Let's hope so.
Yeah, let's hope so. Okay, Rabbi, I'll see you tomorrow.
Excellent. Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams.
And not just any program, but Palantir's specialty, a digital mass surveillance system to target you and your family and all the rest of us. The Economic Times reported that, quote, Palantir isn't just improving old databases, it's building what some experts are calling the most expansive civilian surveillance infrastructure in U.S. history. Instead of scattered files and spreadsheets, the platform will use real-time data integration and artificial intelligence to profile behavior, detect fraud, and identify individuals or patterns deemed risky within the system. At the core of the project is Palantir's Gotham software. Already used by defense and intelligence agencies, Gotham will now be used on the domestic front. It doesn't just track information, it makes judgments. It could influence everything from how benefits are distributed to who gets flagged for closer scrutiny by law enforcement and immigration officers. So, good. They're deploying military surveillance AI to watch our every move and decide who the government should bug. And by bug, I mean investigate, harass, arrest, and more. And while the Economic Times reported that they would be deploying technology called Gotham, Raw Story reported about a different product called Foundry. This article reads, the push has put a key Palantir product called Foundry into at least 4 federal agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security and the Health and Human Services. This is Department of the newspaper reporting. Widely adopting Foundry, which organizes and analyzes data, paves the way for Mr. Trump to easily merge information from different agencies, the government officials said. Creating detailed portraits of Americans based on government data is not just a pipe dream. The company has received also new contracts from the Pentagon and is speaking to the Social Security Administration and the Internal Revenue Service about buying its technology, according to 6 government officials and knowledgeable Palantir employees. And Democratic lawmakers have warned that Trump could use the personal information to target immigrants and punish his critics. And that is exactly the wrong narrative to push. It's bad, Rothschild. Bad. This is clearly a leftist argument that they're making. They could use this to target immigrants. No, they could and will use this to target anyone and everyone. This won't just get used on critics of the Trump administration. This will get used on critics of every future American government. still in a clear future. Good. No, I completely understand. Times are a little tight right now. If it's all right with you, though, I'm just going to call back next month. Great. Thank you so much. What? Come on, sales call. God, what did I teach you? You're the one who trained me, Michael. Yeah. Did I teach you to roll over like a submissive dog? You most certainly did not. No, I did not. What can I do better? Exactly. Ask me. Which you did. So, tell a joke. I'm not good at jokes. Do you know a joke? My cousin always told me a joke. Call him right now. Tell him a joke. I will. That's right. Well, the iron's hot. Joke always works. Yes, Howard Gruber, please. Sell it. Howard. Hello. Wait. Shoot. Dr. Mifflin. Yes. You're my favorite client. Listen, I'm calling in to tell you a little joke. What is black and white and red and can't think? A nun who has a beak for a head. No, I'm Catholic too. I understand. I thought I was offensive. Anyway, I tell your supervisor humor works in a too crazy way. I'm going to pass you up to my supervisor. Hold on 1 second. Hey, Howard, I just got here. Yeah, sorry about that. I know. It'll do. It's the janitor program. That's not true. Yeah, well, like at a fast food restaurant, just to be nice, I'll hire somebody to find their way to work. That's right. He's my best customer. What we do to help you out. You know what? I have a discount today and today only while we come. But that's my sale. This is my sale, Michael. Yes, I can do that. Absolutely. Perfect. Oh, I'm glad it timed out that way. What Michael doesn't understand is that when I worked in the fast food industry, I was actually commended by management for the three M's. Make service, make competence, and make punctuality. This was no act of God. A person did this. A person who works in this office. Maybe all of them. You know what? Today is not a good day for a sales contest. We're not doing this.
That doesn't seem fair.
You want to talk about fair? Does anyone need to smell my old carpet? You explain to me how that was fair, and I'll explain to you how this is fair. Plus, I think that Mickey today was sort of taking away too much. I am a victim of a hate crime. Stanley knows what I'm talking about.
That's not what hate crime is.
Well, I hated it a lot. You know what? If the guilty person would just come forward and take the punishment, we could be done. Wrong time out. No.
together. Don't tell him, okay? Just tell him that, like, up for anything. Maybe not a slut, but who knows?
Do you remember a truck? Sure, my biggest fear is my should have much bigger fears. I want to talk to you. Yeah, be buried alive, of course. Happy. Why am I talking to you? Hi, thanks for meeting me. With me, I need coming back. Yeah, sure. Upstairs. Well, honestly, I don't want to. So, what's about my picture? Oh, no. It's good. It's clear. What does that smell like? Well, somebody did something in my office, and I now think they did it on purpose, and it was directed at me. I don't know. I didn't get a good look at it, but it smells horrible. Yeah. Somebody once did my office. Really? So, how did you deal with the love? Well, some people. You gotta be frank. You should say that before you speak frankly. You had no idea that people hated you so much. That amazes me. I was their boss. Now you're their boss. You can't expect to be friends with everybody. You're a kid. No, they'll always think of you as a boss friend. Not necessarily. You can love a boss like you do a father. Sure. Yeah, okay. Different styles. I can't do workers. Family, friends, friends. Well, the best thing you can do for your workers is give them strong, stable time to work. That's what helps them. They're real friends. And they're real family. Last week I would have given a kidney to anyone in this office. I would have reached right into my stomach and hit it off. Now, no. I don't have a relationship. I hope they ask. So they can hear me say, no. I don't give my words to my girlfriends. There's no one who can carry me. Hey, Rabbi, this is Jim Albert from Football. And I got your number from Corporate Directory. And I was assuming that you probably gave it to them because you wanted me to ask about it, right? So give me a call back. You can get my number from Center Directory. Or just check your emails. Just anyone. Thanks. Give me a call back. Cool. Like that. Yes. Yes. How did you get this number? How you doing? Did anybody see a package here today? No. How big was it? Really? See a big package? Where did you leave it? Really? Nice. Did you see a big package?
There we go.
Are you kidding me? Oh. That was Packer. Oh, you are dead. You are dead, my friend. That is Blair. Oh, God. Of course it was you. Oh, yeah. Good Packer. It takes an advanced sense of humor. I don't expect everybody to understand. It's not out of love, just like I thought. It's, God, these people are so... These are good people. Have fun. Just have fun. Oh, I'm just so sorry that I threw this thing out. Yes, my office. See you later, peasants. What was that look? Not in your book. What was your look? I don't know what you're talking about. You should have guessed. I still thought you did. You did. I still thought it was you.
Guess what? I moved my computer so I can't see it. It's working. I think I could have a career as a very specific techie decorator. Sudoku, level moderate, time 18 minutes. Suck on that, Albert. I'll transfer you. Okay, sorry. I keep standing at my desk and I need to read this area. That's what happens. So, hey, let's not worry. We made up for we get out of things that make your shoe. Anyway, I have the things to do my shoe. Hey, I have a chance to sneak out of here early and I'm not messing this up, so I'll see you tomorrow. Calling from my cell phone. I don't know if you guys figured out who did that to my disturbing yet, but I have a theory that involves an interdepartmental conspiracy. Everybody in the office, we need to talk.
I don't know, man. I think $400 for this phone because I like the ring.
have believed that they would commune. They believed that the temple in Jerusalem was totally corrupt, and was just no longer functional. It was terrible. Couldn't use the temple anymore, so they can't go and do the rituals that they used to do or participate in the ceremonies that they used to at the temple. So they believed that they could actually access the celestial temple, the temple of God himself, and that they would commune with the angels on a regular basis. In the war scroll that I mentioned, where they talked about this battle that they were going to fight with the forces of evil and in the last days, the beginning part of this text talks about how you're supposed to organize yourself as an army, things that you're supposed to do in order to prepare yourself for this final battle. And in this text, they were very, very concerned. Well, generally, they were very, very concerned about being ritually pure, making sure that you were clean, basically, because you were constantly in the presence of divine beings. They believed that they would be in these military camps, camped alongside of angels, getting ready for the final battle. So, and that's the kind of stuff that we read about in the temple scroll.
Do people like you take John Marco Allegro seriously?
Oh, so on some things, yes. Not all things, though.
So he dedicated like 30 years of his life, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
A large portion of his life to deciphering and translating these Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yes.
And his idea is that it was based on ancient fertility rituals.
Right.
And the mushrooms, his idea of the mushroom was like, and correct me if I'm wrong here, because I'm sure you're way more familiar with him than I am, but the way mushrooms grow are very different from plants.
Right.
So things aren't fertilized. There's no seed, right? There's some mycelium comes out of the ground. Rain comes from the sky, and these mushrooms appear. So they're kind of like he equates that to the Virgin Mary and Jesus being born.
Yeah.
So his idea is Jesus was a psychedelic mushroom, right?
Yeah. That's what
You like that, Steve?
that's a good summary. But that's basically his idea. But that's a particular idea that most scholars, all scholars, basically suggest.
Which is not surprising. They don't agree with that.
No, that's true. However, the reasons many of them dismissed Allegro because it conflicted with religious institutions. But that's not the only problems. Like from an academic perspective, his work is sloppy. So,
Really?
yeah.
How so?
Well, one of the things that Allegro's theory is based on is his reading of ancient Sumerian.
Yes.
And
this was actually in like the first chapter of his book. I was even getting like great red flags were popping up to me because I didn't know. I had no idea that you could actually take roots from Hebrew and link them to Sumerian. You can't. Okay. That's the foundation of everything.
It is.
That's the foundation of his entire book.
Yes, and that's the major problem. As far as I can tell, I'm not sure he knew.
But didn't
Sumerian.
Carl Ruck endorsed his book though? And Carl Ruck's like one of the most legendary classicists out there.
He doesn't know Sumerian either.
I don't. Right. But don't classicists know about this stuff, like the links between languages and the roots?
It depends on the scholar, and not every scholar is able to recognize. Like one of the things, Allegro makes some interesting connections, but when you actually sit down and talk to a Sumerian specialist, right? And I know a few.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. I should actually put you in touch with one or two.
I'd love to.
Yeah, but they'll tell you it's nonsense. Basically, what Allegro was doing was he looked at the way some Sumerian words seem to sound when you put them together in a compound. Like if you use this particular verb and this noun, it makes this particular sound. That sounds a little bit like this Hebrew word, so it must mean that. When in actual fact, it doesn't. And it's complicated further by the fact that in Sumerian, the cuneiform script. This is what the script that the Sumerian language is written. The cuneiform script that's used for Sumerian is composed of these signs that are made with a triangular wedge by pressing it into soft clay. So you use this wedge to make these in different combinations to make these signs. Kind of like a tool. Yeah, it's like a little chopstick, but in a triangular wedge shape, and you press it down.
Right.
So that's how you make the cuneiform signs. In Sumerian, one sign can have like 7, 8, 9 different meanings based on how it's used in context. Wow. Right? So I mean, it's not all that out there. If you think about in English, you have words like there, which could mean that place over there, or their house, referring to Neil's family and where they live. So it's not all that out there. It is a little bit more complicated, but I think what Allegro was doing was looking at these signs out of context and mixing up meanings that they might have with meanings he thought they could have. And then the other problem, and this is something actually that his daughter Judith Brown wrote a nice biography about John Allegro, and she pointed this out actually as well, that when Allegro he had like hundreds of footnotes in his book, documenting the usage of these Sumerian words and what they mean. He would put an asterisk beside a lot of these Sumerian words where he had this inkling, like it sounds like it could mean this, but there's no examples in actual Sumerian of this particular word being used. So he's basically hypothesizing. He's thinking maybe there could be a word in Sumerian, even though we don't have any evidence for it. So he was basically making up these roots as a way to forward his ideas. So this was the scholarly critique of his work. People who know the language pick it up and look at it, and they'll tell you, yeah, this just does not work. And it's problematic as well, I think, from an historical perspective, because by the time of the first century, when the New Testament by the time when the Christians first emerge, none of them are reading Sumerian. Sumerian is basically a dead language by this point. Nobody speaks it or reads it. And then another final problem with Allegro's work is he wrote this book back in the 1970s, and there's a pile more published Sumerian literature since then, which has dramatically expanded what scholars actually know about the language. So more was found. Yeah, there are literally thousands and thousands of Sumerian texts that nobody has even translated. So yeah, there's piles and piles.
Where did they find those? They're tablets. They're all tablets.
Yeah, these are mostly out in modern day Iraq. Is where a lot of this stuff comes from.
Are these also found in caves?
I think maybe most of them though are just excavated out of buildings that have been
And there's
buried
like emerald tablets and shit like that.
I don't know about any of that, but
Ever heard of Billy Carson?
yeah.
He's been on here. He talks about all the tablets that he's read.
How's Billy Carson's Sumerian?
According to him, it's pretty good.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't believe him. Honestly, no. I mean, having watched him,
I love all the ancient alien
I know,
idea, you know,
Yeah.
aliens and
It's
pyramids.
fun.
It's super fun.
but you should honestly take it from people who actually know this stuff, because I don't think I mean in the stuff that I've listened to from Billy Carson, he doesn't. I don't think he actually knows.
Well, that stuff originally came from Zacharias Sitchin.
That's right.
I think they're pulling a lot of the ideas from
A lot of
Zacharias
stuff
Sitchin. The Anunnaki came from Nibiru and came here to create humans. Which were,
I should put you in touch with my friend,
Oh,
because
I'd love
he's
to.
I will. So
it's it would be a bittersweet moment, but
we like to. I mean, you like to play in the sandbox, but in the end, you wanna.
yeah.
You want to believe things that are true, right?
I mean, what is true nowadays?
Right.
You know, the
Sure.
truth is a very slippery thing,
That's true.
especially in the age of the internet.
Indeed, it's a wonderful
Have you ever
tool,
seen
but it's
these?
the bane of my existence.
Have you ever heard of these?
What
These are granite. This is a 3D print of a
That's
granite
very cool.
of a dynastic Egyptian vase, and they were found in most of them are found in the Bent Pyramid
Yeah.
in Egypt, and they had them scanned and measured with light scanning machines.
Yeah. Right.
And they found out they were perfectly symmetrical within
Oh, that's fun.
the variation. Like the most unsymmetrical they are is like less than the width of a human hair.
That's wild.
And it's made out of, most of them are made out of like red granite, which is one of the hardest stones on earth. So it goes against like the copper chisel pounding stones that the consensus is the Egyptians were using in the dynastic period, which is like wild, which really props up our alien idea.
Or I don't know, maybe just human beings are pretty clever. And I don't know.
How crazy is it that we can't figure out how they did it back then? Like 1 + 2 doesn't equal 3.
I know. Yeah. So, as someone who studies the ancient world, one element of the ancient world, I have come to realize that every time I have posited, well, there's no way an ancient person could have done this or known this. Oftentimes, it's that they were much more on top of things than we give them credit for. So, and I don't know.
I know, like that. I like the idea that, I mean, I don't know if I like the idea, but there's a lot of people who have the idea that way back in history, human beings were more advanced than we are today.
Yeah.
And that maybe like a cataclysm reset us back to the Stone Age.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah.
Or maybe humanity, maybe human beings, we atrophy like cells do. We get less and less intelligent.
Well, I think that's certainly a theory that on the basis of the way things seem to be going over the last 20, 30, 40 years,
With society,
that's
for sure.
something that you could forward. But yeah, I don't know. I just like to see more evidence.
Yeah, me too, man.
So
it's definitely a mystery.
Yeah, it is definitely a mystery. But I don't.
Yeah. The Allegro, I think Allegro was onto something with the mushrooms too, because there's a lot of I read recently, actually, again, it was Road to Eleusis by Carl Ruck, where he talks about the mystery cults.
Yeah.
And all of the drug rituals they were doing with the psychedelic ergot and stuff like that. And I think my very terribly formed idea of what God is, I think it makes the most sense that these people were finding God through psychedelics, and they were seeing God through
I absolutely think that happened, but I don't think that's all that happened. So, and even in terms of developing altered states of consciousness as a way of accessing the divine. You don't always need psychedelics.
No,
to
you
do
don't.
that, right?
That's true.
And this is something that, and you can go to, you know, the Pentecostal church down the street and see people engage in this same kind of stuff today without the usage of drugs, where just the usage of, you know, highly emotional music,
Breathing.
the repetition of words and songs, breathing, all these things can produce these ecstatic states by which we think we have these psychedelic experiences.
Sure.
So, and oftentimes I think our brains are, they will produce images and thoughts and ideas in our heads that can seem so real, just on their own, without the use of drugs, right? From an economic standpoint, it makes sense to me that this is a significant. I'm not denying that psychedelics were used in Antigua. I think they absolutely were, and that they were connected to religious experiences. But in terms of religious experience generally, you know, it was way cheaper to just produce altered states of consciousness through ways in which we affect our own bodies through some of these, you know, rituals. And it's difficult to, this is really the big challenge, right? Is reading texts and trying to trying to gauge the usage of chemicals through the literature that we have. It's probably easier in some contexts, but not all contexts. Like in the text that I read, you know, there is not much of any discussion at all about substances. And I know, you know,
Hebrew
I guess,
texts.
yeah, in the Hebrew texts. And I would say that the Greek texts, the Greek religious texts of the Christians, the New Testament, the early Christians, even there, I don't see it. So sorry.
Have you read a lot of it?
The New Testament?
A lot of the Greek texts?
Not a ton. That's not really my thing. So, but yeah.
What is the when it comes to the period of time we're looking at when the Dead Sea Scrolls came from?
Yeah.
What is the percentage of text, like out of all the texts that we have, how many of them are in this ancient Hebrew language compared to other languages that we have?
I wouldn't even know. Just because depending on the time period, and I mean, we have a lot of ancient literature in a variety of other languages. But you're right in thinking that it's a small number compared to text that you have in a variety of other languages. And one of the reasons why the Dead Sea Scrolls have received the amount of attention they have is because of the religious.
Because it props up religion.
It does, and this has been a problem.
Is this why this consensus among scholars is that the Septuagint was a translation from Hebrew into Greek? This is getting back to the thing that you and Amin had the debate on Neil's channel about.
So the reason, no, I don't think it has anything to do with that. Okay. So the reasons why scholars think that the Septuagint was translated from Hebrew texts is because when you investigate the two texts side by side, the Hebrew next to the Greek, you see things taking place within the Greek text that indicate there is a Hebrew syntactical feature that they are grappling with, that they're dealing with. Like they're not, so Greek and Hebrew are not related, like they're distant, right? Greek is Indo-European, Hebrew is Northwest Semitic. The languages function differently. So, you know, there are clues within the Greek text, and it's like any translation, right? You encounter colloquialisms or idioms or turns of phrase in one language that don't translate well into another language.
Yeah.
And when someone encounters a feature like that of the text, not quite knowing what to do with it, they'll develop various strategies. And there are things that we can actually point to in the Greek text where we see that happening. I mean, I know you talked to Dan McClellan about a few of these, right? He mentioned the.
I just don't understand how we have this Septuagint, which is in Greek, and why they came up with, oh no, it's in Greek, but we're gonna just hypothesize that this was originally Hebrew.
Well,
but there's no evidence that it was.
There is lots of evidence. Well, first of all, let's talk about the manuscripts.
Okay,
how many Septuagint manuscripts are there?
I have no idea.
There are, so we have Septuagint manuscripts.
I don't know anything about any of this stuff. I'm coming in, like I told you, my education on this whole topic is Amen and me.
Yeah, okay. So, in terms of Septuagint manuscripts, we have a whole bunch from like the 3rd, 4th, 5th century AD. Okay. The farther back you go, 1st century AD,
written in Greek,
1st century BC, 2nd century BC, there's very few. We have tiny little fragments, little bits and pieces. I think our oldest Septuagint manuscripts date to around the mid-2nd century BCE. Just in the Dead Sea Scrolls, we literally have thousands and thousands of fragments, Hebrew fragments, that are from the 2nd century, 1st century BC. Now, one of the things that we also see in the Hebrew fragments from the Dead Sea Scrolls, as I mentioned before, we have multiple copies of individual books of the Bible, multiple copies of the book of Isaiah, multiple copies of the book of Daniel, Genesis, Exodus, all these different books in different versions. One of the things about the Septuagint that we have, which is, I believe that the Septuagint, this Greek text of the Bible that we have, is mostly drawn from a particular manuscript called the Codex Sinaiticus, which dates to the 4th century BC, or 4th century CE, 4th century AD, right? So, but one of the things that you see when you compare that text to the Hebrew text is, in a lot of places, it's pretty dramatically different. For example, the book of Jeremiah is the largest book by word count in Hebrew in the Old Testament. And the Septuagint version,
80,
right? So, but one of the things that you see when you compare that text to the Hebrew text is, in a lot of places, it's pretty dramatically different. For example, the book of Jeremiah is the largest book by word count in Hebrew in the Old Testament. And the Septuagint version of it is shorter by, I think it's 15%. So it's a much shorter text, and it's in a dramatically different order. It's clearly way different. There's other texts from the Bible that are like this. The book of Exodus is like this. The book of First Samuel.
So you're saying, and I'm just trying to make sure I understand this correctly, you're saying that the Greek is using less words and the Hebrew is using more words?
What I'm saying is that in certain places it looks like, if we think that let's for the sake of this part of the discussion, let's say that there's a Hebrew original to the Greek.
Okay.
What it looks like is that the Septuagint is using a different Hebrew text than the Hebrew text that we have preserved. So it's very different. Now, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, we have discovered Hebrew copies that look like the text of the Septuagint in terms of the differences compared to the Hebrew text that we have inherited. So I know this gets complicated.
Yeah.
But within the Dead Sea Scrolls, you've got different versions
athleticism.
of the
And
same
throwing up
text.
gang
They're not all
signs.
exactly the same.
So there's copies.
Yes, copies, and some of them really, really different. For example, as I was talking about the book of Jeremiah, in the Septuagint, their version, the Septuagint version, the Greek version, ends in Jeremiah chapter 44. In the Hebrew version, ends in chapter 52. So there's a whole bunch of extra material, right? And again, like I said, it's all rearranged. And yet we have a Hebrew copy from the Dead Sea Scrolls, so written in Hebrew, that also ends in chapter 44. Looks just like this Greek text. No, I'm good. I'm okay.
Stay awake.
Yeah. Sorry.
30 minutes of sleep last night.
It's brutal. That hurricane just knocked everything out of it.
Okay.
So that's on. I'm just saying on the one side of this, we have this manuscript question. There's not a lot from the period. We have actually a lot more copies of Hebrew biblical manuscripts from an early period than we do these Greek Septuagint manuscripts. But there's also the language problems. And I mean, we could talk a little bit about that if you want.
So my understanding of the language is that the Greek is a much more deep and complex language than the Hebrew.
That's true.
And the Greek has like over 1 million unique words, and Hebrew has like 6,000.
I think that the way you make those, the way that Ammon comes up with those numbers,
is that not true?
It depends on how you count them. I've never heard anyone but him say that there's 1 million. He's the only person I've heard suggest that. I think it's probably more accurate to say closer to 250,000. And
Neil, can you corroborate this for us?
Oh, well, see, I mean, you do the same
1.5 million unique word forms.
Right. But
what does that mean?
I mean, it's... So,
different versions of the word
in English, well, I'll try and explain this in English. Okay. So, we have a verb, run, right? A form of the verb using the subject and the object. If we're speaking about you personally running to the store, you could say, I ran to the store. I ran is a verb form. You ran is another verb form. He ran is another verb form. In Greek, as well as Hebrew, that form is by a word that looks a little different.
So different ways the same word is used. He's counting that as unique word form. So when you say there's 8,000 unique words in Hebrew, are you doing the same thing?
No. So I think he's probably only just counting the roots then. So 250,000.
What'd you say?
That's the number that.
Now, I think importantly, I'm happy to agree.
Okay.
That Greek is definitely a more developed language in terms of some of the complexity.
So
There's a lot more literature.
So to my untrained brain on linguistics and all this stuff, I don't know anything about translating. I've never translated anything in my life. But the way my layman brain thinks about this is, if I found a flying saucer in the desert, and it came from some advanced civilization, and I'm some primitive ape trying to figure out what it is and recreate it, I would create probably something closer to like a horse and buggy compared to that flying saucer.
Yep.
So if the Septuagint is this incredibly deep, sophisticated language with many more words being used, how are you coming up with something that is less advanced and less developed out of that?
How do I answer that question? Just because that's not really how translators, people working with the ancient languages, think through these things.
So sorry, I framed that backwards.
I think you
what
did.
I'm saying. So I framed it backwards.
Yeah.
So the idea. So if it was originally Hebrew, it was the horse and buggy, and it came up with the flying saucer as the translation, right? Because it was translated into Greek, which was the much more complex language.
Yes,
that makes sense. That's how it's believed by scholars.
Yeah,
and that makes
universal.
To me, that doesn't make sense. Like the way that was the way it's described to me, the way I understand it, and to me, it doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, you can translate anything into any other language, though, regardless of the complexity. Oh, we still do this all the time, right? Like, not all language, I think this depends on how you're measuring complexity too. Are we just counting numbers of words for different things? Complexity could mean different things, I think.
You guys showed on your talk that you did on Neil's Gnostic Informant channel, there was a word called theosebes, which was one word in Greek.
Right.
And you guys translated it to Hebrew, and it was two words, Yireh Elohim.
Right? Elohim.
Okay. Yeah. So what I took from that is like Greek has 250,000 at its worst unique words.
Okay. Hebrew
has 6,000. Yet Greek took two words from Hebrew and made it into one.
Yeah. But that's how their language works, and it works different from Hebrew.
Right.
So
it just doesn't make sense to me how they would take two words in Hebrew and combine it into one word in Greek, right?
They don't. I mean, they because I guess
because you would want to break it down to make it more simple, to make it understand.
Not always.
Okay.
It depends on how you understand what the text is trying to do. Like in Hebrew, there is no single word. Or at least there's various ways you could do it in Hebrew to say, actually, no, you couldn't. There is no single word, which means God-fearer, right? You have to do that through using a participle and a noun in Hebrew. But you have this adjective in Greek, which does the same thing. But that doesn't mean that just because this particular language is able to do this differently and do it in one word as opposed to two, that it came first. Because we don't. I'm honestly, I don't know on terms of this is honestly to my way of thinking as someone who works with other with ancient languages, the complexity argument is one that just doesn't make much sense to me, because we see ways in which you can measure complexity in different languages in different ways, but it doesn't necessarily indicate anything about which text was first. So, and I'm not sure, and
this can be confusing for people that are listening too. I suggest people who want to understand this better, go to, and I can link it below.
So
watch the one on Neil's channel where you guys actually break down the words and just show them and all that.
One of the things that one of the ways that I push back on this as well is that Ammon doesn't tell you this, but the Hebrew text is not all Hebrew. Like within the Hebrew Bible, there's actually Hebrew text and there's Aramaic as well. So, and the way that the Aramaic works in some of the biblical texts is not straightforward. So it's not just Hebrew literature, it's Hebrew and bits of Aramaic. So for example, in the book of Daniel, most scholars will tell you that the book of Daniel was written in two languages, Hebrew and Aramaic. The Aramaic stuff was written first, and then the Hebrew stuff was added on to it, and they combined it all together. And one of the reasons why scholars know this or think this, I'll just actually pull up the text here to give you the example. This happens in Daniel chapter 2. So in Daniel chapter 2, it tells this story about the king Nebuchadnezzar having a dream. And he was very anxious because of this dream. And then you'll see here in English.
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods? New Zealand kicks ass and takes names. How'd you find out about me, my friend?
I was just scrolling through, some Reddit forum and you popped up.
Oh, for Reddit?
Yeah. It said you're an interesting guy and you have good conversations.
Absolutely. Do you mind if I ask what Reddit forum?
I didn't even know. I was just doom scrolling.
You were just what?
I was just doom scrolling,
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Are you on Blue Sky, perhaps?
I don't know what Blue Sky is.
That's absolutely fine. It is a Twitter equivalent. It's like a liberal Twitter equivalent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Bulb V2, do you mind if I tell you about myself? You're muted.
Hello.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm in Washington.
No issue at all. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, go on. That would sound good.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. The stream goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I do so because I don't want war anymore. I stream my life for world peace. I also stream my life to bring awareness about world hunger and trying to end it using technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Kenny knew it's a long name. It's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations, such as Nigeria. I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and a major advocate for desalination technology, where you pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Bulb, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
No, right? I don't think I have actually.
That's okay. It's basically someone who's on camera 24 hours of the day, and at least the Truman Show, it stars Jim Carrey, and he becomes like a global phenomenon, and that's essentially what I do, and I intend to do to be able to give the world the ability to study me. Additionally, people don't know this, but data overtook petroleum in the year 2018, according to The Economist magazine, as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data than any person ever. And if that ends up continuing and data continues to be very important, it means that I'm going to be a very influential person, which may make me extremely wealthy, extremely famous. If that happens, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help all your friends, help all your family, not just become independently wealthy if you're not already, but generationally wealthy if you're not already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. Bob, if I may ask, if I gave you, let's say, $1 billion right now, what kind of charity would you start?
It could be a great charity, to find old people, and like maybe some dogs on their last limbs,
Absolutely.
Like, shelter dogs, put them together so, they can like die together.
Absolutely. Well, very cool. I talk about other things that may be of interest to you. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, communication, faster than light travel. Things like alien disclosure and quantum computing. Okay. Well, I do what I can.
I really like Valentine's Day in this office. It's kind of like grade school. Everybody gives out little presents and stuff. Like last year, Jen gave me this card with White's head on it. It was horrifying. Phyllis. Roy and I are saving for the wedding, so I made a promise not to get anything too big. Happy Valentine's Day, darling. Love, Bob, Vance, Vance Refrigeration. Wow.
All right, Joyce, as you know, I'm heading to New York today to make a presentation on the bridge to the new CFO. And you want me to come with you? Obviously, I will stay here and run things on this end. Good question. Will you be seeing Jan and our new I probably will be with this CFO. It's Valentine's Day. Yes. Yes. Screwed. What is your problem? This is a business trip. I would have to be a raving lunatic to try to talk to Jan about what happened between us. Her words, not mine. She sent me an email this morning. But it is Valentine's Day. New York, city of love. Hey, Pam, you heard that line, right? You want to pick out anything? The best present would be you do a good job for the new CFO. Dude, nail it. Me in New York? Oh, I own that city. Forget about it. See ya. It's mafia slang for forget about it. So I broke up with Katie, and I haven't been dating anybody else, so this year I don't have to worry about that. It's gonna be good. I invited friends over, some cards, and I'll end up winning a lot of money because they're idiots. Well, here we go.
It would be great.
New York, New York. City so nice they named it twice. Manhattan's the other name. What's this? What is this?
What is this?
great, but I always like to come to New York a little bit early and hit some of my favorite haunts, like right here, my favorite New York pizza joint. I'm gonna go get me a New York slice.
Oh, he said, oh my God, Jim, last night, Ryan and I finally hooked up. It was awesome. That's great. I know, it was so funny because we were at this bar with his friends, and I was sitting next to him the whole night, and he wasn't making a move, so in my head, I was like, Ryan, what's taking you so long? And then he kissed me, and I didn't know what to say. So I said, Ryan, what took you so long? And I just said it to him, can you believe that? Oh my God, Jim, is that embarrassing? I'm embarrassed. Thank God, because I was nervous, Jen. I will not believe. I was so nervous. But now I have a boyfriend.
Text. I'll just read up the number 3 here. Well, let's go back a little bit. So the king ordered his magicians, exorcists, sorcerers, and the Chaldeans to be summoned in order to tell the king what he had dreamed. They came and stood before the king, and the king said to them, I have had a dream and am full of anxiety to know what I have dreamed. The Chaldeans spoke to the king in Aramaic. Now, up to that point, where it says that the Chaldeans spoke to the king in Aramaic, that's written in Hebrew. Now, at this point, where they're actually speaking to the king, O king, live forever, the language changes.
Like it's a quote.
Yes, it's a quote. Now it's Aramaic. So they say, O king, live forever, relate the dream to your servants, and we will tell you its meaning. That's the end of the quote. So at this point, we would expect the text to return to Hebrew, but it doesn't. It just continues in Aramaic, and it continues there in Aramaic all the way to the end of this story. And then it tells another story, all in Aramaic, and then it tells another story, all in Aramaic. And it goes like this all the way to the end of chapter 7, before then switching back to Hebrew in chapter 8. So when scholars look at that, they go, well, it's obvious what's happening here. What happened here was they originally had this collection of stories that was originally written in Aramaic. And then they also had this collection of things that were written in Hebrew, and they put them together. And then they did some editing and added this Hebrew introduction onto that. So it's not just Hebrew, it's Hebrew as well as Aramaic, and there's other examples of this throughout the biblical text, but something like this is difficult to me. It's difficult to know. The explanation for this just doesn't work. If this was originally a Greek text, and now someone is translating that back into Hebrew, why would they include this one section in Aramaic and then switch to Aramaic, but then just keep writing in Aramaic, and then decide, oh, I'm going to switch back to Hebrew again?
Yeah, did you ever get a chance to look at that letter from Julius Africanus to Origen?
I haven't looked at that.
Okay,
No.
What is that?
It's a letter from Africanus to Origen about the end of Daniel. He's speaking about the apocryphal, not Bell and the Dragon, Susanna.
Oh, okay.
And he's basically pointing out that the way it flows in the Greek looks like an original text.
Right.
And he thinks that, but he also does say at the end of the letter, most of it's Hebrew.
Right.
I just want to know what you're talking about.
Julius Africanus.
Yeah.
That's one of the. And the reason why I bring
When
that
was
up
he
is because,
writing?
it was the early third century.
See, that's pretty late.
200.
That's. But so there's there are elements within the text which look very clearly to be a Semitic text, and you can still see those in the Greek translation of that text. There are certain mechanical features of the Greek language which the Greek translator clearly doesn't know how to handle, and he messes it up, and will translate it in a way that doesn't work really well in Greek, because it's a feature that works in Hebrew. But I don't know how else to put it. But like you can see the same thing in the Gospels. Like a lot of times, New Testament scholars will look at text pieces of bits and pieces in the Gospels and say, oh, this looks like what we call a Semiticism, which is a feature of the text that looks like it might have been translated out of Aramaic or out of Hebrew, or has been written by someone whose first language is Hebrew or Aramaic, and they don't know Greek as well. So, and I would also challenge this idea that the Septuagint is this incredibly magisterial text. It's written in Koine Greek, which was the common spoken Greek language of the people. This is not the same Greek that was used by, Plato and Aristotle and the great philosophers. And those.
Aren't there some quotes from Jesus in Greek?
Oh, probably. But and what are we talking about here? Like
no
Jesus. So the New Testament Gospels, and this is something that biblical scholars will tell you, are stories about Jesus, right? But how much of that stuff we can even trace back to the actual Jesus? It's maybe it's very speculative. A lot of scholars will tell you within the Gospels you can't really even trace any of this stuff back to Jesus.
Right.
These are people who are telling stories about Jesus in Greek. So, of course they've got Jesus saying things in Greek. But they also knew that he knew Aramaic. So there are small occasions where they'll have him saying something in Aramaic. But and importantly, like
The book of Susanna is at the end of Daniel.
Yeah, that's a particular text. Like one of the things that we see in the Greek Bible as well, in the Septuagint, are added pieces of literature which don't appear to have a Hebrew counterpart. Mm-hmm. And some of these look like they might have been originally composed in Greek. I think Susanna is possibly a text that was originally composed in Greek by Jewish people who wrote in Greek, but maybe didn't have a Hebrew original to it, and importantly, was never translated.
How much Hebrew literature do we have from outside the Bible that dates before 300 BC?
Not a ton, but we do have a collection of inscriptions from places like in Rothschild, which is in the southern, close to the Sinai. There are a handful of inscriptions in Hebrew from there that survive on clay jars and on some plaster parts of the walls. There are inscriptions that were left by a couple of different kings in the region. I've already mentioned one. The Moabite stone was written by the king Misha in a form of the language that very, very closely resembles Hebrew. Then you've got a tunnel inscription in Jerusalem that's written in Hebrew. We have
about what is it biblical or no?
No, actually, this is a really interesting text because this is there's a story. There is a story in the Bible about the king Hezekiah in Jerusalem in the 8th century, who's preparing for. Remember, I mentioned the Assyrians came and destroyed the city of Samaria in 722. They then came down to the city of Jerusalem in the south and threatened Hezekiah. And as he saw them coming, he was preparing his defenses and getting things ready for this invasion by the Assyrians. And in the Bible, it says that he basically built a tunnel to get water from the pool, from the Gihon Springs outside the city into the city. That's in order to get ready for a siege or something. So archaeologists have excavated this tunnel, which goes between the Gihon Spring and the pool inside of Jerusalem, and there's an inscription inside the tunnel, but it's a really interesting inscription because the gist of it basically goes that it says this is about the tunnel. is how it begins. And then it says, this is the account of the tunnel. The workers started on one end and dug for, 300 meters or whatever it is. It doesn't say 300 meters, but it dug for a long time. And then there were workers that started on the other end and were digging in the same direction. And then at this point, one tunnel worker's pick broke through the stone, and we were able to hear the tunnel workers on the other side, and we met in the middle. And that's the whole description. It's just this story about building this tunnel. It doesn't mention any names, doesn't mention a king. It seems to be this tribute that was left by the workers who were building this tunnel. So, and it's written in here. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. So,
what about the Library of Alexandria? What was out of all of the books that were in that library, what is the percentage of them that were Hebrew, Greek, Aramaic?
No, I don't know about percentages. I mean, what we know,
how much Hebrew came out of that?
probably wouldn't have been a lot of literature. I don't know that they had. I mean, at the time,
that's the thing to me that seems like so perplexing about this time, because it seems like there was so much Greek literature from every aspect of life, from poetry to comedy to everything.
I agree.
But then when you just go to the Hebrew, it seems to be all biblical.
Yep, and that's true. And even the stuff that we have from things like the Dead Sea Scrolls reflect back on this biblical literature. Like there were other things, that I mentioned. The scrolls preserve other texts written in Hebrew that weren't in the Bible, but they're all generally focused on God and religion. And we have some other. There's a text called the Book of Ben Sira, which was written in about 180 BCE by a Jewish man named Sirach, and it was originally written in Hebrew and then translated into Greek, and it opens, the preface of it is from the Sirach's grandson, who actually says, I translated this from Hebrew into Greek. Jesus Ben Sirach, thank you. So he, and we actually have a, fragmentary copy of this text in Hebrew from one of the, not in the Dead Sea Scrolls, probably not in the Qumran caves, but in one of the caves from the Judean desert. And it's basically a text of, philosophy, but very religious, reflecting back on how to conduct yourself, and how to be a good God-fearer. So there is Hebrew literature, and there's probably a lot of stuff that we've just lost. However, I think it's also true that the people who were writing in Hebrew at this particular time did not have nearly as much literature as the Greeks. They just didn't. And one of the reasons for this has to do with the way their culture developed after the end of the exile. I mean, just to kind of give you a sense of, hold on, my phone's ringing here. That's weird. Sorry. No, you're good.
Rock and roll, brother.
I should actually turn that thing off. So I mentioned the people who wrote these Hebrew traditions, these Hebrew texts, lived in Israel up to the invasion by Nebuchadnezzar in 586 BC, and he took a whole bunch of them with him back to Babylon. And then a number of these people returned 50, 60, 70 years later to Jerusalem. They rebuilt the temple, and at some point, and our knowledge of this period is really fuzzy at this point. This is like the 5th century, 5th, 4th century BC. There's a lot we don't know about this time period. So at this point, they seem to have rebuilt the temple, and they seem to have started practicing their religion again. They probably had just, a smattering, a handful, the little bits of literature that they were able to take with them from Jerusalem out to Babylon and then back to Jerusalem. Probably wasn't a lot. And I would say too, it doesn't look like the kingdoms that were in this area, and this isn't just the kingdom of Israel or the kingdom of Judah, but it seems to be the same for some of these other smaller kingdoms in the area, like the kingdom of Moab, the kingdom of Edom, or the kingdom of Philistia.
Right.
They didn't seem to have written a lot. So they didn't have lots and lots of great epic works of literature that they were committing to writing. It was a different kind of a culture, and it was a different kind of time. So, but these are the people who, came out of Jerusalem, went to Babylon, and then came back with this tiny little bit of literature that they had by the 4th, 3rd century, which by that time, the Greeks had already been, collecting piles and piles and piles of literature beyond it. So there's no question, I don't think, that from a literary perspective, they were not, in terms of volume, they just didn't have the kind of volume that was being produced in the Greek language.
At least we don't have evidence for it.
We certainly don't. Yeah, we don't have evidence for it, and we don't have.
Some people might believe that, though.
Right, that's true. Well, some people believe that Hebrew was the first language. Right. So, but the fact, and I tend to think too, like we don't have a lot of the epigraphic remains like stones and seals and texts from the region from this early period, largely because they weren't writing nearly as much. So, but by the same token, that's not just the only reason why we should look at something. That's not our only measure.
Yeah.
For looking at the Septuagint and comparing that to the Hebrew and going, well, there's a lot more words in Greek, therefore this must have been original, right? So it's much more complicated than that. And I would say too, as far as I know, Amon Hillman is the only person who is forwarding this idea of Greek priority when it comes to the Bible. He doesn't know Hebrew. Certainly doesn't. If he knows it just a little bit. He doesn't know it well.
Let me ask you this. As a thought experiment.
Yeah.
Could you steel man his argument for the Greek being the original?
I think maybe. Based on what I've heard, he depends quite a bit on this idea that Greek is a much more complex language, and that the text of the Septuagint, as he reads it, is much richer. But then compared to the Hebrew, he thinks it looks primitive.
Yeah.
Right? I think that's where he gets a lot of his ideas about this. And I think one of the reasons for that is because he doesn't understand the Hebrew. There's a lot of, and he just doesn't understand how the language works. Because in Hebrew, you don't need nearly as many words, maybe, to say the same thing.
Well, you mean
that
you
do
more words in Hebrew, right?
No,
because
not
in
even
Elohim, Wireh, or it was.
Well, that's
Theos base, Wireh, Elohim. So
right. So that's one example.
Okay.
There's other instances where the Greek will take several words to say the same thing in Hebrew. I wonder if I can find an example just off the top of my head. I off the top of my head, I don't know, but there's certainly plenty of instances within the text
What
where
would
you
be
can
the?
see.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
no, go ahead. I was just gonna say you can. There are places within the text where, the Greek does require more words to say the same thing in Hebrew.
What does it mean to say that the Septuagint is Hellenistic? Does that just?
Yeah. So one of the things that you do see in the text of the Septuagint, the Greek text, is that it reflects elements of Greek culture. So, and this is also maybe one of the reasons why a lot of scholars would say that it's a translation of the Hebrew original, because it's taking some aspects and turning those into, I guess, a more more Hellenistic. Hellenistic just basically means culturally Greek, right? So there's a stronger Greek flavor in some places of the Septuagint compared to the Hebrew. So, and I tend to think that we probably have some, because it's still the biblical texts themselves, the literature that eventually ends up in the Bible, is still being reworked and rewritten and edited in the Hellenistic period.
Right.
And some of this is actually reflecting some Greek influence as well. So, some of the later texts.
What would this mean? Let's just hypothetically say what that scholars we had some sort of crazy evidence. We figured out backward time travel.
Yeah.
And we did figure out that it was originally Greek.
Yeah.
What would be the implications on religion, or the implications on any of the scholarship?
Well, I mean, the implications would be, they'd be big in terms of how we'd have to reevaluate the individual texts and how they developed. But I don't think it would make a big deal to a lot of scholars.
What about religious types?
In terms of religion?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I'm not even
like Judaism, like the original.
Oh, that would be a challenge for Judaism, just because of how deeply tied Jewish religion is to Jewish culture, right? So, and how much that is closely connected to the language, the Hebrew language. So I think that would probably be a challenge. I'm not sure how that would affect it, but yeah, I could see that having an effect. But it's a Hebrew text, so
right.
It's
It's interesting shit, man.
It is.
Wild and confusing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I probably just confused
No, you did a great job. No, it's just confusing for me, and I'm really new to this stuff, so I'm just kind of like figuring out as I go.
Yeah, of course.
But
no, we all start somewhere, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
It's a journey.
Thank you for coming down here in the middle of a freaking hurricane, right? From beautiful Canada, from cold Canada to this tropic heat.
That's right.
You risked your life to come on this podcast, man. And thank you very much.
Yeah, I certainly did. It was my first Category 4 hurricane.
Off your sharing, man. Is it first Category 4 or first hurricane?
My first hurricane.
Your first hurricane
was a Category 4. Wow. So my mom was like freaking out when she was like texting me all last night while it was bearing down.
This is like one of the worst hurricanes I've been through here. I've been through dozens of hurricanes in Florida growing up here, and
wow.
Like I was showing you the videos earlier. This is like the worst flooding I've ever seen.
Yeah.
All my friends' houses on the beach that are one story, the water was like 5 feet up to their neck in water. Their houses are destroyed. Nuts. I still don't have power. This is like the only building around here that has power right now. We got a crazy diesel generator out back powering the building.
Oh, is that how?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. See, I thought I was ready to start believing in God again. But wow, that's wild.
Yeah, I'm glad we made this happen though, man.
So here, you guys were holding on for dear life, and I was in my bedroom looking out the window going, when's it gonna stop?
It was nothing
It was
in
like
Orlando, right?
nothing.
Yeah. No, it wasn't that bad. The winds weren't that crazy. The winds got up to like 60 miles per hour here at the worst,
Yeah.
which is like there's tons of trees knocked over everywhere and fences if you drive up and down the streets here. But like
Yeah.
the worst part about these hurricanes is the flooding and the storm surge that comes in, which basically just devastates people. If you're old, if you're like well, lots of old people in Florida, and lots of people that depend on technology to stay alive, you know, like people that are diabetic and all this stuff, when you lose power, that can really fuck you up.
Yeah,
So
that could be real bad.
You gotta be prepared, man.
I can see that.
No joke down here. Thank you again, man. Tell people that are listening where they can find more of your work online, social media, all that stuff.
Sure. So my YouTube channel is just my name, Kip Davis. And I do stuff about the Bible. I do stuff about the Dead Sea Scrolls, early Judaism. I'm currently working on a book, which is actually all about Israelite religion and politics and history in the period.
Oh, there you go. Hey, YouTube channel.
Look at that. There it is. Leading up
Iron
to
Maiden. Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're the best. So but that shirt, I wore that shirt out, unfortunately. And I haven't been back to an Iron Maiden concert yet. I'm a bit of a purist. I don't believe in buying the merch online.
Oh, really? You have to get it from the concert?
Gotta get it from the concert.
Yeah.
So
yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But
cool, man.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna do a quick 10-minute Patreon Q&A because we got some people that got some questions for you. So we're gonna end the podcast for YouTube now, and we're gonna jump over to
I need my
Patreon.
glasses for this.
And the Patreon link is below if you want to check that out. Goodbye, everybody. All right, Professor Ronald Mallet, thank you for coming, man. So it's a pleasure to have you on the show.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be on the show.
So tell me about your time machine.
Well, I think what we should do is to start back about the real possibility of time travel, because I think it's important for people to realize that it's not something that just I came up with. It's actually something that's based on solid physics. And in fact, time travel to the future is not only solid physics, it's something that we've been able to do. People don't realize that time travel to the future has happened, and we've demonstrated it's time travel to the past that we haven't done experimentally, although theoretically we can talk about it. And all of this notion of the serious possibilities of time travel are based on Einstein's theories of relativity. So I should start off with that and what we know about that, and then go into what my contribution has been. Einstein, back in 2005, came up with a theory about how light behaves with speed. Okay?
What year was it?
2005. Okay. I'm sorry.
A couple of decades earlier, right?
I'm into the 21st century.
Right.
I mean, that back in 1905,
right,
Einstein came up with the basic theory about how speed is affected.
Right.
How speed affects our behavior with space and time. Okay.
Right.
And that is exactly the root of the possibility of time travel into the future. Now, normally, whenever someone, for instance, throws an object at you, okay, it depends on if you're standing still or if you're running towards them. I have a baseball, for example, and I'm throwing the ball at you, and I'm standing still, as coming at you at a certain speed. If I'm running towards you and I throw the ball at you, it's going to be coming at you a lot faster.
Right.
In fact, that's what a pitcher does, okay, in order to on the mound. Now, let's suppose we're looking at light. Let's say a flashlight. Thing is that light, even though it looks like it's continuous, it's made up of little particles of light called photons. These photons are traveling at 186,000 miles per second at you. You can think of them as being like balls of light. Now, supposing I'm shining a flashlight at you, these balls of light will be coming at you at 186,000 miles per second. But now if I'm running towards you, then just like the baseball, you expect these balls of light to be coming at you faster, okay?
Well, when the experiment was done, and it wasn't done with a flashlight, it was an experiment that was done in it was 1887 by two physicists, Michelson and Morley. What they found was that if you were shining, and I'm going to be phrasing it in terms of the flash, but if you were shining the flashlight at someone and you were standing still, the speed of light was one speed. You would expect it to change if the beam of light was moving towards you. Turns out that the speed was not of the light was not affected, okay, at all. It was exactly the same speed. It would be as though I was telling you that baseball was coming at you at exactly the same speed, whether I'm standing still or I'm moving towards you.
Right.
What's going on here? All right. So the experiment, as I said, was done in the 19th century, and it was a puzzle. And Einstein, who resolved the puzzle, what Einstein said is that the only way that the speed of light should not change, no matter how fast the source of light is moving towards you, is something else has to change. He said that something is time. Time has to slow down in order to keep the speed of light from changing. So what he said is that, and now think about that again. Once again, what he said is that the only way the speed of light can stay the same is something else does have to change. And that change happens with time. Time has to slow down in order for the speed of light not to change, okay? Now, you might say, well, has that been shown? That's the core of his theory. It has been shown experimentally. In fact, one of the things, and this is, once again, interesting, it's been shown experimentally in many, many things. For example, we have a device that's called a particle accelerator.
Right.
It's at the Switzerland.
Right.
It's the
CERN?
Yes, sir, exactly. It's the Large Hadron Collider.
Mm-hmm.
And what they do is they take subatomic particles. These subatomic particles can travel at all kinds of speeds, okay? Now, what happens is that some of these particles, they disintegrate after a very, very short period of time. What they do is they find out that if they speed up these particles in these accelerators, they can get these particles to actually live longer than they normally would. What does that mean? That means that their internal clock, think of these particles as having a lifetime,
right?
And their normal lifetime is, just microseconds,
right?
All right, fractions of a second. When we speed it up, their internal clock actually slows down so that they actually live longer than they normally would.
So moving through space at any speed automatically slows time down relative to how fast you're going?
That's right.
Or does it? I was under the impression that you had to be going the speed of light.
No. Any speed. When you're in your car, when you're on a jet plane, the speed, as a matter of fact, this was shown with ordinary passenger jets. Okay, I've used the example of the Large Hadron Collider.
Right, the atomic clock, right?
That's right, but this experiment was done with ordinary passenger jets traveling at the speed of sound. Okay, what they did was they took this at the Naval Observatory, and people aren't aware of this. This was back in the 1970s. What they did was to take atomic clocks, which are the most precise timekeeping mechanism we have. They put one of the atomic clocks on board an ordinary passenger jet, the other atomic clock stationary, okay, at the observatory, Naval Observatory. They flew the passenger jet around the world and brought it back. What they found was that when they brought it back, the passenger jet, the clock on the passenger jet, had slowed down compared to the clock that was at rest at the Naval Observatory. This happened, the passenger jet was only going at the speed of sound. Okay. So this shows that at any speed, time slow down. But the faster we go, the more time will slow down. So it has nothing to do with it having to travel at the speed of light. This means that if we have rockets that can go close to the speed of light, then it would be a dramatic effect. For example, let's suppose that an astronaut has a family here on Earth.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
And suppose that we send them out to on a passenger jet, on a rocket that's going close to the speed of light. when if let's suppose that for the astronaut, it only appears that it took them 5 years to go out and coming back from their standpoint. Okay? Their clock has been slowing down.
Right.
Decades could be passing here on the Earth. They could come back and find out that if they had children, their children might have grown up and had children. They could come back and find out that they are younger than their grandchildren.
And that's one of the conundrums to doing this, to sending explorers on a rocket out into deep space, is that like if they're traveling close to the speed of light and they're on this rocket for years, time on Earth is going to be moving so much faster. We're going to be developing more technology more rapidly, and like just say 20 years or 10 years into their mission, he could have a rocket drive right past him with guys that just left with a belly full of breakfast that morning. And because they advanced in technology so much. So it would be like such a waste of time if technology is just advancing that much faster on Earth to just pass them up.
Yeah, well, Danny, that's a good point. In fact, there's a movie that got it right on that. It was Interstellar.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's precisely what can happen, is the fact that the people who left were traveling at very high rates of speed to get across space. It turns out that for them, even though just a few years are passing on Earth, decades were passing. Okay, and that's it. But the interesting point is that it's real.
That's like, if you think about that, like what kind of person would it take to go on a mission like that, where you know that everyone you know is going to be, when you can come back, you're not going to know anybody. It's going to be decades have passed, and you're going to, I don't know if you have children. I mean, you're going to have to find people, I guess, that don't have children, that don't have, you know, a strong family connection, maybe. I mean, that's a hard thing to do, to be able to disconnect yourself from everything you know in the world and be able to kiss that goodbye going on a mission like that. And you would imagine that it would be far better it would make more sense to figure out backwards time travel before we take missions like that, so we can come back in time, right? And not have to lose all that.
Right. Well, but that's where the problem comes in. As I said, the faster we move, more time slows down. But no matter how fast you move, you can't make the clock turn back.
Right.
Okay. You can only go into the future. And once again, we've demonstrated that experimentally. That's real. So one of the things that I want people to understand is time travel to the future is not only theoretically possible, it's done.
It's been tested.
It's been tested and it's been done. We just haven't done it on a very rapid scale because we don't have rockets yet that can go close to the speed of light.
So with the plane that was traveling around the Earth close to the speed of sound, what was the time difference between that clock and the clock that was on the base?
Oh, it was only fractions of an amount. was only could be measured by the atomic clocks. Okay, that was part of the problem.
Oh, so it was only fractions of a second.
It was only fractions. That's the reason why it didn't make it into the New York Times. Okay, it was because of that. But that's, unfortunately, it should have, because it demonstrated what Einstein said, that time slows down for a moving clock, and that it was only a matter of speed, that it doesn't show up dramatically. Okay, but that's why the atomic clocks were used, because it wasn't measurable on a larger scale. But once again, as I said, even when you're on an ordinary passenger jet, time is slowing down for you, but not enough that it's noticeable. But now when they were using astronauts, it becomes even more, because they're traveling a larger fraction of the speed of light, okay, than a passenger jet.
Than a plane, right?
Right.
And aren't the satellites that are rotating the Earth traveling?
Right.
How fast are they going, do you know?
I'm not sure about how fast they could particularly be going, but the thing is that it's happening even for the satellites. Mm-hmm. But now you might say, well, then can we never go back to the past? Well, we can, but not with that. Now, everything that we've been talking about to this point is called the special theory of relativity. So once again, in 1905, the special theory of relativity was developed by Einstein to show, and it showed that time is affected by speed, and it allows for the possibility of the future. Time travel to the past is also possible, but it depends now on a whole different concept. It has to do with gravity.
Let's face it.
Now, Einstein, reason why did gravity enter into this? Well, it's because of the fact that Einstein felt that everything should be limited by the speed of light. That is to say that light is the ultimate speed limit. All effects shouldn't be able to be going faster than the speed of light. Now, why is this a problem? Well, let's come back to something that goes back to Newton. The Earth going around the sun. What keeps it in orbit is gravity. The gravitational force keeps the Earth in orbit around the sun. Now, let's suppose that there was a cosmic catastrophe that somehow destroyed the sun. Light takes 8 minutes to get from the sun to the Earth. Okay, that's how long it takes to go that 93 million miles. That means that if the sun was destroyed here on the Earth, we would still see the light coming from the sun for 8 minutes. This is an interesting point. When you look out in the sky and you see the sun, throughout your entire life, you never see the sun the way it is now. You're seeing the sun the way that it was 8 minutes ago. This happens for objects, all stars. The sun is just a star. For instance, stars that are 1,000 light years away from us, if that star was destroyed, it would take 1,000 years for us here on the Earth to see it. We would not see the star at the moment it's destroyed.
Wow.
We'd only see
The
it.
light would still be there for 1,000 years?
You got it. All right? So if the sun were destroyed, it would take 8 minutes for us to see that happening.
And that would be us seeing it being destroyed would be 1,000 years in our future.
Well, for a star,
For a star.
but for the
For
Earth,
the sun would be
8 minutes.
8 minutes in our
Okay.
future.
Now, but here's where the paradox comes in. According to Newton, gravity travels instantaneously from the sun to the Earth. In other words, the effect of keeping us in orbit, that's instantaneous. What do I mean by that? That means that if the sun were destroyed, according to Newton, since gravity shuts down immediately, we wouldn't have anything that was holding us in orbit. So we would have the following weird effect. We would see the sun sitting out in the sky, but we would be hurtling off up into space because there's no gravity to keep us in orbit. So it would be, what's going on? If we were thinking about it, because of the fact that light was still seeing the sun, but we're flying off in space. What this implies is that gravity, according to Newton, travels faster than the speed of light.
Oh, wow.
Okay? That's important. And Einstein said nothing, including gravity, can travel faster than the speed of light. That's important. So what he wanted to do was to modify his theory, come up with a more general theory. In fact, that's the name of the general theory of relativity, in which gravity was limited. Okay, so he developed that theory. But when he did that, what he found is that in order to get gravity to do that, in other words, he developed a concept that gravitational force is not really a force at all. It's a property of space. Now, this is a concept that I'm going to have to go back and explain, but there's a simple way of doing it. Imagine that right here, a rubber sheet, a rubber sheet, okay? And suppose that I had a bowling ball on that rubber sheet. It would be bending the rubber sheet, okay? And suppose that what I did was I had a marble that was on the rubber sheet, and I released the marble. The marble would move down to the bowling ball. Now, suppose that the rubber sheet is there, but it's transparent. Okay, just say it's a transparent piece of rubber sheet. Okay? All you could see is the bowling ball and the marble. So I release the marble. The marble moves down towards the bowling ball. But what you would say, because you can't see the rubber sheet, is you would say, oh, somehow this bowling ball is pulling the marble. Okay, because those are the only two things you could see.
Yes.
All right. Einstein said that is exactly what's happening in real space with the sun and the Earth. The sun is like the bowling ball, and the Earth is like the marble. what's happening is that the sun is bending the empty space around it, but we can't see that bending of space. All we can see is the earth and the sun. Now, let's go back to the marble again. Suppose I take the marble and I give it a little bit of a sideways motion. And you could do this at home if one wanted to, okay? You
like
could
a funnel, maybe?
Yeah, you could get the marble to sort of move around the bowling ball, okay? If you just gave it, it's like a skater on a roller derby, right? Okay? That's what's happening with the earth and the sun. Fortunately for us, when the solar system was formed, okay, the earth had a little bit of a sideways motion. So rather than plunging directly into the sun, the earth goes around and around and
Oh
around.
wow, that's a cool image.
Okay, it's a beautiful image, as a matter of fact. That's what's happening. The sun is really bending empty space. Now, why is this important? Now, let's go back to the rubber sheet again.
Okay.
Suppose that I take the bowling ball off the rubber sheet for a moment. Okay. The rubber sheet's going to vibrate, right? And so that vibration is going to move from the bowling ball up to the marble. If the sun is destroyed, it's going to cause space to vibrate a little bit. But now this vibration, which remember, those vibrations are vibrations of space, but what Einstein said is that this warping of space is what we call gravity. So these are actually gravity waves that are traveling from that vibration, or gravity waves traveling from the sun to the earth. Now, it turns out that if you calculate how fast those vibrations are moving, they're moving at the speed of light. In other words, according to Einstein, gravity can only travel at the speed of light because gravity is the warping of space. Okay, and that is so. What that means is that if it's in constellation, according to Einstein's general theory of relativity, if the sun were destroyed, we would see the sun in the sky for 8 minutes. But since gravity only travels at the speed of light, we would still be connected to the sun for 8 minutes. Okay, so we would still see the sun,
okay,
and we would still be in orbit around the sun for 8 minutes. Now, Einstein had a number of different ways of demonstrating this without having to depend on the sun being destroyed. One of the ones is a technical thing. It has to do with the orbit of Mercury, but a simpler one has to do with what Einstein found is that because of the fact that you now have limited gravity to traveling at the speed of light, then its effects are like light in motion. That is to say that time is now going to be affected by gravity. Okay. Remember that before we had time being affected by speed.
Yes.
Now, according to Einstein, time is going to be affected by gravity. Okay. The stronger gravity is, the more time will slow down. You might say, well, wait a minute, has this been demonstrated in a practical? Not only has it been demonstrated, but it's actually a practical thing that's part of our life. That's
how has it been demonstrated? How is it?
Okay, well, this is great. This is one of those things that when I'm talking to audiences, they don't realize that it's actually part of their ordinary life. And why it's the GPS. The way the GPS system works is right now, satellites above us are sending a signal down to your unit in your car.
Right.
The signal is happening at a certain time. It's being sent by the satellite. It's being received in your unit at a certain time. The way the system works is there is a basic fundamental relationship that happens it's part of basic physics. There's a relationship between distance, time, and speed. If you know any two of those, you can calculate the other. In other words, if I know speed and I know distance, I can calculate time.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. All right. In this particular case, the way the system works is that I know the time the signal was sent from the satellite. I know the time that it was received in my car. And I also know the speed of the signal, okay, which is the speed of light. So that allows me to calculate distance. That's how your system works. Remember, I said if you know time and you know speed, you can compute distance. All right, so that's what allows you to compute where you are on the Earth.
That makes sense.
All right, now here is where the problem came up. When they were setting up the system originally, they were assuming that gravity obeyed the laws of Newton. Why is that important? Because the satellite is orbiting the Earth. That means it's farther away from the Earth than your car. That means that according to Newton, time where gravity is weak is running at the same rate as time in your car because time isn't affected by anything. Okay, including gravity is not affecting time according to Newton. That's important.
Right.
Okay. So when they were setting up the system, they assumed that the time that the satellite, the rate that the satellite clock was moving was exactly the rate at which your unit on the surface of the Earth was running. Okay. The system was giving incorrect GPS locations.
Well, not only is the gravity weaker, but it's moving way faster, right?
Well, there's two effects. That's very good. There's actually two effects that are going on. The satellite is moving rapidly, so time is actually slowing down.
What was it like? You showed it earlier, Steve. It was like 22,000 miles per hour. The satellites rotate around the Earth.
I
think that's what it was.
It's a mid-orbit.
Yeah, 22,000 miles an hour. That's oh yeah, right there.
Right.
Satellites in geo orbit at an altitude of 22,000 miles and travel at speeds around 7,000 miles per hour. These are basic like communication and television satellites.
Some of them travel 30,000.
Oh wow!
Right.
I think it depends on how high it is.
But once again, though, normally that would affect just the speed. That's the speed of the satellite would be affecting time. But remember, according to Einstein, gravity is affecting time as well.
Yes.
So that means that since the satellite is further away than the satellite is further away from the center of the Earth than your car is. Okay? Your car is closer to the center of Earth. That means that gravity is much stronger where your car is than where the satellite is. That means that the clock in your car unit, because it's close to stronger gravity of the Earth, it's actually running slower.
Right.
Clocks there are running slower than at the satellite. Clocks on the satellite are actually running a little faster than on the Earth, according to Einstein.
Okay.
All right. Because gravity slows time down. Stronger, once again, according to Einstein.
They would be moving slower, though, right?
The clocks are running slower here on the Earth.
Right.
Than the clocks on board the satellites. The opposite. In other words, there's two competing effects. That's why I say there's the speed is causing time to slow down. But
low gravity is making you go faster.
Right. It turns out that the low gravity is a greater effect than the speed of the satellite. So the net effect is that time is actually running a little faster out in space.
Out there. Okay. Wasn't there twin astronauts? The one that went into space.
Right. Now that what they were computing in that particular effect was just simply the effect due to speed. They weren't looking at the effect due to gravity. But the thing is that those twins that was done to show that the speed of the satellite was affecting time. They weren't looking at how.
They weren't looking at the gravity.
Exactly.
Okay. Exactly. And what was the outcome of that? What they were the same age, right? And then how did they measure like how much he aged?
Well, because of the fact that he was actually traveling a little faster.
Oh, so he's 6 minutes and 5 milliseconds older.
The one on Earth is compared to the guy on board the satellite.
Right.
Okay. Because for him, time is slowing down, so he's not aging as much as his twin brother here on the Earth.
Right.
So the twin brother is a little older. Okay. But if they were looking at the effect of gravity, it would actually reverse.
Right.
But that isn't what they were looking at. Okay. So coming back to the fact that the GPS system, however, was sensitive to the net effect. Okay, that is to say that because of the fact that the gravity is weaker where the satellite is, time is actually going is a little bit faster than your clock in your unit. So your clock in your unit is actually running a little slower because gravity here at the surface of the Earth is stronger than gravity at a high altitude. This happens even at the top of a mountain. In other words, if you use something like atomic clock, and you had it at the top of the mountain, remember, the higher you go, the more gravity becomes weak because you're getting away from the Earth.
Which means the faster time you age.
Right.
Which doesn't make sense. You would think that the more gravity you're in, you would age quicker. Because you think, gravity pulls you down and degrades you.
That's a physiological effect, though.
Right.
See, and
my brain doesn't work.
No, Danny, what you bring up is an important point from the other standpoint, because sometimes people forget that there are two different times that are going on. In fact, we can come back to that because sometimes people will say things like, well, time is just something that we don't even know whether time really exists. It's something that we made up.
Right.
Well, here's what they're correct about. Guys, measurement of time is something we created. But time itself is independent of that. Let me give you a simple example because people keep coming back to that. The Big Bang, was the beginning of the universe. In other words, that happened billions of years before we existed here on the Earth. There was no one measuring the beginning of the universe. The Big Bang was the beginning of both space and time. It's hard to get one's head around that. But the universe essentially came into existence. Now, you might say, what happened before that? We don't know that. But the thing is that what we do know is that there was a point prior to the existence of time and space where the universe came to existence. And at that instant, the universe, space, and time were created at the beginning of the Big Bang. Now, what's important about that is time came into existence, not the measurement of time, but the existence of time. In other words, things exist because it's H.G. Wells had a good way of putting it too. Things endure. In fact, I think of it, what time is. Time is the persistence of existence. In other words, it's because of the fact that we're talking about. In fact, H.G. Wells had a great example in his book, The Time Machine. You can't have an instantaneous cube existing. It has to endure for a certain period of time.
Stubbornly persistent illusion.
Yes,
that's right. They said the documentary.
Yeah, right. The thing is that so it's important to realize that prior to the existence of human beings, there was time. But what we have on a practical level is we measure that existence, how long it takes for something to endure. But that length is independent of any measurement that we make. So that's important to realize. So when you talk about, for instance, people say, gee, well, time seems to be slowing down or speeding up depending on whether I'm giving enough attention to something. If I'm having a good time, time seems to go fast. If I'm bored, time seems to go. Those are physiological effects.
Yes.
Those are things that have to do with, our physiology.
Yeah.
Time itself, though, so there's physical time and there's physiological time. Physical time depends on biology. Physiological time. Physical time is independent of us. Okay, and that's important.
Yeah, and it also seems like time moves a lot faster the older you get.
Once again,
physiological time.
Right, physiological time. But ordinary time, time of physics, is independent of that. But now, let's come back to why that leads to the possibility of going back to the past, where speed only allows us to go to the future. Okay. Remember what I said about the fact that what gravity is actually the bending of space. Okay. What we call The gravitational force is just actually the warping of space. The sun warps space, the earth moves along that warp space, okay, orbits. Time and space are connected to each other, according to Einstein's theories. That is to say, it's called space-time, as a matter of fact. Whatever it is that you do to space also happens to time. Now, if I say that gravity is the warping of space, then that means that time has to also be the warping of space.
Yeah.
Okay. But how does that warping of time show up? The warping of time shows up by the effect that I just mentioned to you, that clocks slow down the more space is warped. Here at the surface of the earth, space is warped more. Okay, that's what keeps us anchored. And when you jump up and come back down, even though you don't know it, you're actually jumping, you're actually having an effect that feels to you like you're being pulled down. But what's happening is you're just going along the curved space that the earth is doing. The earth itself is curving space around you. So when you jump up, in a sense you might say you're sliding down that curve. Okay. Time, however, when you get down there, time is actually time is actually slowing down. Okay, so the higher the curve, the more time less time is slowing down. The stronger as you get closer, right? Okay, the more it is.
So how do we go backwards in time?
Okay. Let's suppose that I was looking at a black hole. Let's talk about what a black hole is.
Good.
Okay. All right. What a black hole is just simply a star. The way in which stars, our sun is a good example of a star. What's happening is that right now it's actually what's known as a hydrogen burning engine. What I mean by that is that essentially our sun is a gas ball of hydrogen, and gravity pulls the hydrogen atoms together to form helium.
Okay.
When that happens, if you were to measure a little bit the difference between the mass of the original hydrogen atoms that collide and the resulting helium, you would find that the mass of the original hydrogen atoms colliding is actually a little greater than the mass of the resulting helium. What happens to that little bit of mass? That's the difference between that. There's a very famous equation coming back to Einstein again called E = mc squared, which says that mass is equivalent to energy. That little bit of difference of mass is converted into energy. That energy is what we get that gives us life here on Earth. So when the sun, the gravitational force, the little bit of energy, mass that's different from that is energy that we get here on the Earth. Okay. Now, eventually what will happen is that as time goes on, this fuel, you might think, starts getting used up like anything else. There will be a time in which there will be no more burning. When that happens, the star, what kept the sun going, you might say the internal heat pressure, which was pushing the sun out, okay, was being balanced by gravity, which was pulling things in the sun. What will happen is that when that gives out, gravity will overwhelm the star. This happens for our sun, and our sun will start to collapse. Now, if we look at stars that are a little bit more massive than our sun, when they start to collapse, gravity starts getting greater around the star. Now, you don't think about it, but the fact this is that light, in a sense, you might say, has some sort of a mass equivalent. It has, weight, essentially. So as gravity gets stronger, light will find it harder to get out of the star. There will come a point when the star starts to collapse to a certain point where the gravity of that star becomes so great that the light that tries to get out of the star gets pulled back to the star. So imagine that you're standing outside and the star is collapsing. And all of a sudden, all of the light that tries to get out of the star gets pulled back to the star. What will you see if you're outside the star? You'll see it like it winks out because you can't see it anymore. Right? That's a black hole. A black hole is just simply a star that has collapsed to a point where the gravity is so great around the star that all the light that tries to escape gets pulled back to the star. And so all you would see is a black hole in space because all the light gets pulled back to the star.
So going back to your clear rubber sheet analogy, so it would be the equivalent of like a hole being poked in?
It's right. That's right.
Okay.
So it gets so steep, you might say.
Got it. It breaks. Okay.
Right. Very good.
How do we actually explore black holes and study them?
Well, the original way that we did it was indirectly because you can't see the black hole. But it was with what were known as binary stars. These are stars that are very common. What they are just simply stars that are orbiting each other. And one of the first of these was a star that was called Cygnus X1, the constellation Cygnus.
Yes.
What it is that it was a white dwarf star, that was in orbit, essentially around a black hole. Now, the gases from the star, I'm sorry, not a white dwarf, it was actually a blue giant. I'm sorry. It's a blue giant. There are stars, I'm thinking of other systems that have that. But this particular one I'm thinking about, Cygnus X1, what it was a blue giant star.
How big is that compared to the sun?
If you had a blue giant star, it would swallow up all of the inner planets in our system. So the sun's here, the blue giant star would be bigger
than our whole solar system.
Yeah, right. It would. In other words, a blue giant star would be that big. Okay, so the thing, and it has a blue cast to it. That's why, So the thing is that what happened, however, is that we could actually see a wobble of this blue giant star. We couldn't see what was causing it, but the gases of the blue giant star were being funneled into an invisible companion, and it created a halo. You might say the gases heated up as they orbited the invisible companion. And so even though we couldn't see the inner side of the invisible companion, we could see the halo. That's how we knew that was the first black hole.
So it's like rotating around a black hole?
This blue giant stars, it's essentially orbiting.
So eventually it's going to go into the black hole.
Eventually all the gases will be pulled in and the black hole will get bigger, by the way, as the gases are being funneled into the black hole.
Right.
The black hole actually gets bigger the more it takes in. Okay. That was the original one.
Okay.
The more recent
How far away is that?
Let's see. I'm trying to remember the exact distance, but it's not close.
Not close. Yeah, thank God.
But the one that's been seen originally, that was indirect observation. That is to say, we didn't actually see directly the black hole. What we saw was the gases that were orbiting the black hole.
Right, because they're invisible. You just have to measure the light that's moving around.
Exactly. That's exactly right. The ones that have been more recently, this is about 2017, and the Nobel Prize was won. Was the fact that they have now had direct observation of a black hole. You might say, how was that?
Right.
Well, suppose that you actually have two stars that are orbiting each other. And imagine that as they're orbiting, the orbits become closer and closer and closer, and they smash into each other. When they smash into each other, what they do is they cause these ripples in space that we were talking about, called gravity waves. Remember, gravity waves are actually just ripples of space. So if you have the two stars orbiting and then colliding with each other, they will actually cause a vibration of space. In anticipation of that, here on the Earth, we set up, you might say that we're actually gravity wave antennas, so that whenever two stars collided in space, these ripples of space were happening. They were actually being received here on the Earth, and we actually have antennas. You might say gravity. It's called LIGO.
Is this what LIGO? Yeah, we had a guy in here named David Chester, who's also a physicist based out in California.
LIGO is
he was telling us about this.
Right. LIGO are the gravity detectors.
Okay.
All right. So they detected what they actually detect are these ripples of space itself, gravity waves, and so we were able to actually observe the black hole itself directly.
And now these things, from what I understand, the LIGO technology can like create earthquakes or detect earthquakes or something.
In principle,
something to do with earthquakes, he was saying.
But their primary purpose was to detect gravity waves from space. That's what they were set up to do. Okay. And the way they actually do it is these laser beams that are at different angles, so a 90-degree angle. And then what happens is that as the, remember when I said a gravity wave is actually a bending of space itself. So imagine that you have a laser beam that's going this way, and when it's going this way. And imagine a gravity wave is coming in. It's going to change the distance because gravity waves are a warping of space itself. It's going to change the distance of the two arms of the antenna.
Right.
And that's what you actually see.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So what you're really measuring is the warping of space itself.
Right.
Due to the collision of these black holes. That was direct observation.
Okay. So how do these black holes? I understand what a black hole is.
Okay, so a black hole, but now there are actually two different categories of black holes.
Okay.
There are non-rotating black holes, and there are rotating black holes.
Okay.
And a non-rotating black hole just causes a warping of space, that intense warping. Okay. But now a rotating black hole will cause it has that same warping, but it causes a twisting effect. One of the things that I like to give people an example of that, in fact, if we had a cup of coffee here, I would be able to show it to you, Rick, is think of the coffee as being like empty space.
I can get your cup if you want one.
Well, if you wanted me to show you on that, but
I can imagine it.
Right. So imagine that's empty space. Now,
what the coffee would be.
The coffee would be empty space. Okay?
Got it.
And suppose that I take, and the way I do it in order to do sort of a demonstration, which I've done in some of the documentaries that I've done, is I put a little bit of cream in the coffee so you can actually see the contrast, and I put a little coffee bean in there. So let's suppose that I take a spoon, and I start swirling the coffee around, okay? That's what a rotating black hole is doing to empty space. So not only is the black hole causing a warping of space, but it's causing a twisting of space. And the way in which you can see that in the case of, that's the reason why I use a coffee bean, is I say that if you want to see the effect, then you can just put a coffee bean in there. And as you're twisting the coffee around, it will cause the coffee bean to be twisted around.
Okay.
All right. That's what rotating black hole does. Now, we actually can see this effect here on the Earth using the Earth. The Earth is rotating. So not only is the Earth warping space, the Earth, as it rotates, is twisting space. But now with the black hole, this twisting, the rotating black hole is causing an extreme twisting of space. Now, remember what I said, that whatever it is you believe to space also happens to time. Think of time. And in fact, this is something that I can do if you have a piece of paper.
Sure.
With me. Okay. Perfect. Now, what I'm going to do on this strip of paper is draw a timeline.
Okay.
At the bottom of the line, I'm going to put yesterday, the past. Okay. In the middle of the line, I'm going to put the present. And at the top of the line, I'm going to put the future. Now, throughout our entire life, this is the way we experience time. Yesterday, here, doing the podcast today, and tomorrow. Okay. Now, this is space. Remember, this timeline is in the space of the paper. Okay. The timeline is in the space of the paper. So you might say this is space, and this is time in the space. Okay. But now, suppose that I had an object that was rotating space. Now let's see what would be happening to this timeline. This is yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I continue along to today. Okay. I continue along to tomorrow. But look what I've done. I've twisted space so that it has twisted time into a loop. And so what can I do? I can go from the future to where? To the past. Right. So by twisting space, I can twist time into a loop. And in fact, if you read scientific papers that talk about that, this is just like to openly talk about going back in time. They use the term CTCs, closed time curves.
Closed time curves.
Closed time curves refer to the fact that if I have an object that's rotating space, it can cause closed loops in time. And these closed loops in time can lead to the possibility of time travel to the past. Now, this was done, it was a scientific paper that was written many, many years ago by a man named Carter, who looked mathematically. Everything that we've been talking about as far as this gravity effects,
right,
it's a part of what's called Einstein's general theory of relativity. Okay? And so what Carter did was to look at what would happen for a rotating black hole. And he was able to show mathematically that it could lead to closed loops in time. And these closed loops in time, theoretically, could allow you to go back into the past. Okay? So Einstein's general theory, so his special theory of relativity allows for the possibility of time travel to the future.
Right.
His general theory of relativity allows for the possibility of time travel to the past. This is real. The difference is that we have been able to experimentally show, not just theoretically, we have been able to experimentally show that speed will allow for the possibility of time travel to the future. We haven't been able to experimentally show yet that the twisting of space will lead to closed loops in time. Mm-hmm. However, we know that the basis for that is there because we do know that gravity affects time. That's real, the GPS. Once again,
right.
So we do have a real experimental basis. We just haven't created the closed loops in time yet. Okay. And that's where part of my work comes in. Is there a way that we might be able to experimentally do that? In a number of different ways. As I said already, a rotating black hole could lead to that possibility.
If you had all the money in the world,
right,
how would you build this time machine?
Okay, well, let me go back and I'll tell you, and you can tell me which should you prefer. Okay. To talk about my motivation for getting into this, because you might say, why is this theoretical physicist interested in the subject in the first place? And then tell you how my particular contribution, or I could do it in reverse and tell you my contribution and then tell you my motivation.
Let's start right here with how it works, and then let's go into your past and your upbringing and how this all started for you.
Sure. Okay. What? Okay. The thing is that Einstein, Newton. Let's come back to Newton. Okay. According to Newton, the only thing that can create gravity is matter. Okay.
Yes.
In other words, the matter of the Earth creates the gravitational field that keeps us, anchored. The gravity of the moon, the gravity of the sun keeps the Earth anchored, okay, and so on. Einstein's theory says that not only can matter create gravity, but light, pure light itself, can create gravity. That was not something that comes out of Newton's theory at all.
Right.
That's critical. What I realized was the fact that this implies, and this is a simple syllogism. Remember that we said that gravity can affect time. Okay, if gravity can affect time and light can create gravity, then pure light can affect time. Okay, now there was a particular device which I learned about because I worked with lasers for a while, theoretically with lasers. There's a device that's called a ring laser. What is a ring laser? A ring laser is a very simple device. And I'm going to show just one simple representation.
So it's like a box with mirrors.
Mirrors are one way of doing it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to show one other form. In other words, let's suppose you had 4 lasers. Up a little bit. Okay, perfect. Okay, suppose you had 4 lasers.
Okay.
That were shooting beams of light that created this square.
Right. Okay.
Okay. All right. All right. Those light beams will cause a twisting of the empty space in that square. Okay.
How so?
Well, remember that what I said was is that light can create gravity. That means this light beam is creating a gravitational field around it. This light beam is creating a gravitational field around it. So there is actually a net gravitational field being created within this region, okay? So you might say, and remember that gravity is twisting of space. So this literally means that these light beams are causing empty space in here to get twisted, okay? Now, you might say, if it's empty space, then how will I see it? Well, remember coming back to that cup of coffee, all right? And I said that if you put a coffee, if you had cream in there and if you put a coffee bean in there, you could actually see the space. Well, the thing that's equivalent here is a particle that's called a neutron.
Yes.
Okay, a neutron actually spins like a little top. So if I put a neutron
in between all 4 lasers.
You got it. Yes, exactly. What will happen is that even though I won't be able to see the space being twisted directly, all of a sudden this neutron will start going around.
Right. Okay.
And it would be going around as a result of that.
And you can measure this.
Right. So that's what you would be able to measure. So, and I wrote a peer-reviewed article about that. That was actually my breakthrough, I say, was, and I should mention, I'm a theoretical physicist.
Right.
So when I said that I did this, what I meant was Einstein created a set of gravitational equations. They're called Einstein's gravitational field equations. And what they do is they tell you for any given type of creation of matter or energy, you can calculate. What I was able to do was to solve Einstein's gravitational field equations for a ring laser. And I was able to show that it will give you this twisting effect. So I did it mathematically. Okay. Everything telling you is what I've done mathematically by solving Einstein's gravitational field equations. So, but now to do that experimentally requires, that's where funding comes in.
Didn't you already do this?
No, I did it. When I say I did it, that was my contribution to solving Einstein's equations.
No, but in your documentary, you showed.
Oh, yeah. What you're seeing, but I'm glad you bring that up because that's sometimes people who've seen the documentaries ask about that.
Right.
What that is I had a partner who's a laser experimentalist, and what he did was he said what he was able to do was to show a mock-up, a non-functioning.
Can you find a video of this, Steve? There's a beautiful video of this you might be able to find. It should be on YouTube, right?
Yeah, there is. But this is might say a mock-up. This is actually a model of what it would look like.
A scaled down version.
Well, it's not only scaled down version. It is ring lasers, but they're not powerful enough to really create that effect. These lasers have to be much
the problem.
Right.
That's the biggest problem with building this, right? Is
As
powering
energy.
it.
You got it.
And that's what Jack Sarfati was explaining to me when I was talking to him. He's working on this warp drive, and he was explaining that the biggest problem is the power. Now, are we able to? Now, obviously, you can't detect the electron that's in there,
right? You can't because there's not enough energy, and you actually this is a good representation. This is a toy model of what it would look like. But
yes.
In order to do it, we would have to do the real experiment.
So hypothetically, let's go crazy here.
Okay.
Imagine.
Sure. Okay. Right.
Professor Mallet, we're going to give you $1 billion to build this time machine in in the basement at DARPA or whatever.
Right.
And we want to figure out how to do this. Where would you start? What would you do?
First thing I would have to do is two-step process. One is I have to show that the circulating beam of light actually causes a twisting of space. I've been able to do that mathematically.
Okay.
But first, that's the first step. The energy that's necessary to do that, while it's great, is within our technological capabilities. Okay. To just twist space. The twisting of time, however, is the next step. The twisting of space happens at lower energies. In other words, for instance, the Earth, the Earth is, because it's rotating, is causing that twisting of space. But you might say, is it doing the twisting of time? No, because the rotation of the Earth isn't great enough. You have to have a rotating black hole in order to do that. So, but there have been experiments that have shown the twisting of space. Okay, so we do know that a rotating object will cause a twisting of space with matter. We haven't been able to show it. My prediction is it's not just with matter, but with light. That's the difference. That experiment hasn't been done. It's been done mathematically, but it hasn't been done experimentally. But now, even though once we do that, then the next step is to say, okay, I have now the necessary, is it sufficient condition? That's the next step. And it turns out that in order to have the circulating light beams cause the twisting of time, in addition, has energy. We're talking about galactic scales of energy.
Really?
For that. Oh, yeah. That is a whole different level of energy. And you might say, well, then is that going to be forever out of our reach? No, two things. One, what we have to do is become creative. In other words, we have to figure out ways that we can bridge that energy gap. What might be ways that we might reduce that? One of the things that I haven't talked about at all here, and this is a whole different level of argument and discussion, is quantum theory. The foundation of modern physics is based on two pillars. One is relativity, the other is quantum theory. Both of these are part of modern physics. You might say matter and energy have been, the notion about space and time, that has become relativity. Matter and energy has been quantum theory. In other words, our understanding of matter, of atoms, of the nucleus, of atomic energy, all of these things are part of quantum mechanics. All right. I haven't done that part of it yet. I haven't put in quantum mechanics into this yet. What I need to do first is to show the twisting of space, and then I need to analyze that and look at what might be able to overcome that barrier. Has this happened before? Yes. We were talking about Einstein's famous equation equals mc squared. When this equation originally came out, it was clear that you could use, if you could convert matter into pure energy, you could have an enormous amount of energy from a small amount of matter. Okay. The question is was that practical? Einstein originally wasn't even sure that would be practical. It wasn't until the 30s when quantum theory was developed later. Okay, original quantum theory was developed at the beginning of the 20th century, but quantum mechanics came out later. And it wasn't until the 30s, with the understanding of chain reactions, that we knew a practical way of converting matter into energy. So what I'm saying is that even though we had the theoretical possibility of converting matter into energy, it wasn't until we had quantum mechanics that we saw the practical way. So what I've done is I've used relativity to show this. But as far as practically overcoming the energy barrier, that's going to have to take other technological breakthroughs, which haven't happened yet.
And then once we were able to do it, how would we figure out, like, how would we find a place to aim at? Like, how would you know how far back you're going to go? Or like,
two things, right? Well, one of the things is what would be a practical way to know that we have been able to do it?
Yes.
Okay. And this is, once again, part of what I've looked at, and that is how would you practically know it? Remember, we talked about the fact that the faster an object moves, the more time slows down, okay? And we can actually see that effect. There's another aspect of particles. Remember I said that they normally take they decay after a certain time, some particles. They in the Large Hadron Collider, they're subatomic particles that only can live for a very short period of time. And when we speed them up, we can get them to live longer, okay? Now, imagine that I was sending something back to the past. When I send something back to the past, and actually one of the science fiction movies played on this idea, what would happen if you went back to the past and lived to the present time? Okay, so let's suppose that Danny, today, you went back to the past, okay, and then lived in the past to the present and met yourself here. What would you see? You would actually be seeing an older version of yourself now, because you have lived from the past to the present, okay? That's what would happen with subatomic particles. So what would happen is that it would be the reverse of what happens normally with speed. In other words, if I send something back to the past, it would live a shorter period of time than it normally would have, because it would be older.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm trying to grasp this.
In fact, as I said, one of the science fiction movies, it was one of the Marvel movies where I think it was Captain America decided to live in the past with a young woman that he had met. And then he meets his friends again in the present. But now he has lived from the past up to their present, which means that he's an older version of himself when he meets them again.
Right. Okay. I understand. That makes sense.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's a weird, but that would be the way you would do it. In other words, what you would say is that, oh, good heavens, I've changed the lifetime of this particle. But rather than making it live longer, I would find that I would be making it live shorter.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, that makes sense. Have you heard of there's I think it's a Harvard physicist by the name of Len Howe. My friend Jeremy was explaining to me there was somebody named Len Howe who was at Harvard and figured out a way how to stop and reverse light, and was doing some experiments similar to what you've been doing.
Oh, well, there's actually experiments.
Can you find that, Steve?
There's actually experiments to slow light down, to actually cause light to stop. Those are different type of experiment because it's not that I'm actually trying to affect light itself. I'm using the fact that I'm using gravity of light. This is a whole different, thing. In other words, what I want to do is to use light to control time rather than controlling light itself.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, is this Harvard Gazette? Oh, okay. Is this Len Howe?
Yeah.
2 years ago, we slowed it down to 38 miles an hour, and now we've been able to park it, then bring it back to full speed. Len Howe isn't talking about a used motorbike, but about light. Yeah.
They're controlling light. I'm using light to control gravity.
Right.
And to control time and space.
Well, the atom cloud was suspended magnetically in a chamber, pump air in the room where you're doing this.
Wow. These experiments that are used to control light, they might have an implication for what I'm doing. So far as the fact that if you control light, then, and since if you control light and light controls gravity, then you could perhaps use some of these experiments to indirectly control gravity as well.
Yes.
But what I've been focusing on directly is using light in different configurations to try to control time, space and time. And once again, it's important to realize that I'm talking about two interrelated effects. First, I have to show that using circulating light will cause this twisting of space. And then once I've shown that, then I can move on to show that the twisting of space, if it's strong enough, will cause a twisting of time.
So, can you explain how it works? Like, if we were to create a time machine, figure out how to turn on a time machine today, we would not be able to travel back in the future before we were able to turn that machine on.
That's right.
Why is that?
Well, because of the fact that it's cause and effect. Remember that the thing that's causing the twisting of space, let's go back to the ring laser. When I turn on the ring laser, this circulating beam of light will cause this twisting of space. But now, before I turn the machine on, is there any twisting of space? No. Right. But it's after I turn the machine on. So suppose that I turn on the machine and I start twisting time. Okay. Time will start getting twisted into a loop at the moment I turn the machine on. And so if I leave the machine on, let's suppose I leave the machine on for 10 years. Then someone 10 years from now potentially could send back information 7 years, 5 years, all the way up to the time I turn the machine on. But they can't send it earlier than that because there's no loops in time prior to my turning the machine on.
Right. So, okay.
Okay. So, but one of the things I mentioned in a History Channel documentaries is the fact that we're talking about terrestrial time machines. Suppose that, that we know now, and this is no longer science fiction. We know there are what are known as extrasolar planets. These are planets that are revolving around other stars. In other words, we know that there are other solar systems out there.
Yes.
And that these other solar systems have planets revolve around. That was discovered scientifically back in the 90s. Okay. All right. And we know now that the universe is teeming with these extrasolar planets. Okay. What physicists now, and they like to use clever names, is that some of these planets are too close to their stars to support life. Some of them are too far away.
Yeah.
But there's actually a zone.
Goldilocks zone.
You got it, the Goldilocks zone. And so it's highly possible, even though we haven't discovered yet, that there are planets that probably are teeming with life out there. Now, suppose that these civilizations, some of them were created, many, many, many eons before us, and have become advanced enough to turn their device on. Suppose they, relative to us, found them.
Yeah.
Let's suppose they turned on. That's their 10,000 years, ago. When we go to their, planet, we could use their device to go to our past, but it would still have the same limitation. And this is so even for a rotating black hole. Rotating black hole, before the rotating black hole was created, there was no twisting of space and time.
Right.
After it was created. So if we could find a rotating black hole that had existed long enough ago, once again, this is an interstellar, we could go back to our distant past. Okay. The question is that, in fact, this is something that was mentioned, or we should talk about, is people have talked about UFOs.
Yes.
One of the speculations has been that sometime in the distant future, we may have been able to find other civilizations, extraterrestrial civilizations, that had time machines turned on earlier than ours. Once we do that, it could be that we could visit ourselves in the present or any other time in the past by having contacted that civilization.
Wow. So
what we call UFOs
could just be time machines.
Could be time travelers from our own future who have come to, who have, made contact.
I was explaining to you before we started, I had a guy on here recently by the name of Michael Masters, who's an anthropologist. And he got into the field of anthropology because he was always fascinated with UFOs and all these documented accounts, numerous, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, thousands of documented accounts of these abduction encounters. There's a famous Harvard psychologist, John Mack, who studied this for his whole life. And he interviewed all these people who had these crazy abduction experiences, and he cataloged all of them. And I think it was a 70-30 split. 30% of these abduction experiences, they explain these beings saying that they were from different star systems. 70% of them, you might want to correct me on that, it's close to 70. 70% of the people said that these beings said that they were from the future. And almost all of them, all of these abduction experiencers explain human beings being in these crafts and doing these experiments. A lot of them are like reproductive experiments, like extracting. Right from Betty and Barney Hill. I've heard of. That's a famous one where he explains they extracted semen from him and like eggs from his wife, and they seem to be some sort of reproductive experiment that was going on in like over 90% of these cases.
Right.
So what Michael Masters, the idea he lays out is that from an anthropological point of view, if you look at Earth, there's over 2 million cataloged species of animals on Earth. 20 of the 2 million are hominids, which is like 0.001% of the species on Earth are hominids. Now, out of the 20, one of them, us, has figured out how to develop technology to leave the Earth. Now, think how rare that is, just on Earth, for people to develop, for a creature or an organism to develop this kind of technology. Now, extrapolate that out into the universe and all of the habitable planets out there that are habitable for life. Most of them, which I believe are water worlds from what astronomers have told me. What is the likelihood that they're going to look just like human beings? It's got to be so small. So that's one of the arguments he lays out to why these could be future humans. Another one is that most of these experiences where people had contact or were abducted, these beings seem to be very, very invested in the future of planet Earth. Like you have documented of UFOs hovering around, shutting down nuclear bases, telepathically communicating to children how they need to preserve the Earth and be careful with technology. Most of these things came around when nukes started being tested. There was the most UFO sightings ever. If you look at, this is a great animation that was done where it basically showed all the testing of nuclear weapons throughout history. And the most UFO sightings happened when we started testing nukes. So if these things started showing up and communicating to people just to respect and try to preserve the planet, they obviously have a vested interest in the planet. So who would have more of an interest in preserving this planet? Would it be future us, or would it be some civilization from light years away? So that's really interesting. And he also has another thing that he lays out, the schematics. He lays out how, and this might be something you can find, Steve, on how the actual layout of the flying saucer UFO that we're all aware of, it could be a time machine. The way it works, it could just be that thing is built to travel through time. So yeah, it's really interesting. But if they're coming back to, I mean, most of these abduction experiences happened during the 80s and 90s, mostly in the 90s. If we hadn't figured out a time machine then, how did we originally get it? And that kind of goes back to some of the recent things that have been coming out with like David Grush and Diana Pasulka. They explain these things as like gifted to us, these crash retrieval sites like Roswell and others. They explain them as, they were gifts to us. So like maybe somewhere on Earth, some deep government program or some aerospace company has these things, and it's sort of like black project technology that nobody's aware of. Congress has been restricted from having any kind of information on this that we figured out a long time ago, that the public just doesn't know about.
That's a possibility. However, the thing is that I think we have to give ourselves more credit than being gifted. The reason why I'm saying two different points. Number one is we as people are terribly um, have a problem with keeping secrets.
Yeah.
Okay. And the thing is that all we have to do is go back to the Manhattan Project.
Yes.
To know, they had as tight a security as we've ever been able. And then someone just essentially walked out with the, in fact, they were looking at the scientists who were close to the program, very close to the program. And there was this one outlier scientist who wasn't anyone's, and he just walked out with his, I think his name was Klaus Fuchs, with the information that was able to share it with the Russians. I mean, so everyday people would have a hard time getting these secrets. But if the government was doing it, it would have leaked.
Well, there's lots of leaks, though. There's so many stories.
Exactly.
There's Bob Lazar's story. The problem is there's it's like there's so much disinformation and misinformation, and we don't know what's real and what's not. Like I was talking to my buddy this morning about this. I'm like, the world that we know it right now, information is everywhere, and there's so many crazy stories. It's like, how do you pick what's real and what's fabricated or what's strategic? I mean, we know strategic deception is a technique that's been used by the military and intelligence for forever. So, like, just looking at humanity and how we look at reality right now, if the government came out tomorrow, look at how many people trust the government right now, right?
Right.
If the government came out tomorrow and said, hey, aliens are here, how many people do you think would believe it? Or how many people would think that, oh, the government's just trying to play some game with us?
Well, but once again, as a scientist, I have to see proof, and that proof has to be independently looked at. But coming back to you actually mentioned part of it. Who would it be most likely to want to come back to warn ourselves about what's happening to our planet? Would it be some other future civilization or us? Suppose that we were able to, in fact, find extraterrestrial civilization that had time travel much earlier than we did. And we were able to convince them to allow us to use their time travel technology to come back to our past.
Yeah.
Okay. To me, that's really much more likely scenario. Of course, that means that we would have had to learn to develop space travel to the point that we could actually find these civilizations. But all of these things are just, pure speculation. The main point is that time travel to the past is possible, and there are ways in which we could travel back to our earlier time. Okay.
So hypothetically, if a time machine was turned on in another galaxy far, far away, and we somehow got it here,
right,
we would be able to travel back into our ancient past.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. That's the upshot of that. And that to me is the important thing, is the fact that we do know that there are ways of manipulating space and time, and we know it's based on real solid science that's independent of political, beliefs or anything. It's just solid physics. Okay, based on the person who was named the person of the century last century. Okay, Einstein. That's the reason why I believe in the work, is the fact that it's based on real solid science. Okay? And the other thing that's beautiful about science is that it's been developed by all different countries and all different civilizations, and it's independent of that, of our particular political beliefs. But for me personally, the reason why I got interested in the subject in the first place had to do with a very, very personal story. And it's still playing out for me, by the way. And I'll tell you why. When I was 10 years old, I was brought up in the Bronx, New York. And my father was a television repairman. He served in the Army, and he used the GI Bill when he came out in the Second World War to become an electronic technician. And he was very good at his job. For me, the sun rose and set on him. Okay? He was a very, very dynamic, fun person. Okay? And he didn't look like he was sick. He looked like he was extremely healthy. What he did was he died of a massive heart attack. He was only 33 years old. They said I was 10 years old. And I was completely, to say I was completely devastated is actually an understatement. I can't find the word for it, but I didn't really care whether I lived or died after he passed away. One of the gifts he left me, though, during his life was a love of reading. And I read science fiction. And after he died, I came across the book that changed my life. It was H.G. Wells' The Time Machine. It's a Classics Illustrated edition of it. And what it said at the very beginning of it, it said scientific people know very well that time is just a kind of space, and we can move forward and backward in time just as we can in space. Now, to my 11-year-old mind, I thought, wow, if this is saying that we could move back in time, then maybe if I had a time machine, I could go back into the past and see him again and tell him what was going to happen. So that became an obsession for me to do it. In fact, I even tried, he had left, after he died, my mother kept his television and radio parts. I even tried to put something together that was illustrated on the Classics Illustrated book. Of course, nothing happened, you know. But I remember that it said scientific people know very well. So I knew that science was going to have to play a role in it. It's interesting. I written a book, by the way, that talks about this, right?
Time Traveler.
Yeah.
A scientist's personal mission to make time travel a reality. By Dr. Ronald Mallett.
Yeah. And
when did you publish this?
That was published in 2006. When it came out, and it's been republished, you know, now. The thing is that, and it's been translated into a number of different languages, by the way. Yeah, and a number of documentaries have been made about it. There's even some speculation that perhaps it might be made into a Hollywood movie, potentially. But the thing is that when I learned a little bit later that there was this great genius named Einstein who said that time, in fact, can be affected by some way. And I knew that if I could understand Einstein, I might be able to understand how a time machine might be built. And so I dedicated my life to that, you know, to that end. I should mention that when I was growing up, this was in the 50s, this was around the time of Sputnik, people didn't even know whether we could go to space, let alone time travel. So I kept this a secret during my life. Now I can talk about it openly. Here I am on your podcast talking about it. But when I grew up, I had to keep it secret. I kept it secret all during my life. Even in my career, I tried to study something that was close enough to it, which were black holes. That's what my career was based on, so that I could keep it. I wouldn't have become a professor at UConn. Imagine if I had, during the interview, they said, well, what is it you're interested in? Time travel. I wouldn't be here. The thing is that, but I made my breakthrough literally at the beginning of this century, the 20th century, is when I realized that, according to Einstein, there was possibilities of affecting time using light. And that's when I had my particular breakthrough in showing that a circulating beam of laser light can cause, mathematically, cause a twisting of space and time, as I said, by solving Einstein's gravitational field equations. For me, though, it goes now beyond just looking at what I might have been able to do with my father's life. It's just imagine for future generations if we were able to travel back in time. For example, just the simplest example. Imagine if we had been able to send information back to ourselves about COVID prior to all of this. You know, the millions of lives we could have saved, or the catastrophes that happened, you know, with hurricanes and tsunamis and everything. You know, by being able to send information back to ourselves. Of course, it's romantically great to be able to say, let's go back in time, but just sending information back to us, what we could do. So that's become important to me too, is what could we do as human beings to improve our lives by being able to have change our destiny. You know, so that's why I still think it's extremely important to have this possibility of time travel, even for future generations.
That's fascinating. So that's what basically sparked your whole interest in this. And have you you thought about the documentary, by the way, How to Build a Time Machine? Is a fantastic documentary. But towards the end of that, you kind of elucidate the paradox of if you were to go back and meet your father. You've thought about this quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that there's two things. One is that What would that mean as far as reality? Because, for example, there's two things that my father could ignore my advice, and that would just simply lead to past and present that I'm living in. Or what happens if he takes my advice and changes his mind? What happens to the future that I live in? This part of the future. That is another reason why both philosophers as well as the general public have said it's time travel in the past, possible, because there's no paradox when you go to the future. Right? When you go to the future, you leave everyone else and you just come back to the future. If you go back to the past, you change things that can affect the entire universe. Okay, quantum mechanics plays a role in this. That's where quantum mechanics is. Said all of our discussion, we haven't talked about that role. Quantum mechanics is a whole different beast.
Now, does quantum mechanics work in the block universe idea?
A block universe is possibility. I mean, quantum mechanics is sort of independent of these different versions of, block universe. It's you might say it's the quantum mechanics is about the foundation blocks that build up our forces of nature. Okay, and these things happen within that quantum universe. Okay, so quantum mechanics, however, does allow a resolution of the paradox in the following way. What quantum mechanics is based on is the notion of probability. To give you a specific example of what I'm talking about, whenever we talk about making a prediction, for example, if you say this evening you're going to the restaurant and say that you're looking at a menu and you see item A and item B on that menu, you make a choice of that, and then you live with that choice. Let's say you make a choice of item B. Okay, that's it. Quantum mechanics says is that, well, there is probability that you could have chosen A. Okay, now there is a theory. It's called the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. What this interpretation says is that at the instant that you chose item B, there is actually a split of the universe. There's a universe in which Danny Jones has chosen A. So when you go into that restaurant and choose B, there's a split. There's a real you in another universe that's chosen item A on the menu. They do not know about each other at all. They become separate parallel universes. In fact, the original notion of this was based on a physicist back in the 1950s named Hugh Everett III. And his research led to this possibility of parallel universes. Okay? This means that this is how it would resolve the time travel portion. Suppose you travel back into the past. As soon as you arrive in the past, there would be a split of the universe. Right. There would be a universe in which you arrive in the past, okay, and in that past, you do create something. For instance, in my case, I do affect my father, okay, and I do change that past. I find myself in a weird universe that I wasn't born in, okay, because the universe I was born in, he died, okay, but I've changed that universe. So there's now a parallel universe with me as an adult me, and there's a young boy me, and even though we look exactly the same, older version of me,
you're both existing in the same time and place.
Right. But remember, I said that there's a split.
Yeah.
The other universe I don't arrive in at all.
Right. The one that you were originally in.
Right. And so that parallel universe plays out. So in other words, even though I would be able to save my father's life in universe B, I didn't save his life in universe A. Okay. And there's no paradox with me having saved his life in universe B because I never came from universe B. So according to this notion of parallel universes, right, okay, and you might say, well, couldn't I go back in the past? Well, it turns out that you would just be universe hopping, because every time you try to go back, you would just come back to another parallel universe. So you would never be able to go back to the universe that you originally came from. So that is the way in which quantum mechanics potentially can resolve this paradox. Okay, but now you might say, is it possible that you really do change the universe and everything? Well, we don't know until we do the experiment. That's the whole point. But it is a possibility that it plays out as, just parallel universe.
Wow. Now, so from my understanding of like the block universe is that it's like you imagine slivers like a block, like a million sheets of paper stacked up on top of each other, and we're living on one sheet of paper right now, and all the other sheets of paper are already created, right? Like some cosmic toddlers drawing pictures and stacking them on top of each other, and everything is already laid out. So that would mean that our future is already predetermined, right? And that would basically mean that free will isn't real,
right? That is not consistent with quantum theory.
Right. Oh, it's not completely inconsistent with it.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's why I'm saying that anything that says that everything is already predetermined, once again, quantum mechanics says that we're talking about probability. I can say this is, quantum mechanics sounds a lot weirder, but if you go back to basically what it said, it's based on something that's called Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Which is a lot simpler, which says that I can know the position of an object precisely, or I can know the motion of that object precisely, but I can't know both of those two things at the same time precisely. Okay, that's essentially Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Okay, which doesn't sound quite as exotic,
right?
But if you look at what that means as far as information is concerned, in ordinary classical physics, you can make precise predictions about what's going to happen next if you know exactly the position and motion of an object at a particular time. And what quantum mechanics says is I can't know that. If you build into that now, and this is going a lot deeper into it, what it tells you is that I can make a probability prediction about what may happen, but I can't make an exact prediction about what's going to happen. So that means that the future isn't exactly determined. I can only talk about the probability of the future. So I could actually have this stacking that you're talking about, but it would be sort of a probability built into that stacking as well. So it's not that the future will play out, okay, but we can't determine exactly how it can play out. We can only talk about the probability of how it. And we know that that's the way in which the universe works. Why? Because we have cell phones, we have computer. All of our modern technologies based on quantum physics. So this exotic sounding theory has led to our ordinary technology, which wouldn't work, by the way, if it weren't for quantum theory.
Right. Yeah. Now, and another thing that you talked about briefly in the documentary is sort of like the way the funding for research for some of this stuff goes is that it's only funded when there's some sort of a necessity. Like if we found out that North Korea was trying to build a time machine, then we would all of a sudden have all the incentive in the world and all the money in the world to build a time machine.
Exactly.
And that's how it's worked throughout the history of the world.
Exactly.
If we find out somebody else is doing it, we want to jump on it.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that's the case. I mean, even when it came to our being in space, why
right.
It was Sputnik.
Right.
Sputnik is the reason why we landed on the moon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and isn't it crazy that we haven't been back since in how many years? Like 50, 60 years we haven't been back to the moon.
We don't have a real incentive to it. It's just not something that, and once again, it's unfortunate that it has to be this catch-up game. To me, going to Mars is just exciting in and of itself, but it doesn't have a real practical application. However, the space program did, personal computer, all of these technologies that we developed are developed as a result of that. Even when it comes to what I was talking about as far as twisting space, using the ring laser, someone had asked me, well, is there a practical spin-off that would come from that? As a matter of fact, there would be. Why is that? Information transfer. Okay, how do we transfer information? We transfer information by sending things through space. Wires. I send electrons through wires. Okay.
Right.
I send information through space. But what would happen if not only did I send information through space, but I sent the information with space? Let me give you a simple example. You're sitting in a bathtub. Think of the water as being like space in the tub. Now, what can I do? I want to get the bar to the other side of that tub, push it along the water, and moves to the other side. But what would happen if, in addition to my pushing it through the water, I hit the water itself? Not only now am I transferring the soap through the water, I'm traveling the soap with the water. So I can actually make it go faster than it would if I was just manipulating the information through space. So by manipulating space itself, I could actually cause transfers of information to happen at speeds that we're not even, don't even think about.
Yes.
That's a spin-off.
Yeah. And again, going back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the conversation with travel out into, deeper parts of the galaxy, is that backwards time travel is a practical thing that we would need to figure out if we would want to send human beings, because they're gonna be going, on that rocket ship on rocket time while we're on Earth time going, 100 times faster than they are. So we would want to figure out backwards time travel before we started doing that. It would make more sense to have.
If we could send ourselves information, but then there's a paradox to that. Okay, if we're sending information back to ourselves, okay, then we have to have been able to figure it out how to do it.
Yes.
Unless, once again, we have some sort of other means of having access to another device that will allow us to send that information back. Then you would be changing your timeline. There's all these other aspects of this that have to be thought about. Basically, however, physics is an experimental subject. And so all the things that, once again, we're talking about is speculation, but it's anchored in the possibility, real possibility, that we can manipulate space and time.
Do you think it's possible that there is somewhere in some program that they have figured this out and they're just keeping it a secret from us with some sort of Manhattan Project layer of security and secrecy wrapped around it?
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. The thing is that I can believe, once again, I can believe it. I would like to say that I would actually hope that that's happening. I would like it to be based on my work. But once again, it costs money to do these things. And we have a tendency to say, well, is this really going to be that important? I mean, is this going to be something that we really want to invest in? And I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I mean,
well, that's like some of the stuff that like David Grush was talking about, right? All of the money all the black money that's been going into these programs that has been Congress has been completely oblivious to. He's basically pointing out that there's like huge swaths of money that are going to these companies, these aerospace contractors, and that and it's not passing Congress, but they're just somehow like siphoning them billions of dollars to work on some stuff that we don't know what the hell it is.
Yeah. That's, I mean, as
like
I said,
blue sky research, right?
Yeah.
Like that's some of this that like one of the things that doesn't happen as much, at least the public's not aware of, is this idea of blue sky research, right? Like throwing money towards some sort of project that we don't know how it's going to benefit us monetarily or militarily, right? In the future, right? Like, let's just throw money at something and try to learn something new. Well, no, it doesn't make sense. Like, we got to make sure that we can cement ourselves as a superpower or make a lot of money, increase our GDP, whatever it might be.
Yeah. I'd like to have some of this blue sky money.
Yeah, right.
Really, that's what I think. And to me, it's important to have that, because of the fact that we don't know what the possibilities are, but the possibilities are based in real science.
What do you think would be some of the things that would be necessary for us to think about if we were to figure out backwards time travel and to go back in time to visit our ancestors or do some of these things? Like, what are some of like the foundational philosophical things that we would need to consider, regulatory things that we would need to consider before doing something like this.
Yeah, that to me there was a great movie that illustrated this science fiction movie. It was called. It didn't get the publicity that it should have because it's done very well. Time Cop with Claude Van Damme. It came out many, many years ago, and what it speculated about this. In fact, it even had the government involved in it. But the speculation is that it would have to be controlled by the government because you can't just arbitrarily go back into the past. Time travel to the past is not going to be something just like everyone doesn't have their own nuclear reactor. Okay, the government. Once it happens, it's going to be happening at the governmental level, and it's going to be controlled. In the movie, what they have is Claude Van Damme plays a cop in the future. His job is to be a time enforcement officer. In other words, they have a mechanism to see that some change has been made in the past. They can see some early effect of that, and they send out these time enforcement officers to prevent that from happening. What makes the plot in this particular interesting, and I don't want to give the whole plot away in case people want to see it, is that this time enforcement officer, his wife had been killed in the past. And so he would have had the temptation, but he's never done it, of going to save his wife in the past. How can you imagine that? Being able to have technology at your disposal that you know that you could prevent a tragedy in your own past, but would you be able to have the willpower and the discipline not to do that? So it's not that easy. I mean, he can't just simply go in and go have a private time machine to do it, even if he wanted to. But of course, the movie speculates and has its own people who realize that they can do this, that they want to change our reality, So, but the thing is that there's going to have to be regulations, and there will be regulations if we do it. So there's two things going on. One, we should be trying to see whether we can develop the technology to do it. And at the same time, we should be thinking about the fact that once we do have that technology to do that, how are we going to regulate it to make sure that we do it in a way that's going to benefit ourselves and not something that's going to destroy our world as we know it.
Yeah. Like, would you do it like time travel tourism, like where like only like the super billionaires get to travel back in the time to witness some of like the pyramids being built or Jesus Christ walking around?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there was another thing that Mike Masters talks about in his book, the extraterrestrial model, is there was these kids, I think it was in like the 50s or whatever, where they saw these things, these human being looking things like in front of a spaceship, and they were answering all these questions for them. They were asking them about the universe, about the future of mankind, and all these questions about the past, and they were happily answering all their questions. And then one of the kids who was like a teenager at this time, he asked him about like religion and asked him about like Christ, and the being was like, we can't answer that question.
Yeah.
Like with that, like by answering that question, how would that affect the ripple?
Well, in fact, that's it. The question would be, if we can change things, should we change things? How much information is too much information?
Yeah.
And that is, all of these things are things that come up. And to me, it's important to even speculate about these things, because eventually, if we find that we can do something, we will eventually do it.
Yeah.
I mean, because that's just our nature. Our nature is that once we found out we can control fire, that's led to where we are today. And that happened millennia ago.
Yeah.
So it's going to be our nature. But at the same time, I love the fact that we have become wise enough to know when to put the brakes on ourselves. Just because of the fact that we can do something, should we do it? And if we do decide to do it, that we do it in a way that's going to be the best for people generally, to help us advance in a positive way.
How often do you talk to colleagues or people that are looking at the same kind of stuff you're doing, theoretical physicists that have studied the same thing, like and comparing ideas or getting pushback, or like what are some of even like criticisms that you've discussed or heard of about your work and your theory?
Yeah. Well, the criticism which I got to agree with is there's going to be enough power,
right?
And energy to do it, and how long is that going to take? I mean, I actually agree with with that. The other part is that my work is its foundation is based on Einstein's work, and that's it. It's been published in peer-reviewed journals, so I know that the foundation of it is accepted, but the technological possibility associated with that theoretical possibility has its limitations, and I'm okay with that. I mean, that would be like, as I said, being prior to quantum mechanics, just looking at relativity and knowing the limitations that one has. In other words, I believe that technology can help us overcome limitations. One of the things I talk about in my book, in the prologue, is the fact that there was a very famous scientist in the end of the 18th century who talked about the fact that space travel, I'm talking about air travel, was not going to be possible. He talked about all these reasons that it was possible. And then, of course, the Wright brothers showed that it was possible.
Right.
So the thing is that there's nothing in the physics that says we can't do it, but technology limits us to do it. But we have always been able to overcome the technological limitations. So to me, that's I'm fine with the fact that right now it's technologically difficult, but that eventually we will be. I believe in human ingenuity. And
it just feels like we've stagnated so much.
Well,
we're still flying around in airplanes that were built in the 50s. It's so crazy.
But still, think about some of the things that were science fiction just in the 60s, the middle 60s. Your cell phone. Captain Kirk lived in the 22nd century, and his communicator, every kid on the block has a device, their iPhone or their Android, whatever phone. Their phones, their cell phones can do more than Captain Kirk's. The limitation that they had was just a limitation of imagination.
Yes.
So
even since the iPhone, though, think about it. The iPhone came out in like 2006, I think, and that was such a breakthrough. It just blew people's minds that we could have this thing that was touch screen and like no buttons, and it was just like the look of it was something from a sci-fi movie. And how long ago was that? That was like almost 20 years ago.
Yeah.
There hasn't been anything like that since. We've just been adding on to it, expanding it, making it smaller, making it a little bit better. But there hasn't been like a breakthrough like the iPhone in 20 years.
Yeah. But one of the things, though, Danny, that comes up is that, and one of the reasons why I like doing the interviews like this is the fact that people listen to these, people, and sometimes you never can tell, someone's listening who has deep pockets, someone who, Bill Gates type or something, said, maybe let's just simply look at this and see if there's any possibilities. You never can tell. I mean, that's the reason why I think it's for people to just keep their mind expanding. You just don't know when it's going to happen and where it's going to happen. So me, that's why it's important for me, in any case, to keep, encouraging people to dream, to think about, these possibilities, and maybe sooner or later it will happen.
Yeah, and with like the amount of energy that you were explaining it will require, you said like the energy of multiple galaxies.
Right.
It doesn't
potentially
like our evolution, our technological evolution, where it's going right now is like started with fire. We have the way we fly airplanes and drive cars as we burn fuel and blow smoke out the back, propulsion, typical combustion engines that we have.
Right.
It doesn't seem like we're on the right trajectory to get there. It seems like that would take billions of years on the trajectory we're on right now.
The thing is that we have atomic power. Atomic power isn't any of these things. I mean, in Connecticut, we depend on atomic power for a lot of electrical power. The thing is that we have parallel things going on. Okay, so it's not that we haven't made breakthroughs and that we don't have alternatives. It's just how much are we willing to invest in using these alternatives and making them of practical value. Okay, clearly having a small nuclear reactor for your vehicle isn't practical, however you have the nuclear reactors for power is. To give you another example, thermonuclear energy. Thermonuclear energy, you're using you're using water as your fuel. For that's, remember we were talking about the sun?
Yeah.
Okay. Hydrogen, what is water? Water is simply H2O, right? Okay. Hydrogen. If we cause fusion is the combination of hydrogen atoms together, okay, to produce helium. That's the opposite of ordinary fission reactors, okay?
Right.
And the type of that type of power would be unimaginable, and we're working on it. We're actually making strides. We should invest more in it. But when that happens, and it will happen, we're inching closer. Once we can do that, there's things like lasers. You see, people don't realize what we have done and the miraculous things that we've done. Einstein predicted the possibility of a laser back in 1917. He predicted the basis for lasers. Okay, it wasn't until the 60s that we did it practically, but once we did it, think of all the things that we do with lasers. I mean, that we don't even think about.
Right.
Okay, so all of these things are there. The theoretical basis for it is there. It's just that it's going to happen. Even with I was talking about the vast amounts of energy, that's a technological problem. We could find alternative ways of overcoming the energy barrier. Then it would be, I think, looking at once we're able to overcome it on a small level, it will be, gee, how come we weren't able to do this earlier? Lasers are a good example. It took from 1917 to the 60s before we had real laser, but eventually we did. So to me, the theoretical basis is there for space and time travel.
Right.
Okay. The question is that when are we going to decide to invest in looking at the technology to achieve it?
Right.
And asking ourselves, how can we overcome these barriers to make it practical? And when we decide to do that, we will do it.
What do you make of the stories of those Navy pilots talking about those Tic Tac things that were moving around? Are you familiar with the story?
No.
Commander David Fravor, he was a Navy pilot who was flying off the coast of San Diego in I want to say it was 2016. And this huge story broke on the New York Times, and they saw these objects on their radars. They weren't sure what it was, and it was right after they had upgraded the radars on their F-16s. This is one of them. This isn't the Tic Tac, but this is like one of the videos that was released by the Pentagon. You can turn the volume up on it and play it for them. And you can hear the pilots talking about it. So they're tracking it on their FLIR radar. And apparently this thing's moving at like ridiculous speeds. And they're having trouble like locking onto it. And you'll see at one point it just like breaks right out of their
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA.
Here you go. Look at this.
My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude.
So that thing rotates.
Rotates like a gyroscope.
You know,
It's rotating.
here's another one. This is hard to, see he's having trouble locking onto it.
No, I took it on a track. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, dude. Wow. Look at that try.
So Commander, a couple of those were on the East Coast too.
Really?
Commander Fravor is a lifelong Navy pilot, and he explained this whole story, laid it out beautifully, where he says that they were seeing these things on radar, went out to check them out, and it was like a Tic Tac shaped white thing that was moving around in space. It was like moving around from one spot to the other. It would go from 10 feet above the ocean to
1,000 feet in like a split second. And he was also saying that like they were trying to track it, they were like trying to follow it and see what was going on. And he said like he was getting ready to fly to his cap point, which is like the entry point where the jets fly into their training space. And he said before he got to his cap point, after he was chasing the thing over there, it automatically showed up at his cap point before he even like knew that's where he was going. So he explains it's almost like the thing was time traveling. Like it was like traveling to where he was about to go.
Right.
And like following him, but in front of him. And it's like these things obviously defied any kind of gravity. There was no visible propulsion on these things whatsoever. And it completely defied the laws of physics to what we understand. And it's been like this topic of debate ever since this originally came out, and like I think it came out in the New York Times in 2020. But like, if that's some sort of a military technology, that's crazy.
Yeah. The question is that what is it?
Exactly.
And once again, for me, I see it under more controlled conditions. I mean, they see it,
but they saw it with their own eyes, and they have it on radar.
Right. Nevertheless, there's other phenomena that we see. There's strange phenomena that are more like ball lightning and things like that. There are other type of phenomena, but once again, it's hard to say what it is that it is, because we can't control it. We can't, actually get to it. Okay. So, is it some sort of optical phenomena? I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I can't. I wouldn't be able to speculate, because the thing is that I can't control it. That's part of the problem. Part of the problem is that I see that they see what they're seeing is real. But the question is that, is it a real?
Yeah, for like the video of the one with the water in the background, it's possible that is an optical illusion, where like, because the plane that's filming that is flying in one direction, and the object they're filming is flying in the other direction. Exactly. So there's motion parallax, with the water in the background.
Very good.
So when you're flying this way and something flying this way, it makes it look like it's going 20 times the speed.
Parallax, excellent. Yeah, that's a good example.
Yeah. But when you have somebody like Fravor, who's not like he's a guy who's like a lifelong military Navy veteran who's flying these planes his whole life, never interested in any of this like woo UFO phenomenon or whatever, that came out and basically said like, this is what I saw. And now there's other people that have come out, like Ryan Graves, who was a pilot on the East Coast, who described seeing these things, and they called him to the Pentagon to have these like secret meetings with him to figure out what it was. And they developed this whole like safety protocol to avoid, because they were seeing them so much and nobody knew what they were.
Yeah.
And they were moving at incredible speeds with no visible propulsion whatsoever. And the idea is that they were somehow figuring a way to manipulate gravity. And this is some of the stuff that Jack Sarfati talks about too, where there's different spectrums of light, to where these things can like bend light and move through time. Like their propulsion is somehow gravitational time, and that's how they're moving around.
Yeah. Well, once again, for me, it's, if we speculate that this is what's happening, why don't we just simply say, well, let's see if we can do that experiment? I mean, to me, it's like the equivalent of, whenever our very, very, very distant ancestors saw lightning, creating fire somewhere. Some one of them, some ancient male or female said, maybe we could do that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that stuff is ours. I think that the military has this either figured this out and kept it secret forever, or it's somehow we discovered it and it's from somewhere else, and we found a way to reverse engineer it, and we're testing it against our own military, testing it against our own Navy, to see how effective it is, see how elusive it is, see how it can be detected or not detected on radar. I think that's far more likely than the fact that it's like aliens or something like that.
I think I don't think it's aliens, but to me, it's more likely that it is our own technology some way than it is aliens. But once again, it's hard to say. I mean, it's really hard to say. But to me, that would be more likely. That would be our own technology some way than it is from aliens. But for me, once again, the thing that I would that is, well, if that's something that they're doing, then great. Why is it, however, I have this hard time with the military and keeping secrets.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think it would be too easy to leak. And the other thing is that for me, the exciting thing is why not just simply do it and share it, because then we can build on it.
Because we don't want Russia and China to know that we have it.
See, that's where the problem comes in for me. It's the fact that it's more likely that they already know about it than our own citizens do.
Yes.
Because Russia knew more about the atomic, technology than we did, the average citizens. Why? Because they dedicate themselves to finding out our secrets, just as we dedicate ourselves to find out their secrets. So, to me, it's more likely that China and Russia would know about it.
There would have to be some sort of plan between all these governments around the world to keep it a secret, right?
Right.
Like China, Russia, and the U.S. have to have a conversation. Like, look, we all know we have it, but we're not going to tell the population. We're not going to tell the people.
Well, that's actually what happened with atomic energy. I mean, because they knew about it before we knew about it, the average public,
right?
And the public didn't know about it until and the end of the Second World War with Hiroshima, Nagasaki. That's how we found out about it. What's interesting when you bring that particular point up is the fact that they had the German scientists.
Yes.
They
paperclip scientists.
Right. They had them all together at the end of the war before the bomb went off. They had captured them, and they were listening to them, their conversations, and they could not believe that we had been able to figure it out, the atomic bomb. They just didn't believe that it was possible. That's how arrogant, they were about, the possibility that it was only they would have been able to. And then they started accusing each other of maybe not working hard enough to develop the technology. And the thing is that, to me, once again, I think when I see something like that, Russia would be all over that. And they are good spies. They know what they're doing, And to me, if we are able to do that, then they have been able to figure out how to do that by reverse engineering too. If they see that that's a possibility, they would have someone in deep level spy who's been able to get the information about how we've done it, and they're able to do it now. So I just, I just feel that, as I said, I don't know, but I think that it would be interesting to see it. But you pointed out different ways in which this optical phenomena could occur, parallax. I just mentioned that, so I think it's important to witness that.
Yeah, I think that's very possible that both things are happening. I think it's possible that there's some stuff out there that is very easily explainable that people think is crazy and crazy advanced technology. And I also think there's probably crazy advanced technology that's kept secret, black projects that are out there as well.
Yeah, yes.
And I think it's one of the things that the government, the intelligence community, whoever you want to call them, one thing that they're really good at is making reality very confusing with deception, strategic deception, and limited hangouts, and all different, and just putting all this information out there so nobody knows what's true.
And it's a good way to keep secrets because you can let the truth can be out there, but then you can also throw some stuff out there that's complete bullshit. That way you can't sort through it and figure out what's what.
Exactly.
That's what I don't know if you're familiar with Annie Jacobson. She's a journalist who wrote a book. Her first book was called Area 51. She wrote a bunch of amazing books after that. But Area 51, she talks about, how Area 51 was created. And when the first pilots started test flying they were actually CIA pilots that started test flying the first jet planes over Nevada. What they did was the CIA would send the pilots up into the air with gorilla masks in the cockpit. So that way, if a passenger plane came within visual distance of them, they were supposed to put on the gorilla masks. So if a pilot in a passenger plane said they saw some guy in a jet plane flying at the bar or whatever, yeah, he was wearing a gorilla mask. Now no one's going to believe the story.
That's funny.
That's real. That was going on.
But I can believe that, because the thing is that they would say, "Oh yeah, right." How many were you having?
Yes, exactly.
That's funny. But this notion of disinformation, you're right. If you put out too much, and some of it is true, but you're not able to discern or separate out what's truth and what isn't.
Right.
But once again, I think that's the reason why I'm a scientist, and I like this because of the fact that electrons can't be deceptive.
Right. Right.
They're either they can do weird things, but I can predict within a reasonable amount what I know that they're not trying to. I have a friend of mine that I say one of the things that dealing with the subatomic world, I think of myself as being an empathetic person, but electrons don't cry, so I don't have to worry about how they're feeling,
right?
And I can make reasonable predictions that turn out to always be predictable. So once again, to me, when I see some unknown phenomena, I ask myself, what is it that I can think of within the laws of physics that might be able to reproduce that particular phenomenon? Okay, and most of the time, you are able to. It's something that you can look at within the laws of physics. Okay, and I know limitations. I know that even though something can be traveling extremely rapidly, it's going to have to be within certain bounds of physics. And if it looks like it's out of the bounds of physics, then to me, I have to say there's something suspicious about this. So, but within the laws of physics, there's strange enough phenomena that I can feel comfortable with the fact that time travel, for example, which sounds weird to people, is possible. What I find is that most people don't realize that it is possible and that we actually have done it to the future. And that an exciting thing for me is to go into an audience and ask people, how many of you believe time travel is possible? Very few of the people will raise their hands, except if it's a lot of young people in there, they usually raise their hands.
Right.
But at the end of the talk, when I tell them about how it's based on Einstein's work, and and I actually give them the examples, and then I ask them now how many people believe in the possibility of time travel, then they're willing to do that. And to me, that's my job. My job is to say, this is a weird, very strange universe. It is stranger than we can even, imagine. But to me, what is exciting is, to quote Einstein, the incomprehensible thing about the universe is that it is comprehensible. No matter how strange it is, our human mind is able to eventually comprehend and control it. Imagine if you were to go into the 14th century or something like that, and you made a statement that, we will be able to see everywhere, all at once, what's going on and everything. In other words, we talk about, what we do in every newscast, you would be immediately, burned at the stake.
Yeah, right.
The thing is that what is science fiction for us, to me, is just a scientific possibility of the future, just like the people in the past.
Right.
Okay. So the things that we've been talking about, to me, even though they sound strange, eventually we will be able to develop the technology. And there are things that we can't even begin to imagine. I mean, there were people in the past, the iPhone, before, they didn't even think of it as a possibility, you know, let alone, you know, something that we develop and that we take for granted.
Another great example that we haven't even touched on yet is just, if you look at how far AI has advanced in the last 2 years,
heavens, yes.
It's insane. Now people, like 5 years ago, it like produce a video with graphics and voiceover and animation and music and all this stuff, you would have to manually go into a video editor, compile all these assets, make a video.
Right.
Now you can literally just type in a command into a prompt on an AI machine and it'll create a freaking video for you.
Oh yeah.
Ad agencies are using AI to do everything. They're using AI to figure out what's going to resonate the best with this specific audience, and like reverse engineer it from like a bottom line perspective on what's going to be the most profitable way to make this commercial. You know, like how long should the commercial be? What should the people look like? What should the music be? All this stuff. Like it's being used for everything. And also going back to what we were talking about earlier with like with the time travel into the past and how to regulate it. I think AI would be a great way to, like, we could use AI to tell us how to navigate the past and the right way to it. Like if we had to build a calculation, right, to go back in time.
What you're saying, a simulation
to calculate how we can go back in time to not affect the timeline in a negative way or something like that. Like AI would be a way, if it keeps developing the way it's developing, to predict that or to create a framework to go by.
Oh yeah, no, artificial intelligence is going to be really fascinating as its way it's developing onward to the future. I mean, there's so many other things that we hadn't talked about, which go back to like the Matrix. And I'm just simply saying about what we keep forgetting about the fact that our brain is really our reality. You know, and everything that we're seeing and using and everything like that are just tools for our brain. But everything is here. And if we stimulate the brain in the right way, we don't know whether the thing that we're experiencing is really out there or just a stimulation of our brain. You know, and that's important, because that means that sometime in the distant future, we may be able to do exactly that, to stimulate our brain so that we can experience a reality that is totally within our head. But as much as, you know, and I don't know whether you've experienced it or not, but this thing of lucid dreaming.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I mean, I just experienced that. This was now about over 20 years ago for the first time. I didn't even know what it was that I was experiencing. But I you know, was in a dream. And it was not like a scene that was strange, but I was on a campus, and at some point when I was in this dream, I realized that I was dreaming. Now, normally when you realize you're dreaming, you wake up. It just dissolves. This didn't. And what I did was I was walking around the campus, and there were people sitting on the grass playing the guitar, and it was the sun. And I thought to myself, this is all in my head. But but as soon as I realized that I was dreaming, it was as though my brain was then putting in enough energy to make it even more solid. So it really felt like I was in a real world. But I also was aware that this was all in my head. So, but think about what that could mean for the future and for, you know, what we could do. You know, we're talking about virtual reality. We could actually no longer have it out there, but we could actually create worlds for ourselves inside that we really are living. It's incredible.
Yeah, there's the brain filter hypothesis, that all of our senses, our vision, our smell, our touch are all filters to what reality really is. So that our brains can comprehend so we can feed ourselves and get through the day and survive and evolve. And that, like, you know, maybe what we see when we take mushrooms or psychedelics, maybe that's breaking down the filters of our brain and letting us see what's really out there. It's like ripping open the seams of the universe, or ripping open the fabric of the universe that is our senses, and letting us see more of what really could exist out here. Maybe all this other stuff is existing here, but we can't see it because our brains are filtering that out so that we can survive, and we can breathe, and we can eat.
I mean, the thing is that I think that that's part of what, in fact, really is happening for us, that we do have, that our brain is filtering out.
Right.
Well, obviously, I mean, we know that we only see a portion of the electromagnetic spectrum, which is the light frequency. We can't see radio waves. We can't see X-rays and ultraviolet, but those are all part of the electromagnetic spectrum. Light is just a different frequency of all of that. I mean, imagine what it would be like if you could actually see radio waves, and we can down frequency that, which we do with ultraviolet, infrared, goggles and things like that, which essentially is reality is just, it's much more than we realize.
Also, speaking of dreams, have you ever heard of a guy named Eric Wargo? He wrote a book called Time Loops about how dreams can predict the future, and about how people can see the future in dreams. It's based off a guy named J.W. Dunn, who wrote a bunch of books about this. They call it precognition.
I mean, I'm familiar with the term precognition, but not with this.
There's like precognition, retrocausality, to where effects of something can come back in loops and affect the cause. Where like there's cause and effect, and like things that happen in the future can affect things that happen in the past. And is this idea called a time loop. And there's all these examples throughout history of documented dream accounts of dreams, people that were studying this stuff that would constantly document their dreams every time they dreamed, and where it would predict the future. And one great example that he gave was there was all these documented dreams that were documented before 9/11, where people had these dreams about 9/11 happening before it actually happened. And this goes back all the way to the Titanic. In fact, what was the, Steve, do you remember what he was talking about? There was a book that was written about the Titanic sinking before the Titanic actually sunk. You remember this?
I remember him talking about it. I don't remember the specific book.
See if you can find it. But it's incredible. He's gone really deep down this rabbit hole. And there's all this evidence that shows that he has this time loop idea, and there's all this crazy evidence that shows that dreams have actually predicted events that have happened in the future.
No, I'm familiar with that. Of course, I mean that whole area that about what dreams, really are. As I said, with my experiences with lucid dreaming, really led me to a whole different understanding of what the brain is capable of.
Right. What I think the biggest evidence of time travel is this. This is a 3D print of an Egyptian dynastic granite vase. Okay, so these vases, there was hundreds of these vases that were found beneath a bunch of pyramids in Egypt, and they're made out of granite, diorite, some of the hardest stones in the world. Okay, this is the ship I was talking about, Futility. It was a novel written by Morgan Robertson, first published in 1898, and revised as The Wreck of the Titan. So it's called The Wreck of the Titan.
Oh, actually, I had heard of that.
In 1912, it features a fictional British ocean liner named the Titan that sinks in the North Atlantic Ocean after striking an iceberg.
Yeah, I had heard of that. I mean, that is weird.
And it's famous because it had similarity. It was obviously very similar to the real life. Go up a little bit. That shows a little bit more. The Sinking of the Titanic novel. And was reissued with some changes, particularly with the ship's displacement. So when did the Titanic actually sink?
1912.
1912. Okay. So they changed it when the Titanic actually sunk. But this is just a great example, and this apparently was based off of a dream this guy had, and wrote this story about the Titan.
There it is, precognition.
Yeah. So after the Titanic sinking, some people credited Robertson with precognition and clairvoyance, which he denied. Scholars attribute the similarities between Robertson's extensive knowledge of shipbuilding with maritime trends. Sorry, it could have been a coincidence, but he brings evidence to brings forward lots of evidence of these precognitive dreams happening, which is pretty wild. So, anyways, about this vase. These were, according to the academic consensus to archaeologists and Egyptologists, is that these were created 4,000 years ago, 4,500 years ago. So, and they're made out of the hardest stone, one of the hardest stones in the world, which is like red granite, a lot of them. And they brought these into a aerospace company in the U.S. and they measured them with laser scanners.
Mm-hmm.
And they found out that they're perfectly symmetrical with the deviation at every point. Like they measured here, they measured the inside here, they measured the outside, everywhere around here, from here to here, is perfectly symmetrical within the deviation at the worst part where it's like the most asymmetrical is within like a fraction of a human hair.
That's incredible. I mean,
and the idea and consensus is that the Egyptians were using copper chisels and pounding stones back then to shape rocks and stuff like that. And today, there's no way we could recreate this unless it was on like a CNC laser machine.
Right. That's what's thinking that. Yeah.
So there's absolutely no explanation to how people 4,500 years ago were able to create that. Like, we have no evidence of technology they were able to use to do this. They didn't have lathes, right? And it was made out of the hardest stones in the world.
Huh.
And then it's all like the handles are built out of it. Like they're not added on, right? The handles are it's all one piece of granite. And it's so unbelievably perfect and symmetrical.
That's weird.
I think that's time travel. I think that's future humans coming back and dropping some Easter eggs for us.
I don't know.
And there's other things that are out there too. There's like giant, like megalithic, like 1,000-ton obelisks that are created, and it just does not fit up with the conventional understanding of how they were able to, like, there's scoop marks out of granite. Like, we don't know how they were able to do that. And the conventional, if you ask an Egyptologist or an older some of the younger Egyptologists are kind of like more open to like looking for ways they would have really done this. But like some of the older Egyptologists, you know, they're just stuck in the dogma of pounding stones and copper chisels to do this stuff, but it just doesn't fit. It doesn't make sense.
I mean, the thing is that what it makes you wish is that things like the Library of Alexandria, you know, could have been preserved. I mean, how much knowledge did we lose by that, you know?
Right.
I mean, it's
wild stuff.
Yeah, really.
Well, Ron, thank you so much for coming and doing this.
Oh, it's really my pleasure.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this conversation, man. Tell people, well, yeah, we're going to do a Patreon Q&A. As soon as we wrap this up, we get people on Patreon. Ask you some questions. We're going to go do that. But in the meantime, where can people find more of your work online? Where can people get in touch with you online?
Well, the main place to both, you mentioned it, is my book, Time Traveler. I should mention that the book is co-authored with the New York Times bestseller, Bruce Henderson, who's my co-author. And the book talks about not just simply my life, but it talks about the real scientific possibility of time travel and many things that we didn't get a chance to talk about. Other possibilities, cosmic strings and things like that. But this would be the best source. And you also mentioned the fact that there's a documentary. There's actually two documentaries. One is How to Build a Time Machine, which is a beautiful documentary.
Yes.
That's won a number of awards. And there's another one that's called The World's First Time Machine. It's a BBC documentary that came out many years ago. That's also my source. Both of these are available. I think How to Build a Time Machine, not sure whether it's on YouTube or not, but it is available. And the How to Build the World's First Time Machine is available on YouTube as well. So, and I'm on Facebook too, you know, so people can contact me, you know, there.
Perfect. I'll link it below. All right, Professor, thank you so much for your time.
Sure, thank you.
All right, we're going to go do Patreon. Goodbye, world.
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. Thanks for making the trip. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. A ton of it to talk about.
What have I got myself into?
First of all, I want to say I was super impressed with your podcast on Joe Rogan with Graham. I thought you were extremely reasonable. I thought some of the evidence that you came with was incredible. I thought that you did a great job of filling in the blanks with a lot of stuff that Graham wasn't. Graham was bringing a lot of points up and talking about a lot of his research, and you were doing a fantastic job of filling in the gaps for him. Because it's obvious that you've spent your life in archaeology, doing the work, hands-on, eating the gruel, as you say.
The bones.
Not just looking at the fascinating stuff, but also doing the boring shit too, right? Like doing the hard work. And I understand your perspective when it comes to people like Graham, somebody who comes up, who's sort of doing this as a fun thing and writes a bunch of books about it, and he's looking into it, getting all this attention for it, making all this money from it. And no one's paying attention to the guy who spent his whole life in the dirt, knees deep in the mud, digging up all these bones and doing all this research. So that being said, I understand your perspective of it. And I think that when as far as people like Graham and his followers, because the one thing I can say about Graham is that he did get people like me interested in this stuff.
I mean, look, I have colleagues that got interested in archaeology because they read Graham Hancock.
Right.
And now they're full-blown archaeologists. They don't anymore in any way agree with him.
Yeah.
But that's how they got into the field. I know several people like that.
And at the same time, I think that when you believe you're on the right side of history or the right side of an argument, you can go so far to defend it that you end up becoming the very thing that you think you were fighting against.
Yeah, so I want to make clear, first of all, that I have nothing against Graham as a person.
Right.
Right? I want to make that really clear. And I have nothing against people who disagree with, mainstream archaeology, if you will. I hate the term mainstream because it's just insulting. But I have nothing against people that disagree with archaeologists and have fun thinking about the ancient world in a variety of different ways, whether they're just hanging out, drinking a beer, or getting stoned and saying, "Oh, could aliens have done this?" or something like that. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But part of the issue when an idea gets really popular, like say some of Graham's books on fingerprints of the gods and stuff like that. I mean, even today, if you go on Amazon.com and you look up bestsellers in the field of archaeology, his book is almost always there, often at the top, sometimes usually in the top 10. And so what that leads to, and I started getting on social media 6 years ago, and you get swarmed with questions about this.
Yeah.
And look, I as you said, I'm knee deep in the evidence. I'm gonna give the honest perspective from that evidence.
Yeah.
That's what I'm here to do.
Right.
I'm here to tell you honestly what the evidence says. So that's really all it is in my mind.
So why are you and your colleagues trying to cover up this advanced Ice Age civilization?
We're being paid for it. The Smithsonian.
Who's paying? Yeah,
the Smithsonian. Yeah, the Smithsonian. The UN. All these kind of things.
George Soros?
No, he doesn't really write too many checks for archaeology, but I do use Windows computers, so Bill Gates funds the technology and stuff like that. And so, it's really nice to get access to this. I mean, my computer here is about 4 years old, and it still works because this was top model 4 years ago, like a supercomputer. And so, meaning I paid $1,000 for it 4 years ago.
Oh my
but
God,
so yeah, I'm making the big bucks, right?
Yeah. I was telling you before we got started recording that I was talking to my new friend Amin Hillman, who was recently on the podcast and brought me into this whole world of classics and ancient Greece. And I asked him about Atlantis. I asked him because he is, as far as I'm aware, one of the people that has read probably more Greek than anybody I know personally. Let's put it that way.
I know a lot of people have read a lot of Greek, so he's probably up there among them.
He spent 30 years reading Greek and translating Greek.
Of course. Yeah.
And and
it clearly shows. He knows Greek.
One thing he always says is it's all about the primary sources. He's like, if it's not a primary source, he's like, you can get lost. And I asked him what his opinion was on Plato's description of what he thought about Plato and what he thought about Plato's writing about Atlantis. he's like, Plato to me was boring. He's like, he bores the fuck out of me, and I thought he was an ass. But let me look into it and see what I can find. So he spent all morning looking up everything Plato wrote about Atlantis, and his conclusion was that Plato basically lied about it, and which kind of bummed me out, to be honest, because I'm a fan of the Atlantis story. And that he was a propagandist, and a lot of people thought he lied, including Aristotle. And according to a lot of people in academia and a lot of scholars, apparently it's consensus that Plato did lie a lot about Socrates.
Yeah, we can talk about that. And I think, so all right, the term lie is a loaded term, right? But when it comes to Plato, and particularly the Atlantis story, it's a perfect example of what we call a noble lie, right? And so this is actually, I have a YouTube video coming out in about a month on this. It's the reason I joined YouTube was to make this video. Because I'm writing a book on Atlantis, right? And so my goal here is everybody's interested in Atlantis right now. It's all over YouTube. It's all over the internet. It's all over what people are talking about. And so let's take an actual scholarly perspective on it. Mm-hmm. And like Amin, I have experience reading ancient Greek. I've not read nearly as much as him because I focused on archaeology. But at the same time, I also have done a lot of archaeology. So I excavated in Athens, Greece, right? Mm-hmm. So right where Plato grew up and taught, I study material from there. And I work with an excavation team there. I'm one of many, but one of the world experts on ancient Athens. And so I realized it was a few years ago, actually. This is how I got started on this topic. I was on social media, and there was a new TV show on the Discovery Channel coming out about Atlantis. And the host thought that he'd done some research, and he wrote this paper that he was hoping to get published, and that's what the show was based on. And so he's like, no, this is really scholarly. Let's have scholars look at this. So I told him, I said this publicly on Twitter. I said, if you want to send it to me, I will do a public peer review of your paper. But warning, I'm going to, be honest and critical, right? Mm-hmm. That's what you do as a scholar to other scholars. And so he sent it along, and it was actually in many ways, just like Graham's books, a well-researched paper in the sense that he'd done a lot of reading, cited a lot of stuff, but sometimes people who don't have the training and the experience, they miss the forest for the trees. And so that's where some of these issues come in. And I realized that because I focus on Athens, that actually I had the smoking gun on how to demonstrate to people why Atlantis doesn't exist. So let's think about this. And I want to say first off that maybe I found Atlantis in a certain way. If you think about it like that, and we can actually sit there and fact check it. How would you yourself go about taking a text with descriptions of places and look for Atlantis and fact check it? And so just so you get the context of that text, it's a conversation between friends with Socrates and Critias and Timaeus. And they're sitting there and they're talking about, it's set up like this, where Plato's Republic? You ever heard of that? Yep. In Plato's Republic, Socrates has a conversation with other people, and they build this ideal city, the perfect constitution for how people can live in kind of peace and harmony. Right. And then like a few days later, it's a group of people that they're saying, now, Socrates, he starts off, he says, now I want to see how that ideal city acts in a certain situation, in war. How is this city going to act in war? And so one of my colleagues, he's the University of Vermont, Mark Usher, he's published on Plato's Republic, and he sort of thinks of it as Sim City. You ever play Sim City? Yep. You sort of build this city block by block by block. That's what they do in the Republic. Now, for the Atlantis story, Socrates is saying, let's play the game of civilization. We're going to create this civilization over here. It looks like that. This is the ideal city, and what we're going to do is we're going to make this early version of Athens from 9,000 years ago. That's going to be our ideal city. And then we need an opponent for it to fight against. That's going to be Atlantis. And so we're going to create this Atlantis sort of thing with this island and concentric rings, and we're going to build it up block by block by block. And then we're going to see what happens if they fight. And that's what the story is, right? That's the whole war between Athens and Atlantis. And that's what the entire thing is about. That's, if you go and read the Plato from cover to cover, that's what it is. And so how would you actually fact check this as a true or false story?
Well, going back to Atlanta, like what his evidence was for the story of Atlantis, it was that allegedly Solon, right?
We can talk about that too.
Solon.
Well, let's not go there yet.
Okay.
Let's not go there yet. Well, that's a different topic, and I have stuff ready on that as well.
Okay.
But let's first think, how would you actually go and fact check a war between Athens and Atlantis?
you would have to go look for evidence of dead people.
Maybe. Where would you look, though? Where would you first look?
You would look somewhere between Atlantis and wherever the description of Atlantis apparently was, and where Athens is, right?
But what do we know? What can we start with? If you want to fact check something and ground truth it, archaeologists work from the known to the unknown, right?
Okay.
So if we're saying there's a war between Athens and Atlantis, what do we want to look for? We want to first look at Athens. Does Plato's description of Athens actually match up with what we know of Athens? Because we've done a lot of work in Athens. People have been excavating there for 200 years. We have dozens, hundreds, maybe even thousands. I'm not sure. I have to count. But we have hundreds of historical sources for Athens, and thousands if we include inscriptions, we include art, we include all this kind of stuff of Athens. And we have millions and millions of pottery fragments and sculptural fragments, houses that stretch back 5,000 years. Guess what they don't do? They don't stretch back 9,000 years, though. Nobody lived in Athens 9,000 years ago. So, for him to say there was a city there 9,000 years ago, no way. There wasn't anybody there. There's literally nothing there. You say, oh, well, maybe archaeologists haven't dug enough. Well, you do realize that the Athenian Acropolis, here, let me pull up my screen if you don't mind. Mm-hmm. This is the Athenian Acropolis. This is what everybody thinks of when you think about Athens, right?
Yes.
And so you pull it up. This has been excavated to bedrock. You can't dig down any further. It's been fully excavated. And if you sort of look off down to the left, this is where I'm looking the right way. Down to the left is the Athenian Agora. It's right sort of here. This is where the Americans excavate.
Yeah.
Further off this way, the Germans excavate. The Greeks excavate every single time there's construction going on. Everywhere around Athens, there's been hundreds of different archaeological excavations. And we're always trying to go down until there's no more human material there. Mm-hmm. Until bedrock, if you see what I mean.
Okay.
And there might be practical reasons we can't. It's dangerous to go too low or something like that. But when we can, and that's a lot of times, we dig down as far as we can until there is no human material left. And then we keep digging to test that there's nothing underneath that, right? And so we can actually check Plato, does he get stuff right about Athens? And the answer is no, he does not. Not only is the chronology of it wrong, so there's nobody here 9,000 years ago.
So this is when he's writing about it in Republic, you're saying?
No, he's writing about it in the Atlantis story, in the Timaeus Critias.
In the Timaeus Critias?
Yeah.
So he's writing about a hypothetical war between Atlantis and
Athens.
And
he spends about half of the Critias describing this early Athens, and then the next half of the Critias describing early Atlantis. Okay. And everybody goes and takes the descriptions of Atlantis, round, circular island and stuff like that. And they're like, oh, there's something round over here. That might be Atlantis. But dude, there's a bazillion round things. You know what I mean? Like, you can't be confirmed one thing is Atlantis or not.
So what you're saying is that when he's talking about a war between Atlantis and Athens, this is involved in his sort of noble lie to create a society?
Yes, it's involved. No, I wouldn't call that a noble lie. It's involved in his way of demonstrating the right way of creating a government. And so Athens in this story is the ideal city. It has all the virtues, all the goodness of what they described in the Republic, while Atlantis is actually the bad guys. It's kind of, it's funny because today we have this conception that Atlantis was hyper civilized and advanced and stuff like that. That's not according to Plato. According to Plato, this is a dystopia. It's a bad place to be. And so, it had too much wealth. It was corrupted. And that's why it fell.
So was the idea that he wanted to paint some sort of an enemy?
Yeah,
it's like an enemy that only they knew didn't exist, but maybe that the population thought was real to keep everyone. Not
that the population thought it was real. The idea was to create a story that would show how his ideal city works, like a clear fiction.
Okay.
And we'll get into the dissemination of it, the story, how it got passed on, and how that shows that it's a fiction.
Right.
But from a modern perspective, we can actually ground truth or fact check Plato by checking what he gets wrong about Athens or right. And he gets it all wrong. What he describes. So, for example, I have this arrow here on the screen, right?
This episode, he had all these ideas on how he wanted to shape society.
Yes.
And re-engineer society.
And that's a philosophical question rather than a material question, right? It wasn't like we need to innovate new technology. That was like we need to understand how to educate people. That's what a lot of it was around. We want the philosophers to rule rather than the warriors, for example.
we live in a society today where the philosophers don't rule, and that's part of the problem. So he had this idea in the Republic of the philosopher kings. That's who's supposed to rule to create a just society that educates people and sort of
So the knights were below them.
And he was very into censorship. They have a long discussion in the Republic.
He wanted to get rid of Homer.
But yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. That's in the section on the noble lie. He wanted to get rid of a lot of different myths because he thought that, like, even if those myths are true, they teach bad morals. So we should instead only have myths that teach people how to behave correctly. That was like, I compare this to Santa Claus. It's sort of like, you know, you have your kids, you're raising your children around Christmas time, and you sort of say, you got to be good, so you get presents from Santa Claus, right? And that's how Plato saw education. Right? That was his way of seeing education, was to teach good behavior through the stories that you tell. And so, you know, so like here you can see, if you just want to like look at this materially, you see how there's the Athenian Acropolis right here.
Yep.
But then to the left, there's another big hill. That's called Lykavitos. I used to live right near. There's a church on it. It's a beautiful place. But in the story of Atlantis, when he's describing Athens, he describes geologically that these two hills, which are miles and miles away from each other, were actually connected and part of the same thing. And geologically, we know that's not true. They were never connected, and there was no rainwater that eroded them away. So we just know, based off of natural sciences, that his description of this early Athens doesn't match up with what we can tell.
Could he have meant connected in a different way?
No, because he describes very clearly a rainstorm that strips the sediment and causes it to flood away. That's actually what he describes. It's one of his floods, let's say. Yeah. And so we know that flood just didn't happen yet. It was just simply knowing. Right. Another one, let's check this out. He describes that these warriors in this early Republic version of Atlantis, they had this temple of Athena right here, right? And it's really cool. Do you see the outline of that temple there? There's like small walls that are not a major building there, right where the arrow is pointing in the middle of. That's called the Old Temple to Athena. And it's the most important building on the Athenian Acropolis, despite the fact that it's ruined. And so what it was ruined by the Persians when they invaded in 480 BC. And we know really well from dozens of historical sources and the archaeological evidence from the excavations that happened in the early 20th, late 19th century. They're called the Dörpfeld Foundations today, after Wilhelm Dörpfeld, the archaeologist that described them. And so we actually know when it dates to. And guess what? It was built around the time Solon was around. So, it was not built, 9,000 years earlier. In fact, it was built right when Solon lived. The late 7th century, early 6th century. We have I should have put some in here. We have the sculptures from it, right? And in fact, you can still see the paint on the sculptures. We can Google it and look it up if you want, because they're really freaking cool. People don't really realize that paint is on all these marble things were painted. This is what's called the Bluebeard sculpture. This is the sculpture. It's named after the blue beards these guys have. And so my point is that all this marble that we see from the ancient world is mostly painted. And the only time we see it, in this case, the temple was knocked down by the Persians, and it was buried rapidly. So therefore, it was protected by being buried. Oh, okay. And so that's why the paint is still on it. And if you go to Athens today, it's in the Acropolis Museum. They have a whole section on painted sculpture, and all this painted sculpture they found, so you can see the past like how you should see it. Right. We see it as this bare white marble. No, it was actually really colorful. Really, really colorful. This is faded, of course, but if you were to reconstruct it, it would almost look like Vegas. Like when we look at this picture, we see this bare white marble. No, it would all be very colorfully painted like Vegas, like very garish. And so, when Plato's describing this temple, dude, this is the most famous structure. So the Athenians, very consciously, because it was their most sacred temple to Athena, and they're named after Athena, and the Acropolis is Athena's rock, after the Persians destroyed the city, they specifically did not build anything over the foundations of this temple. They left it visible as a reminder of that destruction by the Persians. And so it was always visible through antiquity. It's something everybody knew really well. It was part of your education as an Athenian, what this temple was and what it signified, what it meant in terms of the city, the foundation of the city as the city of Athens, and the destruction by the Persians, which also then shows how Athens ended up beating the Persians, which led to its glory days, right? So that's like a major component of Athenian history. So if Plato is getting that wrong, his audience, who are Athenians, are going to know that immediately. They're going to be like, no, the Archaeos Neos, the old temple,
Yeah.
that's right there. I know all about it.
Yeah.
So everybody who read that story and who was an Athenian, it was the people he knew, the people he was talking to and whatnot, they would immediately know this is not a true story.
Right.
Because they know the real history of that temple, which was only a few generations before them at the time Plato lived. So, it's not that long. It's within living history, right? And so, this is really well understood. So, we can go and ground truth Athens and demonstrate that that's not right. So if we can't trust the details about Plato's Athens from the same story,
right,
why would we trust the details about Plato's Atlantis as being anything worth checking for?
Yeah.
So that's what I mean by ground truthing or fact checking. And we do this all the time in archaeology. We're always ground truthing our evidence. Think about it. You're out in the field with, let's say, a metal detector. We don't usually use metal detectors. We might use ground penetrating radar or something like that. You're trying to understand what's underneath there. Mm-hmm. You get a ping. Ping, 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 ping. Are you going to assume there's necessarily treasure there and just walk away and say, hey, we got treasure? Cool, I got a ping on my metal detector. Or are you going to test that? You're going to test that, right? You're going to actually excavate that carefully and understand what's there. Yeah. So you're not just going to assume something. This is what we do as archaeologists. We everything we do is from the known to the unknown. When we're digging a new layer of sediment, a new layer pops up, we don't just jump to the other side of the trench and assume it's going to show up there. We peel back that layer until it's fully exposed. Same thing with a bit of a wall. We find a bit of a wall. We don't just start digging somewhere else. No, we expose the entire wall carefully from the known to the unknown.
Right.
And so that's what we do as archaeologists. And so this is how an archaeologist would look at this sort of Atlantis story, right? Now, if you want to think about it how a philosopher would look at the Atlantis story. Actually, before I go on, let me go back.
Should we talk about Solon?
Yeah, that's what I want to get to.
But the origin of this
Atlantis
so
let's
story.
Get to that.
And
I have that right here as a slide. So look.
Okay.
We already covered this. They start off the story by summarizing yesterday's conversation about the Republic. And then they say, here's the direct quotes from Socrates. He's like, I'd like to hear from someone an account of our city, the Republic city, contending against others in a typical intercity contest. I'd like to hear how it does itself proud as it goes to war, and how in wartime its citizens display qualities appropriate to education, upbringing, military, da-da-da-da. That's the whole setup, right, that Socrates asks for. So then this guy Critias shows up, and he's like, I'm going to tell you a fully true story, though. And, it's this sort of rhetorical thing.
Can you punch in on that, like zoom in on it a little bit? Or?
Yeah, well, so this is actually the title of an article where the guy has analyzed this. But he sort of says, I'm going to tell you a fully true story. And, have you ever watched a movie where the start of the movie is like, everything in this story is 100% true, right? Mm-hmm. Do you immediately think that every single little detail in that movie is 100% true?
Right, no.
No, not at all. Like, that's just, it's who accuses excuses first, right?
Yes,
so it's like, and so that's this rhetorical thing. So then you think about, where does this story come from? And so Critias says, I heard it from my grandfather when I was 10 years old and my grandfather was 90 years old. He heard it from his father, who heard it from Solon, who went to Egypt and talked to a priest who said that he had read texts that dated from 8,000 years ago about a story that dates to 9,000 years ago. So here we can have it all in reverse. There's the destruction of Atlantis, 9,000 years before Solon, so 9600 BC.
Right.
That's an oral history or something for 1,000 years. We don't really know. It's not explained. Then it's written down by Egyptians 1,000 years later than that. And there's no actual writing at this time in Egypt, by the way. We have no writing from Egypt till 4,000 years before Solon, 3,000 years before Solon. So that's a red flag to modern scholars. There's no writing in Egypt that early. In fact, there's no writing anywhere in the world that early. Then the priest read the record. Years pass. He tells it by memory to Solon without consulting the written records, and even says, I'm not consulting the written records.
But there are no written records, though.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But
this is just a story.
This is the fictional story. That's what he's saying. Then Solon tells his relative Dropides, who then tells it to his son Critias the Elder, who at the age of 90, Critias the Elder tells it to his 10-year-old grandson, Critias the Younger. Then Critias the Younger tells it to Socrates. Then 50 years later, Plato writes down the story. Is this a really secure?
But we don't even know that. Like, did Plato actually say he got this from Socrates? Did he say he got it from Solon?
No. Plato is never there in his stories. He's never a character. He's mentioned briefly in the trial of Socrates, where he's one of the people that helped post bail or whatever for Socrates, and then he's mentioned briefly in one of the conversations that happens like the night before Socrates dies, and there it's mentioned that he's sick and that's why he's not present for the conversation. But other than that, Plato is never a character in his own stories. And no people really believe that his stories are all true either. They're
And we don't even know
conversations.
this is an Egyptian. Apparently, it was an Egyptian priestess or something
Priest,
like that.
no, priest.
It was. I thought it was a woman.
No.
I don't think there's any evidence that this person even existed.
We don't have a name.
We don't know a name. We don't know anything about them.
We don't have a name or anything. Yeah.
So if you want to do the math, this was apparently Atlantis existed 12,000 years ago, something like that.
From us, it would be like 11,500.
11,500 years ago, right? And Homer doesn't talk about it at all. Nobody in antiquity ever talks about it at all
until Plato.
And then Steve, can you pull up those two texts or those two, the text from Ammon, the text message? He talks about a historian in the 1st century. Who wrote about it. Just go to the text thread. Yeah, there you go. Can you punch in on that? So this is what I was texting.
It's a good reason Plato is not. And yeah, that's actually another really good point.
Go back
Plato
to it.
is not a historian.
There
He's
you
a
go.
philosopher. His goal with all his dialogues is to make philosophy, not history.
Right. He said Plato's a goddamn liar. He is
We'll get into that in a second.
He's making up sources.
And that's the title of my YouTube video. Is Plato a lying liar?
Using Solon and fake Egyptian sources. Typical. Plato is a huge douche. I'll call you when I'm finished. There is a good reason Plato is not considered a historian. He fakes his sources. And then Ammon goes on to show me some sources. Go to the next thread with Ammon, or the next text screenshot. There you go. Here's Plato in Critias admits he's got no written sources from the Egyptians. This is why nobody in antiquity writes Atlantis into the histories. Greeks were very anal about written sources and quotes. Because of the above statements in Critias, other Greeks didn't take Atlantis seriously. Herodotus, a real historian, only mentions the name as part of his Mediterranean Sea geography. Why? No sources. There are no written records of an empire that controlled all of the Western Mediterranean from Athens to Etruria. Nobody in antiquity believes Plato's bullshit. This is why I hate Plato. The following is Strabos. He points out that people know Plato is making Atlantis up. He appears to quote Aristotle saying Plato made it up and was full of it. He doesn't mention Aristotle by name, but they basically think that Aristotle wrote that.
There's scholars that have talked about
and
that.
that's the source that he's talking about right there.
Yeah. And there's several sources like that as well, where they're especially in much later in antiquity, like right before the Middle Ages and the late Roman Empire, there's like the Neoplatonism, it's called, sort of the new school of Plato and stuff like that. And you see that different philosophers had totally different ideas, but they really had no idea. And so nobody ever took this seriously as a history at all until really just a few hundred years ago.
Hold on. Whatever happened to the... Right.
And we can talk about that as well, because that's interesting. But I do want to... Do you mind booting back up my slides?
Yeah.
So this chain of transmission, which, does this seem preposterous to you? Okay. Guess what? Plato does the exact chain of transmission for other preposterous stories. So in Plato's Parmenides, it's this great debate between Socrates, Parmenides, and Zeno. So two different philosophers from earlier generations than Socrates. And it's witnessed by a guy named Pythagoras. Pythagoras then tells it to Antiphon when he's a child. As an adult, Antiphon tells it to Cephalus. Cephalus then tells the story of a trip to Athens where he heard the story. And then decades later, Plato writes it down. But the dates we have for these people tells us that Parmenides was way too old to debate Socrates. Parmenides would have been something like 100 years old and Socrates would have been like 15.
Right.
And so it's just like, we do not think this debate ever happened. It's philosophy. It's for Plato to explain how different philosophical schools of thought would argue against one another, right? Because that's how dialogues work. And that's one of Plato's geniuses. I actually disagree with Ammon. I think that Plato is a brilliant scholar, not a scholar, he's a brilliant storyteller. Because he just writes these arguments with people arguing with one another, and he also gets to hide his own point of view, therefore. Because his point of view is never there. It's just his characters that are speaking, right? And you can see this again. You ever heard of Plato's Symposium?
Yes.
That's a famous one. And so in this Plato's Symposium, there's this story about the birth of love. the goddess love. And Diotima tells the story to Socrates when he's a young man. As an old man, he then tells the story at this drinking party, the symposium, hosted by Agathon. And then Aristodemus, who was there and passed out drunk at the end of the night, then tells the story to Apollodorus. Apollodorus then tells the story to Glaucon. Apollodorus then tells the story to an unknown companion about how he told the story to Glaucon. And then Plato then writes it all down. And that's the preposterous transmission of this story. And we don't think this drinking party ever happened, because both Socrates and Aristophanes, the famous comedian, were there, and they hated each other. Because Aristophanes made a comedy.
Made fun of Socrates all the time.
Non-stop.
Yep.
He has a whole comedy where it's all about fart jokes.
Right.
And Socrates is going around sounding like an asshole and farting the entire time. And it's called The Clouds. It's a lot of fun to read. Oh. And so even in the Apology, so the story of Plato's trial, Socrates' trial, Socrates in there talks about Aristophanes and other comedians and how it's their fault that he's on trial. So they hated each other, and there's no way they'd have a congenial dinner party drinking together and telling stories. And what's really cool is even in this story where they set up the story behind the symposium, there's a wrong version where somebody misremembered the story of this drinking party, and Apollodorus is like, no, that's wrong. This is the right version, And so it shows how they even recognize there's this tongue-in-cheek transmission of who remembers what orally. And look, this all makes sense because all of the characters, or most of the characters in Plato's dialogues, were real people. And they're written down just, while some of those real people who were there were still alive. So, Plato creates a situation which explains why this is not a real story, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
So the Athenians who are there recognize why they didn't actually say that, but they're in the story for philosophical reasons.
Right.
Right? And so that's what it is. It's tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah.
And this is where, look, I hate to beat the drum of expertise and stuff like that, but having familiarity with these kind of sources, if you want to go look for Atlantis via Plato, you need to first read all of Plato.
Exactly.
You need to understand Plato.
Yeah.
Because if you don't and you just start looking for Atlantis, well, you're not working from the known to the unknown. You're just jacking off. Mm-hmm. If you see what I mean.
No, totally.
And so a good example of that is like we have this issue today. This is an image that will be in my video on Atlantis, created by my lovely wife, Yonita Martini. So I got a question for you. What is this? How did we make this image?
AI.
AI. So we made this AI. What makes you think that?
I'm just guessing.
You're just guessing.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of sense, but no.
That's how most people make their creative images online these days.
I know it is. And we thought about it, but the results weren't real enough. The reason why is because it doesn't look real. This image right here of this temple on the left, that is the Hephaestion in Athens. Uh-huh. It is the best preserved temple in all of Greece.
And you photoshopped it on the
Photoshopped it in and everything.
You could have just told AI, put this.
Yeah, but then it's going to make some bullshit like this. That on the left is AI. Look at this.
Is that really AI on the left?
Yeah. This is really AI on the left. Look at how this column has a different design at the bottom than that column. Anybody who knows their shit is going to immediately know that that's AI, while the other one is real.
Right.
Not real, but photoshopped off of real sources, right? And so the reality is you need to know the context and know the material really well. So let's look at this. Look, Plato and Socrates, these are statues of them in marble from the ancient world. They're in museums today, right? So when you look at, these are both Socrates, right? Do they look like the same dude?
Yes.
Yeah, they do. So what would that tell you? You think that this is how Socrates actually looked?
So it's pretty. It's better evidence that they look the same.
And
if they look different,
we have dozens of statues that seem to represent the same person. Would that tell
dozens of statues that look similar?
That looking, yeah. Like,
so yeah, I would guess that's how he looked.
Okay, but if you really know your sources, and you read, so Aristophanes describes Plato.
Okay.
Aristophanes describes Socrates. Jesus, there's so many names.
Right.
Plato describes Socrates. Xenophon describes Socrates. They all describe him in the same way, and they all knew him when he lived, right? So they all knew him at the time when they wrote their text down. Now, Deborah Nails, one of the biographers of Socrates, as she says, is a quote from her in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, the extant sources agree that Socrates was profoundly ugly, resembling a satyr more than a man, and resembling not at all the statues that turned up later in ancient times and now grace the internet sites and the covers of books.
Well, I mean, those statues aren't that hot. I mean,
he had wide-set, bulging eyes that darted sideways and enabled him, like a crab, to see not only what was straight ahead, but what was beside him as well. A flat, upturned nose with flaring nostrils and large, fleshy lips like an ass. So why do all these statues of Socrates look like the same dude? Why? Because they're all marble copies of a very famous bronze statue made by the famous sculptor Lysippus, who also sculpted Alexander the Great. He was like his personal sculptor. And he was born after Socrates died, like 15 years after Socrates died.
So what did he base the sculpture off of? Just
description. Well, so
you try to make a prettier version.
Yeah, it's idealizing. So Greek statues are idealized.
Fuck.
Yeah. And so this is why you can't just use common sense to interpret archaeological evidence. You need to look at the history of the field and how we have all tangled with this evidence over hundreds of years to actually understand what the fuck is going on.
Right.
Right? And so, like, I love people being interested in archaeology, but I'm just going to tell you how it is because I'm not going to infantilize people. Right? I'm not going to treat you like a kid who believes in Santa Claus. If I'm talking to an adult, I'm going to say, this is our evidence, right? Yeah. And what Plato does is he talks...
Do you think Plato got that good looking?
No, again, it's idealized.
Right.
All of these sculptures from the classical...
They made Plato look pretty handsome.
Yeah, and notice that they all look the same. They all have what you'd call a nice big beard, deep-souled eyes, a furrowed brow. That's a philosopher trope.
Looks like a UFC fighter.
Yeah, it's the same reason why I wear an archaeology hat, right? So when somebody sees that statue, they know that's a philosopher because that's how they always make philosophers look. It makes it easy. You don't need to think twice about it because that's a cliche, right? Same thing with an archaeologist wearing an archaeology hat. I'd rather people immediately just say, yeah, Flint's an archaeologist, not have to pay attention and think twice, and instead start listening to me, right? And so you want to use cliches sometimes so that the brain doesn't want to get complicated by stuff. That's why comic book heroes all look the same, right? Yeah, it's easy.
Yes.
You know, it's easy. And then, yeah, as Ammon said, Plato is a philosopher, not a historian. And that's why we're not looking for Plato's cave, right? And we know it's a philosophical thought experiment, which is what Atlantis was, if you see what I mean. It was that game of civilization.
Yeah, I mean, it makes so much sense. It just makes so much sense.
That's why I'm writing a book on it.
And I'm upset because
I'm sorry.
I want Atlantis to be real.
I know. And if you still believe in it, I don't got a problem with you. But just don't, go crazy on archaeologists that are saying, hey, this is why it doesn't exist, You can still believe whatever you want, right? It's cool.
This is something that comes up on this podcast all the time, is that a lot of people, not people like you, but a lot of people who write books, right? Authors, who write about anything. Most of the guests that come on the show are authors. But these authors, 99% of the time, are writing their books based on other people's books. They don't go to the original source. Very, 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 very rarely do people go to the original source when they write books, right? So, that just goes
part
back
of
to
what
all
I'm
this
saying,
stuff.
though, is you can't just go to the original source. Because if you
can't
just
with
go
this.
to the
You
original
have no
source, you don't understand the context of these statues.
Right.
And so, you definitely also need to go to scholarship.
Yes.
Because you can't, here, I have a good example of common sense and why it just doesn't work. So Heinrich Schliemann, you know who he is?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Okay, he's the guy who excavated Troy. And in 1872, he discovered Troy, and everybody says he proved Troy existed. Bullshit. Everybody already knew Troy existed because Alexander the Great visited it. Augustus, the first Roman emperor, visited it. There was a bishop of Troy up until the 15th century AD. So, nobody really doubted Troy existed as a city. It was just a question of where it is. Right? And so he found Troy, and he didn't actually. Frank Calvert before him found it, heard about it from local Turkish people. But either way, he was the first one to do major excavations, and credit to him. But his interpretations of it used his version of common sense in the 19th century. So here's a description from his publication of Troy in 1872. I cannot conclude the description of the lowest stratum, so the lowest level of earth there, without mentioning that among the huge blocks of stone, I can't do a German accent, at a depth of from 12 to 16 meters, 39.5 to 52.5 feet, I found 2 toads. And at a depth of 39.5 feet, a small but very poisonous snake with a scutiform head. The snake may have found its way down from above, but this is an impossibility in the case of the large toads. They must have spent 3,000 years in these depths. It is very interesting to find in the ruins of Troy living creatures from the times of Hector and Andromache, even though these creatures are but toads. And so that was his version of common sense in the 19th century. This made sense in the 19th century without a good understanding of biology of how long toads live, right?
Wow.
And so, we cannot just go and interpret stuff with common sense. There's a whole history of the field and how to interpret this stuff. And it doesn't mean we're fossilized in our ways. We're constantly reinterpreting the past with new studies, but it's in an incremental level, right? It's not like we throw out the baby with the bathwater.
Mm-hmm.
And it's this kind of stuff that shows why we can't just use common sense. We have to understand the history of how everybody has talked about things like Plato or Athens or Atlantis or Troy and Schliemann and stuff like that. Without that background knowledge, you're just lost. And you're fantasizing is the wrong word, but you're using common sense is the right way to put it. And common sense is not the same thing as, using scholarship, if you see what I mean.
No, yeah. I totally understand what you're saying. And then, again, it comes to just like where we are right now in the world too, and how we're evolving. Like this story has been the story of Atlantis since Plato wrote it, which was, so the original source was full of shit. But since then, people have just compiled and piled and piled on it. It's just been this like game of telephone ever since he started. Then people started making money off of it and writing books about it. And then here comes the internet. Now people are making videos about it, making documentaries about it. And people don't want to do the hard work. They just want to make money off of it. And it's fun to talk about. People are obsessed with the unknown and what they don't understand. It's the same thing with UFOs and with aliens and all this stuff. People there's something about the human mind that is gravitated towards the unexplainable.
Yes, you're exactly right. And you're right, it's like a game of telephone. And we can actually trace that with Atlantis. So basically, most people didn't really believe much in Atlantis until they discovered the Americas. As soon as people discovered the Americas, people in the 15th and 16th centuries were like, whoa, let's rethink Atlantis, right? Maybe this is what Plato's talking about, right? And so it started off, though, still as fiction. So Sir Francis Bacon, you've probably heard of him, he wrote the book The New Atlantis in the early 16th century. And this is the first time where there's a story about survivors. Plato doesn't have any survivors. Zeus destroys Atlantis, everybody dies, But in this fictional book, it's totally a fictional book, he didn't mean it in any way as nonfiction, there's European sailors that are in the Pacific, and they find this island of refugees from Atlantis who have advanced technology and a new way of learning. It's at this, they have their capital is called New Ben Salem, and they have this whole way of, it's even sort of modeled off of Plato because it's meant to show how to do education. And our modern university system, in many ways, is based off of Francis Bacon's New Atlantis.
Really?
The way that it's modeled with different departments and different things, the first sort of description of that inspired the modern university system comes from this text, which of course comes from Plato's Atlantis, and was very intentionally fictional. But after he creates this fictional story, over the next 100, 200, 300 years, it starts being picked up and written about as nonfiction. And so you see this, there's a Swedish author, Olof Rudbeck, who in the late 17th century describes Atlantis in Sweden. And then it all comes to a big head. There's a lot of people. There's like, Le Plongeon and other people. But the real text is this guy, Ignatius Donnelly, in the late 19th century, 1882 maybe, I think, if I'm remembering that right, published his book, Atlantis, the Antediluvian World. And that's where he sort of drew on a variety of fake facts, real facts, fiction, and kind of just twisted it all into this grand narrative where there's this lost civilization from before a giant flood. So he combines biblical sources as well. And he says that this lost civilization had survivors that taught technology, agriculture, even gunpowder and all this kind of stuff to the hunter-gatherers that were living in different places. And he ended his book, the very last paragraph of his book, written in 1882, was, "Who shall say that 100 years from now, the great museums of the world may not be adorned with the gems, statues, arms, and implements from Atlantis, while the libraries of the world shall contain translations of its inscriptions, throwing new light upon all the past history of the human race and all the great problems which now perplex the thinkers of our day." The end. We're now 150 years later. We got nothing in our museums. We got absolutely nothing. As Graham Hancock said, there's no archaeological evidence for Atlantis, for his civilization. And if you read this book and then read Fingerprints of the Gods, it's the same exact text. And I don't mean 100%. Graham Hancock updates it with some different things, but it's the exact same argument 100%. Graham Hancock's not the only one. Ignatius Donnelly was a bestseller in his time. You can even I do a lot of research into how this becomes popular. And Google has a database of words, right? And how often they're used. And the year that he publishes this book, everybody's talking about Atlantis from that year on for like decades.
Right.
And that's where all of our Atlantis stuff comes from. And Graham Hancock, look, he's honest. He gives credit. In his acknowledgments, he says Ignatius Donnelly was my biggest inspiration for that book.
Really?
Oh, yeah. And he cites Ignatius Donnelly through there and everything.
How many times have you read those books? Fingerprints of the Gods? And
I mean, I've read them all the way through once, and then I've gone into different sections at different points. Yeah.
Because you show those, you show blocks of paragraphs that he wrote.
Yeah.
Right? Or where he sources, where he'll combine sentences from vastly different parts of the book. So he'll put like a sentence followed by from like one page of a source book, and then follow it up with a sentence from like 100 pages later that are completely out of context from each other.
And it's even worse from that. Let me explain. So he has an argument in Magicians of the Gods.
Right.
So his more recent book from what was it, I'm going to get this wrong. I should know what year he published it. I don't know. It was around 2012, I think. Maybe 2015. I can't remember exactly.
Can look it up.
We can look it up. So in there, he talks about these hieroglyphic inscriptions from Egypt from this temple in Edfu, which he claims describe Plato's Atlantis. So he thinks that these are a record of those Egyptian sources that we talked about earlier that Solon apparently talked about with the priest, right?
Okay.
Now, there are 10,000 things wrong with this.
And where is this?
It's in Egypt.
In Egypt.
Yeah, it's a place called Edfu. It's a well-excavated site.
Okay.
It's very well known. This temple that they come from, here's a drawing of it from a really older book, a German book, because I think the Germans excavated it. And you can see all these hieroglyphs. This temple is filled with hieroglyphs. It's really impressive. I've never been there, but I've seen a lot of photos and stuff. Really impressive. So many crammed in hieroglyphs, and they tell a series of different stories of origin and stuff like that, different Egyptian mythological stories.
Right.
There's several problems with connecting this to Atlantis, though. For one, this temple was built after Plato wrote about Atlantis. Like 100 years afterwards.
It was built 100 years after Plato?
Yeah.
And Graham absolutely uses this as evidence for Atlantis.
He claims that even though it was built and recorded 100 years later, it's based off of earlier stories. Which, arguably, maybe, but stories change over time. That's just life, right? We know stories change. We can talk about how Homeric stories have changed over time and stuff like that. Happy to talk about that. It's like, you're not going to take the movie Troy and think that's an accurate representation of Homer's Iliad, right? Especially if it's a story 9,000 years earlier, just like, our movie Troy, that's some thousands of years after the Iliad, right?
Right.
It's created in our own context for our own audience, for our own people.
Yes.
We want to see a hunky Brad Pitt, right? That's what we want. Right. That's not how Homer describes it, though.
Right.
So that's one problem. The second problem is he makes a mistake, and I'll grant it, it's probably an honest mistake, but I hope most of these are honest mistakes. But he is not actually quoting from the Edfu texts themselves. He's quoting from a book on Egyptian religion by Yves Raymond, published in 1969, which is describing the Edfu texts and stuff like that, but not quoting them. It's not a translation of them. So that's another issue. He thinks that he's quoting from these actual primary sources when he's not. He's quoting from a book on Egyptian religion, which addresses the Edfu texts at various points. And David Miano, Dr. David Miano has a video on this, by the way. So far, a lot of what I got came from David Miano's video, The World of Antiquity. Big shout out to David Miano. He's a great ancient historian. He has a big YouTube channel.
He's close to here, isn't he?
I don't know where he lives.
I think he's in Bradenton.
I should ask him.
I think he's like an hour away from
because we're in touch sometimes. But then when I'm reading through this, I always tell my students, and I'm going to tell everybody in public as well, read the footnotes. For fuck's sake, please read the footnotes and track down the sources. Do your own research. I'm fully with that. But that means going and checking people's sources, right? So, for example, here are direct quotes from Chapter 9 from Magicians of the Gods on the Edfu text quoting Yves Raymond. And so here's quote number 1. And he does this as a single block paragraph, right?
So does he in his book,
Do you see these page numbers
There is footnotes that you have to then go track down and find the page
at
numbers.
the bottom of the page?
Yeah, at the bottom of the page.
But
or
when
maybe
you're
I can't remember if they're endnotes or footnotes, but they're there to find.
but when you're reading the book,
you don't see it.
You see all this text minus the page numbers.
Yes.
Okay.
And you just see the ... with
Got
a
it.
footnote,
Okay.
right?
I see.
And I added the page number so we can see this.
Okay.
So he says first, and it's quoted all in one quotation mark, right? So it literally looks like it's a single
So
quote.
it's not clear when he writes this that it's from separate pieces of
unless
a
you
source
track
book.
down the footnotes.
So it deceptively looks like it's one paragraph written together in context.
It appears that way at first, yeah.
Okay.
To anyone who's not tracking it down carefully. And he says an upheaval, quote, so violent that it destroyed the sacred land, ... the primeval water, ... submerged the island, ... and the island became the tomb of the original divine inhabitants, ... the homeland ended in darkness beneath the primeval waters. Does it again. I think it's on the same page as the book.
So, and what you just said are 3 sections of a source book from 3 separate pages.
Not even a source book. Remember, it's a scholarly book.
It's a book written about a book.
And so that first sentence comes from page 113.
Mhm.
The next group comes from page 109, and then the next group comes from page 127.
Okay.
Then he has another of these block quotes. A process of ... continuous creation by the emergence of a progressive series of plots of land, ... the creation of these ... sacred domains was in fact a resurrection and restoration of what had been in the past but had vanished, ... in any place in which they settled they found new sacred domains. And this, as you can see, stretches hundreds of pages. The first bit comes from page 173, the middle bit from page 324, and the last bit from page 190.
And again, he's trying to make everything you just said sound like it was one
coherent
statement.
And you can even read it, and it does sound vaguely like Plato's, not even Plato's Atlantis, more like Ignatius Donnelly's Atlantis with survivors and stuff like that, or Francis Bacon's Atlantis that has survivors. But it sounds like that story of Atlantis everybody's familiar with. A flood, survivors, teaching stuff. That's what it sounds like, right? It really does. But he's creating this. Or the quote 3 where he does it again, that the gods left the petty lands, page 274. They sailed to another part of the primeval world, page 187, and journeyed through the lands of the primeval age, page 274. In any place in which they settled, they found new sacred domains.
This is a lot of work for you to go through what was the book, the original book this came from?
Magicians of the Gods.
No.
Eve Raymond, 1969.
So
I didn't have to because he did leave footnotes.
So he
that
left
said
you the
this.
footnote, but
Yeah.
you actually went and pulled
I
up.
checked to make sure he was cited the right pages. Yeah,
Okay,
he
he
did.
did.
And some of his ... don't actually change the meaning. Some do though. Some very much are linking together things that don't make sense in the book that he's quoting from. Yeah. You can find this book online, by the way, the Eve Raymond book. It's on archive.org. Though there was a big lawsuit against them, so I hope it'll still be up there. But it was, at least until recently. So, I actually prepared this for my conversation with him on Joe Rogan. And when he mentioned, what about the Edfutext? And I said, let's go there.
Yeah.
And I think he saw the glint in my eye, and then he never brought it up again. Because it was near the end of the conversation, and I think I did pretty well. And so he was just like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't go there.
Yeah.
And so what I did to prepare is I created the Hancock texts. Right? So here's the Hancock text with my ... my dastardly ellipses.
Okay.
Flint ... had been involved in another project. I was a young archaeologist, he explains. I was looking for my own project. Soon afterwards, the American archaeologist made a second unsettling discovery. All was confusion, all was paradox, and all was mystery. The extraordinary story of Atlantis, the whole tale of the lost Ice Age civilization, was not, and never under any circumstances could have been a high civilization at that time because of hard evidence which absolutely rules out the existence of an Atlantis-type civilization in the Upper Paleolithic. These are all words that Hancock wrote it.
You just did some magic and put them all together out of context.
Because if you're going to use a series of ... and a series of footnotes, you take stuff out of context, you can say whatever you want. It's really easy. This is how a lot of people deal with real archaeology. They take something that looks like something else, and they say, voila, they're like the same thing. And it's like, dude.
How did you and Graham first get in contact with each other? How did this first start?
Do you want the story?
Yeah.
I was told by Minnie Minuteman. I met Minnie Minuteman when I was in Miami last week, and he was like, "You gotta make this into a video." The story of how I got into this. So there's the long version and the short version. I'm just gonna skip through and get to the Graham Hancock version. In a sense, I started realizing Atlantis was a big deal, and I realized that I, as a scholar, am uniquely placed to address Atlantis just because of my own experience and background. My dad was a Paleolithic archaeologist. I grew up on Stone Age digs, and I'm really familiar with Paleolithic archaeology. But to get out of his shadow, I went into classics. Because, you know, in America, you have archaeology. There's no archaeology departments. There's anthropology departments. And then there's classical archaeology departments, classics departments. And nobody in classics departments had heard of my dad. So I said, I'm going to go do ancient Greek stuff where I don't have to look like some little Nepo baby, right? I can actually do stuff on my own and build my own name. And so that's when I started doing ancient Greek stuff. And I'm an expert in ancient Greece. I work on projects all over the ancient Greek world. And when you talk about the modern version of what Atlantis is, it takes this Greek myth, it's not really a myth, but it takes this Greek story, and it then says that it talks about the Ice Age. And I'm one of the only people in the world, there's a few I'm sure besides me, but I'm one of the only ones who has really a whole lot of hands-on experience with the archaeology of the Greek world and the archaeology of the Ice Age world.
Interesting.
And so I can, because they're not taught in the same department. The archaeology is a huge field.
Right.
And there's millions of sites. Nobody can cover everything.
It's not. There's very few people that are multidisciplinary in that sense.
And so in that sense, I realized, look, this stuff is so popular right now.
Yeah.
Somebody that can actually talk about the hands-on evidence and describe it in a real way that represents the field. Because, you know, you always have to worry when you're talking about a field that's not your own, or a subdiscipline that's not your own, that even though I'm a scholar, I'm misrepresenting it. I don't want to do that, right? I would say that this happens sometimes with archaeology, where you get somebody who's writing a big book, the overall picture of archaeology, and they're familiar with this stuff, but they're less familiar with that stuff, and therefore they make mistakes. It's accidental. And so I don't want to do that. So, you know, I try to focus on what my expertise is, right? And so that's where I got started. And so, so I'm reading more and more on Atlantis, because, you know, it's not something you're taught in school.
That's so interesting, man. Your specialty just happens to line up perfectly with the story of Atlantis.
Exactly.
Greek classical period and the archaeology that goes back to when it apparently existed, the Ice Age.
Exactly. That's why I started getting, and at the same time, I'm active on social media. I've always done a lot of Twitter threads that people read and stuff like that.
And I think you do a great fucking job, man. I think you really do. You're a tremendous communicator. You're really good at explaining this stuff, and you
check out my YouTube.
You've done, yeah. I'm gonna link it below. And it's crazy how diabolical the backlash has been towards you online.
I don't know what to say. I'm just trying to tell the truth. I'm not even trying to tell the
stunning,
truth.
because I'm sitting here with you, listening to you. You're super reasonable. You make so much sense. You've done the fucking work. You've eaten the gruel, and you studied this stuff your whole goddamn life. And I don't see where it's coming from. I just don't understand it. So that's why I'm trying to ask you more about the Graham origin.
Yeah. So how did I get into that? So I started researching Atlantis.
Why is there so much hate towards you?
That's a different question. Look, I think I don't actually quite understand it myself. I think that people really like the narrative Graham tells, because Graham, look, let's be honest, he's an amazing storyteller. You read his books, they're very compelling. I mean, like I said, he's gotten now archaeologists into archaeology. Like, there's no denying his ability to tell a story. He is gifted. And he's a great public speaker as well.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I'm not denying that. And he's a smart guy. And when I met him, he was kind and everything, right? But a lot of people, he's developed a fan club, I guess, of people that are just really attached to these ideas. And they don't like the idea of being told that they could be wrong. And I don't quite understand why that's the case, but it is the case. And I wish people would simmer down a little bit, because I'm just trying to, really my main goal is to share what archaeology is. As I think I started on Joe's podcast, one of the things I've learned over the years of communicating with the public is nobody really gets what we do today. Because the only way you understand archaeology is if you took it at university level, because it's not taught in, kindergarten through 12th grade. It's not taught at university unless you choose to take that class. And so nobody understands it. And a lot of the popular communicators for archaeology, they're not archaeologists. Even
Yeah.
the ones who try to do a good job with it,
Yeah.
like who don't want to say they know more than the archaeologists. Because there's some people, and Graham does this, he says he's right, archaeologists are wrong. He says that in Ancient Apocalypse all the time. He's like, I am overturning the paradigm of history, which means we're all wrong and he's right, right? And so there's a lot of YouTubers that do that as well. They say, I'm right, but this discipline with tens of thousands of people that have been working for 200 years, they're all wrong. And it's like, this is a problem. The public understanding of what I do is totally warped, and not just by them, it's by people who don't think we're wrong, by people who think we're right. But you know, a lot of the biggest channels that share archaeology on YouTube, some of my friends, I'm not like David Miano. He's a historian. He has a PhD in ancient historian. He's an amazing historian, and he's an amazing public communicator. But because he doesn't have the same level of archaeological experience, he's not presenting it in the same way I would, having that depth of experience, if you see what I mean. And so I don't think he's doing anything wrong, but it means that the perspective of an archaeologist is not represented, if you see what I mean, in the public consciousness. And so, you know, on most of the big YouTube channels, most of the big authors on archaeology, with few exceptions, are historians, or they're people that somehow want to challenge our field. And so it's like, that's an issue. We need to have people that know the field really well, sharing it with the public. Eric Klein is one of several. Jennifer Raff, she has a great book on the peopling of the Americas. So there are real legit archaeologists that are doing big things and becoming famous for it. Bestsellers. They have lectures on YouTube. I have a video with Jennifer Raff coming out actually next week. Just had one with Eric Klein. And so, you know, but my goal is to get an archaeological perspective out there, because archaeology is not history. We're dealing with the material sources, those statues of Socrates that don't talk to you, if you see what I mean. You don't have those words there.
Right.
And so,
you know, Amin was telling me he did an archaeological dig in Israel.
Yeah, I think he said Megiddo.
Megiddo.
Eric Klein worked there. He did not remember him, so
really?
I couldn't get any words on him. Yeah.
Interesting.
Eric Klein directed the project.
He said that there was astrological zodiacs. There were zodiacs on the ceilings of the temples there.
I have no idea. We could ask, like I said, Eric Klein would be the person to ask, because he directed the project and he's published on it.
Right.
It's a book, I think, like Excavating Armageddon or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Can we talk about this shit?
Oh, Jesus. That's by some people who think that all archaeologists are wrong.
Maybe you can.
Is that a real one?
No, this is a 3D print.
Okay, good.
I've never heard you talk about this. This is the one thing I cannot get a reasonable explanation for, because these things, from my understanding, and I had my friend Matt came in here and brought like a couple dozen of these things that he purchased, and they're made out of like red granite, and they had them measured in light scanners at an big aerospace company. And they found out that they are perfectly symmetrical within the deviation is like within less than the width of a human hair. Yeah, and that's measuring like literally in here, the dimension between the opening, the edge here, and then all around the whole thing is like so perfectly symmetrical. It had to have been made on like a CNC machine today.
I disagree with them. Sorry.
Sorry, guys. What part do you disagree with?
I have. Let's see. I'm trying to eventually do a video on this.
Okay.
But it's not my specialty. I am not an Egyptologist, but I've been talking with people who study this material from archaeological sites. Right.
Okay.
So this is something. It's something that right now I'm focusing on Atlantis. So it might take a year before I do a video on this. But here's some initial thoughts.
Okay.
Let's just go with initial thoughts. And this is just me having seen a few videos that these people have done.
Okay. So your expertise is not involved in like Egypt or Egyptology.
No, I worked in Abydos when I was an undergrad, so a long time ago. When I was, before I really got into my expertise and stuff like that. At the time, I did a lot of digital mapping. I've done a lot of digital mapping. I've designed large-scale GIS and database systems for projects, and so that's what I was doing at that time before I got into environmental archaeology. And so I was at Abydos, which is, that's one of the major pre-dynastic cemeteries right before the next dynasty that built the pyramids. Okay. So it's where a lot of these stone vessels come from.
And they also the consensus is that these things were from 4,000 to 5,000 years ago. And I believe the lathe, correct me if I'm wrong, but we know that the Egyptians didn't. The earliest we know they had the lathe was 1,300 years BC, 13 BC.
I don't know. I don't know that.
That's what I heard. Maybe we can
I
fact
talked
check
briefly
that,
with
Steve.
Matt on Twitter, but I think that we do know that they had rotating devices like a ceramic wheel around that time. So
around 5000 BC.
Yeah, and in the Near East and in that area, I think around that time, even in Egypt, they had the ceramic wheel. So to assume that they would not use something that rotated around to make a stone vessel is a big assumption, if you see what I mean. I don't think any reason to assume that. We also have tomb paintings that show how these are being made with a drill that you rotate around. And so with a flint drill bit and stuff like that. So
really?
Yeah.
Paintings of a drill bit?
Yeah.
Really?
And we have reconstruction. I just saw them in the British Museum.
Ancient Egyptians used used lathes for a variety of reasons.
I'd be careful with the term lathe, though. I'd be careful with the term lathe because that isn't.
Okay, Egyptians developed a 2-person lathe around 1300 BC.
Yeah, and I'd also be careful with Google. I'd go with
right,
scholarship.
Of course, right. You gotta be,
especially AI stuff.
Yeah.
But they certainly, before 1300 BC, there's a tomb painting that I saw a depiction of just now, recently in the British Museum. I was there and I was looking at some of these stone vessels.
How would we search for this if we wanted to find it on YouTube? Or on Google, rather? Like a Egyptian tomb painting of a drill?
Stone vessels, maybe?
Oh, look. Is this what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's something else with the drill, yes. The one on the left is, I think, an example of drilling a stone vase. There's several of them, actually. It's not just one. There's a bunch of different examples of people making stone vases. And in the British Museum, they actually had flint artifacts that were the drill bits themselves, and they reconstructed it on the wood and stuff like that. And so they had a whole section on exactly how these vases were made, as the Egyptians themselves described it, if you see what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Now, don't get me wrong. These tomb paintings are later, because at the time that some of these really early ones were made, they weren't painting their tombs. It's just how it was.
Right.
And so, but later on, they show what they do to make stone vases. And there's a YouTube channel, Scientists Against Myths. It's a few Russian scientists who have reconstructed stone vases.
I watched it. It was terrible.
Well, just
the recreation they made, it took them years.
Well, okay, because
and they did a terrible fucking job. It was awful.
They had one that measures more accurate than the ones that Uncharted X.
No, they didn't. I watched the video.
Well, they have several videos. You need to find one of their more recent ones where they actually make one where they do the measurements, and it's more accurate than the measurements Uncharted X.
Steve, you gotta find it. Because I watched one recently.
I don't know which video it is because they have several videos on this topic. But they definitely have a video where it's more accurate. And just because something takes years, Danny, by people who are trying to figure out how to do it as they go, when there's an industry of people that have passed on over generations how to do something, they know how to do it, right? They have the expertise of having made many of them, so it won't take them years.
Sure.
And remember, these guys are just doing it in their free time. There's a difference between somebody doing it as a job versus doing it in their free time. You need to find on Scientists Against Myths.
Oh. Steve, see if you can just find it. We'll keep going.
So that's one reason I have an issue with is Scientists Against Myths.
So how were they able to get it so goddamn perfect?
Well, I think it just has to do with the circularity of spinning something. You make a compass and you spin it around, you make a perfect circle. You know
within 1/1000th
yeah,
of
if
an
you have a
inch
compass,
variation,
that should do that. Yeah.
With that kind of and how do people?
Like that's how a compass works.
What tools did they use? Like what kind of drill bits did they use? And what kind of?
I think for these they use flint.
And it was all by hand. There's no power.
Yeah, it's something that's spun. And they might have had a pallet. They put it on. I don't really know. That's something we can't tell.
And these handles that were built into it with the tubes that go through, like with the holes
drill
that go through.
Now that's actually one of my problems. One of my problems is every single one of these I've seen. This is a replica.
These are a little bit off.
Or something's off. Sometimes you can look inside, and you can see bits where it's not perfect inside, where the drill bit has left an impression.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells me you can see
the insides are more imperfect than the outside.
Which if you're doing it with a modern machine wouldn't happen, right? And so one of the things that I would say is, I also think that they're measuring this with the wrong technology. These scanning light measurements, they should be using CT scans. That's kind of the standard.
They do that too.
Good.
They do that too. But the aerospace, I think it was light scanners or something. That whatever they did was able. That was the one that was able to measure the variation and how symmetrical it actually is.
Well, no, that's just about capturing it 3D. You can do that with anything.
And the thickness of the walls and how
CT scan gets that.
And how thick it is on this side versus that side.
CT scan should do that even better. What a CT scan does is it shoots X-rays through it. a series of X-rays.
Right.
That's what computerized tomography, I think, is what it stands for. So it shoots a series of X-rays through something to get fully measured the inside, outside, down to the most precise measurements.
Right.
It is the state of the art for us doing kind of measurements in archaeology at precision levels.
Okay.
That is what I use. I know people that do this with animal bones. I know people that do it with pretty much everything, just to get tiny little anatomical differences to be able to see if a goat was moving up and down a mountain.
So,
right?
So with the naked eye.
Okay, so let's talk about this. So, what do you want to ask? You want to ask me something first?
You're saying that they did this out of granite by hand, with the naked eye, no measuring.
Think about it like this, Danny.
Within 1/1000th of an inch.
Well, let me explain why. It's just like a compass. You have a compass.
That's another question. Why? Why does it have to be so perfect?
Well, it's just the way they're making it that makes it so perfect, is what I'm trying to explain. When you have something that's rotating around, so you have the drill, and then you have the bit that comes out here. That's at a set distance from the center of that, it's the radius of a circle, if you see what I mean. As it spins around, it's just making a perfect circumference. Just like how a compass works. You don't need high tech to do that. It's just the motion of creating it in a circular way that's going to naturally make it reasonably perfect, if you see what I mean. It's not like they're pounding at it. If you're pounding at it to make it, or you're jamming something in there to go tink, 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 like imagine like using like a pick, right? If you're doing that, making something perfect is going to be pretty much impossible.
So is that what the Egyptologists, the conventional Egyptologists say about these? That they were made on circular
bits. So drill is moving around circular
drill bits.
Yeah.
But how did they open it up on the? I'm sorry. How did they open it up on the inside?
Well, you put something in and then you attach it. So there's a wooden thing going in, and you attach the drill bit on it so that the circles around. If you're making
wood,
the thing you're spinning is wood, and flint and stone is attached to it.
So they put a
think about it
stone,
like this.
and they somehow go like that and hollow out the inside of the granite.
Well, they put the lever. Let's go back to those tomb paintings. They show them best. Let's look at the actual ancient Egyptian evidence of how they tell us they made these.
Okay.
Like let's stick with the evidence, guys.
Yeah.
This is why I say go from the known to the unknown.
Yeah, no, I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So it's something exactly like that.
Yeah, I mean that was the tool.
Well, how did they suck so bad at drawing, but they were so good at making?
Oh, they didn't suck at drawing. Remember, these
Come on, compared to this, they can do this, but that's what they're
art
drawing.
It's not value judgments. But so that's the thing that comes down. You're spinning that around. At the bottom of that are these drill bits that are attached that rotate around.
Okay.
Right? Do you see what I mean? So that's a different kind of drill with a bow, and that lets you go back and forth with a bow to make it spin very quickly and effortlessly. So that's a bow drill right there.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
you see what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
So that's sort of how these this kind of drilling technology, it's around for thousands of years. This is a really, and not just in Egypt, elsewhere too.
I would have to I would have to see somebody use this and create something like this that's this perfect.
And to answer the question of how can you fit the bit in there, the same thing would be true if you made it on a machine. You still have to figure out how to get the thing in there.
Of course.
Yeah,
sure.
So that's not an issue. We know that whether they made it on a machine or whether they did it by hand, they were able to get a damn drill bit in there that could go around in a circle to get it to work, right? And so obviously, look, now that takes a long time. That's a lot of effort to do that by hand.
And there's thousands of them.
But it's doable. Yeah, but dude, they have a lot of people who are constructing these over thousands of years, by the way. It wasn't like there's thousands of them constructed in a 10-year span. We're saying there's thousands of them constructed in a several thousand-year span. Do you see what I mean? So I don't know why that's such a huge issue, because, look, these pharaohs and wealthy people, they had huge numbers of people that they controlled and it could have work.
It's just the perfection is ungodly.
And that's why I think we sometimes, in our world with modern technology, we underestimate our ancestors. You know,
but we can't even do it now. Like that's the whole argument for them being more like an advanced civilization making this something.
They were smart people with simple technology and effort to make that. Is what they were. They were smart, skilled people who had a tradition of how to do this, and they did it. You know, like these were people like you and me who are as smart as you and me. They just don't have the technology around us that other people created, by the way, that we use in our day-to-day lives. And so, you know, they had their own technology and they knew how to master it. People in the past were fucking smart. They lived in a tough environment and they survived and thrived.
What do you make of the giant saw blade marks in some of those stones that are found around the pyramids? Like there's giant stones with like perfect cuts that look like they were done with circular saws that you can fit a credit card into. And they even measured the depth of it, and it's like a circular, the depth gets deeper towards the middle, and like it looks just like a circular saw did it.
So look, I mean, some of this is, I find it silly because people say this about the Egyptians, but like the Romans also have those same perfect cuts. The Greeks have those same perfect cuts. We don't assume they couldn't do that stuff. So why is it that we assume the Egyptians couldn't? That's kind of one of my.
I'm saying like what is the like this stuff? Look at that.
Yeah, dude, that's just very careful, slow.
Look at the one with the three cuts.
Yeah, they realized they fucked up and they went and did it again.
How the hell did they do that?
Well, so they probably had a saw blade with copper, but then they used water and sand because the copper is not it's not dense enough, so it's going to wear down really badly. It's actually the granite sand and other kinds of sand that you put there. And again, Scientists Against Myths and others have done a lot of videos on this that show that you can cut through very precisely and slowly, no doubt, and you are going to use a lot of copper blades because they wear down eventually. But if you use sand and water there, you can saw very, very precisely through stuff, through hard granite. It's just, people have done it. I know they look cool. I'm not denying that.
It's mind blowing.
I don't doubt that these people could do it because they were smart and they had time. They had time and expertise, is what they had. People will say the same thing about us in the future. They're going to be like, "How the hell did they make these highways? That was so much work." And it's like, well, yeah, it was a lot of work, but we did it. With the technology we had. In the future, they'll have some faster way to do that kind of stuff. And they'll be mind-boggled at the civilization we built, and they'll be like, nah, they probably had our future technology, right? Because that's what makes sense to them, because they see that all around. This doesn't make sense to us because we don't live back then,
So in Christopher Dunn's book, he interviewed a guy who runs a granite quarry, a guy who has a huge company that produces granite. They make countertops, they make all kinds of crazy stuff out of granite. And he basically said to him, he goes, he was showing him some of like the big granite blocks that exist, like in the Serapeum, the big granite boxes. And he was asking him, like, if you were to recreate this, A, how would you do it? B, how much would it cost? And he said just the freight alone would be like $250,000 to move this thing. And it would be so so much more expensive.
Which is, by the way, why we don't redo this stuff. Because we can't. Meaning we don't have the money to employ thousands and thousands of people for years to build a pyramid. Who's going to fund that? You know what I mean? Like, because if you want to do that, you have to employ. Look, everything in our world, the most expensive thing is human labor. Let's be honest. If you're doing something in America, the most expensive thing is human fucking labor and skilled human labor, right? And so if you're going to build a pyramid, you need to be able to employ thousands of people over years to build it. So how are we going to do that if we don't get Elon Musk or someone like that or Bill Gates to actually employ thousands of people to reconstruct a fucking pyramid? So if you're going to say, I've never seen someone build a pyramid, well, fuck you. Like, seriously, how are we logically going to do that in our world today? Because we'd have to pay all those people. So, like, of course nobody's done it because we'd have to get those skills and teach the people these kind of traditional stonemason crafts. And then get enough people to do that. Get them all together and spend 10 years of their lives doing it. And, like, we don't have the resources to do that. We have some guys, some scientists in Russia who are willing to invest a couple years into making a stone vase in their free time to show that it can be done.
Yeah, but they failed.
No, they did not.
The one I saw, Steve, you got to find the consensus.
They have one from a few months ago where they measured it and it's more precise. Is what they said. They compared it to one of the. We need to find the video. Look for Scientists Against Myths, stone vase, more precise maybe. I mean, it doesn't look too bad to me.
Look at all the flat. No, it looks terrible. I mean, the one on the right is like.
They said that they used the same exact measurements, and so can we go on to my second critique of these people, Uncharted X and Matt Bial?
Well, first of all, we got to find out like what is the actual consensus of what they finished. Like, can we find something? Go on Reddit. Go on somewhere.
So some of the reasons why that exterior surface looks less perfect is because they didn't do the last step, which would be to polish it. Right?
Yeah.
So that's just how do you make the stone vase? The last step would be let's polish it smooth.
I want to see a write up somewhere, like find on Google or on Reddit or on Twitter somebody who did like an unbiased, basically analysis of the video and compare it to like some of the things that Ben, the vases that Ben
I
talks
know
about.
David Miano has a long video that critiques the stone vases.
No, but he's biased. We gotta find somebody
who's not biased. Come on,
we gotta find somebody.
The world, everybody is biased.
We gotta find somebody who doesn't have a YouTube channel that's dedicated to one side. Like you have people like Ben who makes the stuff that shows the evidence for it, and you have people like David who everything on their YouTube channel is based on.
You're gonna have to do it if you claim you're not biased.
Right? No, I don't.
I don't know if you are not biased though. I think we're all biased.
I think I am biased. I don't think that I have not seen any evidence, and you're not convincing me that this stuff was done by hand.
So second critique. I have 3 critiques, and the last one's the most important.
Okay.
Second critique. Okay. Whenever I've seen one of these videos, and I'm not gonna lie, I've not seen all their videos. I'm not ready to make my video on this.
Right.
Okay. So this is my impression. I could be wrong, but I've seen a few videos. I've seen a few critique videos. I've seen some sort of sample of both sides, let's say. And I am not an Egyptologist, so I don't have a horse in that race, let's say. But I am a scholar, and I think that in general my colleagues are more correct than not. So that is my bias, let's say. Every time I've seen measurements on a stone vase, there are always different measurements from vase to vase. Sometimes it's the angle of the lip. Sometimes it's the circumference. Sometimes it's this. Sometimes it's that.
Yes.
I've also never seen 2 stone vases that are exactly the same.
Again, yeah, and let me say, even when he brought in all his vases, he made it very clear that not all of them are perfect. A lot of them are very imperfect.
And so to me, that's what I would call a red flag. Where if you have something where you're trying to argue that this is machine made, and maybe, look, machines usually make the same thing. Over and over again. That's what factories do, for example, right? They make the exact, you have a blueprint, you have a design, and you make it there. And what you don't have is, because you make your blueprint perfect, you don't have other imperfections in there. Everything is perfect when you make it with a machine. And so when you can look at the handles being wonky, that doesn't make sense to me if it's machine made.
Well, maybe,
when you look at
the fact that handles didn't matter.
Well, but why would they just, if they're making everything perfect, why would you not make the handles perfect?
That's a good question.
I mean, I just don't get that.
Right.
And at the same time, why would you have some dimensions perfect in one vase, but in a different vase, it's different dimensions that are perfect?
But why were these things so perfect, so precise?
But I'm saying they're not. Is what I'm trying to explain.
A lot of them are.
No, they're not. They're not all perfect in the same way. If they're all perfect, they'd be perfect in the same way.
This thing is perfect. They don't all look the same, right? There's different ones that are different shapes, different sizes, but the ones which a vast majority of them are perfect, the ones that are perfect are perfectly symmetrical from side to side, going from the top to the bottom.
I don't know. I've seen videos where they don't even talk about the symmetry, and they talk
this
about
guy brought in the scans.
Okay,
Matt Bell brought in the scans.
Again, I've not seen them all. Now let's get to the third
So
one.
wait, hold on. Why is it that these are apparently from earlier than the ones that are older and imperfect and look like they're in the museums in Egypt and they came from later? It looks like they came in and they made them out of softer stones.
I think that's just the bias of our own part. I think this is something, for some reason, a lot of people that think archaeologists are wrong claim that older stuff is more perfect than later stuff, and that's just not true. I mean, it's just not. This idea, I don't know why it pervades in public culture that's the case. Like they talk about, for example, the Great Pyramid being better than later pyramids, and it's like, but wait a second, we also have pyramids that are earlier than the Great Pyramid that show the progression up there, right? Or one of my examples that I like to give, a good example is Graham Hancock sometimes talks about Göbekli Tepe, where you have the ceremonial core with the stone circles with the megalithic stones and the beautiful sculpture, and then you have outside of it, you have less perfect stuff. Right? These houses on my last video on my YouTube, the second to last when you see this, is about Göbekli Tepe with the director of excavations, and we talk about what those less perfect structures are, let's say, less perfect. And what that is think about it like this, Danny. You ever been to Washington, D.C.?
Yeah.
Is the White House really impressive?
Sure.
Is the Capitol building really impressive?
Yeah.
Yeah. How about just the houses? How about just the houses in downtown? Are they as impressive as the White House and the Capitol building?
No.
Okay. And yet they're built more recently. Is our technology now worse than the technology of the people that built the 19th century White House?
The function's different,
Yeah, it's meant to be presented as phenomenal. And so that's what the issue is with Göbekli Tepe. You have the ceremonial core where people are going for their ceremonies, they're politicking, they're doing religious stuff, they're doing whatever.
Right.
And then you have the houses where people are living. And guess what? The houses are shittier than the fucking ceremonial court.
Right.
Right? That's just function.
Sure.
It's
That
what
makes
you're
sense.
doing. And so
Right.
that's oftentimes a lot of these kind of things. The Egyptian tombs changed in style as time went on because of grave robbers, because of the amount of wealth that the state had. It doesn't mean they have less technology. It means that they're doing something different. Right? And so they're still doing some things that are extremely perfect when they try to make them extremely perfect. But now, stone vases, everybody wants a stone vase, so they figure out how to mass produce it. You have the same thing with Athenian painted pottery. You have the Athenian painted pottery. It starts off in this kind of geometric, it's more simple, more crude, let's say, style, right? And then they develop black figure with the archaic period. It's called 6th century BC, and that looks pretty good. It's getting better. Then they develop what's called red figure, and the way they do that is so tough, right? So you think about it like this: you have orange clay, and you paint on a glaze that's black, and that's black figure, right? But if you want to do red figure, what you do is the red clay is still the vase color, and then the black is the glaze you paint around it. So you're painting the outline of the characters. And then what that lets you do is the character now, you can put on little details with a very thin paintbrush of little black things that show what they're holding or whatever, right? And so it looks beautiful. This is the height of Athenian vase painting, is that red figure. And then guess what happens? Then they realize, oh shit, we can make pots using a mold really quickly and mass produce them so that everybody gets pots really fast, and then it doesn't look as good.
Right.
And it's like, dude, it's not that they got less technology, it's that they started doing mass production.
Yeah.
And we see this all the time. You look at stuff made 100 years ago by hand, and it's durable, and it lasts. I have my cast iron frying pan that's been in my family for 150 years or something like that, right? It is the best frying pan you could imagine. Perfectly non-stick. It's durable. You go buy some frying pan in the supermarket, it lasts you like 2 years with its stupid Teflon non-stick shit, but it's cheap and it's fast and it's simple to make. And so, you have to recognize that the way people produce stuff changes over time for different reasons, right? Sometimes they're just interested in mass producing schlock. And that's what we see in America around us too, right? So we live in that kind of world where sometimes it looks like things are not as perfect as they used to be. They're not as glorious and grand and monumental. And then we say, hey, America is not like it used to be.
Right.
Other things are better today, though, right? The quality of certain things is much better.
I would really like to hear, which I don't know why I haven't done it yet, but I would love to hear a mainstream academic Egyptologist explain exactly how these are made. Because I haven't.
Yeah, I don't study these. I know some people that do it. I'm trying to get in touch with some people that do it even more so that I can. Because look, my YouTube channel is all about actually talking to the actual expert who does this stuff, right? So that's why I have on the director of Echo Bekli Tepe. That's why I had on the director of excavations at Gunung Padang. That's why this is who I go to, because I know them all. I've been in the field for 30 years. I've worked on a few dozen different projects. I am active on social media. So, I know most of the people around the world that do archaeology. Yeah. So when I look at an archaeological question, I recognize, hey,